Chapter 301. I beg you. The cry for help in the abandoned station sounded very miserable. A man had a black sack on his head and a chain around his neck, like a dog on a leash. The other end of the chain was held in the hand of a man in protective clothing. There were a total of 15 new people at Nanlin Station, 8 of whom wore black protective clothing, and the remaining 7 wore white. The trapped man clearly didn't want to move forward, but his hands and feet seemed to move uncontrollably, like a puppet being held in someone's hand. The man was getting closer and closer to the door, and stepped into the door with a bang. It was the front door of car 12. His face was covered with snot and tears. Because he was covered with a black cloth, he couldn't see clearly outside and felt a chill. The owner of the chain didn't get on the car. He was the only one who got on. He was specially used to travel. The gang caught him to test whether certain rules were true. He was lucky to be alive until now. At first, there were more than 10 or 20 people responsible for the journey, but now he was the only one left. Sometimes people have a strange intuition. He knew his life was coming to an end as soon as he got on the train today. No one spoke, and the whole train was quiet. In a daze, he saw rows of iron bed frames and a narrow corridor, with what seemed to be corpses lying on them. He swallowed his saliva, his legs trembled, and there was a warm feeling between his legs. He urinated and was scared to pee, and couldn't move. Suddenly, his stiff body trembled, as if he saw something horrible at the connection between the carriages, and shouted without warning, "Let me off! Let me off!" At the last moment, his desire to survive burst out, and he wanted to rush out of the door in a panic, but his left foot tightened, a hand grabbed his ankle, and then pulled it hard. The iron chain spun as fast as a ship dropping anchor, and he was pulled away by a sudden strange force. The person outside the car, who was responsible for pulling him, staggered. He was clearly prepared, but at this time, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. With a bang, he stepped on the carriage with one foot, trying to stop the action, and the helmet of his companion next to him showed 2 words: "Let go." They tried it out. This rule is true. You can't talk on the homecoming train. It's just a Pathfinder dog that died. There's no need to go to the trouble of saving people. He understood, but at this time the iron chain in his hand loosened, and the strange force he had just resisted disappeared. They hesitated for a while, and slowly retracted the iron chain. The chain was too light, and it was definitely not tied to a person. Sure enough, as the iron chain was pulled longer and longer, blood and granulation appeared on the chain. When it was pulled to the front, only a collar was left, with some human tissue wrapped around it, probably from the lymph nodes in the neck. And the mincemeat was mixed with pink particles, like the eggs of the golden apple snail. As expected of the homecoming, it was really dangerous. He was just talking in the car, but he was gnawed to the point that not even his head was left. The panels of several of their helmets were modified, so they could directly project what they wanted on the screen, so they could talk without talking. Did you see how he died? No. One of them was responsible for observation. When the Pathfinder was dragged in, the window could see the inside of the car, but it was always quiet, and there was no movement inside. What killed the Pathfinder? How many minutes are left? Someone displayed this sentence on the panel. The remaining person held a timer, 3 minutes and 42 seconds. They wasted some time exploring the route. It was said that the homecoming would only stop for 10 minutes, so there was no time for them to waste. After getting on the train, go to your own bed to find clues first. The dining car can talk. After checking, go directly to car 7. The leader gave an order on the screen, and the others nodded to comply. The leader was the first to get on the train. He stopped where he was, and looked at the dining car coldly. Through the window, he saw only the dining table, and no one. The companion screen showed, "Is there anyone else on this train?" Others. Sure enough, there are people who don't want to die besides us. I don't know if it's a human or a ghost. The leader stopped and gave an order on the screen. Kill the living people directly. They nodded. They were hunting outside the wall. They were all desperate. Whoever dared to steal the prey was their enemy, and killing was the easiest. They held guns in their hands, and after speaking, they took their tickets and got on the train at the door of their own carriage. They all got hard sleeper tickets, and no one had soft sleeper tickets. Xu Ning and the others spoke only after the figures of the desperate criminals disappeared. Just now, Lin Xiaofeng asked everyone else to put their hands on her and became invisible, but I don't know how the leader saw that there were people here. Now the 4 people are still connected, completely invisible, like ghosts on the train, and suddenly someone came in, probably thinking that this carriage was haunted. When Zhu Ning heard the voice at first, he thought it was Prometheus who said to kill people, Or the military district came to kill Chi Shuelyo, the traitor, but he didn't expect that the people who came were very strange, killing people before getting on the train. Their style of action is brutal and effective, and they seem to have the key rules in their hands. Zhu Ning helped them verify it, and it is true. Pei Shu explained in a low voice. The predators are the most ruthless among bounty hunters. They don't accept private orders, but only big jobs. They like to use living people to open the way to experiment with the rules of the contaminated area. It seems that they are well prepared. What is on this train? Pei Shu was more and more confused. If there were only historical data on the homecoming, it would be understandable for the investigators to come up, but why did the predators run up there like they were risking their lives? I haven't heard about the recent movements of the hunter group, but Bai Chung might know. Pei Shu just wanted to hurry up. What kind of treasure train is this? Everyone wants to go up there to find things. Moreover, the predators are brutal, and have their own way of exploring the way. Unlike Zhu Ning, who came up here in a daze, they knew in advance that they couldn't talk, and even modified their helmets. This way of communication is very effective. The biggest disadvantage is that the conversations within the team will be seen by others, and there is no privacy at all. Zhu Ning was also puzzled and asked, what could it be? I don't know. Pei Shu, what killed the Pathfinder? This was also the first time they saw the consequences of triggering the rules. The man spoke, and then was dragged away by something, leaving only a pile of blood. Could there be a third creature on the train? Zhu Ning thought about it. Maybe it was the train itself. This train is alive. They saw so many golden apple snail eggs. But what about the golden apple snails themselves? Maybe they had already walked into the shell and kept spinning. Chi Shuelyo, the one in white clothes, is the Pathfinder. There are 8 people in their team. More people means more trouble. Who knows which blind person will touch some rules, and the whole train will be ruined. Chi Shuelyo analyzed. One of them may be controlled by a puppet. Even though the Pathfinder was unwilling and kept begging for mercy, it did not make any mistakes in the key actions. Someone must have been controlling it to do so. And even though it was in stealth mode, it could still sense that there were people on the train. The leader probably had an intuition. Those who came to die were not wild. With a bang, as soon as the 10 minutes were up, the train door closed and the homecoming started again. They had thought about getting off the train just now, but now they had completely given up. The rules clearly written on the ticket meant that the fate of the Pathfinder would be theirs if they violated them. Dong, 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 there was a sound from the roof. Someone was walking on the train. Judging from the sound, there might be a hole in the roof of car 14. Zhu Ning looked up and saw that the predator was too efficient. He had already explored the roof so quickly. To be honest, she also wanted to know if the roof was safe, but she only had one life and didn't have the money to try. Zhu Ning suddenly felt that there seemed to be a turn for the better. A group of desperate people came up. Zhu Ning could see a pattern by observing from the side. Zhu Ning loosened his hand on Lin Xiaofeng and slowly emerged like a ghost, saying, "It's time for us to take action." It was only a matter of time before the predators found the dining car. They would meet each other eventually, and it was impossible for them to remain invisible. Pei Shu threw a package to Zhu Ning after hearing this. He had just collected a bunch of supplies and found a spare protective suit, but he didn't know if it would fit him. Zhu Ning immediately understood that anyone who came here had seen Zhu Ning's face. Now that Zhu Ning was not wearing a helmet, it was easy for people to recognize him. Zhu Ning shook open the protective suit and stepped into it. The suit was a little small for her, and she felt very crowded. Zhu Ning's mind became more active, and she said, as she put on her clothes, "The information revealed by Chen Qihong's notebook is useful. The first infected passenger should be the source of the contamination." Chen Qihong told the story of the homecoming, and Zhu Ning sorted out a sequence. If it is the same as the fungal city, the first infected person is the source of pollution, that is, the unlucky guy who infected the golden apple snail eggs. And from the driving track of the homecoming, it can be seen that it has been running all the time and wants to go home, but unfortunately it doesn't know where its home is, so it can only drive around in the wasteland. Zhu Ning stuffed Chen Qihong's notebook into his pocket and said, "If the golden apple snail is the source of pollution, then the water ghosts are just passengers. The water ghosts are some dead bodies that came back to life after the homecoming fell into the bottom of the river. When they got on the car, the homecoming should have been infected. So the water ghosts need to follow a certain rule. They can only come when there is water. And the water ghosts should not have completely controlled the car, otherwise they can completely control the whole car to have water. But all this must be based on the truth of what the notebook says." Pei Shu and Chi Shuelyo were guarding the doors on both sides of the dining car, and asked, "Do you want to swallow the pollution source?" "That's the worst option. I don't want to go to the last car. Car 19 is already so scary, and car 22 is close to the pollution source. Isn't that life-threatening?" Juning held the helmet in his hand, and now his whole body was wrapped up, only his face was exposed. "The best option is to live peacefully with this car and survive until we arrive at the station. If I can't survive, I will think about how to fight desperately." After leaving the dining car, you can only communicate with gestures, and the information is not very accurate. Juning said more while he could speak. "Xiaofeng is invisible." Lin Xiaofeng disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. Juning continued, "Xiaofeng is responsible for watching the station. The notebook says that it will not announce the station. If we miss it, we can't get off. You can respond to the situation and provide support." Juning had just observed that ordinary trains would have a prompt when entering the station. At least the speed would be slowly slowed down, but the homecoming train stopped suddenly, as if the platform emerged from the darkness, and passengers could easily miss it if they were not paying attention. Being stranded on the homecoming train is also risky. Lin Xiaofeng's invisibility is meaningless to pollutants, but it is meaningful to living people. The predator can't see it, so he has a trick up his sleeve. The main strategy is to be conservative. We will go to the front of the train first, and observe what the predator is looking for after passing the 7th car. Pei Shu's fire system can burn the eggs of the golden apple snail, and Qi Xueliu will deal with the water ghost. Let's delay first, and I will slowly think of a way. The predator must have more information in his hands. Juning has always been adventurous, but this time he played a conservative card and decided to go to the front of the train. No one else had any objections. Juning held the helmet in her hand and looked in one direction thoughtfully. Pei Shu followed her gaze. The train happened to pass a turn, and the train that was originally running straight was bent in the middle, like a U-shaped lock. When the train turned, the distance between the front and rear of the train was shortened. They also saw the last carriage on the curve. Car 22 was completely dark. It was nighttime, and the lights in other carriages were turned off. Only some lights were left on, which at least provided some light. However, car 22 seemed to be shrouded in an impenetrable black fog, and it was abnormally dark. If what the notebook said was true, that was the source of pollution. Juning seemed to have met the other party through the glass. The train was moving fast, and such a crossing passed in an instant. The train drove into the mountain tunnel, and the light and shadow hid Juning's face, making her look uncertain, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Rumble, the train drove out of the tunnel. Juning heard a snapping sound, followed by a crackling sound, and dense raindrops slapped on the window like a slap. It was raining. What Juning was worried about really happened. The plan could not keep up with the changes. The road above the train was completely blocked, and everyone stopped. The plunderer opened the toilet window of car 14. Under the control of the puppeteer, the two scared pathfinders climbed onto the roof of the train, and could lie down flexibly when passing through the tunnel. But after driving through the tunnel, the two pathfinders were covered by the sudden rain before they climbed up. In the misty rain, everything looked like flowers in the fog. They saw an old lady in a blue short coat standing on the roof. The old lady's face was gloomy, and her body had been swollen 3 times larger, and she was swollen beyond human form. There was a scream from the roof, followed by blood dripping down. The puppeteer below was frightened by this change, and his body stiffened. The homecoming killed people at an extremely fast speed. They had just been on the train for 5 minutes, and 4 people had died. They were mentally prepared, and it was far beyond their expectations. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which spread all the way to the dining car. Juning did not see the death of the Pathfinder dog, but felt the same fear, or double the fear. At the same time, a pale hand slapped on the window, and then a person used all 4 limbs to quickly climb over the body of the car, making a snapping sound. Perhaps they had been suppressed for a long time, and finally encountered a heavy rain. The water ghosts came out in droves, and crawled all over the train. They had no way to escape. Juning put on his helmet, completely covering his face, and said coldly, "Action." Chapter 302. The raindrops, hitting down, were no different from the real death drumbeats. The 8th car was soft sleeper at the beginning. The soft sleeper cars had their own doors, and most of the doors were closed. Juning's goal was to survive, so he didn't go to the 8th car to look for clues. As expected, the closer to the front of the car, the safer it was. He didn't encounter any ghosts along the way. Qi Xueliu was more familiar with the soft sleeper cars, and had quickly entered the 7th car. Those looters had said that they would gather in car 7, so there should be something here. They originally thought that if there was something, they would take it away and pick up a leak, but at first glance, this car was no different from other cars. There were corpses everywhere, and a carpet search was a waste of time. Zhu Ning made a gesture, and Pei Shu and Qi Xuelio began to act. Their plan was to take a quick look. No matter what treasure there was, it was best not to have evil thoughts, just to have an idea in mind. Qi Xuelio took the lead. She was responsible for fighting the water ghost. As soon as she walked to the connection between the cars, she found that something was wrong. The car was leaking. The closer to the front of the car, the safer it is. This rule is correct, provided that it does not rain. Qi Xuelio's heart suddenly jumped, and the rain flowed down from the gap, forming a small palm-sized water stain. Qi Xuelio only heard Zhu Ning talk about it, and watched the videotape that Pei Shu found. She had never experienced it herself, and this was the first time she saw it. Completely different from the descriptions of others, the shadow of death immediately came to her, and Qi Xuelio could not help but began to tremble. The water stain expanded, and in the blink of an eye, a black old cloth shoe appeared in the accumulated water. The old cloth shoe appeared so abruptly, standing alone in the middle of the water, with a little blood seeping out of the edge of the cloth shoe, and this shoe blocked their way to the front of the car. A living person will die if he touches water, and all attacks will be ineffective. I have encountered so many pollutants, and this is the closest to a ghost. Qi Xuelio remembered what Zhu Ning said, that they kill people with their thoughts, and the only way to fight against it is to control their thoughts. The old cloth shoes appeared, and then the feet or the complete water ghosts would appear. They should take advantage of the water stains before they expand. Qi Xuelio made a prompt decision and stared at the old cloth shoes. Others could not see Qi Xuelio's specific movements, but for the mind controller, the sight was not illusory, but there was really a line tied to it. This is a world made up of countless silk threads. Mind control can control everything, which means that the silk thread can be tied to anything, including invisible ghosts. When the invisible silk thread came out of Qi Xuelio and fell on the cold water stains, Qi Xuelio only felt a shock all over her body. The mind controller is sensitive, which is more terrifying than testing Chen Qihong's notebook. Death was visualized and instilled into every nerve ending. To put it in an analogy, it was like someone stretched your fragile nerves and scraped them back and forth with a sharp thin blade. Qi Xuelio couldn't stop her teeth from trembling, her face was pale, and just one contact made her want to die immediately. Qi Xuelio's thoughts were useful, but compared with the resentment of the entire train, it was nothing. She gritted her teeth and refused to take a step back. This was the road to the front of the train, and she had to open this road. It was just a shoe. Qi Xuelio could push it back and buy time for Zhu Ning. The old cloth shoes appeared out of thin air, but nothing else came out. There was a chance. Zhu Ning was groping for the luggage rack. There were many backpacks on the luggage rack and the bed. It was unknown how many people died in this car. Some were exploring the mystery and looking for treasures, and some were just passing by. Zhu Ning didn't know what the predators were looking for, so she could only grope the elephant blindly. She didn't even let go of the bracelets. After reaching into a backpack, Zhu Ning's hand paused and she touched a pen. Logically, she shouldn't care about a pen, but Zhu Ning once survived in the zombie world with Zhu Yao's pen. Regardless of whether this memory is true or false, Zhu Ning's impression of the pen is very special. Many people in the high-tech wall no longer use paper and pen. Carrying a pen with you is more commemorative than practical. Zhu Ning casually turned the pen body, and her pupils immediately contracted. There were 3 words engraved on the pen cap: Resuscitation Society. Resuscitation Society? Zhu Ning never expected to see these 3 words here. This is the organization that Su He belongs to. Was the predator team sent by the Resuscitation Society? From killing people to releasing Pathfinder dogs, the cruel style is inherited from generation to generation. They don't regard human life as life, but only as a tool to achieve a grand narrative. Zhu Ning quickly extracted the relevant memories in her brain. After she came down from Bao Ruiming's consciousness cloud, she knew that the end of the world was coming, and told Hua Wensi this information. The Abnormal Incident Investigation Team launched a comprehensive investigation and found a member of the Resuscitation Society in the cleaning center of District 103. He destroyed the office by self-detonation. After emergency repairs, they found a pen with the word Resuscitation Society written on it. Religious groups will distribute the same items with their own logos engraved on them to enhance the sense of community among members. Zhu Ning participated in that meeting and had very limited knowledge of this organization, less than 1%. She only knew that they wanted to pollute all of humanity. They have a certain belief that the combination of humans and pollution is the most perfect form of life, and the ultimate evolutionary goal of mankind. After the war, Huwen said that Su-hee was not dead, she must have returned to the Resuscitation Society, and Huwensi said that they took away Song Shizhong's body. During the war, Zhu Ning did not confront Su-hee head-on. She was able to devour the source of pollution, because someone paved a bloody road for her with his life. The one who really faced Su-hee was Song Shizhong. The scene of Song Shizhong's death suddenly appeared in Zhu Ning's mind. It was recounted by Prometheus. Su-hee, who had short hair and was wearing a red windbreaker, snapped his fingers. Song Shizhong could only be forced to deploy his own defense and raised his chin as much as possible before dying. Zhu Ning closed her eyes, but she had regained her composure in an instant. She had not said a word to Su-hee, but there was no shortage of entanglements and hatreds. The latest discovery completely disrupted Zhu Ning's plan. This terrifying train has what the Resurrection Society is looking for, or what Su-hee is looking for. Zhu Ning had no interest in treasures or plunderers, but if this is someone from the Resurrection Society, she suddenly became interested. Not only did she become interested, but she also had the upper hand. This time she got on the train earlier than the Resurrection Society. The doomsday of District 103 should be just a very small step taken by the Resurrection Society. After that, they disappeared and did not come to trouble Zhu Ning like Prometheus, but this does not mean that they have given up. The last time they took action, they almost destroyed the entire District 103. Even if they failed, the final result changed the situation of human survivors. What are they looking for this time? Zhu Ning put away the pen and immediately searched for other clues. Pei Shu didn't see clearly what Zhu Ning found. In his opinion, Zhu Ning's behavior was very strange. She should not be interested in any secrets hidden in this car. She just wanted to survive. Why did she suddenly change her goal? The predators had just boarded the car to explore, and should still be finding clues. They were slowed down, but there were already conversations coming from the dining car. Because the goal was clear, they would come soon. Qi Shuelia was still holding on there. Pei Shu looked up at the connection between the carriages, and only saw Qi Shuelia's back. Her spine seemed to be bent. Zhu Ning glanced at Car 7. If she was a predator, a group of people who didn't care about their lives, where would she hide the things she found in this car? The footsteps were getting closer. The predators entered the dining car. Zhu Ning was not panicked at all, but became calmer. Suddenly, her eyes fell on a corpse. It was a serious dead person sitting at the table at the end of the corridor. The green train, with narrow tables and chairs, was a man in protective clothing lying there, with a cracked helmet panel, revealing an eye full of apple snail eggs. Zhu Ning grabbed his shoulders, and as she moved, the pink egg mass fell a little. Before it landed on Zhu Ning, a flame suddenly sprang up, and Pei Shu ignited it accurately. Although he didn't know what Zhu Ning was going to do, he had a clear idea of his position, that he was just a supporting role. Zhu Ning threw out a sharp knife in his hand, and in front of Pei Shu, stabbed it into the abdomen of the corpse. With a puff, the protective clothing fabric was quite hard and not so easy to cut, and Zhu Ning covered the blade with sharper spider silk. After stabbing in, Zhu Ning's wrist sank, and she clearly felt the tip of the knife hit a hard lump. She pointed the blade downward and cut a gap in the abdomen. It stands to reason that it is not easy to open the skin of the abdomen with just one stab of human tissue, and professional tools must be used to separate it during surgery. But this corpse has long been a hotbed for the incubation of golden apple snails. Zhu Ning cut a 20-centimeter incision, and the pink eggs inside were already crowded, gushing out like a flood. Zhu Ning dodged quickly, but was still poured on the upper of her shoes. Her instep was heavy, and the eggs piled up like a small mountain on her legs. Pei Shu had seen a lot of the world, and she was disgusted at this time. She was still thinking about how to clean up this thing. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ning did something even more disgusting. She kept moving and put her hand into the abdomen of the corpse. The inside of this corpse had no internal organs, and it was full of eggs. Zhu Ning groped inside, and her forearm was deeply stuck in it. Soon, she found what she wanted and took out an object from the corpse's stomach. This object was wrapped in several layers of waterproof bags and padded with cloth. From the shape, it looked like an urn. Pei Shu frowned. What is this? Zhu Ning's palm was heavy. She got what she wanted. Without hesitation, she shook off the eggs on her body and walked forward quickly. Pei Shu lit the fire. The eggs on her body were burning. It looked like she was on fire. Zhu Ning walked to the connection between the carriages. There was a water stain on the ground. It had expanded to the size of a human face, but there was no water ghost. Qi Shuelio couldn't even stand steadily. She had never done such a horrible job in her life. She tried her best to push one shoe back. If she encountered a whole car of ghosts, she would rather die immediately. Zhu Ning was careful not to touch the water stains, and walked over the water with big strides. Qi Shuelio raised her eyebrows behind him. Zhu Ning trusted her so much? Wasn't she afraid that Qi Shuelio would not be able to control the situation? Pei Shu had already caught up. Qi Shuelio had been drained of strength, and one leg was shaking when she took a step. Suddenly, a pair of hands held her steadily. Lin Xiaofeng saw that she was weak and reached out to support her. Qi Shuelio kept up with Zhu Ning's pace. With a bang, the door of the 7th carriage was opened. The predators appeared covered in blood. 4 of them died, and there were 11 left. Because they were prepared in advance, they even brought a mind-controlled person on board. This place was 100 times more terrifying than they thought. The speeding green train was full of ghosts, and the leader's face was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. A corpse fell in the middle of the corridor. He had been disemboweled, and tiny flames were burning around him. A person walked to the corpse, reached out his hand and dug in, but found nothing. The panel on his helmet showed, "Take it away." Judging from the speed of the flames, it should not have gone far. The leader's face was gloomy. 60 of them died before and after. In order to break through the homecoming train, they agreed that whoever got on the train and found a pattern would find a way to throw the information off the train to leave a way out for their teammates. What information is most valuable? It was bought with life. Not only that, after they got on the train, they had to bring in living people to verify step by step, without making any mistakes. The worst plan they made was that if everyone on this trip could not get off the train, they would also learn from their predecessors to throw things out, thinking that such caution should be foolproof. But who knew that there would be a Cheng Yao Jin? There were indeed others on the train. Chapter 303. Zhu Ning was holding an urn in her hand, like a jar of wine. She pushed aside the wet egg mass, and the layers of cloth wrapped around it, and finally revealed the black urn. That thing was only the size of a palm, not too heavy, and it was definitely not a gold nugget or something like that. Zhu Ning had opened the god's perspective to explore, and as expected, she couldn't see what was in the urn. It was more chaotic than anything she had seen, and at the same time it exuded a sense of hostility, as if it regarded Zhu Ning as an invader. Zhu Ning closed the god's perspective after just one look. What is in the urn? The urn itself is a barrier, and the homecoming train is the second barrier. In the polluted world, some people try to lock key information in the polluted area. This is the safest safe in the world, just like Cheng Mafei locked the bracelet in the number 007 experiment. The cover on the urn is very light, as if it can be opened with a flip, but opening anything in the polluted area requires considering whether you can pay the corresponding price. Chen Qihong's notebook has not yet found the key, but at least it proves that the notebook will not trigger a disaster, but the urn may not. Zhu Ning couldn't figure it out for a moment, so she stuffed the urn into her backpack. This car is too dangerous. She thought of several solutions in her mind. The most extreme one is to devour Qi Shuelio and gain the ability to control her mind. Based on her past experience, she dared to guarantee that this ability would be more effective in her hands, and she might be able to turn defeat into victory. The idea was extinguished as soon as it came out. This plan was the most direct and cruel. She didn't want to be like the Predator and treat Qi Shuelio as a pathfinder. Zhu Ning took a deep breath. It is easy for people to lose their humanity outside the wall. For the second option, Zhu Ning's sight shifted slightly, and looked out the window. There was a water ghost crawling on the window. Zhu Ning's sight passed through the water ghost, and looked at the rear of the car. The route of the homecoming became S-shaped again. This was the second time they encountered a turn. The distance between the front and the rear of the car was shortened again, and they soon passed each other again. If it was not raining outside, there were no water ghosts on the body of the car, and the train turned in a regular way. Zhu Ning could take advantage of such a gap and seize the fleeting opportunity to jump directly from the front to the rear of the car to kill the pollution source. But now, there are a lot of water ghosts in the car. This option is the most dangerous, and of course the most rewarding. As long as Zhu Ning gets the control of the homecoming, she can do anything. There is also a third option, which can take into account reaching the destination while completely getting rid of the predators and the water ghosts at the rear of the car. As long as you are careful not to get wet in the rain, you can survive to the destination. Zhu Ning observed that even though it was raining, the number of water ghosts at the rear of the car seemed to be the largest. The ghosts in the car should have crawled from the rear of the car, which was their base camp. We had to find a way to cut them off. Zhu Ning had been walking while thinking, preparing to quickly walk to the front of the car, but at this moment she stopped and stretched out a hand to block the people behind her and immediately retreated. This was the center of the fourth carriage. For some reason, the window was broken, and the storm poured in through the broken window. A man stood in the middle of the water stain. He had long black hair, and a red blood line on his neck. The speed of the water stain spreading was not fast at ordinary times, but it was so fast in this car that it made people panic. The second water ghost was an old man wearing a brown cloth, the third water ghost was a bloodstained beggar, and the fourth was a woman in a blue school uniform. They all had disheveled hair, covering most of their faces. The beggar showed an eye through the gap in his hair. The eyes were blistered, festering and oozing disgusting mucus. For water ghosts appeared in the blink of an eye. They still remembered the rules. As long as they encountered a water ghost, they would die. Qi Xuelio's complexion had not recovered. She walked here with the support of Lin Xiaofeng. Without Zhu Ning's words, Qi Xuelio knew that it was time for her to go on stage. Qi Xuelio kept a distance of half a meter from the water stain. It stands to reason that the water was flowing, and for safety reasons, she should be farther away. However, the farther the distance, the worse the effect of Qi Xuelio's mind control. She calmed down, and a thread of consciousness emerged from her body. This time it was a human-shaped water ghost, 100 times more terrifying than the previous Shu. From Pei Shu's perspective, he could not see the so-called logic of mind control. He only saw Qi Xuelio standing there like a shield. The water stain stopped flowing, and the water ghost no longer moved forward. But Qi Xuelio was completely in a stalemate with the opponent, and she couldn't suppress it with all her strength. This was beyond her ability. The thread of consciousness was in danger, and would soon break. Qi Xuelio immediately stopped, which was a completely instinctive way to save her life. Just now, she felt an invisible mountain hanging upside down in the air, surrounded by darkness. She was shrouded in shadows, and when she looked up, she saw the whole mountain crashing down. Without her restraint, the water ghost regained its mobility, and the water stains began to spread again. Zhu Ning frowned. The control of the mind was limited. Their way to the front of the car was completely blocked. The predators would soon catch up. They were just caught in the middle, with enemies in front and behind. A decision must be made quickly. Qi Xuelio gasped, her teeth chattered, and her fingers trembled. She couldn't do it, and she didn't even want to try again. Qi Xuelio understood that this was due to the huge gap in mental power. As the person in charge of the second district, her mental value was higher than that of ordinary demon hunters, but she was fundamentally different from monsters like Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning. Qi Xuelio's body stiffened. Pei Shu and Zhu Ning took 2 steps back to give her room to operate, and Qi Xuelio saw a corner of their bodies with her peripheral vision. Qi Xuelio used to work for Prometheus, and now she realized a problem. Qi Xuelio thought of when she was in the Mold City. Zhu Ning wanted to join her team. She looked so ordinary, more like a human than a human. But Zhu Ning is a real demon, and it is very likely to bewitch people. Demons are good at devouring the supernatural powers of others. Qi Xuelio has carefully studied the video of Zhu Ning's devouring. There are so many people on the homecoming train. The most suitable way to restrain the water ghost is to control the mind. Will Zhu Ning eat him at the right time? Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng are both people that Zhu Ning values, but Qi Xuelio is not. Even their interest relationship is very fragile. Zhu Ning, a demon, does not need to keep his promise. Killing Qi Xuelio is probably just a matter of moving his fingers. As long as she eats herself, Zhu Ning may be able to break the situation by controlling the mind. Qi Xuelio's spirit is a little erratic, and she doesn't even care about the water ghost in front of her. Goosebumps appear on her back. Water ghosts can only spread through water. As long as you are careful to avoid water stains, the danger will not come, but the danger on your back can break out at any time. At this time, someone reached out and patted Qi Xuelio on the shoulder. This position was very close. Zhu Ning's body was pressed against Qi Xuelio's back. For the first time, she felt the oppression of the devil. Zhu Ning's palm was not big, but it was very heavy when he slapped her, and her right shoulder sank. Qi Xuelio's tight string almost broke, and Zhu Ning finally couldn't help but take action. The leader of the predators was called Li Xiaogong. He was a member of the Resurrection Society. Those who lived outside the wall had long been familiar with pollutants. Most of the bounty hunters of the Resurrection Society agreed with the concept of global pollution. Humans should not bind themselves with high walls. Last time they resurrected a true god, but it didn't work, and instead created a devil. But the Resurrection Society never bets on one thing. The entire organization is so huge that he knows that there are more than 40 resurrection lines going on at the same time. Getting on the homecoming train is one of them, and they are willing to give everything for it. In their view, letting ordinary people get on the train to test the rules is not a Pathfinder dog, but a sacrifice they offer to the great future. It is their honor to die for the Resurrection Society. If Li Xiaogong didn't move, no one else dared to move. Someone's helmet panel showed, "What should we do next?" They agreed to come to pick up the goods, but now the goods are gone. Even if they are willing to sacrifice their lives, they can't do it. Li Xiaogong looked at the sixth carriage, which was dark and exuded an unknown fear. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment, and two words appeared on the screen: "Get off the train." They made a lot of plans when they came, and they would not put all their eggs in one basket. The shorter the time on the homecoming, the safer it is. They can get off the train when they arrive at the station. This is the rule written on the ticket, and even if there are water ghosts outside, they can't stop them. Moreover, it was written on the ticket that they must get off the train at the station and cannot stay, so they had to get off even if they didn't want to. They had tickets for 8 people, and 2 people in a team would arrive at the next 4 stations respectively. As long as they passed 4 more stations, the remaining 8 people would be able to escape unscathed. The one who took away the goods must be a human. Ghosts would not do such complicated things. Li Xiaogong knew the danger of the homecoming. As long as the person who took the urn was a human, he would be killed by this train. They didn't need to do it. Of course, if this person really had some extraordinary qualities, they could wait at the stations along the way, walk along the railway tracks, and attack when the thief got off the train to take the urn back. It would be the most cost-effective to do it at this time. Although they didn't care about their lives, they were not brainless. They had to die with value. Now that everything was gone, there was no need to insist on guarding. Getting off the train at the station was the best policy. Li Xiaogong gave the order, and everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. No one wanted to die, and retreating was the best. Next, they just need to wait until the train arrives at the station on their tickets. Although the homecoming is dangerous, it is not difficult for them with the mind controller. Li Xiaogong took a glance and found that all 8 of his team members were alive, and there were 3 pathfinders left, so the casualties were not large. They knew a lot about the rules of the homecoming, and they had been active outside the wall for many years. They were determined to die, so they should not panic. But Li Xiaogong was a little panicked for no reason. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Water ghosts climbed on the carriage, ghost shadows flashed quickly, and the train rushed forward. Li Xiaogong sorted out this matter from the beginning. They had planned for 3 years, one link after another, and this was a harvest. But after getting on board, they found that the things were gone. It was just a coincidence, and there was no reason at all. Desperados like them like to hide things in the stomach of the corpse, which is the safest. There is no gold or any valuables in the urn. Would ordinary passengers think of this when getting on the bus? Would they take such things? After all, this is a polluted area. Who would have nothing to do to touch such a strange object as the urn? Did they also get on the bus for the urn? Just happened to be one step ahead of them. People from the north transfer? The corpse was wet and still oozing disgusting eggs, proving that the corpse had just been opened not long ago, no more than 10 minutes. Then this person must still be on the bus. After the thief got the urn, he should stay away from them, the real owners. After all, no one would be so blind as to steal something and then come back to kill. No one is that crazy, right? This car is so dangerous. There are water ghosts and apple snails. They know the rules, and the supernatural powers with conscious control in their hands dare not mess around. Who would take the opportunity to kill people in this situation? Li Xiaogong's face became more and more serious when he thought of this. Sometimes people will have some seemingly bizarre ideas. Most of the time they just flash by. But sometimes they will suddenly take root and grow uncontrollably. There is a madman on the car. The more Li Xiaogong thought about it, the more possible it was. His eyes changed when he looked at the number 6 car. They walked all the way to the 7th car. The closer to the rear of the car, the more dangerous it was. The man must be in the direction of the front of the car. Maybe they were the front and back feet. They just entered the 7th car, and the man just left. It seems that they follow some tacit understanding not to meet. The thief may be in the 6th car. Li Xiaogong is very active. He held his breath and walked to the connection between the cars. There was a water stain there, like a cup of water poured into it, and there was an old cloth shoe in it. The old cloth shoes stepped on the water waves, and blood spilled from the edges. It was almost a pool of blood. No one would not be afraid to see this scene. People have been in awe of ghosts and gods for thousands of years. The door of carriage number 6 was opened by someone, and they could see rows of coffin-like berths. Li Xiaogong was their leader. If he moved, others would have to move. Li Xiaogong stayed here for a long time, and he still maintained his original decision. Get off at Hushan Station, then pass the message, wait along the way, and their people will receive you at Hushan Station. This is the most rational plan. There is no need to fight blood on the train. Li Xiaogong slowly stepped back 2 steps and distanced himself from the water stains. He was mentally stable and stood in front of him like a big Buddha, which had a calming effect. Others would feel safe only if they followed him. Li Xiaogong had thought it through and would not act rashly no matter what happened, but at this time, there was a movement in carriage number 6. Everyone else heard it, as if a can was rolling in the corridor. Li Xiaogong's forehead veins jumped. Sure enough, the next second, something rolled out from the end of the dark corridor. It was getting closer and closer, and it rolled out like a head. Li Xiaogong's pupil shrank. It was an urn. There was no cloth wrapped outside. The surface of the ceramic urn just rolled directly on the train. Their target appeared without warning. After all, the urn was made of ceramic. It was easy to break without any precautions. The lights of the 6th car flickered, and the sound of the urn rolling disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, a little girl appeared in the middle of the corridor. She bent down to pick up the urn. She was wearing a protective suit, holding the urn and standing quietly, looking over like a ghost. Chapter 304. Why is there a little girl? There are many corpses on the train, which can be roughly divided into 3 categories. Those who escaped from the old world, water ghosts wearing various dynasties, and people inside the wall wearing protective clothing. The little girl holding the urn suddenly appeared in front of them. If she was an ordinary human, they could see her walking over. I haven't heard of such a little girl among the investigators outside the wall, let alone among the bounty hunters. Could she be a ghost? Li Xiaogong still remained calm, and his men were obviously more panicked. Texts kept appearing on the screens of several people. Who is this? Water ghost? Why is he holding the urn? Li Xiaogong confirmed with his naked eyes that it was not a fake, but what they were looking for. Li Xiaogong calmed down, and 2 words appeared on the screen. Shut up. They had modified the helmets, and the biggest disadvantage was that everyone could see the information on the screen. Don't expose too much before you know whether it is an enemy or a friend. The other teammates immediately cleared the screen and looked at the little girl eagerly. There were not many obstacles, only a bleeding shoe blocking it. Someone in their team could control it with their mind, which was not difficult. Li Xiaogong did not give any order. Treasures that seemed to be obtainable without paying a high price were often traps. But he was a little shaken. The thing he had been looking for was right in front of him. Should he just watch it? Several people were worried. This ghost child disappeared with the urn in his arms. They didn't even know where to find him. What if Li Xiaogong's inference was wrong? What if the person who took the urn was not a human, but a pollutant? The pollutant has evolved and used bait to kill people. This situation has happened before. The next stop is coming. There is not much time to hesitate. Li Xiaogong, who was standing at the front, raised a hand, and the other teammates were stunned. Li Xiaogong's gesture meant that the original plan should be kept unchanged. Once the stop is reached, the relevant personnel will get off the bus and notify others immediately. The teammates were a little dissatisfied. Li Xiaogong was too conservative. It was because of excessive caution that they spent some time to verify the rules passed down by the predecessors one by one after getting on the bus, and then let people take the urn first. But Li Xiaogong quickly made a second gesture, which meant that 2 scout dogs would scout the way, and they would not feel sorry for these people dying. When the bait appeared, they knew it was a trap and had to go. Li Xiaogong made a series of gestures, which only their internal staff could understand. Li Xiaogong didn't know what the fisherman wanted, but his gesture meant that the teammates, who had not exposed their superpowers, covered each other. They were old players, and knew a very simple truth that they could not completely expose their superpowers. If the opponent was a human, they would find ways to crack it after knowing the specific superpowers. They stood closer, so even if there was a long-range attack, they didn't know who did it. The 2 scouts raised their legs like puppets, knowing that they were going to die in front of the ghost kid. There was water stains in front of them, and the water stains were getting bigger and bigger. The cloth shoes inside actually floated up, like a small boat spinning in it. The first scout to go out was called Ming Sheng, staring at the bloody cloth shoes. He knew rationally that he couldn't look at them, but he couldn't help it, and he didn't even care to look at the ghost kid opposite. Suddenly, the bloody cloth shoes stopped spinning, and the invisible cold feeling weakened a little for no reason. Ming Sheng was stunned for a while, thinking that it should be the mind controller in the team who took action. Ming Sheng instinctively wanted to run forward, and so did his companions, but the chain around his neck moved and tightened. Li Xiaogong looked at them expressionlessly, meaning that they should continue walking. They already knew that the bloody shoes were water ghosts, and they would not waste time exploring the way. Ming Sheng's legs and feet did not obey his command at all, and he stepped forward step by step with stiff steps. Hee. Suddenly, the ghost child in the corridor laughed, and the laughter was so numbing that Meng Sheng's whole body resisted to move forward. This must be a ghost, and a sense of despair surged up. Normal people would at least want to avoid it when seeing this situation, but he just bumped into it. He was going to die. As a Pathfinder, everyone knew that he was going to die, but it was just a matter of whether he would die early or late. He thought he was mentally prepared, but in fact he was not. His mind was blank. His body was pulled over by the puppeteer's force, and he stepped on the position where the ghost child stood, but he did not touch anything. Meng Sheng blinked. Empty, empty? What on earth was that? A holographic image? Or a real ghost? Meng Sheng swallowed his saliva and concentrated his mind. He actually heard a little breathing sound and a little warmth, as if an invisible person was breathing in front of him. Is it a person? Meng Sheng raised his eyes. It is reasonable that a good dog would inform the owner of the intelligence he found, but he was not loyal at all. His throat rolled. When he raised his head, the little girl appeared in front of him without warning. She was a black helmet with a reflective surface. He was frightened and shivered. Before he could react, his limbs moved again under the control of the puppeteer. He seemed to be bloodthirsty, and there was only the urn in his eyes. Meng Sheng just raised his hand, and suddenly froze, and then he pinched his neck. His face was pinched to purple, and he fell to the ground like a fish, and the other Pathfinder dog was almost the same. The little girl just took 2 steps back and looked down. This scene was a bit scary, as if it was harmed by an invisible ghost. The puppeteer tried to retract the puppet line, but his line failed, and he had long lost control of the 2 Pathfinder dogs. Could it be a ghost? Several people looked at the ghost child with changed eyes. There was actually a 4th creature on the car. They had been acting according to the rules summarized by their predecessors all the way up, but there was no information about the existence of the ghost child. It's over, many people thought so, and they might not be able to get off the car this time. They quickly adjusted their mentality. They were all desperate people who were not afraid of losing their lives. In this case, why not fight and snatch the urn back? Some people have already wanted to do it. Li Xiaogong remained motionless, living outside the wall for many years. The more suspicious the situation was, the more he could not move. Staying still could also maintain the status quo. Li Xiaogong raised his hand to stop, and the words appeared on the screen. Invisible man. Teammates stopped. Invisible man? Li Xiaogong was also confused by this scene at first. The little girl suddenly appeared in the corridor, and the 2 approaching Pathfinders suddenly fell to the ground, as if controlled by an unknown force. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a ghost knocked it down. But it was too ghostly, as if it was deliberately rehearsed. He listened attentively, and there was a sound when the little girl retreated. This person deliberately trained or paid attention to the walking posture, and tried his best to cover up the movement, but Li Xiaogong still heard it. Ghosts don't make any sound. It's not a ghost at all. They thought it was a 4th kind of creature. In fact, it was what they had deduced before. Someone robbed their things and was playing tricks. 3 more words appeared on Li Xiaogong's screen. Puppetry. There was also someone who was good at puppet manipulation on the other side, so the puppeteer's control was cut off. Look carefully at the 2 fallen Pathfinders. Their chests were still rising and falling slightly. Not cruel enough. If they really want to do a show, they should kill these 2 people directly. That would be a lot. But Li Xiaogong still didn't figure out what the purpose of such a show was. It can be roughly judged that a transparent little girl is used to lead him forward. Li Xiaogong grinned. You want me to go forward, but I won't go. You want me to take action, but I won't move. Li Xiaogong maintained the original plan, and got off the bus at the stop. The little girl laughed twice again. She is still acting. Is she addicted? Li Xiaogong wanted to see how this play would be performed. His pupils suddenly shrank. The little girl actually raised the urn above her head. It looked like she was going to smash the urn directly. Li Xiaogong's decision was based on a premise. No matter who took the urn, it would not be destroyed. He would protect it with his life. This was completely his preconceived idea. The things in the urn were priceless. It was worth it to die tens of thousands of people. Li Xiaogong gritted his teeth. He was really crazy. Lin Xiaofeng held the urn. She listened to Zhu Ning's instructions to pretend to be a ghost. She agreed without hesitation. Zhu Ning was a little worried about her. Lin Xiaofeng thought about whether she would fail in the performance, but the script was very simple. It was just to scare people, and then smash the urn. Lin Xiaofeng also asked, is it really smashed? In other compartments, they cannot talk. They use the sub-brain to communicate by typing, and after one sub-brain finishes typing, several people will supplement back and forth. Zhu Ning replied, "It's really bad." Zhu Ning doesn't care at all. Whether the treasure in the urn can destroy the world or save the world has nothing to do with her. She said that she has only one goal, to kill Prometheus, and she will not deviate for a second. Hunting in nature requires aiming at the target. Now Zhu Ning's goal is clear: kill the mind controller on the opposite side, and take it for herself. Zhu Ning used to swallow pollutants, and this is the first time he plans to swallow a living person. Aren't superpowers pollutants that maintain rationality? Lin Xiaofeng pretended to be a ghost and observed carefully just now. The blood shoe was controlled. As expected of a member of the Resurrection Society, he couldn't lock on to which one was the target. Qi Xuelio said that they, the controllers, can only see their own silk threads, not others. Lin Xiaofeng's plan to pretend to be a ghost was soon discovered. He only caught 2 insignificant chess pieces. Lin Xiaofeng seemed to be a professional actor. It was time to smash the jar as written in the script. She had been holding her breath since she knew that they were people from the Resuscitation Society. Thinking of Bao Ruiming, she almost had a crazy desire for revenge. Bao Ruiming probably never thought that not only did his plan fail, but Zhu Ning also insisted on destroying what the Resuscitation Society wanted. If Zhu Ning couldn't live, no one else would live. Lin Xiaofeng only knew his own plot, and didn't know where Zhu Ning and the other 2 were. He was too immersed in the play, and smashed it hard at this time. As expected by Zhu Ning, when Lin Xiaofeng was about to smash, Li Xiaogong finally couldn't sit still. 3 people in their team took a step forward. Zhu Ning asked Qi Xuelio that the mind control has a range, generally not too far, otherwise this ability is 2 against the sky. Qi Xuelio is most accurate within 6 meters. Beyond this distance, she will subconsciously shorten the distance with the target, the closer the better. This is the instinct of all mind controllers, so Lin Xiaofeng's appearance is in the middle of the corridor of the carriage, not far or near, which is also the distance estimated by Qi Xuelio. The urn did not fall to the ground, but was held firmly by an invisible force. It appeared. It's just that the predators cooperated with each other very skillfully. 3 people moved at the same time. I don't know if someone was impatient or deliberately covered it up. Now the range is narrowed, and one of the 3 can be chosen. Lin Xiaofeng finished her performance and disappeared in front of everyone. Transparency is always her best life-saving talisman. Li Xiaogong didn't have time to deal with a little girl. Things happened fast enough. The urn was smashed, the little girl disappeared, and the urn was held in the air. The mind controller in their team is called Huang Sha. After he held it, he retracted his hand, and the urn was pulled back. The target appeared so easily, which seemed particularly unreal. The process of retrieving the urn by mind control was obviously very fast, but it seemed to be stretched for a century. Li Xiaogong's first reaction after getting the urn was that it was fake. But at this time, Li Xiaogong's ears moved and he heard the sound of footsteps. He couldn't see the specific person, but could only feel someone moving in the air. Was it a little girl? No, it was an adult from the sound. The person also appeared suddenly, wearing protective clothing, but no helmet, revealing a very embarrassed face, messy hair, like a wolf that broke out. Most people wear helmets to isolate pollution, but when Li Xiaogong saw her face, he knew that this person didn't need it. He almost saw a ghost. Zhu Ning. Who doesn't recognize this face? They have watched Zhu Ning's video footage over and over again. The so-called true god is also the rumored demon. As soon as Zhu Ning appeared, Li Xiaogong guessed what Zhu Ning was going to do. Her biggest feature is devouring. She can devour pollutants and people with special abilities. Coming for Huang Sha, Li Xiaogong immediately deduced the cause and effect. Zhu Ning was originally trapped in the car. Even if she had the ability to devour, the homecoming might be a dead end for her. But they were unlucky to come to pick up the goods, which gave Zhu Ning a chance to survive. Li Xiaogong turned around in a hurry, and wanted to open his mouth to remind him. When he opened his mouth, he remembered that the homecoming could not speak except for the dining car. This restricted their communication. Li Xiaogong regretted it when he turned around. He subconsciously sent a message to Huang Sha. The helmet showed, Huang Sha go. But this almost exposed Huang Sha's position. As soon as Li Xiaogong gave the order, others would definitely react. Huang Sha took a step back, and the 2 teammates forgot to cover him, but stretched out their hands to block him. Originally it was a 3-choice game, but now a standard answer is specified. Zhu Ning showed his face to measure the exact position. Li Xiaogong saw Zhu Ning's face. He was so smart that he would definitely guess the real target. Zhu Ning wanted to control it with his mind. Because he couldn't speak, he turned back to show Huang Sha his screen. People's subconscious reactions will not lie. Even if Li Xiaogong could control his own reaction, other teammates couldn't control it. Zhu Ning was ruthless enough. They reacted in time. The target was the urn, which they had already obtained. Next, they only needed to consider how to exit. Huang Sha immediately released the control of the blood shoes at the connection of the carriage, hoping that the water ghost would resist temporarily. Unexpectedly, the blood shoe was quickly suppressed by another force. Huang Sha's nerves were shocked, knowing that they were coming together. Qi Xueliu used her mind to clear the way for Zhu Ning. She thought Zhu Ning was going to kill her just now, but she didn't expect Zhu Ning to let Qi Xueliu help her. Qi Xueliu had no objection, as long as she didn't eat her. She stood behind Lin Xiaofeng from beginning to end, with one hand on Lin Xiaofeng's shoulder to keep transparent, quietly waiting for the opportunity. After Lin Xiaofeng became invisible, he turned to cover Qi Xueliu. Qi Xueliu had suppressed the blood shoe once, so it was not difficult for her. Zhu Ning crossed the water stain and went straight to the mind controller in the plunderer. But Zhu Ning didn't touch it immediately. She was only 2 inches away from Huang Sha. Li Xiaogong quickly retreated with the urn in his arms and raised his hand at the same time. Zhu Ning only felt a sudden pressure. The leader of the plunderers was not a vegetarian. His ability turned out to be pressure. Zhu Ning tried it. Even though everyone's abilities on the homecoming were discounted, Li Xiaogong was under extremely terrifying pressure. Like a high pressure rolling over, the windows on 3 sides of the train burst one after another, and glass shards burst out like bullets. What was more terrifying than glass shards was water. It was raining outside. After the glass window was broken, the water ghosts crawled in. It seemed that they had been waiting for a long time. They watched the 2 sides fighting like a show, and finally found an opportunity to eat. Li Xiaogong just wanted to get the things, and didn't care about the lives of others, including their own. But they had a blood feud with Zhu Ning, just like Zhu Ning didn't care about the urn. If it was broken, it was broken. Li Xiaogong would not want Zhu Ning to have an easy life. Killing the biggest enemy of the Resurrection Society was worth his death. Li Xiaogong retreated quickly, and the rain didn't get on him at all. Qi Xueliu's face was pale. She had just controlled the blood shoes, and couldn't help it all. There were too many water ghosts, and she watched Zhu Ning being drowned by the water ghosts. Chapter 305. After Zhu Ning announced his plan, the first person to oppose it was Pei Shu. The predators were a bunch of reckless people. They used the scout dogs to bleed them as soon as they came up. It was best not to provoke them. Pei Shu and Qi Xueliu were both conservative. They should live on and look for opportunities. The predators were about to get off the car. Just let them get off. Maybe there was something mysterious in the urn in Zhu Ning's hand. At that time, Zhu Ning shook his head and typed on the secondary brain. What are your abilities? Pei Shu's fire ability can be used. It's okay to touch small water droplets. Large areas of water stains are like lighting wet firewood soaked in water. It can't light even if it rubs your fingers. Zhu Ning also felt that after she got on the car, many of her attack abilities had poor effects. So far, only Qi Xueliu's mind control has a significant effect on water ghosts. The pattern of water ghosts killing people has been figured out. Killing people with thoughts, the only thing that can fight against them is thoughts, and Zhu Ning doesn't have it. There is no way to get it, any way will do. We must act immediately. The predator wants to get off the train. If the mind controller gets off the train at the next stop, Zhu Ning will not even have a chance to turn the tables. It is stormy outside, and the rain does not stop. If they do not act, there is only one way, which is death. Zhu Ning asked Pei Shu to find a means of transportation for him, but he did not expect Pei Shu to lead him on a strange train. It was such a coincidence that the investigators and the Resuscitation Society were there. Zhu Ning still does not know the real reason why Pei Shu followed him, and he cannot guess his loyalty to him. He glanced at him, but now is not the time for internal strife. Zhu Ning's plan did not arrange Pei Shu, but only asked him to provide support at any time. Pei Shu could not explain clearly, and knew that he was temporarily shelled by Zhu Ning. This is normal. There is something fishy on this train. He is the one who provided the information. It is reasonable that Zhu Ning did not kill him in a fit of rage. In Pei Shu's eyes, Zhu Ning's plan was to take advantage of the situation. If he was not careful, the whole army would be wiped out. The looters were desperate, and so was Zhu Ning. When they met, it was like a firecracker that exploded at the touch of a button. There was a crackling sound. Things happened at an incredibly fast speed. It was chaotic and fast. Pei Shu could not even provide support. After the glass window exploded, the drifting rain was like someone pouring a basin of water on their heads. The curtains on the windows were raised high. The rain was hazy. They only saw their boss being drowned by the water ghost. There were also several looters who were drowned together. Some of them were abandoned by Li Xiaogong as chess pieces before they could react. One person finally couldn't help but make a sound in a hurry. A hand grabbed the speaker's ankle. They had never seen clear details of the train killing before. Now it was like a slow motion, and I could see it clearly. I violated the rules of speaking. The hand that was stretched out was covered with pink eggs. It didn't look hard at all, but soft. The man looked down. He was obviously a superpower. I don't know if he was ineffective or didn't dare to move. He was dragged away without any resistance. The surface of the carriage moved slightly, as if the soft body of the golden apple snail turned over, and it seemed to be eating. Pei Shu guessed that the man should have become the food of the golden apple snail. The group of people submerged by the water ghosts was even more chaotic. The water ghosts could only use water as a medium. They were just a consciousness body without a human form. After they pounced on them, they overlapped with humans, looking like some abstract painting. One person had a foot growing on his neck, and another had a mouth growing on his chest. The water ghosts were wearing clothes from different dynasties, and the predators were wearing protective clothing. There was a sense of forced grafting when they were spliced together, which was indescribably weird. These predators didn't even struggle. Their bodies stiffened, and their hearts seemed to be squeezed by something invisible and powerful, and they exploded immediately. Death came so quickly, and I only felt boundless fear and depression. This was a good way to die outside the wall, because it was quick and not painful. Everyone was the same in front of the rules. All the calculations between Zhu Ning and Li Xiaogong were meaningless. The two sides were like chickens in a cockfighting arena, racking their brains to fight for victory and defeat, and they were cruel to kill their opponents. But after the water ghosts were gone, it was like someone opened the chicken coop and cut a knife across the chicken's neck. All the calculations and plans were meaningless, and the real death was more ruthless than expected. It was worthy of being the thing that killed Zhu Ning 8 times. Ordinary people had no chance 8 times in front of the water ghosts, and they died on contact. Pei Shu's heart forgot to beat, as if his heart was also pinched out of thin air, and he became one of the targets of hunting. Zhu Ning was right. If they couldn't find a way to break the deadlock, they would die here together. With a creak, the train suddenly stopped, and the doors of the carriages opened. It was another abandoned platform with Hushan Station written on it. It arrived at the station. According to Li Xiaogong's estimation, 2 predators should get off the train at this time, but the train was so quiet that no one moved. There were corpses lying in the car. One person was actually very close to the door. It was estimated that he wanted to escape at that time, but he didn't have time to do anything. After the door opened, his body fell down with a bang, and his upper body hung on the platform, and blood flowed like it was free. 2 seconds later, a person rushed out of the station. They were all wearing protective clothing. It was hard to tell who they were. It might be Li Xiaogong. But they had no time to care. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. They hadn't reached the station yet. The person who rushed out didn't look back. He ran all the way. Pei Shu's eyes followed his back. He was not hurt. This person should get off the train normally. Some people can get off the train, but some people will be trapped in the train until they die. The water ghost stood there in a daze, stepping on the corpses. They were so dense that it was a little hard to see what was going on. Where is Zhu Ning? After a strange silence, Lin Xiaofeng moved her feet. Her body flickered, like a broken screen, appearing and disappearing. Pei Shu guessed that she might be in a bad mental state, so he grabbed Lin Xiaofeng's arm and stopped her from moving forward. The 3 windows were blown up, and the water stains spread. It was easy to step in if you were not careful. Pei Shu had seen the horror of water ghosts killing people, so if Lin Xiaofeng got into trouble, he would not be able to save her. Qi Xuelio gave up controlling one of the cloth shoes and took 2 steps back. The water would soon flow to this side. If Zhu Ning died, they would probably not live long. Lin Xiaofeng's body flashed again, and she raised her arm to point in one direction. She didn't know if she was used to pretending to be a ghost, but her every move was so ghostly that Qi Xuelio almost thought she was in the same team with the water ghosts on the opposite side. Qi Xuelio looked over along the direction of Lin Xiaofeng's finger. In fact, the water ghosts stood very close together, with their shoulders touching each other. Although the water ghosts had no entity, people's vision would be blocked by the water ghosts. Some of the water ghosts were wearing clothes that were unknown hundreds of years old, and they stood with their backs to them. They looked like they were besieging someone, but they didn't do anything. Qi Xuelio had dealt with these water ghosts before. Mind control can stop water ghosts, but it should not be possible to kill them completely. Either Qi Xuelio's mental strength is not strong enough, or she can't do it. Qi Xueliu looked along the gap. Mind control has a small function that can bypass objects and see things on the back, which is very similar to the release of spiritual consciousness in cultivation. Qi Xueliu knows a little bit, and can see farther than Pei Shu and others. In the gap of the water ghost, she saw half a face. No, not half a face, just a narrow gap of 3 centimeters. Zhu Ning sat against the carriage with disheveled hair, just behind the water ghost, like an unlucky person who didn't buy a seat and only bought a standing ticket. Her face was pale, no different from a dead body. She was probably gritting her teeth to resist. Her body was tense, and the muscles in her back and arms were all straightened. When Li Xiaogong blasted the glass, Zhu Ning's outstretched hand was covered with black mucus, which was a signal for eating. She didn't hear the death warning prompted by the system in her mind, and turned a blind eye to the oncoming water and water ghosts. The glass was broken, the rain poured, and the water ghosts came, killing people in just a few seconds. But Li Xiaogong missed one thing. Zhu Ning's target was a mind controller, and she was only 2 inches away from Huang Sha at the time. If Zhu Ning was killed by the water ghost, Huang Sha would have the same fate. Huang Sha's awareness was not as high as his own leader. When he realized that he had been abandoned, his first reaction was of course to open his mind to resist the water ghost. He was not saving Zhu Ning but saving himself. Zhu Ning just happened to be close to him. Huang Sha's ability was above Qi Xueliu, and his resistance range was larger. At that time, the water ghost had just appeared and was forcibly suppressed by him for 2 seconds. The water ghost that pounced on him seemed to be suspended in midair. 2 seconds later, he also began to struggle. Just as he was about to retreat, he heard a puff sound, and one of Zhu Ning's arms had penetrated his chest. If he could take care of the water ghost, he would not care about Zhu Ning. One more second of opportunity would bring one more victory. Zhu Ning's right hand was stuck in his chest, and black mucus covered him from all directions. Her left hand was actually holding Huang Sha's shoulder, like a cheetah eating, and she would definitely bite the back of the antelope's neck, and would not let him relax for a second. Huang Sha saw Zhu Ning close at hand, with the water ghost behind him. Zhu Ning looked at him expressionlessly, as if a carnivorous plant tightened its branches, and swallowed a fat sheep with blood and flesh. Huang Sha's eyes widened, and at the end of his life, he experienced a strong sense of invasion and plunder. Unable to struggle or resist, he could only be forced to endure the process of his continuous loss. Zhu Ning was a real devil. After reinstalling the system, her reaction speed was much faster than before. It was not the first time she killed a superpower to gain the other's ability. The last time was Su Ming. Zhu Ning lowered her eyes. This feeling made her feel a little strange, as if the bloodthirsty switch in her heart had been turned on. Zhu Ning didn't feel anything in her heart. It was strange that she didn't feel pain because of the loss of life. Zhu Ning didn't have time to think so much. When she raised her eyes, the glass shards had just fallen to the ground. People were dying every second. Death was like the bleak autumn wind. No one was spared wherever it passed. Someone wanted to say something in a hurry, but was grabbed by a hand. The blood and cold water mixed together, giving off a disgusting smell. The water ghost behind her lost the restraint of the yellow sand, and was about to touch Zhu Ning's body. Zhu Ning had died 8 times before, and knew that she would have no power to fight back if she was touched by this thing. The thread of consciousness instantly spread out behind Zhu Ning, blood-red and slender, just like the vines of some strange carnivorous plant, or like a bird spreading its huge red wings. Compared with the huge thread of consciousness, Zhu Ning seemed so small below. Zhu Ning always felt that she was not in the same dimension as the water ghost before, and all physical attacks would easily penetrate the water ghost's body. Now, for the first time, she felt the entity of the water ghost, so cold and terrifying, dead for many years, and the resentment gathered, which was not something that Zhu Ning, a beginner of consciousness, could easily crush. The effect of force is mutual, the thread of consciousness entangled and spread, and the water ghost behind him seemed to touch an invisible barrier, and was stunned again. The water ghost can only kill people through the mind, and the only resistance is the mind. Zhu Ning repeatedly emphasized this sentence in her heart, but this matter was not as easy as she thought. It was the first time she experienced someone scratching her nerves, which was more than 100 times more intense than the pain of the flesh. If it weren't for her strong ability to endure pain, she really wanted to scream. After just resisting for a moment, she was already ashen and covered in cold sweat. No wonder Qi Xueliu was in so much pain when she tried to suppress the blood shoes for the first time. Zhu Ning had a limited imagination of nerve pain. This was not a good idea at all. It was equivalent to using fragile nerves to fight against others. Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and immediately let go of Huang Sha's body. She stepped forward. Her legs were heavier than before, as if she was walking in a swamp. Zhu Ning was not completely soaked by the rain, but she was wet. According to the rule that water ghosts use water as a medium, Zhu Ning became the new medium of water ghosts. If it weren't for the mind control that was still suppressing, she would have been covered with dense ghosts and died in less than a second. The situation can only be said to be getting better, but it is still a long way from a reversal. Only 3 windows were broken, and there was a dry open space 5 meters away. Zhu Ning walked step by step. Her eyelids began to tremble, and she almost lost consciousness when she walked to the back. It is difficult to control with the mind. No wonder Qi Xueliu only has an accurate distance of 6 meters, and no wonder such superpowers are so rare. Zhu Ning felt like she was being skinned alive back and forth after walking a few steps. When she walked to the dry corridor, Zhu Ning was already exhausted. Her knees were weak, and she almost knelt on both knees. Her mouth was full of blood. She had just gained an ability, and was about to exhaust herself. Zhu Ning suppressed the blood and did not dare to spit it out, fearing that blood was also a medium. 1 meter away from the water stain, Zhu Ning's shoulders became heavier and heavier. She knew that she would die if she dared to relax a little. It was like playing a tug-of-war game that would never end. Relaxation would mean death. Zhu Ning's bed was not here, so she didn't dare to sit on someone else's berth, so she sat against the carriage. Because she was sitting on the ground, she happened to meet the eyes of the corpse on the lower berth. The dead body's tongue swallowed and spit out the eggs of the golden apple snail, reminding Zhu Ning all the time that she was still on the homecoming. A few meters away was a group of water ghosts. After the glass window was broken, the car would probably be flooded soon. Zhu Ning was not sure that she could pass through the heavy water ghosts without any damage. She was forced to be isolated from her teammates. After a while, the homecoming started again and the door closed. No one got on the train at this stop, and the next stop was waiting for her. As the water stains spread, there were more and more water ghosts, like monsters growing in the swamp. Next, it was estimated that we had to depend on the weather. If we had to eat outside the wall and depend on the weather, if this rain did not stop, or directly turned into a typhoon, Zhu Ning would have no way to control it with his mind. Under normal circumstances, heavy rains would not last long, and we could only pray that the rain would stop soon, and Duolua Station would arrive soon, so that they could get off normally. Zhu Ning put her hands on her knees, and took a deep breath. She couldn't think smoothly because of the pain in her head. She sat there for a while to get used to the pain. She took out Qin Shihong's notebook from her waist. This notebook was very strange. Zhu Ning's back was wet. Normally, the notebook would at least be wet, but there was no water stain on the cover. It seemed completely independent, and not bound by any rules. Zhu Ning held the notebook and thought about the question again. Homecoming could not speak. She couldn't force Pei Shu to ask. Did Pei Shu deliberately lead her to the car? If not, how did Pei Shu know about homecoming? Chapter 306. Zhu Ning couldn't find a new way for a while, and was bored and had nothing to do but observe ghosts. The water ghosts looked very strange, and standing together gave them an old-fashioned sense of horror. She looked at them for a while, and found that the dead predators did not turn into ghosts, and the water ghosts were the same kind of people from beginning to end. If Qin Shihong's notebook was true, these water ghosts fell into the river bottom that year, and their bodies got on the car. In other words, the number of water ghosts would not increase disorderly. The number of water ghosts was the same as the number of bodies that came up the year. At least there was a total number. Zhu Ning studied the dead predators again. They did not turn into ghosts, but the eggs of golden apple snails slowly grew on their bodies. So the water ghosts only kill people, and after killing people, they became the nutrients of golden apple snails, so these two creatures could coexist peacefully on the homecoming. Zhu Ning figured this out, but couldn't think of any use for it for a while. Zhu Ning wanted to get more information, so she looked at the notebook. It stands to reason that she needed the consent of other teammates to open the notebook, and there were no teammates around at this time. Zhu Ning carefully opened the notebook, ready to be on guard against the weird things that will happen next. But the contents of the notebook disappeared, and it was blank. Zhu Ning was stunned. She opened the notebook in the mold city before, and it was empty. At that time, she thought that the notebook could not be displayed in the unpolluted area, and this time it was empty again. Is it burned after reading? Or it is not that complicated. The notebook is alive, and living things have their own temper. Every time it is presented selectively, it will show more when it is happy, and no words when it is unhappy. It will let whoever wants to see it see it. Zhu Ning was a little disappointed. She wanted to get new hints from the notebook, but there was nothing. Was it because she was unhappy that she wanted to take a shortcut, so there was not a single word in the notebook? She recalled the contents of the notebook. The golden apple snail incident broke out in car 22, which was the rear of the car. She had seen car 19, which was full of water ghosts. She had never explored the road from car 19 to car 22, so there was no information. She explored the road ahead. Car 4 went the farthest, and then it was blocked by water ghosts. She also didn't know the car in front. Why did the notebook say that the front of the car was the safest? Is there anything there that can guarantee her safety? Pei Shu said that the safest place in the contaminated area is the life gate, and you can leave the contaminated area through there. Is the front of the car the life gate? The Resurrection Society is looking for the urn. So what is the investigator looking for? It's a headache. I can't find the key to breaking the deadlock. None of the doubts have been solved. I got a new ability from the Resurrection Society, but this feeling of swallowing is very uncomfortable when I think back. What should I do next? Zhu Ning guessed that this might be a desperate situation. She was sitting in a train full of ghosts, and the water stains were slowly flowing, only 1 meter away from her. But Zhu Ning didn't move. She felt very bored, like a lonely traveler sitting on a train bound for an unknown destination, drifting with the flow. There was no way to go. Killing a yellow sand and gaining mind control only made me die slower. Where was the way to live? Zhu Ning supported her knees and gritted her teeth tightly. Her mouth was full of blood. She felt that she was no different from a ghost. The water stains were getting closer and closer, like a devil's claws quietly reaching out. If Zhu Ning wanted to die, she could touch the water stains, and the water ghosts would kill her quickly and well. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, the murderous water spread out, and a ghost's finger fell out of it. 2 centimeters, Zhu Ning stood up and took 2 steps back. Knowing that she would die, she would rather die slowly and live 1 more second. Her thigh muscles hurt when she moved, and Zhu Ning held on to the carriage. The water stains on her body seemed to weigh tons, making her walk slowly. The desire to survive took over, and she would find another dry place before the water stains arrived. Zhu Ning walked to the next train. There were no ghosts here, only a fishy smell. Apple snails spread inside the carriage, as if this carriage was pink. Without Pei Shu, Zhu Ning could not burn the eggs of the apple snails. She found a clean place to sit again. Without teammates to give her air, she couldn't sleep because of the pain in her nerves, so she could only rest with her eyes closed. Rest for a while. When she was in school before, she would go to sleep when she encountered questions she couldn't understand. She probably still couldn't understand them after waking up, but she slept anyway. The Homecoming Express did not announce the station when it arrived. She should have been staring outside to avoid missing her stop, but she was a little tired and on the verge of her limit, so she had to rest for a while. Zhu Ning closed her eyes. She could feel a water ghost watching her not far away. Countless hands tried to climb onto her body. The silk threads on her body spread, and grew. The blood-red vines intertwined in the air. It was because of the unfolding of the mind, otherwise ghosts would emerge from her flesh and blood in the next moment. Zhu Ning's way of resting was very special. She carefully felt the silk threads of her mind. This was the first time she had seen this thing. She even wanted to show it to Lin Xiaofeng. It was very beautiful. If it grew big enough, it would be spectacular. Gradually, Zhu Ning's breathing slowed down, slower and slower. Soon, her breathing almost disappeared, and she was completely integrated with the train. Qi Xuelio breathed a sigh of relief. She could not see any farther away. Zhu Ning seemed to sit there for a while, and then stood up and left. Qi Xuelio knew that the other teammates were worried. She turned on the secondary brain. The typing function of the secondary brain could still be used without the internet. She typed 2 words, alive. Pei Shu was relieved to hear this. If Zhu Ning died on the homecoming, would he be considered a sinner who killed a true god? Hua Wenzi would definitely kill him. Qi Xuelio continued to type, gone. Because of the water ghost blocking them, Zhu Ning could not meet them. This decision was right. They could only save themselves now. To put it nicely, it was called self-rescue. And to put it bluntly, it was called waiting to die separately. There was no other way. This car was too difficult. Not only Zhu Ning, but they were also trapped by someone cutting off the head and tail. They said that the front of the car was safe, but there was no way to go. The glass windows were broken, and there was no way to repair the windows. It was raining so much that the whole team would die sooner or later. They also began to retreat. They could only go to the 4th car at most. There were also water ghosts over there. After thinking about it, they rested in the dry place of car 4, because it was the closest to the rumored front of the car and relatively safe. The few people sat down in silence, but they were not in the mood to communicate with their secondary brains. They had nothing to say. No one had any opinions on this situation. The boss Zhu Ning was not there. Qi Xuelio smiled bitterly. This was really a pirate ship that could not be disembarked. After getting off the car, they would definitely go their separate ways. The time on the car was fast and slow. Soon, the homecoming number 1 stopped at the station again. It stayed for 10 minutes. No one got on the car. It drove away immediately when it was time. Lin Xiufeng sat on the ground with her knees hugged. She kept thinking about how Zhu Ning was. Pei Shu looked out the window. Qi Xuelio couldn't guess what he was thinking. She wanted to ask who gave you the news, but this question was difficult to explain. She couldn't finish typing for a while, so she was too lazy to ask. Amid the rumbling sound, Pei Shu's thoughts drifted away. He actually suspected that the front of the train was the way out, but the problem was that they couldn't get through, so they could only think of something else. Every investigator has redundant information in his mind, mixed with true and false. Usually, he would not verify the truth or falsehood, and would only try it when he was desperate. Pei Shu carefully recalled the source of the news. He guessed that if he could get off the train in the end, Zhu Ning would definitely come to ask him. As a subordinate, he should make a performance report in advance. The main thing is not to take the blame, at least explain it clearly. If the homecoming was so thrilling, under normal circumstances, the news that came out must be that the train was dangerous. How come Pei Shu got the information that it could take you to the station? Moreover, the predators and investigators knew about it, and got on the train prepared to die. Isn't the gap between the information Pei Shu got too big? Pei Shu didn't have a computer in his mind, so it was really difficult to search for a message without a prompt in his memory. Pei Shu stared out the window while thinking, afraid that they would miss the station. Pei Shu didn't recognize the next few stations, so he could only watch the platform pass by. Because of his aimless wandering, Pei Shu's mind was a little empty, and he almost fell asleep. The train stopped at the same abandoned station again, which Pei Shu happened to recognize. This was also one of the boarding points he knew, Chiha Station. It seemed that an old memory in his mind was suddenly drawn out, vaguely, but when he remembered who was talking, he was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Pei Shu was not afraid of death. After he had mental problems, his brain often twitched, his perception was particularly strange, and his normal emotions were very chaotic. He hadn't felt such an obvious sense of excitement for a long time, and even made him forget that the water ghost was getting closer and closer. Pei Shu learned this from Lu Yu. He was a little shocked when he got the answer. This was not a suitable source. He sighed again, that he actually got the information from Lu Yu. Lu Yu was the mother of the eldest lady. Lu Yuan called herself Lu Nianyan when she went out to commemorate her biological mother Lu Yu. Pei Shu actually knew Lu Yu for a long time. To be precise, he had known Lu Yu unilaterally for a long time, and Lu Yu might not remember him. It was because of this relationship that he chose to be a running dog in the Lu family after ending his identity as an investigator. Pei Shu's thoughts went farther and farther, thinking about his childhood. He was an artificial man. When all artificial men were created, they would be input with various information, and then trained at a designated location, and put into a certain breeding camp. A breeding camp can be understood as an incubation workshop, or an orphanage. But in fact, it was worse than a traditional orphanage. Pei Shu was trained as an investigator. Their breeding camp believed in the survival of the fittest. It was extremely common for children to bully each other, and it was not uncommon for them to be disabled or killed. Growing up in a foster camp, people need to have the ability to survive, either strong enough, smooth enough, or lucky enough. There are investors behind each foster camp. Several chaebol families like to do charity projects in this way, which makes the external publicity look good. The Lu family is a very traditional family. In Pei Shu's opinion, it is even a bit traditional and feudal, with men superior to women. Several women in the Lu family look glamorous on the surface, but in fact, they have no status. Lu Yu is responsible for the charity publicity of the Lu family. Lu Yu often comes to their orphanage. Other wives of chaebols usually come to go through the motions, and take photos to post on social media, but Lu Yu is different. She would stay for a week each time she came. During this week, she would eat and live with the children, sit in on classes, observe the children's growth, chat with the children, and even provide psychological counseling. Many specific scenes appeared in front of Pei Shu's eyes. Lu Yu was very beautiful. They said that Lu Yu was a natural person, and her beauty was innate, that is, a gift from God, different from their products processed on the assembly line. When Lu Yu appeared, she would attract a lot of people's attention. No matter boys or girls, all the children would look at her. She wore a simple dress, a wide hat brim, and a smile on her lips, as if she could listen to anyone. Not only did they look at her because of her beauty, but the children looked at her with a strong yearning. They were people from the kingdom of God, people from the kingdom of God who were so perfect in every detail, whose homes floated in the air, and whose feet did not touch the ground. Such people would actually come down to listen carefully to their products. They were all children, and they would not hate people from the kingdom of God at all, but would only think they were beautiful. Pei Shu's memory became more and more vivid. Several children wore white shirts and sat neatly, unlike their usual wildness. Pei Shu was one of them, and he didn't get a seat in the last row. Liu Yu sat in front of them, nodded and smiled, and spoke gently, as if the air around him was cleaner. You are the people who will become investigators in the future. Liu Yu smiled and said, you will represent mankind to walk out of the high walls. I don't want to be an investigator, I want to be an astronaut. A child replied. Investigators have to go through layers of screening. It's good to have 1 out of 100 children in this group, but this child is more imaginative. Human exploration of the universe has long stopped. The profession of astronaut has disappeared for more than 80 years, and will not appear again in the future. A little girl raised her hand. What is it like outside the wall? Outside the wall? Liu Yu seemed to be lost in her own memories, and her tone was still gentle. Outside the wall is beautiful and interesting. This is different from the education they received, and someone immediately refuted, isn't it said that outside the wall is the most dangerous? They received training, and the superiors tacitly allowed them to bully each other and release their wildness, all in order to increase the survival rate outside the dangerous wall. Why did Liu Yu say that outside the wall is beautiful and interesting? Liar. Liu Yu was not angry when she was refuted, and said slowly, you will know after you go out. Some children sneered at this sentence, like a cake drawn by adults, and they knew it was fake when they grew up. But some children really yearned for it, such as Pei Shu. He walked out of the wall with curiosity and experienced countless dangers, but he also really saw interesting and beautiful creatures outside the wall. Liu Yu said it, but the children didn't believe it. They shouted and asked Liu Yu to say more. What exactly is interesting about it? Can you tell a story? It should have details. Several children were not satisfied and said, tell a story. Let me think about it. Liu Yu gave 2 examples. Pei Shu forgot them a little, probably because they were irrelevant. Liu Yu saw that the children were not interested. She saw the train model on the ground and said, there is a train that can take you to your destination. If you get lost, you can let it take you a ride. Someone asked, there are pollutants outside the wall. Trains are also pollutants, right? They have all taken theoretical courses, and know what is going on outside the wall. Liu Yu seemed to find it interesting to play with children, and said, yes, it is pollutants. You lied again. Then where do you say you get on this train? There is a timetable, let me think about it. Liu Yu said, the closest to the north wall is Yinshan Station, and the next one I forgot a little, about 5 or 6 stations away is Chiha Station. Pei Shu's face was as white as paper at that time, and Chiha Station was in front of him, and the old license plate was quietly hidden in the night. In his memory, Liu Yu talked about a few more stations, but Pei Shu only remembered part of them. He was still immersed in shock. The story of the homecoming was actually told to him by Liu Yu. Pei Shu had forgotten this matter for too long, mixed with other miscellaneous things, and almost made him think it was the basic knowledge he had learned, just like you might recite a certain ancient poem, but you would not think about which teacher taught it, and in which class you learned it. The little story Liu Yu told casually that year was true. Pei Shu really got on the train at Yinshan Station, and the train was really moving. Why does she know what's outside the wall? Has she ever been out? Chapter 307. Liu Yuan dreamed of her mother, after a long absence. It was a long and deep corridor, very similar to one of the old houses of the Liu family, with old-fashioned decoration. Most of the furniture was made of wood, and each room looked almost the same. In the dream, the corridor was so deep that it seemed that there was no end. Liu Yuan stepped barefoot on the heavy carpet, and she seemed to be guided forward. Suddenly, her steps stopped, and an inexplicable impulse surged in her heart. This is it. The double doors were half opened, and there was a rustling sound from inside. Liu Yuan approached carefully and looked inside. She could recognize it just by looking at the back. It was her mother Liu Yu. Liu Yu had her back to her, wearing a silver-gray satin pajamas, with her hair loose. It was unknown whether she had taken a shower and didn't dry it, or was caught in the rain outside. Her waist-length hair was dripping with water, and a water stain spread on the edge of the stool. Liu Yu stepped barefoot in the water. This room is really wet. Liu Yu is clearly in the room, but Liu Yuan dare not move forward. In her impression, her mother is so weak that she rarely sees this side. And Lu Yu in the dream is like a water ghost. Lu Yuan knows that she shouldn't judge her mother like that, but it's the fact. Lu Yu didn't do anything. She just sat in front of the dressing table. I don't know if she was possessed or sleepwalking. Lu Yuan has been here for a minute, but Lu Yu didn't move at all. Lu Yuan should move forward quickly when she sees her mother under normal circumstances. Even if it's the mother in the dream, it's rare for Lu Yuan. But she doesn't know how to get along with her mother at her current age. Lu Yuan suppressed her breathing to the lowest level and suddenly realized a problem. There was a mirror on the dressing table, and Lu Yu was sitting facing the dressing table. There was no shadow of Lu Yu on the mirror, but her own shadow was reflected. She had been exposed long ago. Lu Yu was her mother. Lu Yuan should not be afraid of her. She was extremely scared at this moment, and a voice in her heart urged her to leave quickly. On the modeled mirror, past Lu Yu's back, a corner of the mirror reflected Lu Yuan's face. She hid behind the door, only half of her face was exposed, and Lu Yuan looked at herself in the mirror. Lu Yuan in the mirror had delicate features, soft black hair, and was wearing a white pajamas, but her expression was extremely indifferent. Her dark and cold eyes turned and looked at her coldly. Lu Yuan was shocked, and was actually frightened by herself in the mirror. The strong feeling of being watched seemed to say, "I'm staring at you, you have been marked by me." Lu Yu didn't turn around, or even move, like a corpse, because the focus was not Lu Yu, but her. Lu Yuan intuitively felt that she was being watched by a pair of eyes. Her mother was not her umbrella, but a trigger. The damp and cold feeling was so real, as if it invaded her pores and mixed with her own blood. Lu Yuan tried to tear off those sticky and cold things. In the dream, she was completely stiff and unable to move. In reality, she waved her arms vigorously. Lu Yuan woke up with a start. After opening her eyes, a drop of water hit her eyeball, so cold that she shivered. She had just escaped from the nightmare, and when she opened her eyes, she saw such a weird scene. Tiny water droplets rose in the air, just above her bed. She had seen rain and fog, but she had never seen such a scene. The dense water droplets were suspended in the air without the influence of gravity. It really made her make an analogy, just like contaminated spores. After the contaminated area was purified, the blood-red spores spread, just like now, except that the contaminated spores in her room were transparent. But the water droplets did not last long. When Lu Yuan blinked, the water droplets suddenly fell from midair. Lu Yuan did not dodge, so those fine water droplets drenched her face and covered the surface of her skin. It felt a bit like the touch in the dream, both cold and sticky. But this should be ordinary water, because it was quickly warmed up after being in contact with the skin, and it was about the same temperature as the human body. After being drenched like this, the whole person woke up completely. She felt that her body was getting weirder and weirder recently. Lu Yuan resonated with the water droplets, as if she could sense all the water vapor under the sky. When she lost control, she once remotely controlled a glass of water. Lu Yuan always heard crazy mumbling, which became more and more complicated. She wanted to listen, but she couldn't understand the details at all. She could only understand some thoughts. The creatures outside the wall seemed to be calling her out. At the same time, the Lu family is getting more and more human. Last night, Lu Yao's assistant was puzzled and muttered, "Why is the house so humid recently?" She didn't know how long she could cover up her abnormality, and what would happen if she was discovered. Lu Yuan curled up her knees, and tried to dispel the dream just now. The Lu Yu in the dream was too different from the mother in her memory. She didn't dare to admit that it was her mother. Lu Yuan opened and closed her eyes, but the dream was already branded in her mind, and could not be removed. Lu Yuan looked to the north, and saw only the garden of the Lu family, and could not see the high wall at all. Lu Yuan took her young self to rush out of the high wall on the north side. Lu Yuan buried her face in her knees. Zhu Ning went out of the north wall and contacted her once before going out of the wall, and then there was no news. Did she see the place her mother longed for? On the homecoming. After Pei Shu awakened his memory, he thought about it. His first reaction was that Lu Yu had been outside the wall, and on the homecoming. But Lu Yu was a natural person. According to Pei Shu's experience, even if a professional team was specially escorted, she would not survive long outside the wall. Lu Yu got on the homecoming and got off safely. From her light tone, it seemed that the homecoming was not dangerous at all. Either she herself or her team had extremely powerful mind control or water-related abilities, but Zhu Ning said that her water-related abilities were not very effective. She should be stronger than Zhu Ning, the source of life. All water sources in the world would be controlled by her. This configuration can only be available in theory. Whether there are such people in reality is questionable. People with abilities are pollutants that maintain rationality, and their abilities have an upper limit compared to real pollutants. Besides, as a Chable wife, why would Liu go out of the wall if she doesn't enjoy her life well? Or, a more bizarre association, Liu got off the homecoming. Pei Shu looked at the water ghosts not far away, standing gloomily. They were moving at the same speed as the water, and continued to approach them. As Zhu Ning judged, the closer to the rear of the car, the more water accumulated. The water ghosts were just standing in the water stains before, but now the water has submerged the ankles of the water ghosts. Only thoughts can fight against the water ghosts, and the water ghosts probably feed on thoughts. Is Liu one of them? No, maybe Liu just heard a piece of news. It is estimated that a Chable wife is interested in the outside world, and many people rushed to tell her stories, and then she told this to her children. It cannot be directly inferred. But Pei Shu recalled Liu's expression when she described the situation outside the wall. There was a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were bright. She looked at the north, as if it was not a dangerous place, but a safe and comfortable place for her. To describe it accurately, it was like homesickness. In that case, how did she get to the kingdom of God? Did the head of the Liu family know? Pei Shu didn't know the real Liu. He only knew that Liu had been giving birth to children in the last few years before her death, and finally committed suicide because she couldn't bear the pain of childbirth. If the Liu family also knew about it, then was her behavior self-reproduction or forced? Were they planning together? The child thrown away by the Liu family was really defective, and Liu Yuan, who stayed, was the successful one. Successful. What creature? Zhu Ning once said that the eldest lady was polluted, which was why Pei Shu was willing to go out of the wall. But what if Liu Yuan was not polluted, but inherited? Pei Shu stood up, and his first reaction was to inform Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was more familiar with Liu Yuan, and there might be new news. It would be best if they could talk in the dining car. If they couldn't talk, he could slowly type to tell her. But he stopped again. What's the use? The biggest problem now is how to get off the train. Liu only talked about how to get on the train when he talked about the homecoming train. He didn't say how to crack it at all, or this train couldn't be cracked at all. Pei Shu stood up and sat down slowly again, trying to recall more details again, but Liu and he were not even nodding acquaintances. Qi Xuelio next to him looked at Pei Shu in confusion. He suddenly stood up excitedly. I thought he had come up with a good idea, but then I saw him sit down dejectedly, like a poor guy who recognized the reality. Qi Xuelio sighed, knowing that there was little hope for this matter, and typed on the secondary brain, take turns to rest, and the guards will watch the station. This is not a solution. Several people are in high tension, and may be more easily contaminated. One person must be left on duty, to see how close the water ghosts are and to look for the station. They will be reminded when they arrive. Originally, they boarded the homecoming to take a ride. If it hadn't rained, they could have avoided the water ghosts and apple snails and arrived safely. It was just that their team was unlucky. Not only did they encounter a heavy rainstorm, but they also encountered looters looking for things. Qi Xuelio didn't even see where the urn went in the end. It's normal to take a long-distance train for 20 to 30 hours. Duoluo Station is not that far away. It was originally a supply station. If they are lucky, they can get there before being killed by the water ghosts. Qi Xuelio handed the sub-brain to Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng. They both had no objection. Qi Xuelio went to sleep first. She was the only mind controller, and needed to conserve her energy. Qi Xuelio didn't refuse, and fell asleep with her eyes closed. Pei Shu was on duty for the first round of guard duty. He passed through 6 stations, none of which was Duoluo Station. The Homecoming Express was designed to pass through more stations, which was more roundabout than the traditional route. Pei Shu's mind was empty at the end of his thinking. He couldn't think at all, let alone recall. Thinking stopped. Later, Lin Xiaofeng came to replace the shift. When they took over, there were fewer and fewer dry places in their carriages, and more water ghosts, but it seemed that they stopped after increasing to a certain number, and the water ghosts stood more dispersed. They moved once. There were more dry places in cars 4 and 5, and they couldn't break through. They could only avoid the water ghosts. Pei Shu slept against the carriage, listening to the rumbling sound, but he didn't fall asleep. In a daze, he felt someone pushing him. He woke up suddenly, thinking that the water ghosts were in front of him. Qi Xuelio and Lin Xiaofeng woke up and pointed out the window. Pei Shu squinted his eyes subconsciously, as if a blind man saw the light for the first time. It was already dawn outside the window. There were mountains in the distance, and the mountains were shining with golden light, one layer after another. There were no mountains inside the wall, only artificial rockeries. In contrast, they could not be called mountains, but only small earth slopes, not to mention watching the sunrise by the mountain, which was a blessing only people in the old world had. The golden light was getting bigger and bigger by the mountain, so hot that people could not look away. Lin Xiaofeng forgot to breathe when he saw it for the first time. The train rushed forward, leaving behind the dilapidated houses and the bridge, but never left the sun and the mountains behind, as if the mountains had been watching them silently. Suddenly, the edge of the mountain shook, and Lin Xiaofeng blinked, thinking that he had a mental problem and hallucination. But the shaking of the mountain became more and more obvious. The lush trees were shaking, small rocks rolled down from the mountain, and the birds living on the mountain flapped their wings and flew away. The mountain actually moved. It seemed like a living thing. When it moved, the sunrise was looming behind the mountain. The mountain was not moving fast, but slowly moved forward, like a snail carrying its shell and moving slowly. The mountain was like a giant, as if it was chasing the sun. Looking carefully, it seemed that the mountain had nothing to do with the sunrise. It seemed that the mountain was moving on its own and migrating to a certain place. Wild geese fly south, so do the mountains outside the wall also migrate. They didn't know where the mountain was going or what it was doing. In front of nature, they were just observers. The three of them forgot their situation, like real travelers. It was rare to see a spectacular scene of mountain migration. Their worries were pushed away, and the breath in their hearts was temporarily relieved. They were so fascinated by it that Qi Xuelia was shocked. She lowered her head and typed on the secondary computer. The rain stopped. Before they knew it, the rainstorm stopped, the sky was bright, and they were still alive. Chapter 308. Surviving from a desperate situation, several people were just excited. As long as it was a green train structure, it must have been designed to avoid water accumulation. The roof must be curved. Can they walk on the roof? They just thought so, and they were not happy for 2 seconds. The next second, their faces suddenly turned green. There was a line crawling on the window. At first, they thought it was garbage on the window. After a closer look, it was a slender worm. The golden apple snail carries more than 6,000 parasites, and there are also many insects in the water. After pollution, they were magnified and distorted. At this time, the next rain, the ecological environment is completely revealed. Moss even grew on the surface of the green train, and a layer of water duckweed with a foul odor was wrapped around the wheels. This car seemed to have just come out of the water. The situation outside the car was not very good, and the situation inside the car was not very good. There were fewer and fewer dry places in the 4 cars, and it would be submerged soon. At that time, the whole green train would become a closed fish tank, and their bodies would become a new landscape. The spectacular feeling of watching the huge mountains and rivers move was soon diluted, as if they were hit by reality just after dreaming. The three of them took turns standing guard all night yesterday. It was not that they did nothing. The person on duty would record the platform name, the stop time and the abnormalities that occurred. This night, the homecoming train stopped at each station for 10 minutes as usual, but gradually stopped opening the doors. Is this because water needs to be stored inside to facilitate water ghosts to occupy the entire car? Or are they repeating what happened to the homecoming train that year, only stopping but not opening the doors? No new passengers got on the train. It seems that only the 4 of them were misled by Lu Yu's news. Pei Shu felt that he was tricked by Lu Yu. Qi Xuelio pointed upward, meaning, get on the roof. Let's go up to the roof first. Staying in the carriage will definitely lead to death, and we don't know where Xu Ning is gone. They initially used weapons to cut, and the equipment they collected on the train before was somewhat useful, but this train was surprisingly hard, and they couldn't continue after just opening a crack. The plunderer was able to open the top of the train before, which should have been done by the pressure ability user. Conventional weapons should be difficult to open. After the gap was opened, the wriggling parasites squeezed in like entangled hair, and a more obvious stench hit us in the face, which was too disgusting. Lin Xiaofeng stepped forward and put one hand into the gap. Her ability was huge force, which could easily push down a wall, but she felt a very obvious resistance after hanging on it. Seeing that the water ghost was getting closer and closer, and the water was about to flood the 4 cars, Lin Xiaofeng's face turned red, and the muscles in her upper arms were trembling. Lin Xiaofeng's forehead was sweating, but she was not nervous at the moment. She supported her body with one hand and stretched out her other arm. This was not considered as using force to pry the car, but using her arm as an iron bar to pry the car. Lin Xiaofeng gritted her teeth and knew what it meant to bite her teeth to pieces for the first time. With a crackling sound, a palm-sized hole was torn open on the top. The matter of strength is like arm wrestling. There is no progress at the beginning, But after the progress, it is easier to do it in one go, and the hole is getting bigger and bigger. Lin Xiaofeng was originally suspended in the air, and suddenly she felt that she stepped on something solid. Pei Shu grabbed her legs and used his shoulders as a stepping stone for her. Lin Xiaofeng was stuck in the gap. She took a breath, supported the edges on both sides with both hands, and her arms trembled, and tore the hole inch by inch. After the tear, she did not hesitate and turned sideways. She felt that the wind on the roof was strong. People standing on the car were no different from plastic bags. They were almost blown down. Lin Xiaofeng quickly grabbed the edge of the gap to stabilize her body. As soon as she touched it, she only touched a soft mucus. Her hand slipped and the whole car happened to be turning. Lin Xiaofeng had no way to use it. Her body became lighter, and was thrown behind the car like a kite with a broken string. She was about to roll under the car. Lin Xiaofeng could even see the sparks that burst out when the train and the rails rubbed against each other. The rumbling sound she had been hearing was so amazing. As long as she was caught in it, her stomach would be flattened quickly. Snap! Lin Xiaofeng's arm was grabbed by someone. Pei Shugang popped his head and grabbed Lin Xiaofeng, who was like a kite with a broken string. Lin Xiaofeng's body collided with the train. This collision made her want to vomit blood. Under inertia, her body hit the car window 3 times. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't react. She felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, a pale face was pressed against the window. She held her breath, her heart was beating violently, and there was no place to run. This was the closest she had ever been to the water ghost. It seemed that the glass could be broken at any time, and she would die in the next second. Lin Xiaofeng grabbed Pei Shu's arm with her backhand, holding it tightly for fear that she would fall off. She felt the speed of the car hanging on the car. The car body was too slippery and kept secreting mucus. It was known that the road on the roof was not so easy to walk. On the other side of Pei Shu was Qi Xuelio. She was equivalent to bearing the weight of 2 people, and her arms were almost torn off. Qi Xuelio had a rope around her waist. It would be troublesome for a superpower to be here. She had one hand holding the car, and the other hand holding 2 people. But Qi Xuelio was a mind controller. The rope seemed to fly out of her waist bag, and tied a knot around her waist skillfully, and then wrapped around Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng. The train roared forward. The 3 of them were tied up, this time. If they died, they would die together, and there would be 2 more people buried with them. Qi Xuelio was clinging to the entrance of the cave. Now the 4th car had been flooded. She looked down at a bunch of water ghosts' heads. The surface of this car was disgusting. There were water plants and some plankton around her. The surface of her helmet was covered with green duckweed, and her body was covered with many unknown creatures. If this continued, they would be assimilated by this car sooner or later, and stay on the surface of the car forever, becoming a member of the ecological chain. It couldn't be delayed any longer. If it was delayed any longer, it would be easy to get into trouble. Pei Shu lit the fire, and it went out as soon as it was lit. It was no different from striking a match in a storm. It would be a miracle if it could be struck. Qi Xuelio took the stage again. She used her mind to wrap the other end of the rope around the railing of the car body, so that she would not slip, and the 3 of them would die together. Lin Xiaofeng was tied up with ropes, and felt a little safer for a while, just like the safety rope tied to the feet when bungee jumping. Lin Xiaofeng was hanging on the side, and Qi Xuelio and Pei Shu were on the roof of the car, and they kept moving forward in this posture. The window glass had no place to rest, and Lin Xiaofeng was carried forward like a robot cleaning the window. But this car was slippery, so he took 2 steps forward and stopped 2 steps, and sometimes he even took 3 steps back. After walking for a long time, they finally came to the junction of Car 4 and Car 3. It was here that they were blocked by a water ghost. Lin Xiaofeng hanging below also helped to observe other trains. Car 3 started with seats, not berths, and there were a few water ghosts, but there were far fewer than in Car 4. Car 2 was empty, with only rows of old chairs. There were no ghosts or other people's bodies inside, and it was estimated that few people had visited. The closer Lin Xiaofeng got to Car 1, the more nervous she became. She was now like a detector, and could see the contents of Car 1 first. The road became longer and longer, and the ropes were crawling with creatures. Qi Xuelio and Pei Shu's arms were stiff, and their bodies became heavier. They walked to the back relying on their will to survive. Lin Xiaofeng was pulled to the glass of Car 1 by a huge force. The glass was covered with dust and fog, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Pei Shu and Qi Xuelio both stopped, probably to let Lin Xiaofeng see what was going on first. Lin Xiaofeng wiped the glass hard and finally found a gap to look inside. When he saw what was inside clearly, He thought he was dazzled. There was not a drop of water or a water ghost in the car, but rows of people kneeling, facing the front of the car and facing the back of the car. Everyone lowered their heads, exposing their necks, and a black iron-like substance connected from the roof went straight through their necks and nailed them to the ground. The kneeling positions were very neat, and they must have been arranged artificially. Lin Xiaofeng thought about a question. What energy does this car rely on to run? Is it the golden apple snail or the water ghost, or is it the rows of people kneeling in front of him? The safety of the front of the car was revealed in Qin Shiheng's notebook. What if this news is the opposite? Lin Xiaofeng pulled the rope and wanted to tell her teammates that there was something wrong here. But she didn't receive a reply for a long time. Pei Shu was stunned for a while, and took a photo on the roof above her. Lin Xiaofeng looked up blankly, and saw Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was lying near the rear of the car. She should have gone out from the crack on the roof of car 14. Compared with the front of the car, Zhu Ning was closer to the rear of the car. Lin Xiaofeng watched her climbing on the car body. Zhu Ning moved against the wind. She rested for a night. When she woke up, she found that she was not submerged in water, but lying on the ceiling. Her back was against the roof of the car, and there was a moving water ghost below. Red silk threads came out of Zhu Ning's back and pierced into the ceiling. Her limbs were moved by her thoughts. If she hadn't had a superpower, Zhu Ning would have died hundreds of times. It should be that her body reacted instinctively in her sleep, as if she had a passive combat mode. At that time, Zhu Ning was hanging above the densely packed water ghosts, only 30 centimeters away from them. Zhu Ning held her breath. In this position, she might not be able to withstand the attack of the other party. She relied on her thoughts to maintain this posture. Zhu Ning observed for a while, and the water ghost did not look up at him. Can't these creatures raise their heads? Zhu Ning thought about it carefully, but didn't dare to infer, because everyone's perspective was similar before, and there was no chance to hang upside down on the roof to see the reaction of the water ghost. Zhu Ning moved slowly, instinctively reducing the movement. Once the rain stopped, everyone would think of going to the roof, but Zhu Ning soon discovered a problem. She didn't have heavy firearms, and some of her superpowers couldn't pry the roof open. The predator was indeed a bit of a thing. When she couldn't open the roof, she thought of the predator who had opened a hole in the roof of car 14 after getting on the car. But that would be a long way for her, because she needed to go to the front of the car. Zhu Ning tried for a while, but didn't dare to make too much noise, for fear that the water ghost was not interested in her on top of the head, but if she made a big fuss, the ghost would be interested. Zhu Ning had no choice but to climb in the direction of car 14. The more she climbed, the more terrifying it became. The water in the rear compartment was very deep. At first glance, there were not many water ghosts, but if you look again, you can see something in the water, as if it is still dormant. It is hard to imagine what more terrifying things are hidden in the rear of the car. The doors between the compartments were also closed. Zhu Ning needed to open the door a gap, and then slip in from the top. The first few were fine, but the water in the back was flooded to the chest. Zhu Ning was hanging upside down, and it was easy for her back to touch the water. Even if she had the mind to control it, with the water on her back, a ghost hand stretched out of the water and took her away. The hole in car 14 was open all night, and many eggs and wriggling insects condensed on the edge of the hole, and fell into the water with crackling. The water ghosts inside would not hunt, as if they were self-contained and had their own rules. Zhu Ning bit her hair in her mouth, afraid that her hair would fall into the water. The thread of consciousness grabbed the crack on the roof and pulled herself quickly. The mind control could control everything, including herself. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was already in the car, but the matter was not over yet. She also encountered the troubles that Lin Xiaofeng and the others encountered. After finally stabilizing her body, Zhu Ning faced a problem. The road to the front of the car was too far. By the time she crawled over step by step, her body would easily be cold. Zhu Ning thought about it, and decided to go in the direction of the rear of the car. Zhu Ning was moving above car 19, and caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaofeng hanging on car 1. The little girl's legs were hanging in the air, and she was tied around her waist with only a rope. Qi Xueliu and Pei Shu saw her, and wanted to help but were a little powerless. They hadn't figured out the reason yet. When Lin Xiaofeng first saw Zhu Ning, she was happy and worried about Zhu Ning. The rear of the car should be completely submerged in water. Was Zhu Ning suppressed to the extreme, and wanted to fight back? Did she want to purify the pollutants at the rear of the car? But Lin Xiaofeng didn't digest the emotions, and was immediately occupied by a third emotion. Zhu Ning reached the rear of the train. The glass at the rear was a chaotic black color. They could not see what was inside. Now Zhu Ning was standing on the roof. Her feet should be controlled by her mind. All her energy was used to suck her feet. Her hair was messy, and she was in a mess. Zhu Ning half squatted down. Lin Xiaofeng's heart was pounding. She didn't know what Zhu Ning was going to do. At this time, the train was about to turn, and Lin Xiaofeng felt that the front and rear of the train were suddenly pulled closer, like two magnets attracting each other. This was not a traditional curve. The front of the train was driving upward, which was equivalent to a winding mountain road. The front of the train had reached the upper section of the road, and the rear of the train was on the lower section of the road. The heights of the two sides were not consistent. Zhu Ning counted silently in her heart and looked for an opportunity. When she jumped, Lin Xiaofeng's heart also beat, and she was unable to fall down. She finally understood what Zhu Ning was going to do. She was actually going to jump over. Chapter 309. Before the train arrives at the station, all people holding tickets cannot get off the train. This is an absolute rule. Even if Lin Xiaofeng and the other three crawled on the roof, they did not actually leave the surface of the train, but Zhu Ning's action required a brief separation from the train in midair. This process is very thrilling, because you don't know whether you will be swallowed by the train. Moreover, if people want to jump accurately from A to B, it is best if both locations are stationary. Now they have to jump from one moving point to another, and the terrain of the destination must be higher. Insufficient jumping force and jumping too far are both undesirable, and it is easy to be crushed to pieces. Zhu Ning considered all the conditions before making this decision. The front of the train is the safest. She will not rush to the back of the train alone. She must get to the front of the train quickly. The shortest distance is the road from the front of the train to the back of the train. There is Qi Xueliu on the opposite side, who can provide support. After Zhu Ning jumped, Qi Xueliu reacted first. She is a mind controller, and knows that this ability can control herself. Zhu Ning can stand on the front of the train, because she uses her mind to fix herself. In midair, Zhu Ning needed to control her body, and Qi Xueliu had to provide support for her, otherwise this would not work. Qi Xueliu cursed in her heart. She had always received instructions, and executed them quietly. She had never seen such a sudden situation. Zhu Ning didn't even know her, but he gave her his life. Zhu Ning had two abilities that were very suitable for the current situation. One was anti-gravity, and the other was mind control. The former had no precision, while the latter could control precision. In fact, Zhu Ning was taking a gamble. If you asked her what her chances of winning were, she would definitely say 100%, because every gambler thinks he is the winner. Zhu Ning's body jumped up from midair. As she guessed, after her body was away from the train, she heard a swish sound, as if something suddenly attacked from behind. Zhu Ning couldn't see behind her, but the three people opposite her could see more clearly. When Zhu Ning jumped, a frog tongue-like thing flew into the air, which looked very much like the soft body of the golden apple snail. For a moment, the specific shape could not be seen, and only a sticky soft thing with two tentacles grew on it. If you have some basic knowledge of snails, you can recognize that under the tentacles are the brain and nerves, and below that are the sacs. People who often eat snails can also identify where the stomach is, and where the gonads are. The three of them had no knowledge, and they could only sigh that this thing was so sticky, and they were actually in a snail shell, and the wheels of the moving train were the gastropods of the golden apple snail. Snails were supposed to crawl slowly, but after merging with the train, they formed a new species. The water ghosts in the car were all passengers like them. The golden apple snails silently laid eggs inside. The water ghosts killed people as if they were offering treasures to it, and made the corpses a hotbed. Zhu Ning violated the rules of the train. The pathfinders who tried to get off the train before, and those who talked in the train were punished by something. They had never seen what the Punisher looked like. At that time, inside the train, the Punishers usually took materials nearby. Now outside the train, it seems that the train itself has finally been stimulated to catch people. This iron compartment is a hard shell. The soft-bodied creatures are squirming. The moving train suddenly began to shake, and the body of the car turned slightly to the right. One side had deviated from the track, pressing all the weight to the right. Originally, the three people were connected in a string and hung on the car like a wire. Now with this swing, Lin Xiaofeng was hanging at the back and was most likely to suffer. Lin Xiaofeng reacted faster this time, not so passive. She grabbed the rope with one hand and stretched the other hand upwards immediately. At the same time, she jumped hard and just bumped into Pei Shu, who was trying to pull her. After at least experiencing two contaminated areas, she and Pei Shu had some tacit understanding. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng's arms were like buttons, and they suddenly pulled Lin Xiaofeng onto the roof. With a bang, Lin Xiaofeng didn't know what fell off her body just now, and was crushed by the train. Soon she couldn't see it. If Lin Xiaofeng had moved slower, it would have been her who was crushed. Pei Shu thought that Zhu Ning's jump seemed to activate the contaminated area, and the car was so irritable that he wanted to vomit. Qi Xuelyo didn't have time to care about the two of them. She looked at Zhu Ning across from her wholeheartedly. At that moment, she forgot that she was on the train, and all the water and grass were thrown behind her. It seemed that she was playing a game with Zhu Ning. She was Zhu Ning's teammate, and they were on the court. The whistle had already blown. A huge creature's shadow loomed behind Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning did not look back, and her eyes were only on Qi Xuelyo opposite. When doing dangerous things, narrowing your attention to one point will help to stabilize your mind. Zhu Ning's situation is more like playing a game, where you need to jump from one point to another. In general games, you can die and reborn many times, find a suitable starting point, and then pass the level, but unfortunately, she did not have one, so she could only fight hard. She calculated the timing of the jump, and would rather jump later than early. If she jumped later, she would fall behind in the carriage behind, but if she jumped early, she would easily be crushed to death by the train. Zhu Ning felt vaguely that she was fighting against something: gravity, the powerful rules of the train, and the pollutants behind it. Every cell in her body was being pulled by different forces, and she was about to split into 4 halves. Qi Xuelyo thought to herself what kind of extreme sport this was. There was only one rope, and now none of the 3 of them could use it. It stands to reason that even if the 3 of them formed a new human rope, they would still have to hold Zhu Ning, but the 3 of them did not have such strong physical fitness. Qi Xuelyo used her mind to untie the ropes of the 2 people here and free up a section of rope. Now the biggest goal is to catch Zhu Ning. They all cooperated very well. Pei Shu was probably pulling Lin Xiaofeng to find a new point of support. Qi Xuelyo had no time to see it. She used her mind to throw the rope out, and had to get closer to Zhu Ning. With a swish, the rope was like a snake swimming in the air. It was infused with Qi Xuelyo's consciousness. After being thrown out, the rope stretched straight and connected with Zhu Ning. It only took a few seconds in total. This job was thrilling and meticulous. Qi Xuelyo felt that she had lived a few years less. She was not nervous in this situation. She had a good psychological quality of mind control, and was particularly open-minded. Even if Zhu Ning fell to death today, what could Qi Xuelyo do? Zhu Ning's body was getting closer and closer. Pei Shu felt pessimistic. She jumped too far to the front of the train, but her body would probably fall on the 5th car. The most useful thing in this car was the mind. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng were unable to help. The train tilted, and they were thrown to the other side. In fact, they could not see clearly. They saw Zhu Ning's figure disappear, as if the sun had set. The rope that was thrown out quickly retracted. Qi Xuelyo was unsure. She heard a bang, bang, bang sound. It should be the sound of a person's body colliding with the iron sheet. The huge tentacles had arrived. Because of the close distance, they also covered Qi Xuelyo's head. Qi Xuelyo was a little nervous. This thing might be a rule side. It was covered in the air like a mountain. They were ants. Once it falls, it will be crushed. But the huge tentacles just lingered, as if they didn't find their target, and quickly retreated. Qi Xuelyo didn't see how the tentacles appeared, but she saw how they retreated. The black door of the last carriage at the rear of the train opened, and it really looked like a screw shell. People who like to eat fried snails also sucked out the snail meat from this position. Now the snail shell opened a gap, and the tentacles retracted like a retracted rope. Qi Xuelyo saw it in the aquarium when she was a child. After the snail meat retracted, the small lid at the bottom was buckled. Sometimes it was not buckled tightly, and some snail meat would still wriggle on the edge. Qi Xuelyo especially liked to stare at snails and shellfish for a second. It was a bit strange to be caught. I didn't expect that it would be more strange to see a train retract its limbs with human eyes. The homecoming withdrew the punishment, which should be because it judged that Zhu Ning did not violate the rules, because Zhu Ning did not leave the train. The overturned train swayed and reconnected with the rails. The turn quickly disappeared, and the homecoming became straight and became a normal train again. Qi Xuelyo was immersed in watching the process of the golden apple snail curling up, and then she remembered to go to see Zhu Ning. The rope was tightened, and Zhu Ning must have grabbed it, but she didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Qi Xuelyo let go of the view and looked. Zhu Ning was hanging on the 5th car, holding the rope with one hand, his body tightly against the roof, and the whole person was motionless as if dead. Qi Xuelyo was thinking about whether to report to Lin Xiaofeng that your captain seemed to be dead, but she didn't know if Zhu Ning sensed it. At this time, He raised his hand and pulled the rope. Chi Shuelyo could only resign herself to her fate and pull the rope back. Why was she so unlucky after meeting Zhu Ning? The promotion and salary increase were gone, and she became a wanted criminal after leaving the wall. She wanted to go back to the wall and found that the car was gone. She wanted to take a ride, but she encountered some conspiracy and intrigue. She was revived and then an investigator. She followed the journey in a daze and almost thought she was going to die here. After finally finding a way out, she was forced to work for Zhu Ning. She was also exploited by the Federation, but she had never been exploited so thoroughly. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng also climbed up to help, otherwise Chi Shuelyo would easily throw Zhu Ning out as she got more and more angry. Zhu Ning was pulled up, and Chi Shuelyo tied up the 4 people with ropes. Zhu Ning's hair was messy, and it looked like he was only half a breath away from death. At this time, he didn't even raise his head and stretched out a hand. Chi Shuelyo looked at her inexplicably. Lin Xiaofeng, who was close to Zhu Ning, stretched out his hand and patted her palm, and Pei Shu patted her second. Several people were exhausted and clapped their hands weakly. Is this the time to encourage each other? Do you think that if you touch the team spirit, you can save the world? Chi Shuelyo wanted to kick Zhu Ning down, but Zhu Ning didn't put down his suspended palm, so she had to touch it reluctantly. Zhu Ning lowered her hand after the touch. She must be exhausted. She was tense all night, and the jump just now must have consumed a lot of energy. Next, Lin Xiaofeng took the lead. She had great strength and dragged 4 people forward. In fact, she should have come earlier. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaofeng was overturned as soon as she climbed into the car. After a few steps, Lin Xiaofeng dragged the 4 people down. She was a little hesitant. She really wanted to get into the car. There were rows of people kneeling inside, which looked scary. Was it really a way out of the contaminated area? And how to get in? Lin Xiaofeng tore another hole? Zhu Ning turned over, and Lin Xiaofeng saw that her head was bleeding. It must be that she scratched something sharp when she jumped over. This is a train, and bumps are no joke. In fact, Zhu Ning's mind was in turmoil, and she felt that her brain was beaten into tofu. She moved almost instinctively. Chi Shuelyo looked at her curiously. Zhu Ning asked Lin Xiaofeng to let her down a little. Chi Shuelyo thought several times about how Zhu Ning should break the door violently. But Zhu Ning just gently put his hand on the door, and the edge of the door shook and opened by itself. Those who didn't know would think that Zhu Ning was the conductor and had the car keys. Zhu Ning felt that the homecoming was very reasonable. It didn't say on the ticket that the door could not be opened during driving. Zhu Ning opened it reasonably. She climbed in first and let others get down when there was no danger. This was much more spectacular than what Lin Xiaofeng saw from a window. The parking space of car 1 was removed, so the people kneeling inside were in neat rows, like a cemetery made by people. They all wore clothes from the old world, and they were definitely people from the old world. Each person had a black stick-like object stuck in their neck. Zhu Ning took a closer look. He didn't know what it was. It looked like the lines of a polluted area. The last time Zhu Ning saw something similar was in Area 103. When the apocalypse came, the first thing that fell was the black line. The black line passed through the roof of the car and the neck. The kneeling person crossed his fingers, like a martial arts drama meditating, holding his hands into a bowl shape. The other end of the black line passed through his hands, and then pierced the cardboard. Whether it was the hand or the neck, there was no blood on the edge of the wound, and it looked very clean. The body was not rotten, and there were no eggs of the golden apple snail. It seemed to be still in the moment before death. There was a lot of dust in the car, and there was also dust on the bodies of these people. Their facial features were covered, and everyone looked the same. The front of the car looked like a forbidden area. There were no signs of invasion from water ghosts and apple snails. No wonder the notebook said that the front of the car was safe. What was this for? Sacrifice? Or summoning spirits? Zhu Ning thought that this was related to the Revival Society. It sounded weird. Maybe they were collectively summoning some evil gods. After summoning the evil gods, Zhu Ning could only lie down. Zhu Ning was still recovering and wanted to pat her head back to its original position. This was too dizzy and made her feel sick. Pei Shu's physical strength was not lost. He took on the investigation task and looked around. He walked very carefully, fearing that he would disturb any danger. Pei Shu always felt that this was very strange. Some people here were wearing uniforms from the old world. They walked outside the wall and needed to have the ability to identify various items from the old world, similar to archaeology. Some people were wearing the uniforms of the Mingtian rescue team, but some people had medals on their shoulders, Like the demon hunters of the past. Pollution did not happen overnight. Before it became a wasteland, there were demon hunters on this land to deal with some strange events. It is not clear how many organizations there are. Peishu knows a profession name that is very similar to Huawinsi's, called Abnormal Event Handler. Peishu took a quick look. Because the dust was countless, there were 4 superpowers at a glance, which was a lot in that era when talents were scarce. There may be more in the car. We will do an inventory later. These are Peishu's predecessors, and the group of people who are most likely to obtain information about the old world. Peishu typed on the secondary brain for others to see. There is something here. Chapter 310. There was a patch of dust that was the lightest, and it looked like it had just been cleaned. Peishu suspected that it was done by the previous investigator. The Resuscitation Society seemed to have no interest in the front of the car. Peishu carefully brushed away the dust, revealing the words carved with a knife. The dust had been embedded in the carvings. The first line, "Homecoming is prohibited from stopping." Is this history? No, Peishu looked at it, and found that the fonts were different. They should have been written by different people. He immediately understood that it was rumored that because there were few investigators in the old world, they would carve the information they got when a huge disaster came. Whoever was alive would write it down, and try to be as concise as possible. Later generations could judge the authenticity of the information, and infer what happened. This traditional investigator still retains it today. Second line, "Homecoming is infected." Third line, "Homecoming is contaminated, from the rear to the front." We are powerless to stop it. We received an order to destroy Homecoming. The destruction location is changing bridge. So the bridge fall was a deliberate arrangement. That's right. A car would not be allowed to drive endlessly. There must be some plan, and Homecoming would definitely be regarded as a thorn in the eye. Next sentence. After the survivors in the car voted, we decided to let Homecoming never stop. Peishu was stunned. Homecoming was facing a desperate situation at the time. There was an infection of apple snails in the car, and all stations outside the car were prohibited from stopping. There are superpowers on this car. They have the ability but cannot stop it. There are 2 sayings about the abilities of superpowers in the old world. One is that they are stronger than now, because they are purer and not diluted. The other is that they are weaker than now, because the pollution concentration was low at that time, and they could not absorb energy. But no matter which one, according to Peishu's experience, many superpowers on this train can jump out of the train and escape. Obviously, they did not leave. They did not directly execute the order of the Federation, but they were getting closer and closer to the bridge. If they did not take any measures, they would reach the end of death. Because the order of the Federation was a choice made by the survivors inside the wall, they also voted inside the Homecoming. Is it to be destroyed and everyone on the train will die, or delay their own death? The superpowers on the train were fair. He gave the decision to the survivors in the train, and the survivors in the train made the choice. They would rather stay on the train and never be able to return home than go to death. When the end of the world came, they decided to merge with the pollutants and embrace the pollution, even if they died on the train and became pollutants. The following is a more shocking passage. The Homecoming will never stop. This sentence came true. But there is another problem here, how to achieve it. This is a difficult decision. If a train wants to never stop, the most difficult thing to solve is the power. It is not a perpetual motion machine that can run endlessly. All energy will be exhausted one day. Even if the kingdom of God has such a powerful energy source as pollution spores, it is facing a shortage of resources, and needs to obtain pollution spores from other regions to alleviate the energy crisis. The problem that the kingdom of God has not solved must be more difficult for people in the old world to solve. After a while, Peishu typed 2 words on the subbrain. Invite gods. Invite gods? This is the first time Juning has come into contact with this concept. What gods are being invited? Evil gods. Peishu continued to write on the subbrain. It is rumored that pollution has existed for thousands of years, which is longer than human history. It's just that pollution did not occur so frequently before, and different cultures have different records of pollution. Gods, ghosts, monsters, basically all metaphysics. Demon hunters are called demon hunters for the same reason. According to rumors, people in the old world can borrow power from above, awaken some sleeping creatures through prayers, sacrifices, or rituals, and achieve their goals. It is not uncommon to see tombs of living people with thousands of people buried with them, or more bizarre and bloody rituals, and the executors are similar to wizards or mages. There are similar professions in every country and every culture. Pollution has been distributed all over the world for a long time, and various regions have been studying pollution for thousands of years. It's just that after humans built a high wall, the inheritance in this regard was interrupted, and the people inside the wall would use their own logic to explain pollution. When the homecoming incident occurred, humans had not yet overcome the technical difficulties of converting pollution spores into energy, so they would not use pollution spores. But in addition to the pollution spores themselves, there is also pollution itself, or a distorted mental power, just like the pollution area can keep running without food for many years. The contaminated area has always had continuous power. If the dead things are brought to life, this problem will be solved. Zhu Ning frowned. The superpowers are pollutants that maintain their rationality. They can also exile their rationality and collapse. Zhu Ning looked along the roof of the car. The black line passed through the superpowers, and the other end was connected to the roof. The roof was chaotic and black, like a ball of cold mucus, gathering towards the front of the car. Zhu Ning looked at the driver's seat. As expected, there was no one driving inside. The driver's seat was empty, but the front glass window was covered with black lines, without any light. This is the energy supply of the front of the car. Zhu Ning seemed to see the supernatural people kneeling down one by one. How to pray to the gods. People cannot struggle during the sacrifice. Black lines will pass through the neck. People will not be able to die for a long time, and must feel the pain of death. The train is getting closer and closer to the bridge, which is the end of death. There are roars from the rear of the train. Some people are grabbing the carriage and want to jump out of the train. The homecoming is in chaos. They kneel in a line and watch the black lines pierce down one by one, like a long nail that nails people in place forever. They don't struggle, don't run away, don't speak, just wait for sacrifice. They twist their spirits with some mysterious sacrificial rituals, and graft them with the golden apple snails at the rear of the train, merging into a new creature. With a bang to outsiders, the homecoming fell smoothly from the bridge, smoothly like an accident. The survivors inside the wall breathed a sigh of relief that the train loaded with pollution would not enter the wall. But unexpectedly, the homecoming is back. It reappeared on the platform and promised to take people home. The apple snail train is always moving forward. The front of the train is the power source, and the rear of the train is the source of infection. They complement each other and are indispensable, allowing the obsession of the year to take shape, and the homecoming will never stop. This is the survivors against the survivors. The survivors inside the wall did not let the homecoming enter the wall, and the homecoming did not completely achieve their wish. From the perspective of pollution, the homecoming may be a very good train. Any creature can take the homecoming. As long as they follow the rules, they can reach their destination. The baggage man kneeling at the security check machine that Zhu Ning saw before is also a passenger. Zhu Ning took out the red ticket from his pocket. The last rule is not to disturb the train driver. Zhu Ning had never taken this sentence to heart. Now that he thought about it, if they destroyed the front of the train, they would experience a deeper crisis. The train banged forward. Several people didn't know whether they could speak, so they didn't speak. They could only express their feelings in silence, and they didn't know what each other was thinking. The four of them stood in the middle of the corpse, like descendants who came to sweep the grave. The kneeling superpowers in the first car seemed to be atonement. They may have lost their consciousness as human beings, and they didn't know whether this thought was really successful until they died. But the four of them boarded this train 80 years later. It can be said clearly that it was really achieved. The homecoming will never stop. Qi Xueliu sighed and glanced at a word on the edge. She continued to wipe the dust on the ground. There was still a line of very small words below, written by different people. This line of words was written very beautifully. The information is at the rear of the car. There are my recent investigation reports and some information I compiled that may be useful to future generations, including maps and unilateral doomsday records. Reporter Muhan. This line of words should have been written by the superpower after the agreement. Muhan is a reporter from the old world. Judging from the handwriting and the name, it should be a woman. Where is she? There are only superpowers in car 1. Ordinary people should be in other cars. They may have become one of the many corpses and are vomiting eggs. She may have left the information at the rear of the car, or she may have hidden it there on purpose. There is no way to verify why. The last question is also answered. So many investigators died, probably just for Muhan. And it is not a single piece of information. If Muhan's message is true, the information still exists, which is a collection of information. Countless investigators will also get on the car one after another. This is a very clear clue outside the wall. So there is no body in car 1. After the investigators get the information here, they will definitely go to the rear of the car. Zhu Ning met the first person from the North Adjustment in the toilet of car 19. What the North Adjustment is looking for is not the same as the Revival Society. Xu Ning was very confused when he saw this. When the old world fell, technology had also developed. It was not ancient times. The way to preserve information was very comprehensive. Electronic version, paper version, and wood carving were all okay. And only 80 years have passed, not 8,000 years. How could so much information be lost? The so-called inviting gods ritual was lost. Xu Ning could understand it better. After all, this kind of evil magic has been in the hands of a small group of people since ancient times. But why don't they even have a map of the old world? Muhan seemed to have anticipated that after the pollution outbreak, humans would face data loss. So he made preparations early and hid in the rear of the car. A very good hiding place. Definitely one of the best safes in the world, but because it is too good, it is difficult to get. Pei Shu paused and made a gesture. Xu Ning probably understood it and asked, "Are you going? There are so many dead investigators who want to get something. There is a clear location marked, and it is right in front of you. Are you going?" Xu Ning saw his intention. If she wanted to go to the back of the car, Pei Shu would definitely follow. Lin Xiaofeng would go wherever Xu Ning went. As for Qi Xueliu, she did not show any clear resistance. Xu Ning was really not used to being the captain. Before, Su Ming and Hui Wenxi were the ones who took responsibility. Now Xu Ning has really taken this position. If she wants to live, someone will come to save her. If she wants to die, someone will follow her to die. Xu Ning's teammates would obey whatever instructions she gave. Xu Ning shook her head. Objectively speaking, she didn't have the ability to enter the rear of the train. She had already climbed to the rear of the train. That train compartment was completely different from the others. It felt cold to the touch. When Xu Ning lay on it for a short time, she heard creatures wriggling below and heard rustling sounds. There must be more than just the golden apple snails at the rear of the train. Xu Ning was like a pollutant now. In the wild beasts would make judgments when they met. Those who could fight would definitely think they had a chance of survival. Xu Ning knew that she had absolutely no chance of surviving at the rear of the train. And that train compartment could not be opened from the outside. It should have to be passed from the inside. The people in the North Transfer were not fools. It was impossible for them not to think of walking on the roof. But they all failed. Xu Ning saw corpses at the door of car 19, inside car 19, and there should be more corpses in car 20. After finally surviving, Xu Ning was past the age of hot-blooded Chunibyu. After Xu Ning shook his head, Qi Xueliu breathed a sigh of relief, and Pei Shu shrugged his shoulders easily. Xu Ning wondered if these teammates were kidnapping her. Anyway, she made the decision and bore the greatest moral pressure. Xu Ning would probably regret it many years later, not exploring the treasure that was right in front of her. This should be the way out of the polluted area. Xu Ning passed 3 times outside the wall, and swallowed the pollution source twice. The first time was the way out. It's just that this way out is a little special, and it takes a specific time to open the passage. Next, they just need to wait for the stop to get off. Several people are exhausted, and they find a place to rest, and finally they can take a breath. Pei Shu didn't rest, but took out the investigation notebook in his pocket and wrote on it. Pei Shu is an investigator from 80 years later, collecting as much information as possible. Xu Ning looked at him more. Pei Shu also sketched and presented the scene in the form of a picture. The picture is very realistic, and Pei Shu's annotations are attached below. This may be the best ending for the car head. They left information, and future generations will only record it, and find the part that is beneficial to them. Qi Xueliu didn't know if she was hiding from Xu Ning, so she sat a little distance away. What's wrong? Is she a source of bad luck? Lin Xiaofeng pointed at Xu Ning's forehead. The blood column flowed to her neck. Without a helmet, it all gathered in her clothes. Xu Ning smiled at her, and Lin Xiaofeng nodded, followed her, and looked at her eagerly. After noticing that Xu Ning looked at her, and then deviated from her sight, she pretended to look out the window, fearing that they would miss their stop. Xu Ning felt that Lin Xiaofeng was really like a little wolf, and must be led by the mother wolf to hunt. Pei Shu recorded very quickly, probably because he had searched all the information. Pei Shu typed just now, and explained very briefly. Xu Ning thought about asking Pei Shu more about inviting gods after getting off the train. The train moved forward, and the scenery outside was left behind. Xu Ning also saw the mountain that was moving, which was spectacular. They had experienced life and death several times, and the mountain and river were not disturbed, so they didn't walk very far. They passed by one abandoned station after another, but none of them was Duoluo Station. Xu Ning felt a little sleepy as he watched. Suddenly, Pei Shu walked up to Xu Ning, half knelt down, and was at the same level with Xu Ning. Because he was wearing a helmet, Zhu Ning couldn't see his expression, but he felt that he was very formal, and changed his previous decadent style of a tramp, like a very dedicated subordinate. Pei Shu wrote something in the notebook, and passed it to Zhu Ning. There was a very short sentence on it. I didn't betray you. Zhu Ning wanted to laugh when he saw this sentence. What kind of image did Pei Shu have of him? It seemed that if he didn't explain it clearly earlier, Zhu Ning would kill him on the spot, and Pei Shu would not get off the car alive. Zhu Ning nodded, meaning that he knew. Pei Shu wrote again. The news about the homecoming was provided by Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Who is Lu Yu? Pei Shu felt that Zhu Ning couldn't understand, so he took the notebook and wrote another sentence. Lu Nyanyan's mother. It turned out that Lu Nyanyan's mother was called Lu Yu. Zhu Ning's mind buzzed. Why did Lu Nyanyan's mother know such a strange car? Did she write it? Pei Shu wrote down his guess again. Heredity. It was written simply, without even a subject. Zhu Ning understood it at once. Lu Nyanyan's pollution status might be inherited from his mother? This completely overturned Zhu Ning's cognition. She always thought that it was caused by the more concentrated pollution in the past 2 years, and never thought about heredity. But she had never figured out why it was Lu Nyanyan. Lin Xiaofeng suddenly pushed Zhu Ning, and she was stunned for a moment before she realized that the homecoming train had stopped, and the right door was opened. There was an abandoned station outside, and the rusty iron sign said Duoluo Station. We had arrived. Chapter 311. The door opened, but no one moved. The sun outside was very strong, and it was like 2 different worlds from the inside of the homecoming. The stop was only 10 minutes, so they had to hurry if they wanted to get off. After 2 minutes, Zhu Ning stood up first. The platform here was lower than the train, and the iron stairs extended after the door opened. Zhu Ning walked down step by step, and the scenery in front of her was still shaking, and the trees in the distance of the station seemed to move. It was like this when you took a long-distance train or ferry for a long time. Even if you stand on a fixed land, the world around you is still moving. After Zhu Ning got off the train, the others followed. She looked back, and could still see rows of people kneeling in car 1, with their backs to them. It was not until the door closed again, the homecoming was speeding, and the sound of clanging rang out, and the snail shells did not drill out the snail meat again, that they realized that they really got off the train. But the pollution range of the homecoming was not just the train, but also the tracks and platforms along the way. They didn't dare to speak when they arrived, like tired travelers looking for the exit. There was no dust at Duoluo Station, but there were many plastic bags of different colors floating around. The city was filled with garbage. They followed the signs in the station. The gate looked similar to other train stations, except that there was an extra window with a small iron tray. There was red text on the glass window. Please return your tickets after arriving at the station. The homecoming train identified passengers based on their tickets. They had to return their tickets after getting off the train. Zhu Ning originally wanted to keep a souvenir. This kind of red ticket had not been seen for a long time in her era. The 4 of them put their tickets into the tray one by one. The tray sank, as if it had opened its mouth to swallow it, and then the gate door opened. After walking out of the station, the first reaction was that it was windy outside, and the temperature seemed a little cold. Zhu Ning felt it more obviously without a helmet. Calculating the time, it took them only 1 day and 1 night to reach Duoluo Station instead of 3 days. Pei Shu pointed to a tall tower in front of them. The top of the tower was flashing red and yellow. It was the sign of the supply station. Pei Shu said, "Supply station?" This was the first time they spoke after coming down. The heavy feeling on their bodies disappeared, but then several people were not very excited. The supply station meant that the investigators were ahead. Zhu Ning and his team got off the train, but many investigators died on it. The journey was very silent, as if they had lost a battle. The supply station at Duoluo Station was transferred to the North Supply Station. The supply station was near the Duoluo Railway Station. A shelter was selected for transformation, and the landmark building was more conspicuous. This supply station had been staying for 7 days. They received a temporary order from Huowensi, saying that some supplies should be left and another car should be left. Someone would come to take it. They suffered heavy casualties, and they were able to spare 1 or 2 empty cars, but they never waited for anyone. Huowensi told them their starting point, and they felt it was very dangerous. How long would it take to walk without a car? They couldn't stay in the same place for too long. They left at the appointed time, and would not wait for Huowensi for another day. Because the supply station was close to Duoluo Station, there was an additional observation task. The observer said, "Someone left the station." Who? They had been observing for so many days, and had never seen anything getting on or off the train. They became alert when they heard this. The person in charge asked, "Are you sure it's a person?" The observer was not sure. Maybe? He was wearing protective clothing, and one of them didn't wear a helmet. Not wearing a helmet meant trouble. Maybe it was a bounty hunter, or someone had broken into the homecoming and taken away the data before the resuscitation meeting. The person in charge took the telescope, and 4 people really appeared in the camera. They were walking with each other, 3 adults and a child. One of the women was not wearing a helmet, and her face was bloody. This person looked familiar. The person in charge's pupil shrank, and he moved the lens away. He didn't believe it, and looked again, zooming in the lens and fixing it on the woman's face. Yes, this is Zhu Ning. Wincy said that Zhu Ning needed a supply vehicle? No wonder he could get off the homecoming. Wincy took care of the relationship on the North Adjustment side. Wincy was the general person in charge of District 103. The North Adjustment didn't care who was in charge inside the wall. As long as they supported the exploration outside the wall, they were all friends. The person in charge thought for a while and said, "Take a helmet and go over, keep a low profile." The person in charge wanted to keep it quiet, but Zhu Ning was too famous. As soon as he arrived at the station, the logistics staff stretched their heads out to see. Devil, where's the devil? They walked outside the wall, information was lagging behind, and their perception of various events was different from that of others. They just remembered that Zhu Ning made a yeah gesture to the camera and left a message, "Hello world." There are many things outside the wall, and they are not as surprised as people inside the wall. The wounded also stick their heads out to see. Why is the devil outside the wall? Zhu Ning entered the supply station. She was originally sick, but so many people looked at her, her back straightened. Qi Xuelio supported her, and could clearly feel that Zhu Ning was tense all over. She helped her to support her body. After doing this, Qi Xuelio wondered why she looked like a maid. Zhu Ning wanted to cover her face with a helmet, but now it was useless, so she could only hold it in her hands. The person in charge behind him coughed lightly, and those heads that stretched out quickly shrank back, as if nothing had happened. The person in charge looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a scruffy beard and a height of 1.87 meters. He looked very similar to Pei Shu, and he must have been an investigator before. He stretched out a hand and said, "My last name is Zhao. You can just call me Lao Zhao. I am the person in charge of the logistics team here." The relationship between the logistics team and the investigators is similar to the relationship between the cleaners and the demon hunters. Most of the logistics teams are taken up by investigators after they retire. They need to be responsible for a lot of things, but without them, the investigators can't survive in the wild. Zhu Ning shook his hand solemnly. Zhu Ning. Lao Zhao thought that demons or true gods were difficult to deal with. Zhu Ning looked like a hapless guy, without any style at all. Lao Zhao cleaned 4 tents for them, looked at the wound on Zhu Ning's face, and said, "Do you want a medical team? But wait a while, we have many wounded here, they are still busy." Zhu Ning, no, do you have a medical kit? There are in the tent, there are a lot of medical kits, you can use them without worry. When they arrived at the tent, the others also took off their helmets. Lao Zhao gave them special bags to recycle the protective clothing that might be contaminated, and prepared new protective clothing. But after Pei Shu took off his helmet, Lao Zhao's body trembled obviously, and soon returned to normal. Zhu Ning guessed that Pei Shu might know this group of people. After taking 3 contaminated areas, Zhu Ning had to admit that Pei Shu was a very good guide. For the investigators, Pei Shu's going to the Lu family should be a loss, or more severely, a traitor. Zhu Ning said, "We just got off the homecoming, and I want to hand over some information to you." The looters have people who specialize in inquiring about information, and in contrast, the investigators have too little information. Zhu Ning, but you may have known it a long time ago. The information is repeated. Lao Zhao, nothing is too much. Everyone has different experiences, and the information they bring out will be slightly different. Sometimes it is just by relying on a little difference that the contaminated area is conquered. Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He originally felt that he could not help, but now he felt that he could help as much as he could. Zhu Ning, I will compile a detailed investigation report for you later. Lao Zhao felt that Zhu Ning was really humble when he heard this. He actually wrote the investigation report himself. Shouldn't the devil destroy the world with a smile? Lao Zhao. Then I will hand it over to the responsible Captain Zhang. Next time you go, it is recommended that you bring a mind controller and a powerful water-based psychic. Zhu Ning added, it is recommended that you bring as many top-notch ones as you can find. Lao Zhao smiled bitterly. We can't find them. 2 water-based psychics died before. They got some information and made preparations, but no matter how much they prepared, they couldn't catch up. Every time they got close to people, they could feel the obvious gap. They were not at the same level of power at all. It's not that I lack methods, it's just that I lack strength, so I put it aside. Zhu Ning was silent. Qi Shuelio's precise control of 6 meters was already a top talent in the field of mind control. She didn't dare to imagine how strong she would need to be to control the water ghost above. Zhu Ning took a deep breath. When there is a chance in the future, I can join the team. After Zhu Ning finished speaking, Lao Zhao was stunned. Are you willing to team up with Captain Zhang and the others? Zhu Ning hummed. She was not strong enough now, but even if she got on the car, she would find a water-based team to team up with, and she would not easily go to die. If both sides control the situation and go straight to the rear of the car, it should be over quickly. Zhu Ning felt that the homecoming was like a safe, and as long as there was a password, it could be opened quickly. But the premise is that Zhu Ning is still alive before she fully grows up. She has an order in her mind, and no matter how big the matter is, it cannot prevent her from killing Prometheus. Lao Zhao promised to contact Captain Zhang and wanted to ask Zhu Ning for a contact method to facilitate contact and hand over the investigation report later. Zhu Ning's deputy brain was lost a long time ago, and she wanted to ask Lin Xiaofeng for it. Pei Shu next to her said, I contact him, and I write the report later. Zhu Ning originally thought that Pei Shu didn't want to deal with old colleagues, but he didn't expect him to be so proactive. The investigation report he wrote was much more professional than hers, so she didn't care about it and gave it to Pei Shu. Several people went into the tent to rest. The signal at the supply station was very good. Zhu Ning finally found an opportunity and called Lun Yinyan's communication. After learning about Lun Yinyan from Pei Shu, she was a little hesitant about how to start. Lao Zhao gave her a new communicator that looked like an old flip phone. The call was disconnected after 2 beeps. It was probably inconvenient to answer the call. Zhu Ning sat cross-legged and took medicine while waiting. After cleaning up, Zhu Ning held a nutrient in her mouth, but she didn't feel like eating. This time, she didn't swallow the pollution source. She didn't eat. About 20 minutes later, Lun Yinyan called back. She was very excited to receive Zhu Ning's message at first. She liked to hear Zhu Ning's experience outside the wall. But Zhu Ning's next words made her silent for a while, and she became more and more silent. Finally, Zhu Ning thought the call was hung up. Zhu Ning listened to Lun Yinyan's breathing without urging. After a long time, Lun Yinyan said, I had a dream. Zhu Ning felt it was strange and wonderful when she heard her dream. The young lady was trapped in the kingdom of God, and all the adventures were completed in dreams. Is this dream a memory? Is it a hint? No one can judge. When Lun Yinyan talked about her water ability, Zhu Ning had to think more. If she was polluted because she inherited it from Liu Yu, then Liu Yu might have really boarded the homecoming, but under absolute control, Liu Yu got off safely. Liu Yu probably took the homecoming just as a simple train to take her along the way. Or did Liu Yu treat the homecoming as a safe, waiting for Lun Yinyan, who inherited her abilities, to open it? Lun Yinyan said frankly, my mother left no information, no diary, rarely took photos, and did not take photos when she went out for charity activities. She only took family photos every New Year. We don't have any family videos. I know very little about her. Lun Yinyan's fingers trembled when she said this. She was obviously the mother who gave birth to her. Apart from the identity of mother and the glamorous identity of Mrs. Liu, who was Liu Yu. Lun Yinyan knew nothing about this. Liu Yu seemed to deliberately hide her past, including not telling her own daughter. Lun Yinyan's voice gradually became hoarse. She wanted to take me out of the wall. Lun Yinyan had always thought that Liu Yu wanted to commit suicide with her. Liu Yu might not love her very much, so she wanted to take her to die. But if Liu Yu came from outside the wall, she might want to take her away. Zhu Ning's news made her look at the past again, as if she wanted to find some definite evidence of her mother's love for her from the past. Lun Yinyan said, I will try to find out. My brother may know. If he doesn't know, I will ask my father and report to you then. Someone in the family must know the truth, but Lun Yinyan didn't know how to ask without being suspected. When Zhu Ning heard the word report, she thought of Li Xian, the little ant spider in the red house, who was her first friend in the polluted world. They used to play adventure games and report to each other. Lun Yinyan is her new friend, the little princess on the island. Zhu Ning, be careful, I call you at the next stop. Lun Yinyan said a few more words to her and finally hung up. Zhu Ning felt a little upset. She sighed and went to take a shower. She didn't expect that taking a shower would be so luxurious one day. She suddenly missed the big bathtub in Huwenzi's house. She came out of the shower with wet hair and went into the tent. Zhu Ning stared at the mirror for a while. Her hair was too long and a bit cumbersome. Maybe because they just talked about Lun Yinyan's mother, Zhu Ning thought of Zhu Yao. Before the zombie crisis broke out, she had changed several hairstyles, but after Zhu Yao died, she kept her hair long because her mother had a very old-fashioned aesthetic and liked little girls with big high ponytails. Zhu Yao never forced her, but Zhu Ning knew she liked it. Zhu Ning's face was covered with long hair, which was annoying no matter how she looked at it. Zhu Ning had just asked, and there was no clipper or barber at the supply station, and she couldn't use the pigman's guillotine to cut her hair. Zhu Ning thought about it, gathered the ends of her hair, circled it in her palm, and cut it back with a short dagger, cutting the heavy hair to her neck. She threw her hair into the trash can, and got up to blow dry her hair. It was not visible because her hair was wet just now, but now it was blow dried and looked very good. Her hairdressing skills can be said to be non-existent. Zhu Ning looked like a mad lion. Never mind. No one could see him outside the wall because he was wearing a helmet. Zhu Ning closed his eyes, pulled the quilt over his head, and fell asleep. Chapter 312. Pei Shu followed Lao Zhao out. Pei Shu glanced at them. In fact, Zhu Ning was wrong. He didn't know anyone at the supply station except Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao said, "They are all dead." Pei Shu was stunned for a moment, and then felt that this was normal. They were numb to death in the later period. Lao Zhao took him to an open space. There were guards on this side. The iron railings were rusted. They were silent for a while. Pei Shu said, "Do you have cigarettes?" Lao Zhao handed the cigarette box to Pei Shu. He took a cigarette himself. He didn't find a lighter, and the cigarette but burned by itself. Lao Zhao looked back at Pei Shu. His black protective suit was tattered. He leaned on the railing with his arms, and held a cigarette in his mouth. He was obviously suppressed for a long time, but he just held it in his mouth, but didn't smoke. I don't know what he was thinking. Lao Zhao thought that he hadn't changed at all. In the past, several smokers liked to smoke with Pei Shu without bringing a lighter. They all came from the same training camp. Of that group of people, Pei Shu went the furthest. He seemed to have an extraordinary curiosity about the outside world. Many people said that he was born for the outside world. Unlike himself, he could only be a logistic soldier after leaving the wall. Lao Zhao exhaled a puff of smoke. "I didn't expect you to leave the wall." He had very little contact with Pei Shu in recent years, so little that he only contacted him once a year. "I heard that Pei Shu is now a running dog for the Lu family, serving a young lady, and his hobby is knitting." "The world has changed," Pei Shu said. "I will change too." Unfortunately, Pei Shu's speed of change cannot keep up with the speed of the world. The pace of change in the world makes him increasingly unclear. If Lu Yu's incident is true, Pei Shu can no longer judge how the world works. "Lao Zhao, why are you going outside the wall? And you want to find the source of pollution?" The dream of all investigators is to find the source of world pollution and end everything. Pei Shu was very close to it. Pei Shu lowered his eyes. He didn't shave and looked particularly miserable. He waited for the cigarette to burn out and said, "I want to go and see again." The farthest distance he had walked that year changed his cognition. He wanted to go back to the place where he was the only one who survived. Maybe by then, his mental problems will be cured, and he will not have any burden even if he dies. This is to die. Lao Zhao seems to have predicted Pei Shu's future, but who won't die? Lao Zhao has sent many dead people to death in the past 2 years. Maybe he will die before Pei Shu. Lao Zhao put out the cigarette. "I prepared a gift for you. You should be able to use it." Lao Zhao knew that he would meet Pei Shu outside the wall sooner or later. Pei Shu's exploration of the outside world was too deep. He didn't belong to the inside of the wall, so he always carried it with him. Lao Zhao handed over a paper bag. Pei Shu opened it. It was not a weapon, but balls of yarn of various colors, including pink. Pei Shu held a ball of yarn. "Lao Zhao, I carry this thing with me, and many people laugh at me." Pei Shu seemed to be able to imagine that scene, thinking that it was really difficult for him. He talked with Lao Zhao for an hour. Although it was dangerous to be out of the wall for so many days, his mental state was better than when he was inside the wall. He carried the ball of yarn back, and his steps were much lighter. Passing by Zhu Ning's tent, I wanted to review the return trip with her, but she turned off the lights and must have fallen asleep. Lao Zhao witnessed Zhu Ning's sleep quality, which was unshakable. He thought that the devil was dormant here. He came to see him several times, fearing that Zhu Ning would get into trouble. The supply station was busy. Qi Xuelio felt embarrassed to just stand there, so she was just a maid for a day. After standing guard for a day, she went over and knocked on Zhu Ning's door to wake her up. Zhu Ning popped out a furry head, and everyone else was stunned. This messy hair looked like lush wild bushes. Who is this? Zhu Ning asked. What's wrong? Qi Xuelio coughed lightly. The supply station will move out in 3 hours. They couldn't stay outside the wall for too long, and the logistics staff had a new task temporarily. I'm here. Zhu Ning yawned, went back to put on her clothes, and the tent was given to them by the supply station. It was easy to install, and she folded the tent. Lao Zhao gave 2 keys, 2 cars. The supplies in the car are very complete. Everything is there. You can see if there is anything missing. Zhu Ning, it's okay, I believe you. Where are you going next? The people at the supply station were in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry. Lao Zhao, just received the news. Go to the nearby to meet the Raven team. They were attacked on the way. Originally came by flying car. Halfway was hit by some mutant bird from the sky. The Raven team is called Raven. It is not safe in the sky, still polluted by pollutants. Lao Zhao, originally they were going here, but now it's our turn. They are repairing on the spot, changing the route. We follow. Lao Zhao thought, when he met the Raven team, he would brag to them that we just received the devil. What a good opportunity. This must be boasted for a year. Zhu Ning didn't know what the Raven team was, so he just listened to the general idea and didn't take it seriously at all. Lao Zhao, I will send you the real-time dynamic map of the supply station in the future. If you are short of supplies in the wild, you can come to find it. Don't worry, the information provided yesterday is very useful. Captain Zhang asked us to meet all your needs. Only those who follow the homecoming can understand the details of the investigation report. If Captain Zhang says it is useful, then it is really useful. It's okay if I can help. Lao Zhao said again. We also left a box of toys. Do you want them? Zhu Ning asked. Toys? Pei Shu beside him explained. In addition to taking out necessities, the supply station will also take out some entertainment items, such as Coke, potato chips, fried chicken, game consoles, etc. We are not wasting resources to bring these things. It is easy for people to get lost outside the wall, and cannot find their anchor, as human beings. These things can tie people down. People have a thought, even if they want to drink Coke, so they will not die easily or become pollutants. After all, there will be no Coke to drink if they die. It is common for people outside the wall to have psychological problems. These things are like placebos. Zhu Ning's eyes lit up. I want to drink Coke. She needs happy water to replenish energy. This thing is too luxurious outside the wall. Those who bring this Coke out of the wall are all bodhisattvas. Several people reported what they wanted. Zhu Ning brought a small box of Coke. Lin Xiaofeng took a handful of candy. Pei Shu brought a pack of cigarettes, and Qi Xuelio took a bottle of whiskey. Zhu Ning thought Qi Xuelio was quite strong. Lao Zhao was anxious, so he quickly packed up and left. As expected, 2 cars were parked at the entrance of the shelter. Lao Zhao and his team were in a convoy. The takeoff was spectacular, like a flock of birds migrating. A brave logistics staff member waved goodbye to Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning also waved hard at them. Qi Xuelio was speechless. If you didn't know, you would think they had known each other for several years. Zhu Ning didn't let go until he couldn't see it at all. The camp was bustling yesterday, but after waking up from a sleep, it seemed the time had changed. Only a few people were left, which seemed particularly deserted. Zhu Ning needs to go to Guitu Cemetery to find Bai Cheng next. That is his dear teammate, but there is also Qi Xuelio in the team now. He asked, are you really not going with us? Qi Xuelio, it's too exciting. I can't stand it. Zhu Ning didn't ask for more details. Qi Xuelio must have her own way. It is estimated that she knew some old colleagues in the past who can provide a way out. Qi Xuelio was a little curious and asked, did you really give the urn out? She wanted to ask it a long time ago, but she has been holding it back until now. Pei Shu is also curious. Zhu Ning, really give it to me. If I don't give it to me, will the predator let it go? The one who ran away was the leader of the predators. Although I don't know his name, he is a ruthless person. He cherishes his life very much. He bought a ticket for himself at the second stop and got off the train according to the rules, completely ignoring the life and death of his subordinates. This kind of person is a smart person. If he is not sure that the urn is real, he will not let Zhu Ning go. He may use the rules of the homecoming number to kill her. At that time, Zhu Ning just wanted to survive, but Zhu Ning kept a trick. She copied an urn before giving it out. If the urn is a pollutant, the copy will probably not have the same effect, but it can study the appearance, which is better than nothing. But she didn't tell Qi Xuelio about this, because Qi Xuelio is not her teammate. Qi Xuelio was a little disappointed, but she also felt that it was expected, so she didn't ask more. Zhu Ning turned the car key in her hand and asked Qi Xuelio, "Can you tell me about the notebook?" Qi Xuelio was obviously very interested in Chen Qihong's notebook before, but she refused to reveal it, saying that she would talk about it after getting the supplies, which was considered as travel expenses. Qi Xuelio looked at Zhu Ning like that, and if she didn't tell her, she wouldn't give her the key, so she said, "It's a small matter, I'm afraid you are not interested." Zhu Ning thought, "Why are you still keeping me hanging? Just tell me, how do you know I'm not interested?" Qi Xuelio didn't know where to start, so she thought for a while and asked, "Did you know that Su He used to be from the 1st Military Region?" Zhu Ning's face suddenly became serious. Qi Xuelio started talking about something so big, and it was actually related to Su He? Qi Xuelio, I used to regard Su He as my idol. Zhu Ning was stunned for a moment, but then she thought it was normal. Su He was quite powerful, and it was normal for a little girl to look up to her. But generally speaking, when someone says who their idol is, they can guess what the person's preferences or temperament are. Qi Xuelio's expression was also very intriguing, as if she didn't think Su He was a traitor to the Federation. Zhu Ning and Qi Xuelio got together halfway through their lives. Although they were close friends, they didn't know each other's positions at all. What if this person was also a revivalist? Qi Xuelio continued, I used to stand guard for Su He. One night, she received a person. I remember the person's appearance. She was an old lady. To put it bluntly, she was short, thin and dark. Few people inside the wall looked like this. Because she looked strange, I took a closer look. It was late at night. Qi Xuelio was the kind of person who would do well in standing guard for a day. When she was a guard, her grades were all A. She would pay attention to all potential dangers, not to mention that it was the danger of her idol. The old lady looked too conspicuous. Her skin was loose and drooped to her chin. She wore a bloated gown. She didn't look like a human, but a monster covered with skin. It was hard not to pay more attention to Su He personally receiving her when she visited the military region late at night. Qi Xuelio seemed to be lost in her own memories. I don't know what we talked about specifically, and he wouldn't let me in. That day, Su He personally drove the old lady out of the military area. Qi Xuelio continued, when I opened the door, I heard a sentence. Su He asked, have you found Chen Qihong? A gust of wind blew, and Zhu Ning's eyes were a little sore. Chen Qihong's notebook was still on his waist, and he had been keeping it close to his body. Later, Qi Xuelio heard Zhu Ning talking about Chen Qihong, and she followed him curiously. She also tried it with her consciousness, but didn't see any magical powers. After the homecoming train, they learned more about the notebook. At least it had no ill will towards Zhu Ning on the train, and the news it gave was true. But the records above are divided into two categories. One is what Chen Qihong experienced personally, and the other is hearsay. The news will be slightly different from what really happened. For example, the homecoming did not record that the superpower became the power source of the front of the car. It said that the homecoming fell into the river by accident. It really looks like the words written by the investigators themselves. Everyone's perspective is very limited, and it is not necessarily the truth. Zhu Ning urgently needs to find Bai Cheng to find out what the rules of Songhan Temple are, so that he can better judge the real effect of the notebook and whether it has the function of detonating the pollution source. Zhu Ning thought for a while and asked, are you sure you are talking about Chen Qihong? Not the notebook? Is he looking for the person himself, or the person who has become the notebook? Qi Xuelio, I can't hear it clearly, I'm not sure, because Qihong happens to be a word, so I can remember it. If it is very difficult to pronounce, Qi Xuelio may only remember how to pronounce it, but the two words Qihong are very common, and there are many people with the same name. Both men and women can use it, and there are a lot of them, so it's not a big deal to say it in front of people. Qi Xuelio, and it should be a small matter for Su He. Serious matters will not be mentioned when the door is opened. It makes sense. The real secrets are kept behind closed doors. It is best to set up a shield. Those who open the door are generally small matters. It is similar to when guests come to the house. After discussing serious matters, when seeing them off, they suddenly remember to say one more sentence, let's go fishing together next time. Zhu Ning wondered why one puzzle was not solved, and they were sent up one after another. She asked, no more? Qi Xuelio, no more. Okay, it was broken again. Zhu Ning felt like there were countless mysteries tangled into a ball in front of her. She didn't know where to start solving it. She had to ask Huwensi. Zhu Ning threw the car keys to Qi Xuelio. The transaction was over. She should be more open. To be honest, the value of Qi Xuelio's trip exceeded what Zhu Ning provided. Qi Shuelyo took the key and added Zhu Ning's contact information, but didn't leave. She raised her hand on the spot. Zhu Ning looked at her in confusion, then realized what she meant, and went up to high-five her happily. The two hands touched and soon loosened. Qi Shuelyo felt that this was quite wonderful and a bit addictive. It seemed that they were friends after touching each other, and it was a beginning and an end. Qi Shuelyo, see you again if we are destined to meet. Zhu Ning, I hope we are not enemies next time we meet. Zhu Ning's words were meaningful, and Qi Shuelyo heard it. She said, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what I saw and heard on this journey, including the notebook. Zhu Ning thought this person was quite interesting. He quickly betrayed the Federation, but he actually promised not to betray himself, saying, see you again if we are destined to meet. Qi Shuelyo got in the car and took off. Zhu Ning watched her leave. He saw off many people today. Zhu Ning took advantage of the signal and contacted Hua Wensi as soon as possible. She was busy every day. The communication was quickly connected. Hua Wensi was rarely in the office. She was on an outbound mission. After receiving Zhu Ning's call, she hid in the fire escape to smoke. Zhu Ning quickly asked, how many people have seen Qin Shi Huang's notebook before he gave it to me? She wanted to confirm something first. Zhu Ning asked anxiously, and Hua Wensi cooperated very well, only me. After leaving the deserted village, they didn't think the notebook was important, and sent it to Hua Wensi with other items. Hua Wensi saved it after reading it. The second person to see it was Zhu Ning. This notebook was not even registered. He was looking for Qin Shi Huang. After Hua Wensi got the notebook, he didn't enter it in the cleaning center. He quickly handed it to himself. Not many people knew about this. If it was placed in the cleaning center at that time, he might have got it now. Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, so it really takes foresight to see the contents of the notebook? Zhu Ning asked, have you found any news about Qin Shi Huang? Zhu Ning didn't have much expectation when he asked. It had only been 2 days, and Hua Wensi couldn't make it up even if he made it up. Who knew that Hua Wensi paused and said, I found a little bit, it's not systematic, and it's a bit weird. Do you want to hear it? Zhu Ning was stunned. Hua Wensi felt weird. How weird it was. There was a sound of a lighter. Hua Wensi should have lit another cigarette. Zhu Ning asked, where are you? Hua Wensi leaned against the cold security door. There was cold air around her. The only source of heat was the cigarette butt. She exhaled smoke and said, the morgue? Chapter 313. Morgue? What is Hua Wensi doing in the morgue? Who died? Hua Wensi, I'm following up on Qin Shi Huang. Zhu Ning asked Hua Wensi to follow up on a lot of information. He used her as a wishing well. He threw in the answer, and the answer came out. The hardest thing to find here is Zhu Yao's information. It was blocked inside Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. There was no possibility of getting started. Prometheus was blocking information at any time. Hua Wensi couldn't find the information as fast as he deleted it. On the contrary, there were more clues about Qin Shi Huang. The more unreasonable, the greater the harvest. Zhu Ning, Qin Shi Huang is dead? No, judging from the description in the notebook, Qin Shi Huang was from the old world and must have been dead for decades. If he was in the morgue, he must have died recently. How could it be possible? Zhu Ning didn't expect Hua Wensi to find it so quickly, and secondly, she didn't expect her to be so explosive right from the start. Yes, Hua Wensi exhaled a puff of smoke and started from the beginning. There is only one name. I searched on a large scale, including pen names, identity registration information, and online names. I found more than 30,000 at the beginning. Zhu Ning thought that this information would be piled up like a mountain, right? Hua Wensi searched Qin Shi Huang extensively within her authority, and as a result, she found more than 30,000 people who might meet the requirements. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Hua Wensi's ability is intuition. She can quickly browse the information and see which information is relevant, just like Hua Wensi could pull out the traitors in the cleaning center from the vast crowd. Hua Wensi stayed up all day and night. Her eyes quickly swept through the information like a camera, and selected 15 from more than 30,000 pieces of information. She narrowed the scope again and decided on the last 2 people. These 2 were the 2 people she was most likely to get clues from. Hua Wensi had the information in his mind and narrated in a calm voice. One is an investigator, Qin Shi Huang, male, died 40 years ago, at the age of 31. Zhu Ning thought, isn't Qin Shi Huang from the old world? How could he be inside the wall? This doesn't make sense. Did Hua Wensi find the wrong person? Hua Wensi continued, I didn't follow up on this Qin Shi Huang. He died too long ago, and he died outside the wall. Not even a body was left. Zhu Ning paid attention to Hua Wensi's words. This Qin Shi Huang, how many Qin Hangs are there? Wincy. I found another one next. Her real name is Tian Lu, female, 25 years old, from District 59, writing unit supernatural stories on the Supernatural Forum, and her pen name is Qin Chihong. Wincy continued. She is from the wall, and she is still alive. I had a lot of things to do, so I didn't plan to go to the scene. I asked Zhuang Lin to visit her home, but Zhuang Lin told me that she was dead. Zhu Ning seemed to be listening to a story, wondering how another person died. Wincy. She stayed at home all year round. Neighbors said she rarely went out. Zhuang Lin pretended to be a community investigator and knocked on the door, but no one responded. He didn't want to alert the enemy, so he wanted to ask me before making a decision. At this time, he found a row of wriggling black insects under the door, which gathered into a line, as if they were overflowing from the room. You know that people from the wall don't have so many insects in their homes, unless they are specially raised. With the development of technology, pest control is very comprehensive. There are actually not many insects in garbage dumps. Zhuang Lin opened the door carefully. There was a foul odor in her room, and it was crawling with bugs. In other words, her house was infested with bugs, and the color of the furniture was almost invisible. Zhuang Lin had no place to step when he entered. At first glance, it looked like a bug hole. After opening the door, the bugs overflowed and rushed out as if they were escaping for their lives. The whole building was infested with bugs. The neighbors were scared by the bugs and yelled. This matter could not be handled quietly at all. Zhuang Lin found a helper, and found her body under the desk in the bedroom. She had just died, the night before I went to find her. Wincy rubbed her temple with a hand holding the cigarette, her face full of fatigue. Because it was too weird, she gave up her original rest plan and rushed to the scene. I send you some photos of the scene, which are more intuitive, Wincy briefly described. In addition to the bugs, there were 3 burned red candles on the table, a broken rooster bowl on the ground, and the bathtub was full of black water. Her body was curled up under the table, her face was swollen, and it seemed that many weird bubbles came out. Zhu Ning received Wincy's photos. The dead Qin Chihong had fist-sized bubbles all over his body, like bubbles in the swamp. Some of them were swollen to the extreme and burst, and white maggots were still wriggling in the wound. Zhu Ning stared at the bubbles for a long time. After Zhuang Lin opened the door, the bugs rushed out. Did the bugs crawl out of the bubbles on his face? Wincy. There are no signs of invasion, no enemies, it is determined to be suicide, and the preliminary judgment is that the time of death is no more than 24 hours. Zhu Ning found it more and more strange, and asked, did a ceremony take place? Zhu Ning had just gotten off the homecoming. In the past, people with superpowers could commit suicide to make themselves the power source of the train. Was this person also performing a ceremony? What did she awaken? I don't know. I'm waiting for the autopsy results here. There may not be any results. Wincy talked about her identity and background again. It is said that she is an ordinary office worker with an introverted personality. She doesn't like to deal with people. She likes animals, insects, and all non-human creatures. Her biggest hobby is to record various supernatural events. She runs to where there is danger. She loves to investigate and record. Wincy. I still have a dozen suspicious people in my hands, but I haven't followed up yet. That's all. This is what Wincy found out. There is no definite evidence, so it can't be called a harvest. If Zhu Ning hadn't contacted her, she wanted to wait until it was systematic before telling Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was quiet, sorted it out from the beginning and said, I first knew that Qin Chihong's notebook was brought to me by you. Few people have read it. You read it first, and then I will read it. The content records the vicinity of the deserted village. There is a clear time in the diary in 2007. Do you remember it? It is easy to be confused when receiving information alone. Zhu Ning and Wincy sorted it out together, and Wincy hummed. Zhu Ning constructed a timeline in his mind. 2007, deserted village. The second time was the Mold City, 2008. The third time was Songhan Temple, 2006. The fourth time was the homecoming train. There was no exact date, pollution broke out, the end of the world came, and the traditional date was abolished. Zhu Ning had previously speculated that the end of the world would probably happen in 2057. Zhu Ning had always thought that he turned into a notebook after he died, but now it seems that Qin Chihong has lived to the Federation era and has lived until recently. Qin Chihong is not a contaminant carrying turtle genes, so he is so long-lived and can survive many crises. It sounds like he can be resurrected infinitely, which makes Zhu Ning subconsciously think of Bai Cheng, but he feels wrong. Each Bai Cheng looks the same. Bai Chung seems to have achieved this through self-reproduction, sharing memories, and notifying Pei Shu of his resurrection point before death, so that Zhu Ning can find it. But Hu Wensi was able to find so many Chincahangs at once, and there may be more. These Chincahangs are scattered all over the place, and may exist at the same time. They have no intersection with each other, and probably don't know each other. Hu Wensi said what Zhu Ning was thinking. Chen Qihang is probably a shared name. They either took a pseudonym, or changed their names, to play the role of Chen Qihang together. Zhu Ning added, and he has the ability to predict the future. You just happened to encounter the escape scene. If Hu Wensi hadn't gone to find him, this person might not have died. Zhu Ning, why do you have to use the 3 words Chen Qihang? If Tian Lu didn't use this pseudonym, Hu Wensi probably wouldn't have noticed it. Hu Wensi followed Zhu Ning's thoughts and said, maybe this is the only way to establish a connection with the notebook. They worked together to write an investigation notebook, which is considered a co-author. Chen Qihang is the signature, and it can only be presented after the signature. Zhu Ning, like a pollutant. Zhu Ning recalled Su He's words. Have you found Chen Qihang? Maybe it's not the notebook that they are looking for, but the pollutant. A bold guess is that Chen Qihang is still alive. Different Chincahangs are distributed in various places, including men, women, old and young. They enter different polluted areas for investigation. No matter which Chen Qihang writes it, all the records will be presented in the notebook, so Chen Qihang seems so powerful. He has entered all areas. Even if he dies in a polluted area, it doesn't matter, as long as he records it before he dies. If there are enough Chincahangs, maybe all the polluted areas in the world have been marked. Will they record the source of the world's pollution? Will Zhu Ning know the answer when he goes there? Zhu Ning is equivalent to carrying an encyclopedia of the polluted world on his body. Is there any cost for using such polluted items? For example, increasing the danger level? Exchanging information with danger? Zhu Ning expressed his guess, but Hu Wensi could not give a definite judgment, and there was no evidence to support it. As I said before, Zhu Ning needed to find Bai Chung first. Zhu Ning told Hu Wensi about the incident on the homecoming. This time, Hu Wensi needed to investigate more things, including the Resurrection Society, the urn Lu Yu, and the homecoming itself. Zhu Ning made reasonable use of the little witch. She needed to take a big risk, and had no time to decipher. The little witch was her wisdom bag. Based on her understanding of Hu Wensi, Zhu Ning might be scolded, but Hu Wensi put out the cigarette after listening and said, be careful. Ah? Zhu Ning was still a little uncomfortable. She added more workload to her, and she asked her to be safe? Hu Wensi was possessed by someone. Hu Wensi had a hunch that Zhu Ning had cheated on her, and found out more information. The more she dug deeper and understood the world, the more dangerous they would be. Hu Wensi raised his head, and the devil's eye under the eye mask was moving again. The morgue was underground, and the sky was not visible. The ceiling was also low. At this time, his sight was raised, and the lines of the morgue were pulled apart and gathered upward, as if there was an eye in the sky staring at him. The crisis encountered this time may not come from the kingdom of God or a certain human group, but from a more unknown existence. Zhu Ning felt that Hu Wensi's state was quite abnormal. If it is dangerous, why don't you stop investigating? Hu Wensi, provocation? Zhu Ning thought that such a big pot was in his heart, and he cried out, it's unfair, I'm really doing this for your own good. Hu Wensi smiled. Give me Miss Lu's contact information, and I will try to contact her line. That's good. Zhu Ning was actually worried about Lu Nianyan, but she was outside the wall, and she couldn't get there if something happened. Hu Wensi helped to keep an eye on her, and Zhu Ning was more than happy. Moreover, Lu Nianyan himself didn't care about a lot of information, but in the eyes of the little witch, they were important clues. Zhu Ning sent the contact number, and Hu Wensi counted her workload. I don't think I can find any news about the return home number. There are few records of troubles outside the wall inside the wall. Lu Yu may still have a chance. I will send you a message directly if I find any clues. You can read it when you have a signal. If you don't understand, ask me. Zhu Ning thought that she had become Hu Wensi's leader, and could read the investigation report she wrote. Hu Wensi, study the urn first, and share any clues with me, and I will follow up. I have no clue now. Zhu Ning agreed, and before hanging up, he said as usual, you should also pay attention to safety, have a good rest, and don't work too hard. Hu Wensi smiled and said yes. After hanging up the communication, the smile disappeared, which made her face look very cold. Hu Wensi quietly smoked the last cigarette, and stared at the top for a while. Area 103 was purified, but the eye appeared again. At first, Hu Wensi felt dangerous and depressed when being watched, and even trembled uncontrollably, but as she merged with the devil's eye, she seemed to become its slave. She was used to being watched, and sometimes she would look back out of curiosity. Team leader. Xuanlin's voice came from outside the door. The results are out. Do you want to go over and see? Xuanlin couldn't feel it. Only Huawinsi could feel it, so she had to bear this attention alone. I'm coming. Huawinsi put out a cigarette and pushed the door open. Zhu Ning's expression was solemn after hanging up. She was not provoking Huawinsi just now, but was really worried about Huawinsi. Compared with the truth of the world, she cared more about Huawinsi's life. Huawinsi had just sent all kinds of communication information. She was silent for a moment and sent a private message to Xuanlin, asking him to take care of Huawinsi and pay attention to her abnormality. It stands to reason that Xuanlin is Huawinsi's man and would definitely not agree, but he may have noticed that his team leader was not in a good mood recently, so he agreed. Zhu Ning looked at Chen Qihong's notebook for a while. The bandage was wrapped around the outside. She didn't dare to open it again. Opening it would definitely cost her something. At least Huawinsi explained some of her doubts to her. Zhu Ning also knew how to use the investigation notes reasonably. She couldn't believe it all. It was at most a reference. Zhu Ning took the urn out of the card again. This thing was a replica. She rarely used this ability. Although she had many abilities, most of them were at the primary stage and were not top-notch. Copying things on her body could be restored, but copying things from the outside world should have a greatly reduced effect. Zhu Ning hadn't tried it a few times. She guessed that a completely unknown existence should not be able to be copied, otherwise it would be too against the will of heaven. Copying two evil gods would be a big deal. For example, if there is any contaminated item, she can't get the same one, but if it is an ordinary thing, such as a pen or a book, it can be reproduced. If she is lucky, if there is a map in the urn, she can get it. But she is unlucky, because Zhu Ning has got the original version, and the original urn exudes a sense of chaos and hostility, and the one in her hand is like a vase. Zhu Ning tried to twist it twice, but couldn't open it. Is it a waste in her hand? There is an extra thing that can't be opened, and I still don't understand what the revival will do. From this point of view, Suhi doesn't seem to be a big role, but a high-level worker. The revival will be very complicated. Zhu Ning put away the communicator and urn, walked towards the flying car, and didn't get in the car immediately, but leaned against the car window to look inside. It is worthy of being an investigator's car. It is not gorgeous, but it looks very durable. Lao Zhao is very thoughtful, and has prepared everything. At least she has sufficient supplies when she sets out again. Lin Xiaofeng has already got on the driver's seat, studying the performance of the new car, touching here and there. Pei Shu knitted in the back seat of the car, the pink ball of yarn rolling with her movements. It was exactly the same as when they set out, and when they picked up by Chung, it seemed like they had walked the same route again. Zhu Ning looked back at the shelter and jumped into the passenger seat. Let's go. Chapter 314. Huawinsi went to see the autopsy report. This is a private institution, converted from a hospital basement. The lights are dim, the corridor is emitting green light, and the pungent smell of medicine is everywhere. Several rooms are used to store corpses. The decoration in the corridor is a few jars with human organs soaked in them, which is a bit creepy at first glance. Corpses killed by pollutants will be operated by professional dissection experts. Their main purpose is to see what elements are attached to the person, or which parts are damaged, so as to infer the exact cause of death of the deceased. For example, when a blood manipulator kills someone, the blood on the deceased's body will all dry up. The person in charge of the autopsy is Jiang Yan. She is the leader in this industry. She has been dealing with corpses since birth. Some people call her the Death Doctor, but her appearance is very different from her name. She has a pear-shaped head and round eyes, and looks like a student. Huawinsi, no fatal injuries? Jiang Yan nodded. I can't see it. This is also normal. The autopsy can only reveal 1/3, and the remaining 2/3 are unsolved cases. This is also Huawinsi's intuition that the autopsy will not have any results. How did he die? Huawinsi recalled the strange death scene. Could it be that Chen Qihong is so strange? Huawinsi shook her head. It's okay, thank you. Huawinsi didn't have time to waste here. Xuanlin would handle it later. She had to go back to check other things. Huawinsi just turned around to leave when Jiang Yan behind her suddenly said that. Huawinsi turned her head to look at her. Jiang Yan was wearing a white coat with blood stains on his body. His expression was a little hesitant. She pointed to her eyes and said, "Your eyes." Huawinsi raised his eyebrows. Jiang Yan. It seems that it can't hold on for much longer. Just now, Jiang Yan looked closer and saw something squirming under Huawinsi's eye mask. The surface of the eye mask bulged slightly, as if some strange creature was buried inside. Jiangyan dealt with this thing. You smell like a corpse. The heaviest smell on Huawinsi was actually tobacco. Because he dealt with documents all year round, he also smelled a little bit of ink. This was the first time Huawinsi heard someone say that she smelled like a corpse. And she came here for Qin Shi Hung's matter, so how could there be clues about the devil's eye? Jiangyan twitched his nose and muttered to himself, I seem to have smelled it somewhere. Huawinsi asked, Where? Jiangyan shook his head. On another corpse, let me think. Outside the wall. Xu Ning was originally studying the fake urn, and he also communicated with Pei Shu, but the three of them had no clues. Xu Ning had to look at the scenery to divert her attention. At first, she saw something rolling and thought it was a tumbleweed. After a closer look, it was garbage all over the ground. Cans, abandoned trash cans, car wreckage, and colorful ribbons moved on the grass like cattle and sheep. Xu Ning felt that there was a lot of garbage at Duoluo Station. The more she walked, the more garbage there was. There was such a large area. Xu Ning propped up her chin and asked, What is this? Pei Shu answered every question. It is a phenomenon outside the wall. It exists in many places. You can think of it as ants moving. Ah? Is this ants moving? Xu Ning looked at it again with this setting. The garbage was lined up in a long line, as if there was some direction. Xu Ning, where are they going? I don't know. They are quite common outside the wall. They are harmless and won't hurt anyone. But don't touch them. You can easily get entangled in them and suffocate to death. Suffocate to death? It doesn't seem to be very lethal. Pei Shu, I remember there was a kind of punishment in the past. It was to wet thin rice paper and cover the face of the person. It was originally a piece of paper, but it became a torture device. It's almost the same principle. Pei Shu, a broken fishing net or a large garbage bag covers the person. At first, it just feels like light plastic. Then, there are more and more, and there is no clue. Cut it with a knife or burn it with fire. After burning, there is still endless. The more you fight back, the tighter it gets. After that, it will be like falling into the sand, and you can't pull it out. The garbage will wrap you up tightly and suffocate you to death, and send you away with it. Xu Ning thought that the scene was indeed very troublesome, and asked, What should I do if I accidentally go in? Pei Shu thought that if he didn't take the initiative to provoke this thing and stayed away, nothing would happen, but when he thought that the person asking him was Xu Ning, he really couldn't say for sure. Pei Shu, it's better to stay still, stay inside, relax your body, and slide out in the direction of the garbage bag. If you're lucky, you find a way out. Xu Ning, if you're unlucky, you die? Pei Shu hummed as a nod. Xu Ning, then they also have a pollution source? No one has ever asked Pei Shu about this. Pei Shu was silent for a while and said, I haven't been in there. Do you want to purify? Is Xu Ning really going to eat garbage? This pollution source may be a monster twisted from garbage. Isn't it? Too much? Pei Shu's mind inexplicably popped up the scene of Xu Ning swallowing a mountain of garbage, and he quickly stopped. I feel that this thing is like a natural purification. Because of the spread of pollution, humans have all hid in high walls, leaving behind urban ruins and garbage all over the ground. Nature is purifying the land in its own way. Pei Shu has been thinking that humans think they are the masters of the world, so they think pollutants are enemies. In the eyes of pollutants, perhaps they are the pollutants. However, this scene seems to be more and more common in the past 2 years. In the past, garbage migration could only be seen near the north. Garbage migration is similar to some natural landscapes in the past, such as tornadoes. People's exploration activities outside the wall will only become more and more difficult in the future. Xu Ning was thoughtful, and saw Pei Shu in the rearview mirror. Pei Shu was knitting very fast, and the yarn was already the size of a palm. Xu Ning asked, What are you knitting? Pei Shu, hats, do you want them? Xu Ning was silent for a moment. Pei Shu used pink ones. She seemed to have not used hats of this color since kindergarten. Thinking of it, it would be quite punk for her to wear it at this age. Yes, Xu Ning never refused anything that was offered to him. Xiaofeng, do you want one? Lin Xiaofeng was driving, and Xu Ning was afraid that she would get sleepy, so he talked to her all the way. Lin Xiaofeng was not good at making requests, but following Xu Ning cured her bad habit. Can I have gloves? Pei Shu, yes. Xu Ning thought Pei Shu knew a lot, even gloves. He also had a variety of woolen toys at home, which were very delicate, so he must have knitted them himself. It's a pity that they were burned. Xu Ning thought he should get more wool for Teacher Pei to make up for it. Pei Shu, then I get one for Bai Cheng too. They didn't have much danger along the way, and they were all looking at the scenery outside the wall. Once, Zhu Ning saw 3 other cars floating in the air, which might also be exploring outside the wall. They didn't seem to see each other, nor did they say hello. However, the more they walked, the more traces of other people there were. Does this prove that this road is indeed not dangerous? After passing through an abandoned city and resting for a day, they wanted to relax and hurry on. But thinking that Bai Cheng might be waiting for them, they didn't rest much and wanted to pick up their teammates early. Pei Shu pointed. The front is the Guitu Cemetery. Pei Shu pointed to a mountain, which seemed to be a scenic spot before. There was a ticket office at the door. There was a winding mountain road they could go around, but no one had maintained it for many years. The winding mountain road was covered with plants, and only a few traces could be seen. Zhu Ning observed that there were still a few cars behind him, but they all turned in another direction, and no one went to that mountain. Pei Shu explained, "That's the main road. We haven't been in there. We just pass by every time." The place where Bai Cheng found a corpse for herself was quiet in the hustle and bustle. It must be a place known by Pei Shu, but not everyone can go there, otherwise she might be found in advance. Zhu Ning was very curious about Bai Cheng. The undead are not dead. Do they need to be awakened? The car circled the mountain. The trees were too dense to see clearly below, and they didn't know where to park the car. Zhu Ning, shall we go in? Pei Shu, this is the only way. They originally wanted to find a place to park, but later found that there was a parking lot here. There were only 2 scrapped old world cars. They parked in the middle, as if they were here for tourism. Before getting out of the car, Zhu Ning rummaged through the trunk. The equipment prepared by Lao Zhao was too comprehensive. She picked out 3 retractable shovels. Pei Shu, you want to go tomb raiding? Seeing Zhu Ning's posture, I thought she was going to dig up someone's ancestral grave. Zhu Ning, maybe we really have to dig it out. Pei Shu thought it made sense. If it were someone else, he wouldn't believe it, but that was Bai Cheng. It was too reasonable for her to bury herself underground. The 3 of them got out of the car with shovels. Because they were not sure whether they could find it in one day, they also carried tents, backpacks and some necessities. It looked more and more like they were camping. Walking in from the parking lot, I found that it was really a scenic spot that was not well developed. There were a few words faintly on the arched gate, Muxishan Forest Park. There was also a propaganda sign for preventing forest fires next to it. Lighters and other fire sources were not allowed to be brought up the mountain. Zhu Ning wondered what the definition of this fire source was. He didn't bring a lighter, but he brought Pei Shu who set fire. After Zhu Ning went to homecoming, he read the rules and regulations before he saw anything. Pei Shu also read them, and felt that he could definitely get in. Otherwise, why would Bai Cheng ask him to come? This park is free. The ticket office at the entrance sells cable car tickets. There is also a sign that says people with heart disease and mental illness cannot take the cable car. Zhu Ning asked, why is it called the Ghost Head Cemetery? Pei Shu, this scenic area was a cemetery before it was developed. The locals worship their ancestors here. When the scenic area was established, there was a discussion about moving the graves, but the locals did not allow it, so the 2 were merged into one. Zhu Ning asked, how did you know? There are no signboards nearby. Pei Shu, go 5 kilometers further, and you will find the shelter. When we were resting before, several groups of people gathered and some people would talk about rumors nearby. I heard about it there. Pei Shu also heard about homecoming. It was simply the most complicated place Zhu Ning had ever been to. It was not the pollutants that were complicated, but the things involved that gave Huowensi a headache. Zhu Ning, anything else? No, there is a legend here that someone will hear someone crying in the middle of the night, and someone will see a floating human head. It sounds uncreative, so it was later called the Ghost Head Cemetery. It is indeed uncreative. Ghost stories are not written like this now. We are here, so we must go in. This time Pei Shu will lead the way, Lin Xiaofeng will always be invisible, and Zhu Ning will follow behind. As she walks, she thinks that it seems like she is climbing a mountain for the first time in this world. The 3 of them are wearing protective clothing and holding iron shovels, looking like dangerous elements. Without human constraints, the plants here grow horizontally and climb up the steps, but the higher they go, the more garbage there is, colorful. They walked for about 3 hours before they reached a hillside, and graves appeared all over the hill. There are all kinds of graves here. Some are just a small earth slope with a stone tablet in front, and some are more delicate, made of cement, and a family seems to live in it, with a total of 3 floors. Some are even more luxurious, with stone gates built, as if there is another world, and you need to open the door to enter. When we arrived at the cemetery, paper money was floating in the air, faded gold ingots were on the ground, crooked wreaths were on the ground, and rotten offerings were scattered on the ground. There was a lot of garbage in the wild cemetery that no one managed. It was very strange that the cable car was suspended in the sky. Generally, cemeteries should be quiet, so why did tourists walk on the heads of the dead? They chose to come at dawn, but the trees here were tall, blocking the sky, and the cemetery was gloomy. A gust of wind blew, and the leaves shook and made a whirring sound. The paper money seemed to be scattered and covered them. Zhu Ning dared not move, feeling paper money and paper flowers passing over her body. Suddenly, she heard a creaking sound. Zhu Ning looked up and saw that the cable car above her head was still moving. It had been out of use for many years and was covered with rust. There was no one on it, and it was moving forward with a creaking sound. Zhu Ning always felt that this place was weird and wanted to find Bai Cheng as soon as possible and get out as soon as possible. They scattered to look for clues, looking at the graves one by one. Many graves were unattended and covered with moss. If you stare at the inscriptions on the tombstones for a long time, you will feel cold and dizzy for no reason. After searching for several hours, looking at the graves was dazzling, and the sky was getting darker and darker. Finally, Lin Xiaofeng found something, and several people hurried to her side. She found a tombstone, which was actually very abrupt. There was no grave or tomb behind the stone tablet, just a flat ground. On the tombstone was written, "Tomb of Bai Cheng." Is this Bai Cheng's resurrection point? Pei Shu, dig it up? Zhu Ning nodded. She had never dug a grave before, but she didn't expect that the first time would be for Bai Cheng. They dug a few shovels. The first one was the hardest, and they became numb afterwards. It was like 3 hard laborers digging a tunnel all night, and suddenly, something other than soil appeared. It felt soft. Didn't they prepare a coffin for Bai Cheng lying in there? Zhu Ning dug with her hands, but didn't find the body. A red corner appeared in the black soil. Is this a plastic bag? Zhu Ning had just listened to Pei Shu's lecture on plastic waste, and she was a little traumatized by this thing. It was normal to dig plastic out of the soil, but Zhu Ning touched it through her gloves, and the plastic rustled in the wind. Why did she feel that the plastic bag seemed to be alive? Chapter 315. When Zhu Ning felt that the plastic bag was alive, he suddenly heard a bang. The grave next door seemed to be summoned by some force, and a hand stretched out from the ground. It was a rotten white bone wrapped in black soil, but the gaps between the bones were wrapped in colorful plastic, which looked like some weird artwork. Zhu Ning reacted quickly and retreated quickly when the plastic corpse attacked. Zhu Ning stepped on the trunk of a huge tree with his back foot, but the plastic bag followed him like a shadow. Zhu Ning had to dodge in the air. When Lin Xiaofeng reacted, Zhu Ning was already standing on the top of a nearby pine tree. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng moved when Zhu Ning was attacked, and retreated in the direction of Zhu Ning. Bang bang bang, corpses crawled out of the graves one after another. They came out to different degrees. Some only showed their eyes, and some came out of their chests. The trees here were surprisingly tall, an average of more than 15 meters. Zhu Ning stood on the small area on the top of the tree and looked down intently. This time, she saw clearly what was attacking her. It was a combination of plastic bags and corpses. Some faded plastic wrapped around the rotting corpses, with a corner of them sticking out of their eye sockets, plastic stuffed in their throats, and the gaps between their skin and fat were also filled with plastic. If someone were to dissect these corpses and cut a knife along the chest, they would see that the plastic bags inside the corpses were distributed layer by layer like tree rings, and the internal organs and plastic were completely fused. Some corpses had no eyeballs, only eye sockets, or 2 lumps of plastic were stuffed in them, but as long as they were in this cemetery, they could sense that the corpses were watching them. Plastic is not degradable. Before the pollution occurred, only animals would accidentally eat plastic. After the pollution spread, plastic and humans actually combined. Is this the reason why Bai Cheng is not dead? Part of her body is made of plastic. Before, Zhu Ning had doubted whether this was Bai Cheng's location, but looking at the means of controlling the corpse, it is definitely Bai Cheng. But the question is, how can they find the real Bai Cheng? Lin Xiaofeng and Pei Shu also climbed the tree, and Zhu Ning landed on one of the tree trunks flexibly. The purpose of these plastic corpses should be to guard the corpse, and the attack range is limited. Zhu Ning knelt on one knee on the tree trunk and asked. Bai Cheng only said 4 words. Go to cemetery. Pei Shu recalled that when Bai Cheng went to die, her head was flying in the air, and her mouth shape was definitely go to cemetery. Pei Shu nodded. It's too late to explain. Zhu Ning asked, have you observed her corpse? Zhu Ning did not observe Bai Cheng's attack. At that time, she was seriously injured. In fact, Pei Shu was the one who was most familiar with Bai Cheng in this group. Zhu Ning patiently coaxed, "Is there any plastic in her body?" According to Pei Shu, Bai Cheng's head was broken. "Has anyone observed the incision? Is there also layers of plastic inside?" Pei Shu thought about it for a while, and gave up. He was not like Zhu Ning, who had a computer in his head, and could observe the picture frame by frame. Pei Shu could not remember the details at all, and all his attention was on Bai Cheng's lips. "Pei Shu, Bai Cheng is a plastic person. Zhu Ning, who knows? She is the first undead I have met." Pei Shu thought about it carefully, and felt that it made sense. Bai Cheng's situation was very similar to Lin Xiaofeng's. Ordinary superpowers would gain some superpowers if they remained rational after being contaminated. Superpowers are one of their abilities, and they must also be used. This action can only be supported if the mental value is sufficient. If the mental value is not enough, nothing can be done, just like Pei Shu can't set fire at all when he is exhausted, and the sparks are very small. But Bai Cheng and Lin Xiaofeng are more like pollutants, and can maintain abnormal states at any time, as if pollution is the norm. For example, Lin Xiaofeng can maintain transparency at any time, and Bai Cheng can maintain immortality at any time. They don't have exerting movements, nor do they pay attention to consumption. They are naturally polluted, compared with humans. They are creatures more similar to pollutants. Zhu Ning guessed that Bai Cheng might have had the same experience as Lin Xiaofeng. Zhu Ning asked, "Plastic can't be attacked?" Pei Shu's face was solemn. "I don't know how much is under the soil. If the whole mountain is, we are facing a monster. After attacking, it may speed up the growth of the other party." Zhu Ning continued to ask, "Is the mountain empty?" Pei Shu, "It is very likely that there should be a net connecting them below. The corpses drilled out at almost the same time. There is a community under the corpses, and Bai Cheng may be in it. But it is still unclear whether this Bai Cheng is the Bai Cheng they know. Now it seems to be an indiscriminate attack, and it is impossible to communicate peacefully." Pei Shu reacted and asked, "You don't think this is Bai Cheng's production site, do you? It's not accurate to say it's a resurrection site, it should be considered a production workshop." Pei Shu looked at the rotten corpses fused with plastic, and remembered the garbage coverage he had seen. From south to north, no investigation team had not seen the scene of garbage migration. If Bai Cheng was closely related to the plastic garbage outside the wall, then she could indeed do it endlessly. Even if the wall was broken and humans perished, Bai Cheng could probably live for hundreds of years. Is there really such a person? Wouldn't that be too scary? Zhu Ning was a little excited. Well, Wenxi didn't lie to her. If that was the case, Bai Cheng would definitely not die. She likes teammates who can't be killed. Pei Shu knew what Zhu Ning meant and added, "I can't set fire." Unlike traditional rules, a fire can burn all the plastic, but in a polluted world, the flame will only become the nutrients of plastic. Zhu Ning thought about this sentence. She couldn't burn it, but could only move in the direction of the plastic bag, which reminded her of the kung fu of using softness to overcome hardness in martial arts novels. However, according to what Pei Shu meant, the plastic bag killed people very slowly, and they could struggle. Pei Shu, there must be a pattern He was about to say that they should observe and summarize before taking action. Bai Cheng will definitely leave clues, as long as they are patient enough to wait. But before Pei Shu finished speaking, Zhu Ning suddenly said, "Assist me." Zhu Ning stood on the tree trunk and stretched his legs and feet, then said, "I go dig a grave." "Digging a grave? You're still digging after all this?" Pei Shu swallowed the next words. Zhu Ning was not discussing with him at all. As the captain, she only needed to give orders. As soon as she finished speaking, she was still stretching her ankles on the tree trunk. At this time, she took a step forward, and her right foot was suspended in the air. She fell straight down. The tree was very tall. She rushed down like a black shadow, stepping on the wooden stakes to gain leverage, stretching her arms to maintain balance, reaching a certain height, jumping up, and clinging to the aerial cable car with her arms. The cable car creaked forward and brought Zhu Ning to the top of Bai Cheng's tombstone. She saw the right time, and let go of her hands, and she had already fallen into the cemetery. Damn, no wonder Qi Xueliu didn't want to be a team member for Zhu Ning. It was too exciting to act with her. Since his own captain had gone down, Pei Shu could only grit his teeth and follow. As soon as Pei Shu stepped on the grave, the corpse sensed it and struggled to crawl out of the ground. Plastic flew in the wind, and a 10-meter-long strip of plastic greenhouse waste swept over. Zhu Ning dodged sideways, and the plastic brushed past her right shoulder, as softly as a gust of wind. She walked in the plastic without any attack. She had just taken 2 steps when her ankle was tightly wrapped around, and she circled around. Zhu Ning's body rotated in the opposite direction, using the force to counter the force, and her mind control could make the plastic deflect. Another piece of plastic flew, like a rotating red veil trying to cover its bride. Plastic is not like steel, it has no shape, and mind control is not accurate. Zhu Ning did not dodge, and Pei Shu, who was next to her, scooped up the plastic with one hand. The plastic bag that was originally aimed at Zhu Ning was wrapped around Pei Shu's head along his arm. Pei Shu's eyes turned red, and he could not see anything clearly through the thin layer of plastic. A corpse rushed towards him. He could not use fire, and could only fight hard. He grabbed the corpse's elbow with one hand, pressed down and folded it, and there were layers of plastic in the broken arm. As soon as the plastic surface appeaed, it wrapped around the person like it was alive. The more you struggle and resist, the more dangerous it is. Pei Shu knew it, but he still had to squeeze in. Bai Cheng was considered to have sacrificed for him at that time. Anyone could hide from the matter of resurrecting Bai Cheng, but Pei Shu could not. Pei Shu's task was simple, which was to clear the way for Zhu Ning and let her get as close to Bai Cheng's tomb as possible. When Zhu Ning jumped down, she calculated the distance and landed 3 meters away from the tomb. It was obviously not far, but she took 2 steps back because of the plastic. The plastic around Pei Shu's neck was getting tighter and tighter. The plastic, which was thinner than paper, had already penetrated the gap in the protective suit. A corner of the fragment could be seen inside the helmet. On the other side, Zhu Ning tore off the plastic on her body. Her legs were already tightly wrapped. She flipped over and landed on the tombstone, staring at the tomb she had not finished digging just now. In other graves, corpses stood up, but not in Bai Cheng's grave. Zhu Ning's arm was grabbed by the plastic corpse, but she didn't struggle. She picked up the shovel with her other hand and continued the action just now, digging the grave. As the saying goes, digging up someone's ancestral grave will kill the whole family. Zhu Ning, an experimental subject, has no family to speak of, so she is not afraid of anything. Zhu Ning used the shovel to dig down, and the bottom of the shovel was still soft. Obviously, the plastic was very fragile and could definitely be broken by one shovel. Now it was like poking a piece of swollen meat, and blood stains were faintly flowing along the edge of the shovel. With one shovel, the soil was shoveled up, revealing more plastic bags. Another shovel was used. This time, Zhu Ning's shovel was at a wrong angle and stabbed into the edge of the plastic bag. There was a sound of breaking. It seemed that there were layers of garbage or roots of some plants under the ground, and Zhu Ning shoveled the roots. There is hope. Zhu Ning was not in a good condition either. A corpse was holding her waist tightly from behind. The plastic straw was surprisingly sharp and pierced into her protective suit and embedded in her neck, almost piercing her artery. Suddenly, she felt something spreading behind her. From a god's perspective, it was a piece of red and white striped plastic bag. Zhu Ning had no time to hide. A shovel was suspended in the air, and she had no idea where to start. The plastic was swaying in the air. With a light grab, it was about to wrap around Zhu Ning. She heard a click behind her. Pei Shu snapped his fingers. He set fire. The flames burned the plastic and gave off an unpleasant smell. It was like a beam of light in the dark. God certainly didn't think of this scene when he said there should be light. The surrounding plastic seemed to be attracted by the flames, or melted by the flames, and kept collapsing towards the ignition point. Pei Shu didn't want to light a fire until he had no other choice. As he expected, the fire burned the plastic and it collapsed. At a certain point, the melted plastic stretched again, growing faster than the fire. The debris in Pei Shu's helmet gradually climbed along his eyelids, like candy wrappers wrapped around chocolates, wrapping fragile eyeballs. More and more plastics, with the stench of soil and garbage, sought the fragile parts of the human body. Pei Shu had a small wound on his neck that had not healed. At this time, the plastic opened an opening and drilled into the blood vessels, sucking his blood. In just a blink of an eye, Pei Shu was about to become a plastic man. What did he warn Zhu Ning before? Now he found out how difficult it was. How could a person not fight back in this situation? Pei Shu tried his best to relax his body. His back was facing backwards, and he was pressed into a grave. This mountain was really empty, and had been occupied by plastics. Pei Shu became a new food. Pei Shu took a deep breath and moved in the direction of the plastic's movement. He sank deeper and deeper, and his back became heavier and heavier. It was also the first time he knew the weight of plastics. The smell of earth around him was getting stronger and stronger, and the stench of corpses was pungent. Pei Shu could no longer hold on. Zhu Ning knew that Pei Shu was buying time for himself. After he lit the fire, the corpse was briefly attracted, and Zhu Ning got a chance. Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and let Pei Shu clear the way for her so decisively because she firmly believed that Bai Cheng would not let them die. She sank her arm and stabbed the shovel into the angle just now. The sharp edge of the shovel made a crackling sound again, and the flames burned more and more vigorously. In the end, the shovel could no longer shovel anything, and the shovel was completely stained red with blood. Zhu Ning threw away the shovel and half knelt to dig the grave with her hands. She breathed less and less while digging the grave, and it was more and more painful when she breathed. The plastic had grown out of her throat and would soon suffocate her. Zhu Ning pulled it several times but couldn't pull it open, so she shouted hoarsely, "Xiaofeng, help me." When Zhu Ning spoke, the plastic in her throat rubbed and soon made her throat bleed. Lin Xiaofeng had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time and had been following Zhu Ning, but she didn't know how to intervene. Her body was originally transparent, but now she was wrapped in more than 10 layers of plastic bags inside and out, like a zongzi. Lin Xiaofeng followed the sound to the direction of Zhu Ning. Because she couldn't see clearly, she fell to her knees with a flutter. "Zhu Ning, dig!" Lin Xiaofeng was a huge force, and she could try to open things that Zhu Ning couldn't open. Pei Shu couldn't see anyone anymore, and the bodies of the entire Guitu cemetery were all on his side, so there was not much time left. Lin Xiaofeng had pulled the homecoming train before, thinking it wouldn't be particularly troublesome, but she didn't expect that a thin layer of plastic would be so tough. She tensed her body, her arm muscles swelled, took a deep breath, and pulled hard to tear a thumb-long hole. What was even more terrifying was that as soon as she pulled the plastic bag open, blood immediately flowed out, as if it was not the plastic that was torn but the water ball, and it couldn't be blocked. The fishy smell hit her face, and Lin Xiaofeng forgot to dodge. The plastic on her back was getting thicker and thicker, and she just stood there in a daze, with her hands covered in blood. Zhu Ning's vision was still there. After Lin Xiaofeng stopped, Zhu Ning's first reaction was to continue pulling, trying to make the hole bigger. She wanted to see how difficult it was to open this thing. She just put a finger in, and suddenly froze, as if she touched something sticky, and Zhu Ning immediately retracted her finger. The blood in the plastic bag had drained out, and the surrounding land was soaked with blood, and the plastic bag below was slightly undulating. The plastic bag swayed in the wind before, but this time it rose and fell, as if there was a living person wrapped inside. Zhu Ning looked through the hole, and under the blood-stained plastic, a blood-red eye suddenly opened. Chapter 316. Puff, the plastic bag that Lin Xiaofeng had difficulty tearing open with great force was easily poked open, and a rotten arm stretched out. The arm was straight, with a 15-centimeter scar on the forearm, and blue plastic mixed in the muscle tissue. There was another puff, and Bai Cheng stretched out her other hand. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and the plastic bag covering her face rose and fell with her breathing. Bai Cheng suddenly jumped out of the grave, and Zhu Ning did not dig out the lower half of her body, which was still stuck in the ground. She turned her face with a stiff neck. Zhu Ning seemed to see Bai Cheng's mouth through the translucent plastic. There was an extremely stiff smile at the corner of her mouth, and the corner of her mouth was pulled upward. Zhu Ning had obviously seen Bai Cheng before. There were two Bai Chengs before, one mechanical and the other soft. The mechanical one was like a murderer on a rainy night, and he also smiled like this, but Zhu Ning swallowed nervously. The things dug out from the grave in the middle of the night were what she wanted to dig up. It looked like Bai Cheng was the corpse. After Bai Cheng sat up, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The cableway hanging in the air stopped swaying, and only paper money was blown by the wind. The plastic wrapped around Lin Xiaofeng lost its life, and fell lightly to the ground. Lin Xiaofeng was almost suffocated by the plastic. The first thing he did after regaining his freedom was to cough. On the other side, Pei Shu was dragged into a grave by the plastic. The corpse held him tightly. The plastic lost control, but he did not break free for a while. After all, the plastic on his body was like a mountain, and he couldn't climb out like a little man who fell into a pile of paper. It seems that it is really the same as Lin Xiaofeng's situation. After controlling the pollution source, the strange events will automatically disappear, and this is just an ordinary graveyard. Zhu Ning didn't have time to care about them. He was looking at Bai Cheng in front of him with all his heart. He was still not sure if this was the Bai Cheng he knew. Bai Cheng stretched out her hand to flick the dirt on her lower limbs, and struggled to get her legs out of the ground. Zhu Ning didn't help her when she did this, but just watched her. Zhu Ning put a flashlight next to her when she was digging the grave. Now it was dark, and the light was completely focused on Bai Cheng's body. Zhu Ning found that she was not wearing any clothes inside, and was covered with scars. Not only the arm, but also the abdomen, back, and neck were all fatal wounds. A rough count showed that there were 20 to 30 large and small wounds. Bai Cheng's body was full of mysteries. It seemed that she was chopped by a pervert for 30 times, and then she was wrapped with a piece of plastic and thrown in the Ghost Head Cemetery. Every day, tourists wandered over her body. Is she in pain? How many years has she been lying here? If Zhu Ning hadn't come to dig her out, would Bai Cheng have been buried with the plastic garbage? Did she have any thoughts when she was buried? Zhu Ning felt sorry for her, so he shook out a gray blanket from his backpack and wrapped Bai Cheng up. Her body was still cold, and there was no heartbeat when he listened closely. This was the third Bai Cheng Zhu Ning had seen. Every Bai Cheng had no heartbeat and a very low body temperature. Touching her made her feel more familiar. Bai Cheng was wrapped in a blanket, and her body was extremely stiff, like a doll that had just transformed, and she didn't know how to move her joints when she walked. Bai Cheng's eyes were blood red, and she didn't close her eyes when she died. The red blood was like a spider web, and her voice was stiff, Zhu Ning. The two words didn't have the right tone, and she spoke out of tune. Bai Cheng, it's hard to say that she just came to life. Zhu Ning sorted it out. It should be that he had just come back to life, so his speech was not normal, so his walking was not normal either. Zhu Ning thought that maybe the mechanical Bai Cheng had just been dug out not long ago. Zhu Ning asked, "You are more flexible the longer you live? So each Bai Cheng is different." Bai Cheng nodded and wanted to explain more clearly, but he couldn't speak clearly and was too lazy to explain. Zhu Ning roughly understood. She thought it was a different personality, but it turned out to be a different degree of rehabilitation. Zhu Ning looked at the mess and decided to set up a tent temporarily to let Bai Cheng rest first. Zhu Ning left her simple body cleaning supplies, medical supplies, and clean clothes. Fortunately, she brought more equipment up. "Zhu Ning, I will help you." Bai Cheng did not refuse. Zhu Ning looked back and saw that Lin Xiaofeng was probably no longer in danger. The plastic on his body was cleaned up. Pei Shu had not climbed up yet. "Zhu Ning, Xiaofeng, go help your Uncle Pei. Call me if you have anything." Lin Xiaofeng nodded obediently and went to find Pei Shu. Pei Shu had just been tortured to the point of exhaustion. When Lin Xiaofeng dug him up, he was lying in a grave, living with a strange corpse, looking half dead. Lin Xiaofeng suspected that he was silently cursing Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning and Bai Cheng entered the tent. As soon as Bai Cheng entered, he tore off the plastic on his body, revealing a body covered with scars. Zhu Ning was prepared, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Zhu Ning applied medicine to her, but her wounds had been there for several years, and it was unknown whether the healing agent would work. Bai Cheng was also stabbed in the abdomen. Logically, her intestines should have leaked out, but because of the plastic was twisted and fixed in the abdomen. After injecting the healing agent, Bai Cheng put on a black windbreaker. Zhu Ning's clothes were a little big for her, and the sleeves and trouser legs were long. Her neat short hair was originally sharp as a knife, but now it looked like a standard student hairstyle. Zhu Ning had a lot to ask her, but some questions were hard to ask. After all, it was someone else's private matter. She silently suppressed her urge to ask. After all, they were still in the wild, and staying any longer would be dangerous. "How about I carry you down the mountain? Our car is down there. I'm afraid of danger." Bai Cheng shook his head. "Not dangerous." Zhu Ning, that makes sense. The biggest danger of the Guitu cemetery is right in front of her. If Bai Cheng hadn't woken up in the end, Zhu Ning would probably have been able to run away. If Pei Shu had really been killed by Zhu Ning here, she wouldn't have had to go back to save him. She could have just erected another monument, and every year when she passed by, she would have scattered some paper money for Pei Shu. Zhu Ning first took out the plastic from her throat. It was burning and painful. She simply cleaned it up and opened the tent. It was really quiet outside. There was no danger. Zhu Ning asked Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng to come in the single tent, for people were squeezed in and sat cross-legged. Pei Shu was stunned when he came in and saw Bai Cheng. He felt that his injuries were not in vain. This favor was considered repaid. "Pei Shu, welcome back to the team." Bai Cheng nodded coldly, as a greeting. Pei Shu took a breath of cold air when he took off his helmet. This was really miserable. There was still a piece of plastic bag in his eye, wrapped around his eyeball, and he needed to pull it out bit by bit. Imagine eating a chocolate ball, and the wrapper fell into your eye socket, and then pulled it out. Pei Shu was seriously injured. He pulled a plastic straw out of his neck, and the tent smelled of blood. After cleaning the wound, Pei Shu's body was on fire, just like what Zhu Ning had seen before. His eyeball and neck were flashing with fire, and the inside seemed to be wrapped in magma. What a unique way of disinfection. Zhu Ning handed him a medical kit, and asked him to take care of it himself. Among the three, Zhu Ning is in the best condition. You only need to tear off the plastic garbage on your body. There are bloodstains on Zhu Ning's body, and the black mucus will be swallowed by itself. But Zhu Ning saw Bai Cheng's nose move, as if she was reacting to blood, and asked, "Can you live by eating blood?" Bai Cheng, liveliness. Give her some blood to let her feel the breath of living people. Plastic bags wrap humans. One is to guard the tomb, and the other is to eat. Zhu Ning thought that Bai Cheng really looked like a creature in a strange novel, but Zhu Ning, who eats contaminated spores, is not qualified to judge whether people want to drink blood. Zhu Ning is very curious about Bai Cheng. Can you only be resurrected here? Bai Cheng shook his head. Recently. She has more than one resurrection point. If Zhu Ning is killed in the wild and needs help temporarily, she will find a cemetery nearby, preferably one covered by a garbage dump, including the garbage migration landscape mentioned by Pei Shu, where there are also several Bai Cheng's bones buried. The reason why Bai Cheng explained the Guitu cemetery is because Zhu Ning is the easiest to find. Zhu Ning wanted to ask about the location of more garbage dumps in the future. Pei Shu, do you share memories? Pei Shu asked the first question. He was a little concerned about whether the dead Bai Cheng was really dead. Bai Cheng nodded. Pei Shu asked, "Are you considered one person?" Bai Cheng nodded again. She didn't seem to be that close to Pei Shu. Pei Shu, same personality. The soft Bai Cheng was obviously different from the mechanical Bai Cheng. The Bai Cheng in front of him was like a blank sheet of paper. Bai Cheng thought Pei Shu was annoying and patiently explained that each Bai Cheng would be different, because each resurrection was like living again, and would be adjusted according to different people's experiences. Pei Shu was silent for a while, always feeling that Bai Cheng, who saved him at that time, was dead. The four people crowded in a tent and chatted, and the chat was so mysterious, just like telling ghost stories, when they were camping in school days. Zhu Ning asked casually, "How long have you lived?" She now suspected that the official information provided by Bai Cheng was false. What about the first time going out of the wall at the age of 13, and the genius girl exploring outside the wall were all false news released by Bai Cheng to confuse others? She didn't know if this question was considered private. If Bai Cheng didn't want to answer, it was fine. But Bai Cheng had no emotion. "I don't know." Zhu Ning didn't judge whether Bai Cheng didn't want to say it, and just wanted to change the topic to avoid embarrassment. "Bai Cheng, I don't remember, it seems." Bai Cheng's red eyes didn't fade, and when she looked over, she looked like a female ghost. She didn't recover quickly, and her speech was stiffer than the mechanical Bai Cheng. "More than 90? Zhu Ning was stunned, thinking that she had heard it wrong. After Bai Cheng said this, everyone in the tent was shocked, especially Pei Shu, who didn't care about his injuries and turned his head to look at Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng has lived for at least 90 years? But the Federation was established only 80 years ago. Is she from around the end of the world? Are the activities of investigators considered archaeology? Is Bai Cheng a living fossil? It's not surprising that she can live so long. Pollutants can live as long as they want, but she has become like this before the large-scale spread? Bai Cheng, I'm looking for it. Her face was pale. She was really a dead body. At this time, she was quiet and thought seriously. The older the memory, the more blurred it became. She couldn't think clearly. She only remembered that she lived for many years. When one body died, she would change another body and live again. Bai Cheng is a bounty hunter, and she keeps going outside the wall to find her past. She also wants to know why she can be reborn in the plastic garbage dump. Everyone has their own memories, even robots have set programs, but Bai Cheng does not. So although Bai Cheng has lived for a long time, she does not know what it was like before the end of the world, and she is not clear about the information lost by humans. No wonder Bai Cheng wants to go outside the wall. Following Zhu Ning on this journey is not something that can be done by paying money. Qi Xuelio cannot consider following Zhu Ning to die. It must have a personal will. Pei Shu has a mental illness, Bai Cheng is looking for the past, Zhu Ning is for revenge, and only Lin Xiaofeng is purely adventurous. Zhu Ning paused for a long time, and her gloves were still stained with soil from the grave. Bai Cheng is actually a new species. Could it be that what Huwenzi meant when he said that Bai Cheng is useful to you? Bai Cheng has existed for a long time. Pei Shu is worthy of walking outside the wall. No wonder he told Zhu Ning a long time ago that the current classification of humans is meaningless. Natural people, superpowers, non-natural humans, and Bai Cheng and Lin Xiaofeng. What are they? Non-natural humans think of themselves as insects and animals, but Bai Cheng thinks of himself as something other than plastic. Pollution is spreading, evolution is endless, there are too many species, and it is impossible to classify them. The more they are divided, the more chaotic it becomes. Zhu Ning later learned that the 5-class citizen classification was to facilitate Prometheus's search. In fact, if it had not been established in this way, the Federation might have been more harmonious. From this perspective, the so-called pure-blooded humans are really a vulnerable group. They are as fragile as pets. However, since knowing Lu Yu, it is still uncertain what the pure-blooded humans are. Maybe this concept is fabricated. People and pollution are inseparable. In fact, she has seen this world a long time ago, but she always feels that people can be separated from pollution. Isn't it said that if we find the source of pollution in the world and purify it, the whole world can be pollution-free? Zhu Ning lowered her eyes. There was a piece of yellow plastic debris lying in the tent. She stared at it for 2 seconds and smiled bitterly. It was the same thing. Before the pollution, there was actually something similar to pollution that quietly entered human society: plastic. There have been microplastics in the human body for a long time. Plastic has entered the human food chain. Fish eat plastic, people eat fish, and genes are passed on. Everyone has microplastics in their bodies. After several generations, it is difficult to find completely pure humans. Pollution spreads, just like when plastic entered the human world. The invisible switch has been pressed long ago, even older than humans realized it. From the information they have, the world is sick, but it was not until the large-scale spread of pollution that humans began to pay attention, but it was too late at that time. Like an avalanche, the speed of losing land is extremely fast, and humans are defeated in the face of nature. Pei Shu returned to the Federation for this reason. The more he learned about the world, the more he thought that finding the source of pollution was a pipe dream. However, Bai Cheng's behavior increased many possibilities. There should be a group of people living normally outside the wall. They are not mutated and live like monsters, but they are very decent and continue human civilization in another way. Pei Shu suddenly thought of Lu Yu. She is probably from outside the wall, just like Bai Cheng. Pei Shu asked, "Are there any other people like you?" Zhu Ning also thought of it. Bai Cheng paused and pointed at Lin Xiaofeng, her. Lin Xiaofeng is one of the few people of the same kind that Bai Cheng has seen, so Bai Cheng likes her very much. Lin Xiaofeng lowered her head in thought, and did not speak. It seems that this kind of people are rare, otherwise they would have been separated into a separate type long ago. However, Zhu Ning thinks that Prometheus should know that there may be a small group of people inside the Federation. What is the relationship between these people and the Resurgent Society? Suddenly, her mind flashed. When 0056 died, Prometheus, who controlled her, left the last sentence, saying that Zhu Ning would recognize him sooner or later. Recognize what? These creatures? But what is Prometheus's position? Zhu Ning's face became more and more ugly. There were too many questions, which gave her a headache. A guess popped up in her mind and asked, "I have a question." Bai Cheng looked at Zhu Ning, waiting for her to ask. Zhu Ning asked, "If someone of your kind enters the Federation, can he pass all the current levels of inspection?" Assuming that Lu Yu was really an outsider who entered the wall, why was he not stopped when he entered the wall? As far as Zhu Ning knows, at least the instruments in the cleaning center cannot detect non-natural humans. What about Bai Cheng, a fusion species? Can she pass the security check of the Kingdom of God? Bai Cheng did not hesitate and gave a straightforward answer: yes. Chapter 317. Bai Cheng gave a positive answer, but Zhu Ning didn't believe it completely and asked, "Why are you so sure? Have you been to the Kingdom of God?" Bai Cheng glanced at Zhu Ning. Maybe this explanation was too troublesome. Bai Cheng, whose tongue had just grown, was unwilling to explain in detail. She could pass all the machines in the Federation for testing. Pei Shu believed Bai Cheng's judgment, because he knew the operation of the Federation better than Zhu Ning. He paused and said, "We currently have two types of pollution detection. The first is the measurement of mental value. When entering the customs, those with poor psychological defense will naturally collapse. The second is pollution factor induction. See if the pollution in your body will react to the test agent. These two types are the most widely used because we originally assumed that pollution would make people unstable, and both the mind and the body would easily collapse, and would not maintain a state for a long time. But it's broken now." Zhu Ning took over Pei Shu's words. Pei Shu nodded. There was a ready-made example in front of him. Bai Cheng and Lin Xiaofeng were both. Their cores were extremely stable, and they were closely connected with pollution both psychologically and physically. Humans identify pollution, much like identifying robots in a crowd. Pei Shu, I believe that Bai Cheng can pass the existing security technology, but the defense of the Kingdom of God is different from other places. They have an additional human test. The defense of the Kingdom of God is the most stringent. In addition to the defense network, the most difficult to deal with is actually the inspector who specializes in detection. Zhu Ning, like the Turing test? Almost. The person responsible for this work should be Prometheus, at least the data is aggregated with him. So most instruments are ineffective against them. The last level to enter the kingdom of God is a human level, which can have room for operation. Either Lu Yu was really good enough to pass all the tests, or she was brought up by someone, and the Lu family helped her cheat. Zhu Ning's eyes flashed with the light of data, and a picture unfolded in his mind. Bai Cheng, a new species, was temporarily called a fusion. Zhu Ning seemed to see an evolutionary chain in front of him. Pollutants without reason, pollutants that can maintain reason are superpowers, and the parallel link is non-natural humans, and the next layer is fusions, which are simply perfect evolutions. Zhu Ning has only been out of the wall for a few days, and he is about to recognize the concept of the Resurrection Society. Maybe this world will really be a polluted world in the future, and all the high walls should be torn down, and species all over the world should be integrated. This idea is very smooth, but there is a problem. The Alpha series experiments seem to be opposite to this evolutionary chain. The trend of the whole world is a great integration, and Zhu Ning's top goal is to purify the world. Is Zhu Ning an outdated experimental subject? In this case, why does Zhu Yao still want to develop her? This is simply going against the trend of the times. Zhu Ning wanted to take a look at the direction of the wall, but there were graves everywhere outside, and she didn't even know where the high wall was. After leaving the wall, her perception of the world was refreshed again, as if she had re-examined her previous life in Area 103 from a third-person perspective, as if she was in a transparent jar. All resistance seemed meaningless in front of nature. There was no way to rest in the single tent, so Zhu Ning asked Bai Cheng to stay there for a while, thinking that he would carry her down the mountain later, but he didn't expect Bai Cheng to recover much faster. An hour later, she was already walking briskly as if walking on flat ground, and her speech was still mechanical, but it was no longer stuck. But it is true. If he was weak for so long every time he was resurrected, Bai Cheng might have died. They packed up the tent, but Bai Cheng did not leave immediately. Zhu Ning made such a fuss, and the Guitu cemetery was in a mess, with dug graves everywhere. Bai Cheng glanced at the sky, with no expression on his face. He clenched his fingers in the air, and the rotten corpse that came out slowly sank. When Bai Cheng moved, paper money and garlands were flying around him. Although he was wearing simple black clothes, Zhu Ning felt that Bai Cheng was like the god of death in the new world. They got on the flying car and planned to rest here today and continue on the road tomorrow. As soon as the car door closed, Zhu Ning remembered, I almost forgot about the Songzhan Temple. Zhu Ning fumbled around on herself. She always carried Qin Shihong's notebook with her. She almost met Bai Cheng to verify it. She asked, are there any rules in Songzhan Temple? Pei Shu almost forgot whether they triggered the rules of Songzhan Temple. Bai Cheng thought for a while and said, I only know one thing, don't burn incense to the Buddha statue. Burn incense? Bai Cheng didn't know much about Songzhan Temple. Generally, there would be many rules in the polluted area. She rested in Songzhan Temple 3 times and was safe. When Prometheus chased her, Zhu Ning was quickly broken into 2 pieces. Bai Cheng died before she could tell him, but she didn't expect any danger at all. After all, Zhu Ning and the others didn't seem to be seeking death by burning incense in a wilderness temple. Bai Cheng, what? Did you burn incense? Zhu Ning paused. He was sure that none of the 4 people in his team had burned incense. Could it be that there was a 5th person in Songzhan Temple at that time? Did he trigger the rules? But it was impossible. It happened just after Zhu Ning finished reading Qin Shihong's notebook. And if he triggered the rules, wouldn't that mean he would get himself into trouble? Who would kill someone so roundaboutly? Zhu Ning stared at Qin Shihong's notebook. This thing really exuded malice. She opened it several times, and it seemed to bring bad luck. After Songzhan Temple opened it, she immediately heard the sound of coins rolling down. After Homecoming was opened, it rained not long after. At that time, Zhu Ning did not associate the rain with the notebook. After all, they looked at the weather forecast when they went out, and the northern region entered the rainy season. Careful recollection can feel that something is wrong. Why did the Revival Society come to get the urn on a rainy day? At least when the Revival got on the car, it was thought that it would not rain. The weather outside the wall is changeable, and it is normal to be cloudy and sunny. So the heavy rain was also caused by the notebook. Is Qin Shihong's ability so strong? He can even change the weather. If it is true, then the danger level created by the notebook is not low every time, which is equivalent to a 2-level upgrade. Bai Cheng didn't know what happened during her death. Zhu Ning simply told her again. In fact, She really wanted to try it again, but it is likely to cause new dangers. Bai Cheng listened to Zhu Ning's words, and was a little curious about the notebook. Zhu Ning concluded, opening the notebook will show the investigation notes. The contents of the notes may not be useful, but they will definitely increase the danger. After Bai Cheng's clues, Zhu Ning summarized the characteristics of Qin Shihong's notebook, so opening the notebook became like gambling. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Zhu Ning changed the subject and said, change your thinking. If there are enemies in the contaminated area, I can open the notebook to increase the danger and die with him in a dilemma. Pei Shu, He even wanted to stand up and applaud Zhu Ning. What a crazy idea. Okay, take a break. Zhu Ning wrapped up the notebook and put it away, planning to report the new information to Wensi when there was a signal. At least their trip was not in vain. They verified the notebook and found their teammates. The car was quite spacious, with 4 reclining chairs put down. It was dark outside the window, and the lights were not turned on inside the car. Zhu Ning covered himself with a blanket and heard the breathing of the remaining 3 people. He knew that they were not asleep and didn't know what they were thinking. After doing such an exciting thing as digging graves, it was indeed not easy to sleep. Zhu Ning opened the upper shield and looked at the night sky through a layer of glass. There were no stars, only depressing black clouds. Zhu Ning looked for a while and asked softly, "Are you conscious while lying there?" Zhu Ning did not mention any names, but Bai Cheng answered her, "Yes, it's almost like being buried alive." Zhu Ning was silent for a moment. Bai Cheng said this very naturally, as if being buried alive was a small matter. "What on earth did she go through? Pei Shu, who came to dig you out before?" "Bai Cheng, I will keep one for myself." No wonder there were 2 people when Bai Cheng first appeared. When in danger, one person usually resisted and the other escaped, so that a new Bai Cheng could be dug out. It stands to reason that Bai Cheng would not sacrifice both bodies. The last time was an accident, so she had to tell Pei Shu before she died. Fortunately, they really came to dig her out. Zhu Ning felt that she was very lonely, just lying in the ground, waiting for people to find her. Fortunately, Zhu Ning did not delay on the way and arrived soon. "Zhu Ning, do you want to find another one?" Bai Cheng nodded. She was used to carrying another self on her back, which made her feel safer. Zhu Ning asked, "Did you agree to my order because you wanted to find your memory?" "Yes, Bai Cheng's memories are only relatively clear within the past 10 years, and the memories before that are very similar to those of her previous life. I feel the answer is in the north." Bai Cheng is not interested in the kingdom of God. The only thing she is interested in is her origin. The north, everyone's destination is the north. Bai Cheng turned her head to the left and faced Pei Shu. "Why are you following Zhu Ning?" This is the first time Bai Cheng asked a question, and his tone was mechanical and strange. "Pei Shu, I was caught." "Zhu Ning, I can catch you if you don't want to." Pei Shu is an old man, and it is easy for him to get rid of Zhu Ning outside the wall, and he can even pit himself. Pei Shu was silent for a while. "I'm going to treat the disease, you don't understand." Zhu Ning was too lazy to ask. She really didn't understand the world of mental illness. Pei Shu suddenly said lightly, "By the way, if I go crazy, remember to control it." Zhu Ning stopped pulling the blanket and looked at Pei Shu in the rearview mirror. He was quite insecure, curled up, and slept facing the door. His expression was very normal when he said this, and there was magma in his broken eyeball. Zhu Ning didn't ask Pei Shu why he went crazy. She agreed. She was the captain. She would definitely be able to control her teammates if they went crazy. The chat before bedtime was over. No one asked any more questions. Zhu Ning had already closed her eyes and was ready to sleep. In the darkness, Pei Shu suddenly asked, "Do you really want to kill Prometheus?" Pei Shu didn't hear Zhu Ning's answer, thinking she was asleep, and whispered to himself, "What if he was the good one?" Prometheus knew much more information than all of them, but he still chose to maintain this system. Was it because he saw through everything, and with his supercomputing power, he found that in this chaotic and crazy world, such a federation was already the optimal solution? If even this kind of thing is broken, humans will fall into madness and be unable to extricate themselves. Is he using his ability to protect humans? After all, humans are so fragile that they will only be slaughtered when facing pollutants. Zhu Ning did not answer. She held the pendant in her hand. Su Ming's polluted spores were hitting the transparent barrier. Zhu Ning put her fingertips on it, and it would swim over. She closed her eyes, and the pendant was against her heart, as if she could feel Su Ming's heartbeat. She wanted to kill Prometheus. Even if he endured humiliation for all mankind, she would kill Prometheus. This was a personal grudge. A certain flying car. Li Xiaogong got off the homecoming train and immediately found the flying car he had hidden in advance while holding the urn. He did not stay there for long. Zhu Ning would have died on the car. If he didn't die, he would not have lost anything. Li Xiaogong had completed his mission. It was not him who was responsible for taking the urn, but another team. But no one knew what went wrong. They had obtained it and reported it to the headquarters. The mission was successful, and only the escort was left. Then, there was no news about that team, as if they had evaporated out of thin air. The Resurrection Society almost thought they had betrayed. After many investigations, we only knew that they'd boarded the homecoming train with the urn. No one knew why they suddenly boarded the train. Were they attacked by pollutants? Or were they hiding from their enemies? Reorganizing the team to investigate the clues, and wasting time on the homecoming train to get things. Groups of people died, but fortunately this time, they succeeded. Li Xiaogong wiped the urn with his sleeve, wiped off the blood and some dirt, and finally put it on the co-pilot's seat. While driving, he glanced at the urn from the corner of his eye, fearing that there would be any mistakes. Gradually, his eyes began to change, initially with worry, and finally with greed. His hands on the steering wheel trembled unconsciously, and he couldn't tell whether he was excited or afraid. Since the urn was put in the car, he felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to jump out of the car immediately. But another voice on the other side told him, open it now." Li Xiaogong knew that he was under the influence of mental pollution. The homecoming was probably a very suitable safe. After leaving the safe, the urn became more and more weird. But he was loyal to the Resurrection Society, and had to send it to the right place. He licked his dry lips. There was abandoned land below. It was coming, and it would be coming soon. He had already seen the light of the lighthouse in the distance, and his attention was distracted a little. He stepped on the accelerator. Suddenly, he heard a slight click. There was no one else in the car except him, and only the urn could move. His ability was pressure, not defense, so he would be afraid of unknown attacks. At that time, his heartbeat was extremely fast, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed was already the fastest. But he was not as fast as that thing. With a click, the sticky tentacle-like thing pushed a small hole in the urn. It came out. Chapter 318. Zhu Ning and his team rested for a night, but did not go to the shelter 5 kilometers away. Zhu Ning contacted Wenxi at a base station, but she seemed to be sleeping and did not answer the phone. After that, they drove on the road for 2 days. After Bai Cheng returned to the team, they had 2 guides, and the minor troubles they encountered along the way were also solved. They temporarily deviated from the original planned route, and then dug a grave for Bai Cheng and found an assistant. Zhu Ning leaned on the co-pilot, looking at the sky all the time. She still remembered that the Raven team was attacked by a strange bird in the sky, and this road in the air was not safe. Pei Shu was knitting behind him, and a pink ball of wool hung on the rearview mirror. Bai Cheng closed his eyes to rest, and suddenly, the car body made a click, very small, as if a small grain of sand was rubbing against the car. Zhu Ning was originally staring at the front, and saw a little yellow on the distant skyline, but in an instant, the yellow range became larger and larger. Bai Cheng opened her eyes, dust storm. Her voice was stiff, and the words she said were even more terrifying. Zhu Ning's heart skipped a beat when she saw the yellow sand all over the sky. From the sky to the ground, it was like a huge yellow curtain rolling. For a moment, people couldn't tell whether it was yellow sand or some other monster rushing. The whistling sound could be heard from a long distance, and the wailing of unknown creatures came. Pei Shu didn't even bother to yell, "Descend, find a shelter." "I don't know how strong the wind is. It's best to land on the ground. At least there is a reference point on the ground, and find a shelter quickly before the wind comes." Lin Xiaofeng descended quickly, his eyes kept patrolling. But there was a crackling sound in his ears, and the flying car was blown backwards by the wind and kept spinning. Zhu Ning slapped the car body with one hand, trying to keep the car barely stable. The problem is that it is impossible to tell the direction in midair. Looking up, even the sky is yellow. Lin Xiaofeng lets the wheels contact the ground, which adds friction on one side, so it is not as easy to be blown away in midair. Zhu Ning's control of the car is becoming more and more difficult. The veins on the back of her hand are about to pop out. Suddenly, she regrets letting Qi Xuelio go so easily. Last time, there was Qi Xuelio, but now Zhu Ning is the only one in the team who has the ability to remotely control. Zhu Ning asked, "Is there a shelter nearby?" Bai Cheng and Pei Shu said in unison, "I don't know." The location of the shelter is found by each guide. Who knows if there is a shelter in a place that has not been entered? Chilla, as soon as they finished speaking, the car was blown back 2 meters by the strong wind. Zhu Ning's other hand also went up and stuck to the roof of the car. This time, even consciousness control was used. The thread of consciousness came out from the back of her neck, one end connected to the bottom of the car, and the other end connected to the floor. But the problem is that the floor was shaking faintly, as if it was blown up by the wind. Suddenly, their eyes went dark. A car derailed. In the yellow sand, there was a pile of waste, which suddenly hit them. Zhu Ning steered the car to the left, but it did not deviate completely. The scrap car smashed one of their rearview mirrors, and the body of the car was dented. Zhu Ning wanted to curse. Why couldn't she have a complete car? Find a way! Zhu Ning yelled. Zhu Ning was the only one holding the car. Pei Shu immediately put down the car anchor to increase the weight of the car, but he could only do this. An arsonist was not very useful in the yellow sand. Bai Cheng even closed his eyes. Zhu Ning wanted to roll his eyes, thinking that Bai Cheng wanted to close his eyes to rest. After 2 seconds, Bai Cheng opened his eyes, stretched out a hand, and pointed coldly in a direction, over there. Pei Shu didn't ask how he knew it. He immediately started to pull in the anchor. Zhu Ning released the restraint, and Lin Xiaofeng stepped on the accelerator. The car rushed forward 2 meters against the wind. There is a convoy ahead, Pei Shu said. There was no need to point the way now. They saw more than a dozen flying cars in the air swaying in one direction. They should be people nearby taking emergency shelter. Lin Xiaofeng just needed to follow. The destination was under an abandoned factory. Someone inside controlled the rolling door. The man in protective clothing shouted, "Hurry up! It's too late!" He shouted heartbreakingly, but his voice was blown to pieces by the wind. Zhu Ning finally controlled the whole way, and the front of the car suddenly plunged into the factory gate. With a bang, the iron gate behind him fell, and the yellow sand was isolated outside. Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The car body was covered with a layer of yellow sand, and he could only vaguely see a lot of people outside. Only 2 cars of the convoy that came in with them just now rushed in, and the rest were blocked outside. Someone came down to negotiate with the person in charge here, and asked them to open the door. There was a lot of noise outside. Zhu Ning was stunned for a moment, and immediately used the mimicry ability to change her face. It was the face of a passerby, with no recognition at all, and people would forget it after seeing it. The mimicry ability could not pinch the face, but only replicate it, so sometimes when she saw a few clones' faces, she would copy them down. Even if others recognized the face, they would not say anything. There were at least dozens of clones in a batch. Who knows if there are Prometheus's killers here? She is more afraid of people than pollutants. At this time, the yellow sand outside did not stop, and everyone was forced to be trapped on the isolated island. Some people had already started the social mode and exchanged some information and intelligence with each other. They came in like intruders. Pei Shu took a pack of cigarettes and said, "I go ask what's going on." He suddenly changed his temperament, and found someone he thought was suitable to ask for information. During this period, Zhu Ning kept looking outside the car. After a while, Pei Shu came back from asking for information. He smelled of cigarettes and blood. Zhu Ning asked, "Were you beaten?" Pei Shu, "It's not my blood, it's the blood of the man just now." His companion only had the chest and abdomen left. He carried it with him, and was so nervous that he let me touch it like a treasure. Zhu Ning imagined the chest and abdomen. Who would carry this part with him? Carrying a head can be a souvenir, but carrying the chest and abdomen is like buying a piece of pork and carrying it with you. Bai Cheng, it's probably spare food. Zhu Ning choked. There are many psychopaths outside the wall. Some people get anxious when they don't have food, so they create some food for themselves. It turned out that Pei Shu had just smoked a cigarette with a pervert. Pei Shu wiped the blood, as if he was used to it, and smiled bitterly. Bad news, a sandstorm is blowing in the north, pushing south, and it is estimated that it will blow to the Federation. It is difficult to see the direction in the sandstorm weather. Even if you bring a guide, it is useless. Bai Cheng's vision cannot penetrate the dust storm, and they will get lost. Bai Cheng asked, "Wait for the sand to stop." Zhu Ning, "How long will it usually stop?" Pei Shu, "It's hard to say, maybe 1 or 2 hours, maybe a lifetime. Anything is possible in the polluted world, and it is normal for sandstorms to blow for a lifetime." Zhu Ning looked out the window, and always felt that this place was very strange. Pei Shu, "They said that there have been many strange events outside the wall recently, many roads have changed, and there are more extreme weather. Several old guides dare not go north." Zhu Ning always felt that this change was sudden. The pollution concentration in the north suddenly increased, as if deliberately preventing her from approaching. Or something big was about to happen, and these changes were just preludes. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng were waiting for Zhu Ning's order. She pondered for a while, and said, "Rest for a night." Rest is of course good. Rest is the most lacking thing outside the wall. Bai Cheng and the others had no objection. But Zhu Ning still felt that this place was unsafe and said, "Xiaofeng, be invisible." She was more careful. Now there was a layer of yellow sand glass between them, and outsiders could not see how many people there were. Lin Xiaofeng was the best to be invisible. After they came in, they had to follow the rules, park the car on the right, and then go to the isolation area to set up tents. There were more people here than Zhu Ning thought. It was estimated that because of the sudden change in weather, people nearby could only hide here. The isolation area was full of tents, but they were clearly separated from each other, as if there was some territorial division. Pei Shu negotiated with the people here. The shelter was shared, but there was a master in the air. Zhu Ning didn't know how Pei Shu negotiated specifically, but the result was that they could camp safely in an open space. It was the first time she saw so many people outside the wall. Unlike the happy atmosphere at the supply station last time, the atmosphere here was very weird. What bad luck. Someone complained when Zhu Ning passed by. Have you heard about the attack on the Raven team in Baishio? It was too weird. Suddenly the whole team was dispersed, and many people in their subsequent supply team died. Zhu Ning frowned. The Raven team, she seemed to have heard Lao Zhao talk about it. How did Zhu Ning get into trouble just after she separated from the supply team? I don't know. I just walked that road. Nothing happened. The guide also judged it safe. Suddenly a group of strange birds appeared in the sky. TSK. Another person snorted coldly. All the roads have changed this year. It's a bit weird. This is the year with the highest pollution concentration. I won't come out next time. Which year is not the year with the highest pollution concentration? Are you talking nonsense? You came back from the northeast. How is it over there? Wait a minute. They suddenly raised their heads while talking. Hey, look at that. They were talking about Bai Cheng. They probably recognized who Bai Cheng was. He was too famous. After all, he killed his 3 employers. Zhu Ning stopped and turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Cheng wanted to laugh behind her. It was normal for her to be recognized outside the wall, but Zhu Ning's reaction was funny, so she laughed. Her smile was stiff, eerie, and a little scary. The two stopped chatting, tightened all the tents and closed their doors. They set up the tents and made repairs. Zhu Ning went into the tent and sat cross-legged. He opened the god's perspective to observe the 3 tents on the left. Their group should be bounty hunters. They were closest to the door and had a sense of hostility. Zhu Ning glanced at the 4 people near the toilet. There was a red-haired man who was obviously panicking. He might be the pilgrims, who were looking for the utopia outside the wall, as Pei Shu said. The 4 seemed to be stray dogs driven into a corner. There was a pool of vomit on the ground, blood on their bodies, and they were uneasy. Their faces were full of fear and regret. They didn't dare to look at anyone. Bai Cheng was on guard first. The tent had good privacy. Lin Xiaofeng had already hidden in Zhu Ning's tent, and even his shadow could not be seen outside. There seemed to be nothing unusual. Lin Xiaofeng had fallen asleep. Zhu Ning thought that he might have thought too much and closed his eyes. It was probably because he was not very stable in a completely unstable environment. Suddenly Zhu Ning heard a beep. The sound was a little abrupt in the howling wind. Zhu Ning opened his eyes suddenly, and was immediately alert. It seemed to be the cry of some toad. Zhu Ning frowned. Why was there a toad sound? Zhu Ning opened the god's perspective. Bai Cheng was indeed on guard. The tent was open. She was really just on guard. She did nothing. She was like a puppet in a ghost movie, leaning quietly. The stiff smile on her mouth had not softened. It was really scary at first glance. No wonder others didn't dare to approach. Zhu Ning forgot to ask Bai Cheng whether the killing of 3 employers was true or false. Pei Shu next door was also resting. If danger wanted to get close to Zhu Ning, it would definitely have to pass through Pei Shu and Bai Cheng. They seemed to have some tacit understanding and protected Zhu Ning on the inside. The god's perspective continued to expand the edge, as if opening an eye in the air and searching continuously. The bounty hunter who had been chatting before fell asleep, and the other unlucky guys looking for utopia had one less person. Where did he go? To the toilet? Zhu Ning expanded her search scope, thinking that she would even look at the public toilets later, and finally she found what she wanted. In one of the tents, a man was kneeling, his shoulders hunched, as if he was licking something. Eating? Zhu Ning pushed her eyes forward, as if she was also standing in his tent, watching behind him. This time, she saw clearly that the man was holding a toad in his left hand. The toad's surface was olive green with some brown patterns. The man held it in his hand, and its body was deformed, its limbs drooped, and its mouth kept contracting and bulging, making helpless beeping sounds. The man's face was excited, his eyes greedy, and he quickly rubbed the uneven surface of the toad, as if he was drilling wood to make fire, using some techniques that Zhu Ning could not see, and greedily squeezed out some juice. The man licked it with his tongue, drooling, as if he was licking an ice cream that was about to melt. Zhu Ning swallowed her saliva for no apparent reason. This scene seemed to be contagious. She also felt the uneven texture on the surface of her tongue. It was a little cold and numb. She was thirsty. She was resistant to mental pollution, and it was hard for her to resist the touch. It seemed that the person kneeling there licking the toad was not someone else, but herself. Zhu Ning knew that this was a habit of some drug addicts. When they were addicted to drugs and couldn't afford to buy drugs, they would go to find some desert toads to quench their thirst. She quickly shifted her attention. Why were there toads here? Suddenly, the man stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look at her. Zhu Ning was not behind him, but in a tent 10 meters away from him. She subconsciously closed the god's perspective, as if the peeper had been discovered. The sky opened one eye just as a metaphor, but the man was looking in her direction. He actually saw himself? Chapter 319. Zhu Ning closed her eyes, and wondered why she closed her perspective because of this scene. In fact, she was just a little disgusted. She opened the god's perspective again to see clearly, but the person was gone, and the whole tent seemed to have never existed. That place was empty. How could it be possible? Zhu Ning searched and confirmed again that there was really no one. Was she hallucinating? Drug addicts lick toads to induce hallucinations, but hallucinations are difficult to judge. It is difficult to define when it started, and it is also impossible to judge whether the companions around you are still your original companions. For example, is Bai Cheng outside really Bai Cheng? Hallucinations are not scary, but suspicion is scary. After all, fake things can't hurt people, only you can hurt people. So try not to move if you can. Zhu Ning still sits cross-legged. Soon, 2 hours later, Bai Cheng finished his guard, and it was Zhu Ning's turn next. Lin Xiaofeng did not participate in this night watch. Zhu Ning got out of the tent and wanted to see if Bai Cheng had any abnormalities, but Bai Cheng was full of abnormalities, so it was actually difficult to see. Zhu Ning asked, "Did you hear any noises?" "Bai Cheng, all are quite normal." "Is it only me who heard the toad noise?" Zhu Ning did not say much. Bai Cheng tightened the tent and went to sleep. Zhu Ning chose to keep watch outside the tent. She found a mat and sat on the ground, because she felt that this place was weird and everything she saw was wrong. The dust storm outside the shelter did not stop. The nearby tents were crowded like white buns in a steamer. There were snoring sounds. Some people were talking quietly, and some were crying. The pilgrims who were looking for utopia were crying. One of the men couldn't control his shaking. Someone next to him kicked him impatiently and threatened him in a low voice. "Why are you crying?" "Shut up. I want to sleep." The pilgrim was the weakest to begin with, and now he was shaking even more violently. He covered his mouth and dared not make a sound, but he was still in tears. Zhu Ning was actually very curious about the pilgrims. These people did not have strong spiritual values. At most they were a little stronger than ordinary people. It was quite impressive that they could walk all the way from the wall to here. Pei Shu said that Utopia was a country without oppression, and everyone was equal. Was it the base organized by the perfect evolutionists? Everyone was equal. Was it a country of perfect evolution? The so-called Utopia was where Liu came from. The more I thought about it, the more I felt it was possible. Where was Liu's hometown? "You're still crying." The man couldn't stand it. Maybe he was a little irritable, and he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. "Get out." The pilgrim wiped his tears and stood up tremblingly. His companions were so scared that they couldn't help him. He looked around and found that there was nowhere to go. Suddenly, he was stunned. Not far away, there was a woman standing against the wall. She looked ordinary, but her figure and physique were different from ordinary people. Her temperament was also very special. Her posture was loose, which made people feel safe. Zhu Ning asked with his mouth, "Come over?" He hesitated for a moment, and felt that this person had no ill intentions. He walked over, and saw that this person's hair was not long and half-tied at the back. He asked softly, "Stay here with me for a while?" He looked around and saw that this team had 3 tents. There should not be many people. It was not a strong investigation organization, which made him feel relieved. He sat down carefully. After a while, his 2 companions seemed to be unable to sit still. Seeing that Zhu Ning was not in danger, they came over and sat together. Thank you, thank you. The 4 people thanked him while holding their backpacks. Zhu Ning took a look. There were 2 men and 2 women. The oldest one seemed to be only 20 years old. The others were about 16 or 17 years old. How did these people survive until now? Zhu Ning chatted with them. Where are you from? North Wall F03 entrance. A man said. When they met outside the wall, they usually said which wall they started from. These people were actually smart. The north wall was very big. They didn't go out from the same point as Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning stretched out his hand and said, My name is Bai Cheng. Ah? The man was shocked. They had all heard of Bai Cheng's name, but had never seen her. It turned out that this person was the genius girl, Bai Cheng, who killed 3 employers. No wonder her temperament was so special, and she felt so safe. He was not afraid at once. Evil organizations were scary. In his eyes, bounty hunters who killed employers were warriors who resisted capitalist oppression. No wonder people were so nice and willing to give them a place. They turned out to be the same kind. My name is Guaziling. The man introduced his companions. This is Qin Yali, Wang Wei, and Jin Shan. Zhu Ning nodded. You are awesome. No. Guaziling looked at her with admiration. You are awesome. Zhu Ning chatted with them for a few more sentences and almost got them to know each other. So she asked, Are you going to Utopia? Guaziling changed the fear and cowardice on his face, and when he talked about his beliefs, he straightened his back. Yes, we are going. Zhu Ning, does Utopia really exist? Wang Wei next to him snorted. They may have met too many people like this on the road, and they all looked down on them, thinking that they were just young people dreaming naively. Zhu Ning, I just asked casually, out of curiosity. Guaziling hesitated for a moment, probably thinking that Zhu Ning was a very nice person. It really exists. I didn't lie to you, otherwise do you think we are stupid? We have been. He choked. 189 people died. Zhu Ning didn't expect to hear such casualties. After all, a small team transferred to the north only had a dozen people. She understood how these 4 survived. The victory in numbers was purely based on luck. Zhu Ning, why? She really didn't understand. How did they know that there were people outside? They just went all the way to die. There must be some definite evidence, right? Guaziling paused here and changed the subject. If you want to go, you can go with us. We won't hurt you. Zhu Ning knew that he had asked about the core secrets. The 4 people were obviously alert, and absolutely didn't say anything more. Zhu Ning changed the subject, took out a medical kit for them, asked them to apply medicine, and gave them a can of Coke. Guaziling had never met such a good person when he went out. At first, he was suspicious of her. She must have some intention to be so nice to them inexplicably. Until Zhu Ning took out a can of Coke, Guaziling was stunned for a moment, opened it, and drank a sip carefully, and then passed it to other partners. The 4 of them took turns drinking a bottle. The Coke was very sweet, and the bubbles burst on the tip of the tongue. They tasted it carefully. This was the life inside the wall, and the mark of industrial maturity, which was completely different from the barbaric cruelty of the Wasteland. They huddled their knees, and a very complicated emotion surged in their hearts. They felt very wronged. They had a good life, and drank as much Coke as they wanted. They had come so far, and had been out of the wall for a month. Does Utopia really exist? Is it worth it for them to pay so much? Guaziling was thinking too deeply, or his consciousness was a little dazed, and he didn't even react when Zhu Ning's hand gradually approached. Zhu Ning's finger gently touched his forehead, and he looked over blankly. Zhu Ning released mental pollution to the 4 people. She had this ability, and wanted to persuade them step by step, but it was not as convenient as directly reading the memories in the other person's mind. Anyway, she only needed to touch the forehead to receive it. At that moment, the memories were mixed. Zhu Ning's mind was like a computer. Every time she read other people's memories, she had to go through a period of confusion. Like constantly rewinding, she saw Guaziling escaping from death, shouting the name of his dead companion, carrying his companion on his back, and the flames of the explosion behind him. The 60 of them were walking on the road and encountered a can. At first, they didn't take it seriously until this thing followed them all the way, and then danger came. The memory was backwards, and the number of people increased until the night before going out of the wall. Zhu Ning saw the top of the north wall. When they passed by, they saw a few houses. Pei Shu explained that it was a guard post and a shelter, and some people would rest here. Zhu Ning and his team did not rest but just passed by, but this group of people had a sense of ceremony. They celebrated on top, as if they were holding a ceremony, shouting, This is our first stop outside the wall. We will be outsiders tomorrow. Some people threw their chip cards and passes that symbolize their federal identity from outside the wall. Just like after the college entrance examination, a large number of people will tear up books and throw papers. Everyone is infected by a certain atmosphere and throw things down like stones. We are free. Utopia. Utopia. They shouted, Utopia. We are here. Zhu Ning always felt that there was a totem on the ground, which was burned by fire, leaving black charcoal marks, but because the memory is from the perspective of the person, there is no God's perspective. Like a glimpse of the leopard through a tube, it is impossible to see the whole. Suddenly, Zhu Ning saw a person in the crowd. The person looked very much like the dean in Zhu Ning's impression, a little old-fashioned, and like the image of the abbot of a monastery. He wore a set of all-black clothes and a necklace around his neck. She smiled very gratified, and looked at the children almost dotingly. There was also a man next to her. The man was dressed similarly to her. He might be a colleague. Someone called her, Teacher Chi, thank you for taking care of me. If it weren't for you, He seemed to have found his direction like a little sheep, and was very grateful. Guaziling was too far away from him, and Zhu Ning couldn't see what the man said. Guaziling was drunk that day, and was very high. His perspective was messy, and he heard very little about other people's conversations. Zhu Ning had no choice but to focus on this Teacher Chi. She read Guaziling's memory backwards, and knew that this person was not in their adventure outside the wall, so this person did not go out with them. It should be the mentor who saw them off. The pilgrims really have an organization. Zhu Ning wanted to see the necklace on Teacher Chi's neck clearly, but she could only see a ring, and could not see the specific pattern on it. Zhu Ning wanted Guaziling to come closer. Guaziling staggered and was pushed. His companion shouted, Hee hee hee. Zhu Ning felt that they were particularly annoying, and her perspective was getting farther and farther. Zhu Ning suddenly withdrew her hand, and her memory was instantly cut off. She heard the call of the toad. Here it comes again, where is that toad? And the distance is closer, and the call is louder, as if there are thousands of toads squatting beside them, and mucus flows out of the skin like goosebumps, which makes people want to go crazy when they smell it. Zhu Ning felt the same touch on her tongue again, as if she was licking a toad. She had never licked one in her life, but the feeling was unusually clear. Reading memory was quite fast, and mental suggestion was imposed on Guaziling. He only felt Zhu Ning quickly touch his head, and then retract his hand. Zhu Ning, you have a wound here. Guaziling touched his forehead. The man kicked him just now, and one of his kicks hit his head. There was indeed a wound, and the skin on his forehead was scratched. Guaziling scratched the scratched skin with his fingers. Thank you. Zhu Ning did not read his memory completely. She guessed that this was not an accident. It seemed that there was something in his mind that stopped her. The same was true for other companions. She could not see much if she read it again. Did something get planted in these people's brains before they set out? Zhu Ning's ears were getting noisier and noisier, with endless beeping, as if a toad had jumped on her, and she couldn't shake it off no matter how hard she tried. The toad lay on her face, its cold skin pressed against her, and yelled at her crazily, beep beep. The sound made her feel a little irritated, and even she wanted to go crazy after hearing it. It was definitely mental pollution. Zhu Ning asked, Did you hear the sound? What sound? Zhu Ning, the toad sound. Guaziling scratched his forehead, as if Zhu Ning had just touched him and made him dirty, and as if that part of his body was extremely itchy, and he kept scratching until his head was broken and bleeding, revealing a white skull. Zhu Ning frowned and looked at him. Guaziling's companions might have been shocked, and they didn't stop him. Guaziling dug, as if he was possessed. She thought he would stop when he dug into the skull, but he didn't. He kept digging in, and finally got an index finger in. Guaziling heaved a sigh of relief after inserting his index finger into the gap between his scalp and skull. He stirred it for a while, and it seemed that the itching was finally gone. He felt comfortable all over. So comfortable. He suddenly realized that the surroundings were very quiet. Zhu Ning frowned and looked at him. He was unfamiliar with that kind of look. It seemed that he was looking at a monster. He asked, What's wrong? His mouth and neck were already congested, and it seemed that there was a balloon filled with water inside. To be more precise, it should be the eardrum of a toad. It expanded and contracted when he spoke, and there were some olive green bumps on his cheeks, like the epidermis of a toad. He was clearly asking what was wrong, but what Zhu Ning heard was not the sound of a person talking, but the sound of a toad. Chapter 320. Guaziling seemed to realize something. People have a premonition before they die. He trembled all over, and suddenly covered his mouth with his backhand. His yellow tongue bulged quickly, and several bubbles appeared. Something was jumping on the surface of his tongue. He used his fingers to probe, and his whole body froze. There was a live toad on his tongue. The toad filled his mouth, blocked his throat, and made a beeping sound. Gwaziline couldn't help wanting to vomit. He beat his stomach with one hand to induce vomiting, and tried to pull the toad off his tongue with the other hand, but no matter how hard Gwaziline tried, he couldn't pull it off. The toad was completely stuck to his tongue. To be precise, the toad grew out of his tongue. Gwaziline scratched his throat, and could only make a beeping sound from his mouth. His limbs were rapidly mutating, and his thigh muscles were swollen. His face was red, and his eyes were almost popping out. He seemed to be using his last vitality to ask for help. Zhu Ning knew that this level of contamination was hopeless, and she could only eat this man whole, or shoot him to death. Bang! A bullet flew out from nowhere, and hit Gwaziline's head accurately, penetrating from left to right, and the bullet fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound. Zhu Ning reacted quickly, but the distance between her and Gwaziline was too close, and a drop of blood splashed on the back of her hand. It was not hot like human blood, but a little cold. After the blood touched Zhu Ning, it trembled slightly around, and rolled over like a living thing, and then the black mucus on Zhu Ning's spine churned, and the blood dripped to the ground with a ding-dong sound. Gwaziline's companion finally couldn't control himself, and his mental state collapsed to the extreme. He screamed and ran away in panic. The shooter was a man. Zhu Ning knew him. It was him who kicked Gwaziline just now, because he thought Gwaziline's crying was annoying and disturbed him to sleep. He felt relieved after shooting. "I told you to stop making noise. I told you to stop making noise. It's so annoying." Gwaziline was obviously dead, but he fired 5 or 6 more shots at the corpse, still making noise. Still making noise. "Can you stop screaming?" Gwaziline's legs and hands kept twitching, just like when a seafood store kills bullfrogs. The boss peels off the bullfrog's skin, but the thing still flutters its limbs, and its nerves are still moving. Now Gwaziline has completely turned into a toad, and his body is twitching non-stop. The shooter scratched his head, and he was so annoyed that he was mentally exhausted. He shot Gwaziline like a sieve, and the body finally stopped moving. It stopped, and the beeping sound disappeared. The man had used up his last few bullets, and wanted to shoot again. The people in other tents were startled, and they all came out. "What's going on? Did someone kill someone?" "No." The man retracted his head and said, "There is contamination. Wear helmets." The remaining few people did not get out of the tent, and went back to put on helmets. Zhu Ning took 2 steps back, and put on her helmet with her backhand. She was not afraid of being infected, but she was afraid of becoming the target of public criticism. After all, she was chatting with Gwaziline just now. Zhu Ning retreated behind her, and whispered to the tent. "Wear a helmet, something happened." Bai Cheng and Pei Shu woke up early, and had not taken any action. When they heard Zhu Ning's instructions, and came out wearing helmets, Bai Cheng looked at the body on the ground and frowned immediately. This person died too tragically, and the whole person has become a toad. His thighs are particularly thick, as if he had overexercised, and they also look like toad legs. Damn, how unlucky I am to meet a mutated person. The dust storm hasn't stopped yet, someone next door muttered, asking what happened. Pilgrims, the man sneered, if you don't have the ability to learn to go outside the wall, you would have been infected long ago. Back off, someone said, let's stay away and get back to the car. Zhu Ning thought someone would come to deal with the body, but since they knew Gwaziline was a pilgrim, they seemed to treat this as a normal incident. Outside the wall, most people didn't want to bother with pilgrims. Their mental values were too low, and they could easily become new pollutants. They were used to it. The pollution had been dealt with in time, so they chose to stay away as much as possible and not cause trouble. They planned to leave as soon as the dust storm stopped. After a commotion, the nearby tents were folded up, and everyone looked for a new location. Most people chose to get on their own flying cars, which were farther away from here. Gwaziline's body was left there, and his companions ran away. The bounty hunter who killed people had a smile on his face, and he walked with relief, muttering as he walked, finally free, no more, no one is calling. Zhu Ning suspected that he was just like her, not disturbed by Gwaziline's crying, but by the omnipresent toad noises that kept him awake. It's really strange. Pei Shu walked up to her and asked, what's wrong? Zhu Ning hesitated for a moment. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng must not have heard the toads calling, otherwise they wouldn't ask like this. Could it be that Zhu Ning has been infected? She has been mentally ill for a long time, and she has had hallucinations, but she doesn't know it? What if Pei Shu and Bai Cheng are hallucinations? What if the shelter is an illusion? What if she has been hallucinating since the dust storm? If we look at it with the assumption of hallucination, what is real and what is fake? Is everything fake, or half true and half false? Are some of these people not human at all? Are the reactions of other people normal? Just leave the infected alone? Why did I hear the toads calling? Is this a form of pollution? Maybe it is not an illusion at all, but I have a preconceived idea after seeing the toads. Someone is deliberately making a mystery, and making her think it is an illusion. Bai Cheng half knelt to look at the corpse. I can't control this corpse. Xu Ning asked, What do you mean? Bai Cheng can control corpses. She is an expert in this field. She said, I can control the corpses that are usually ownerless. If I can't control them, it means that either he is not dead, or he is still under some kind of power. It means that there must be a real source of infection in this place, and the dead one is the infected? Xu Ning's eyes were attracted by the red kit on the ground. The coke in it had been drunk long ago, and the bottle was slightly dented by being pinched. But there was some transparent mucus at the mouth of the bottle. What is this? Guaziling was dying. She turned over the other party's backpack, and found 3 holes shot by the gun, and everything inside was broken. Xu Ning emptied the backpack, only 2 bottles of nutrients, no mental healing agent, and no medical supplies. Xu Ning, they seem to have been short of supplies for a long time. Without mental healing agent, it is normal to be transformed into pollutants. Xu Ning also found some fragments in it, a Polaroid photo taken before departure, a few young people smiling at the camera. Xu Ning continued to search, hoping to find something more representative like a pendant, but found nothing. Pei Shu followed and looked through the pages, saying, There are no more bullets. The last bullet was used up, so they had no weapon to commit suicide. There were no diaries or investigation notes, no tapes or videos taken by the deputy brain. They really looked like young fools, just here for a trip. Guaziling had only been dead for a while, but he started to stink very quickly. It was not the smell of ordinary human decay, but like the smell of aquatic products. Xu Ning told everything that happened just now. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu both said that they had not heard any toad calls, and Bai Cheng did not see anything unusual when he was on duty until the killing started outside. Xu Ning looked at Lin Xiaofeng, who was still invisible, and said in a very secretive way that she did not hear it either. Bai Cheng asked, Are there still toad calls now? No. After Guaziling became completely stiff, the toad sound disappeared. On the surface, it really looked like a pilgrim whose mental value was too low and alienated, and he returned to calm after being killed. Among the 4 people, only Xu Ning heard it, which made it easy for people to think that Xu Ning was the crazy one. Pei Shu sneered, Even if I'm crazy, Xu Ning can't be crazy. Xu Ning's mental value is among the top few in the human race. If she goes crazy easily, Pei Shu must be crazy at this time. He has a history of mental illness, and has experienced several pollution areas that change cognition. Pei Shu is the most likely to go crazy. Bai Cheng also thought so, it should be selective. I hope to use this method to make us suspicious internally. Being crazy is a good accusation. As long as you are said to be crazy, no one will believe anything you say, and you will be isolated and helpless. It's like gaslighting, making you crazy outside, leaving people with the impression that this person is irrational, and then you will be controlled by him. But he underestimated Xu Ning's spirit, or underestimated the trust between them, and would not easily suspect Xu Ning. Bai Cheng asked again, Why choose Xu Ning? If the sound of the toad can be heard by a designated person, wouldn't it be better to let Pei Shu go crazy first? Xu Ning is difficult to control. Xu Ning, 3 possibilities. First, if I go crazy, the harm will be the greatest. If Xu Ning collapses, everyone in the shelter will suffer. Second, it wants to eat me. The previous non-natural humans, whether Li Xian or Jiang Ping, looked at Xu Ning as if they were looking at food, and high spirits have a fatal attraction to some creatures. Third, Xu Ning said, It came for me. Someone wants to kill her, and it is very targeted, or someone wants to plant some subconscious in Xu Ning in the process. Xu Ning asked, Which exit do we have to go out of the wall? Bai Cheng chose the meeting place and said, C22. Each wall has an exit. There are 31 numbers under each letter from A to Z on the north wall. Xu Ning and Guaziling's starting point are far away. Xu Ning, I asked at the time, Do you know if there is a shelter nearby? You all said you didn't know. Bai Cheng thought Xu Ning suspected her and explained, I am a corpse. I can connect with the corpse's line of sight and see someone rushing here. I didn't suspect you. Xu Ning quickly said that she knew Bai Cheng had his own secrets, but he would definitely not betray her. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done it in the zombie city while Xu Ning had lost her memory, and would not have dragged it out until now. Zhu Ning, this shelter seems to have suddenly appeared in the dust storm. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu didn't know there was such a place, and the others had to rest here because of the dust storm. Zhu Ning listened to the howling dust storm outside, which was stronger than the previous wind. It might not stop tomorrow, and they had to stay for at least another day. Zhu Ning, what if this is the hunting method of the shelter? When encountering extreme weather, they attract refugees, and then make them crazy inside, and finally eat them. The killing method is not so absolute, unlike the water ghosts on the homecoming, who died at the first touch, with no room for counterattack. But because of the extreme weather, they were trapped on an isolated island, and it was easy for them to kill each other under the temptation of illusion. There will definitely be more deaths, Before Zhu Ning finished speaking, he suddenly heard another gunshot, and someone died again. Chapter 321. The dead man was the murderer of Guazilin. He had just killed someone. Zhu Ning ignored him, and just watched him walk into the crowd stupidly. When people found him, he was already dead. There was a bloody flower on his chest. He was not wearing a helmet. His eyes were almost popping out. When he died, he still had a smile on his lips, as if he was finally relieved. He bumped into me by himself. It has nothing to do with me. A man stood next to the corpse and hurriedly explained, he just rushed over like crazy and kept provoking me. It gave me a headache. No, it really has nothing to do with me. He probably thought someone wanted revenge, so he hurriedly explained. It seemed that someone recognized the dead man and said, "Isn't this Lao Lu? How can he be shot to death? He didn't even use his superpowers to fight back?" I remember his superpower was Thunderstorm, which is quite funny. A top bounty hunter died like this. No, he has a bad temper. He has been cheating for 8 years. He is not a fool. It's too easy for him to die. The killer was relieved this time. I said he wanted to die. I didn't kill people on my own initiative. Everyone, please bear witness for me. Everyone exchanged information with each other. No one was in charge here, and no one wanted to cause trouble, but things became more and more weird. Zhu Ning squatted down and touched Lao Lu's blood. It was the same as Guazilin's. It didn't look like human blood. It was similar to cold-blooded animals, and had a low temperature. Lao Lu was definitely killed by a bullet. Many eyewitnesses could prove that there was nothing abnormal with his skin and his mouth was tightly closed. Zhu Ning took a dagger and pried open Lao Lu's mouth through the scabbard. Old Lu's mouth was closed too tightly, and Zhu Ning couldn't pry it open with one hand. She used both hands and pushed the dagger inside with all her strength, as if she was prying a tightly closed clam. Zhu Ning dodged immediately, and a live toad jumped out of Lao Lu's mouth. The toad was still alive, its eardrum contracted, and it made a beeping sound in front of everyone. The people present had seen all kinds of monsters, but they were a little stunned when they saw a toad. The thing looked harmless, and could be crushed with one foot, but the uneven skin made people itch all over, as if their own skin had become like that. Someone quickly covered the toad with a glass jar, and the sound was temporarily blocked. What is this thing? A toad? The first time I heard this thing call, I thought it was a quack, but it was a beeping sound. Why is it so smelly? Lao Lu's stomach seemed to have a fermenting garbage dump, and the stench was so strong that people couldn't help but retreat. Zhu Ning looked at Bai Cheng, who shook her head. She couldn't control this corpse either. It was a corpse with an owner. Zhu Ning suddenly stood up, and took a dagger to find Guazilin's body. Guazilin had just died not long ago, and his body was even more smelly than before. Zhu Ning pried open his mouth, and the toad that he had been unable to pull out before was gone. Disappeared? Or did it run away? They didn't know. Was it because this place was already full of toads hiding in the corners? Some people thought the shelter was unlucky, and wanted to move to another place. But the dust storm outside was too big, and they couldn't take off at all. They were blown away as soon as they went out. Before, everyone didn't want to meddle in other people's business. They wanted to let as many people die as they wanted, and the one who died was Guazilin, that waste. Now everyone's attitude has changed a little. Because someone told Lao Lu's whole experience, that he was a real master. It's not that he couldn't die, but that he died too easily, as if he wanted to die. And the deaths were inexplicable, there was no pattern. Now Lao Lu died, and the next one might be me. The person who came out to take charge was a woman. Zhu Ning had never seen such a tall person before, and estimated that she was at least 2 meters and 1 meter tall. She took a look at the current situation and asked, "Infected?" It seems that there is some kind of virus that was transmitted from Guazilin to Lao Lu, and it is still unknown where it is now. Everyone has speculations, but it is still a bit scalp-numbing to say it out loud. In a sealed environment, It is easy for a whole group of people to die. I think this way, I will take charge first, and we can't just leave it alone. Does everyone have any objections? Who has an objection? They are eager for someone to come out to take charge. The woman said, "My name is Chi." "Oh, it's you." The atmosphere was originally stiff, but when they heard her name, some people softened their attitude. Xu Ning asked in a low voice, "Who is this?" "Bai Cheng. I remember that he was an investigator before, and later became a mercenary. He has strong business skills, and is quite famous." "Xu Ning, more famous than you?" Bai Cheng said stiffly, "No. Bai Cheng is unique in the bounty hunter group. Almost everyone has heard of her name." Pei Shu said as if watching the fun, "Boss, you don't even show up." "Xu Ning, you don't understand. I don't want to be a grudge. After she cheated on her husband, she believed in the principle of keeping a low profile and adhering to the principle of not taking the initiative and not being responsible. Strangers in strange shelters are all superpowers. After the chaos, a certain order will be formed. The leader has come out. Now there is only one group of people, but as it evolves, there will be different opinions and different groups. Generally, it means bloodshed and infighting. Only fools come out to take charge, and fishing in troubled waters is the kingly way." Someone asked, "What should we do with the body?" "And Chi, throw it out." Several people really started to do it, carrying the body and opening the factory window a little. Sand poured in like rain, and the person in charge of throwing the body ate a mouthful of sand. "Control the person." And she said, "The next one may be you. If it is really contagious, the one who killed Lao Lu may be the next one. They are not so arbitrary to kill this person or throw him out. They plan to find a place to put him in solitary confinement, and then observe his reaction, so as to summarize the rules." Xu Ning thought, it is a very reasonable arrangement. "And Chi, I remember Guaziling has 3 companions. Where did they go? Let's look for them." Several people began to cooperate with Chi's arrangement. After all, if a contaminated area is really formed, no one can escape, so it is better to take the initiative. Someone just talked to Guaziling. I saw it. Guaziling went crazy after they talked. Someone in the crowd suddenly said, "This is Xu Ning," and it really got her into trouble. Xu Ning hesitated for a moment, whether to turn invisible or run away. She raised her hand and said, "It's me." And she looked at Xu Ning, and his eyes fell on Bai Cheng first. As expected of a celebrity outside the wall, Bai Cheng was wearing a helmet, but Chi could recognize him accurately. And she was too tall, and standing there gave people a sense of oppression. "What did you talk about?" "Nothing." Xu Ning said briefly. "They were bullied by Lao Lu, and had nowhere to go. I took them in out of pity, and they told me how good Utopia is." Xu Ning said everything truthfully, except for the memory she had read of Guaziling. "And Chi, I quarantine you temporarily. Are you okay with that?" Xu Ning didn't care. Absolutely. Several people wanted to control Xu Ning first. Pei Shu sighed. He couldn't watch his boss being locked up. Unexpectedly, Xu Ning cooperated very well. She cooperated with the handcuffs, and was locked up in a cage. There were iron cages in the shelter. The space was 2 meters, like animal cages. The murderer was locked up next to her. He was very unhappy at first, and didn't cooperate at all. He kept yelling. In the end, he stopped and sat against the iron railing with his knees buried in his hands. I don't know if he was cursing. Xu Ning hid far away, looking very scared. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng watched through the cage. Xu Ning is really good at acting. She can manipulate metal and crush the cage with her fingers. If these people knew that they were holding a demon, they would probably write this experience into their resume. Everyone started talking, cooperating with Chi's men to solve the case. One group of people was not convinced, and another group of people joined in the fun. The detained toad looked like it was dying, and it fluttered twice and began to dehydrate, leaving only a skin. There were many opinions and noises when there were many people. Pei Shu took the opportunity to whisper, "What do you think?" If Xu Ning wanted to break through, Bai Cheng and Pei Shu would rescue him. Xu Ning, there are still people who are going to die. Let's see if the one who died is the unlucky guy next door. Xu Ning tilted his head to look at the prisoner next door. He seemed to feel that his neck was particularly itchy, and even opened his helmet to scratch it. At this time, he noticed Xu Ning's sight, turned around, and roared, "What are you looking at? What a bad temper." Xu Ning ignored him, and continued to communicate with his teammates. "My tongue is a little itchy." Bai Cheng was stunned, and Pei Shu was also stunned, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Xu Ning was infected? She already had the virus? Xu Ning, I heard it beep beep, It's still very weak now, coming from my throat. Zhu Ning carefully felt that the section from her tongue to the root of her throat was very itchy. There were bulges on the surface of her tongue, but now the bulges were too large, like a mouth full of blisters. She couldn't help but wonder if she would soon grow a screaming toad on her tongue like Wasteland. Pei Shu thought that Zhu Ning's endurance was really strong. She didn't show any abnormality. If she hadn't said it herself, several of their teammates wouldn't even know that Zhu Ning had been infected. Zhu Ning, so I was locked up, which was the right choice. As a potential source of transmission, Zhu Ning had better be controlled and not expand the contamination. You two should be careful. Zhu Ning said, take care of Xiaofeng. If Zhu Ning is infected, the remaining two will be infected soon. Pei Shu thought Zhu Ning seemed to be giving his last words, but he also felt that Zhu Ning was very calm. He was either crazy, or he had a rough solution. Pei Shu, how can we save you? Zhu Ning volunteered to be isolated. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu were not decorations, and could operate outside. Zhu Ning leaned his head against the iron railing, and did not answer this. Instead, he said, I was not sure at first and always felt confused. At first, I felt uncomfortable in the shelter as soon as I came in, but I couldn't tell where I was uncomfortable until I was awakened by the toad's cry and opened the god's perspective to see someone licking. Zhu Ning sorted out the process. After that, I seemed to be infected. It started with the toad's cry. Have you heard it? Bai Cheng, I couldn't hear you when you said it before, but I heard the toad in Lao Lu's mouth jump out just now. Pei Shu, same. Zhu Ning, everyone in the shelter should have heard it this time. The toad seemed to be public, and its cry was no longer aimed at a specific person, but became a group attack. The scope of its pollution is gradually increasing. Zhu Ning, there are more people here. Bai Cheng asked, more? Zhu Ning, I have photos in my mind for comparison. I roughly counted them when I first entered the shelter. There were a total of 47 people. Zhu Ning thought the shelter was very strange at the time, so she counted them when she came in. Her brain was like a computer, plus the god's perspective. As she walked around, her vision covered a large area, and the shelter was not very big. She sighed that there were so many people here. When Lao Lu died just now, most people were in the parking lot. Everyone didn't trust the tents and chose to stay overnight in the car. At this time, Zhu Ning counted again, 49 people. Bai Cheng, 2 more. Guazilin's 3 companions have not been found yet, so it stands to reason that there should be 3 less, and with 2 dead, how could there be 2 more? Zhu Ning asked back, are you sure the extra ones are people? Bai Cheng quickly understood what Zhu Ning meant. There might be other creatures mixed in the crowd, but they didn't know. And now everyone is wearing helmets. Who knows whether they are people or ghosts? If it is an illusion, it is impossible that all are fake. It should be that a few fake people are arranged among the real people. And some people have been quietly replaced. Lao Lu seems to have a companion at first, but since Lao Lu's death, that companion has never come out to speak. Zhu Ning could provide this information just now, but it is easy to make people suspicious and kill each other. After Zhu Ning finished his analysis, he answered Pei Shu's question and asked how they could help. Zhu Ning said, the source of pollution is among us. Find it and kill it. Chapter 322. Another person died. There was another voice in the quarantine area, and there was a commotion over there. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng looked at each other. As teammates, they needed to follow the order that Zhu Ning had just issued, find the hidden source of pollution in the crowd, and figure out what happened. Pei Shu was looking for information, Bai Cheng was checking the bodies, and Lin Xiaofeng was transparent, which was the most suitable for collecting hidden information in the crowd. The newly discovered dead person was called Jean Shan. She was Guazilin's companion, and they also wanted to go to Utopia. The person who found her was assigned to search the garage. At first, he only saw a black shadow when he was lying under the car. Then he heard a beep, and he was startled by the toad that jumped out from under the car. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was just a toad. He never felt that these things were so scary. He lay down and looked at the narrow bottom of the car, and suddenly his pupils shrank. There was a person hanging under the car. His heart was beating violently, and he almost cried out. There was a toad-like person lying on the ground with his limbs up, and his back facing the ground. She seemed to be avoiding some monster, and wanted to escape in the chaos, but the sandstorm outside was fierce, and there was no way to escape. She had been dead for a while. The killer pierced her neck very neatly. 6 knives were stuck in her body, and her body was controlled under the car like a specimen. Because of the strange death, many people came to see it. Bai Cheng tried it in the crowd, but the body was still uncontrollable. Soon they found Guazilin's other 2 companions. Under the eyes of a bunch of superpowers, the pilgrims were very weak even if they were infected. The remaining 2 also died. Wang Wei died of bone shrinkage. When he died, the bones penetrated the skin, as if a person had smashed into a thorn bush, and there was no good skin at all. Qin Yazi died of drowning. She was found dead in the drinking water area, head down. Now the bodies of the 3 people are lined up. When they died, they all had smiles on their mouths, and they all seemed relieved. And she checked it, and said, it should not be the same person who killed them. At the same time when Lao Lu was killed, these 3 people died. They may have died from 3 murderers, and the murderers are still hiding in the crowd. This proves that this is not a single-line transmission at all, but a multi-line transmission. There must be more infected people than what is known now. And Chi, one of the murderers, is a skeleton manipulator. One is good at using bayonets, and the other should have approached the drinking water area. After Chi finished speaking, someone snorted coldly and asked, how do you plan to find them? Take off your helmets one by one? They were obviously not convinced by Chi's leadership now. How do you plan to get everyone to take off their helmets in this situation? Chi, I'm asking you to take charge temporarily, but I'm not asking you to take charge of my head. We are all in the same industry, so don't do anything stupid. And she felt a lot of pressure, and there was no expression on her face. She didn't want to be in the limelight, but someone had to do this. And Chi's ability is gigantic, and she can't use her fists and feet in a confined space like a shelter, which is actually a bit limited. Everyone should take off their helmets to see if there are any symptoms of infection, such as whether the skin is uneven, or there is a toad in the mouth, or whether they hear the toads cry. These are the rules they have already figured out, but Chi is only taking over temporarily. These people with special abilities can listen to her, or turn against her at any time. If Chi were to conduct a large-scale screening, she would definitely be the one to die. So Zhu Ning would never be the scapegoat. In the movies, the leader would definitely be the first to be sacrificed by the angry crowd. And she could only say, throw away the body first. It was not a good idea to leave the infected here. There were no more clues about the body. We had found everything we needed to find, and we didn't know if the body would come back to life. It was best to throw it away. This decision did not harm anyone's interests, so everyone did it. They opened the window again, and threw out 3 more bodies. Dust accumulated on the edge of the window. In just half an hour, they had thrown out 5 bodies. For pilgrims and a bounty hunter. The mood of uneasiness spread. And she did not announce his conclusion, but everyone who could walk to the shelter must not be stupid. There was something fishy inside them. Everyone could realize this. The infection was still going on. Now they looked like ghosts to everyone. There was no overwhelming strength in the crowd, and no one could forcefully verify their identities. In fact, Pei Shu always thought that Zhu Ning was the best person to come forward. As long as she showed her face and intimidated others, as a demon inside the wall, she could temporarily make people yield. Next, open everyone's helmet and interrogate them carefully to quickly find the outliers. But this is very dangerous for Zhu Ning, and Zhu Ning was the first to be infected. Except for Pei Shu and his teammates, it is impossible for others to be convinced by an infected person. Pei Shu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of the answer that had troubled him for a long time. Why was Zhu Ning the first to hear the toad's call? The reason why she was infected may not be complicated at all. It's just that the pollution source is very smart. It directly killed the potential leader of the crowd. The people in the shelter will only become more and more chaotic. This is the first time Pei Shu has encountered such a pollution source that is completely unconventional. What is its purpose? Watching people kill each other? It will arrange the rhythm of the plot and create chaos at the right time, like an excellent stage director. It is still hiding in the dark, watching them guessing each other without any clue. A thing with strong enough infectious power, even Zhu Ning can be infected without knowing it. It can cause hallucinations and sneak into the crowd. It is a planned, intelligent, and very active source of infection, but it also proves one thing. The source of pollution is not strong. The real strong is like the water ghost on the homecoming. I have nothing to do with you if I kill you. Just touching you will kill you. But where is the source of pollution? Zhu Ning ordered Pei Shu and Bai Cheng to find the source of pollution, but there is still no clue. Pei Shu suddenly heard the call of toads. Since Lao Lu died, Pei Shu could also hear their calls. He guessed that he had been infected. The crowd gradually became agitated. According to Pei Shu's experience, a small-scale bloodshed will soon occur. At this time, someone walked towards Pei Shu. Pei Shu was a fire-type mutant, and he was very popular everywhere. Some people wanted to win him over, but Pei Shu refused. The beeping sound was getting louder and louder. Where did it come from? Pei Shu walked into the bathroom. The shower room in the shelter was practical, with a row of shower heads installed, and the curtains were closed. The bathroom was old, the walls were yellow, and there were mold spots on the curtains, but at this time, there was steam inside, and there was no sound of water. Everyone was looking for the source of pollution, and of course no one would take a shower at this time. Pei Shu carefully opened the curtains, and after a swish, Pei Shu met a pair of golden pupils. It was a toad again. The sound of the toad's eardrum beating was very annoying. There was more than one toad. It looked like a path that had been rained on. Toads were running around on the road, and people could easily step on them. Pei Shu felt that his mental state had also deteriorated. He could not control his anxiety, and wanted to crush all the toads, so that they would immediately burst out juice and stop screaming. Kill all the toads, kill all the people. Pei Shu injected himself with a mental healing agent, and planned to leave the bathroom immediately. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a shadow with his peripheral vision. A figure appeared behind him. It was unclear who it was through the shower curtain. Pei Shu remained motionless, and paid attention to the movements of the people behind him. Beep, beep, the toad's calls became louder. Suddenly, the person behind him pounced on him fiercely. Pei Shu was prepared. Flames rose up, and he hugged the person with his backhand and threw him to the ground through the shower curtain. With a pounce, he tightly clamped the other person's neck and covered his head with the shower curtain. The man was not wearing a helmet, and the shower curtain framed the outline of his facial features. It could only be roughly seen that he was a man. The man's body was cold, but he was extremely strong. He had no special powers, and was struggling hard. He even turned over and tried to crawl away. Pei Shu didn't give him the chance. He pressed his palm on the back of his head, and pressed him face down to the ground. The flames were already released. The air was filled with a strange smell of burning. The man didn't even roar, and stopped struggling after a while. Dead? Pei Shu gasped and felt that his mind was very abnormal. He didn't want to kill so quickly, but he couldn't think so much at that time. In this contaminated area, after killing someone, you will generally enter the other party's rules, and soon become the next infected person. But now that the person has been killed, he can't be revived. Moreover, if Pei Shu enters the infection chain, maybe he can give more clues, and provide Zhu Ning with observable samples. The strange sound of Dududu seemed to have weakened a bit. Pei Shu turned the dead man over to see who wanted to kill him. After turning him over, Pei Shu was stunned. It turned out to be Lao Lu. Even though his face was burnt, Pei Shu still recognized it. It was really Lao Lu's face. Wasn't he dead? The body was thrown out. How could it be here? Zhu Ning listened to the commotion in the distance. If I guess correctly, the number of dead should increase, and the number of strange creatures in the crowd is also increasing. Zhu Ning was imprisoned in the cage area. Only himself and the murderer next door were left here. Zhu Ning stuck out his tongue and carefully observed his abnormality in the camera inside the helmet. The surface of his tongue was no longer red, but olive green, and dense small bumps grew out, forming the shape of a toad. The toad was surprisingly fat, definitely alive, and had already popped out. Two golden pupils emerged halfway, as if Zhu Ning's tongue was the surface of the water, and a toad slowly emerged. Zhu Ning's tonsils were hanging in his throat, contracting and expanding, making a beeping sound. Bang! The murderer next door suddenly bumped into the iron railing and roared. I have tolerated you for a long time. Shout, shout, stop shouting. He can hear it, Zhu Ning thought. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng didn't know that Zhu Ning had a toad in his mouth, but this person could hear it, and for him, the noise was unbearable. The man was on the verge of going crazy. Zhu Ning was not scared by his roar, and walked to the railing. They were only blocked by a thin iron railing. The man grabbed out suddenly, but he couldn't even grab the corner of Zhu Ning's clothes. He was always just an inch away, which made him crazy. Zhu Ning sat down cross-legged, no longer observing her tongue, but began to observe the man, as if she had found her new experimental subject. She guessed that she should be a little weird now. Because the man became even more angry, he asked loudly, What are you looking at? Zhu Ning said calmly, I'm watching when you die. The man was stunned, and fear crawled all over his back. People who have been infected usually find it difficult to control their emotions, except for monsters like Zhu Ning, who can remain calm even with a live toad in his mouth. Zhu Ning added, I'm watching, who wants to kill you? Infection requires a chain. Those who kill this man will get the toad virus from him. Zhu Ning wants to know who killed him. She might be able to see the process of infection and give more information. The man shrank, and Zhu Ning made a toad sound in her mouth. She looked at the man as if she was looking at a fly, and she would flick her tongue to stick to him at any time. Now the prison is unattended, and the personnel are loose, and it is not a close-knit organization. If Zhu Ning wants to kill him, no one will come. Similarly, if others want to kill him, Zhu Ning will not stop them. She will only watch and find the rules she needs from it. Bai Cheng and the others guessed wrong. Zhu Ning was not unaffected by the pollution, but her high mental value made her madness not very obvious. She was going mad steadily and darkly. The cage could not control her. The only one who could imprison Zhu Ning was herself. Suddenly, footsteps were heard beside the cage. Someone was coming to kill someone. Chapter 323. There was a man standing at the door, wearing a helmet. Everyone was faceless, and only the knife in his hand could be seen clearly. Zhu Ning was not afraid of people coming. She was more afraid of no one coming. Maybe under the influence of mental pollution, she was a little looking forward to what would happen next. To kill her? Or to kill the inmate next door? Sure enough, the person at the door moved quickly and ran towards this side at a high speed. He was a qualified killer. Zhu Ning sat cross-legged, like a bullfighter, and even wanted to do it faster. The man next to Zhu Ning didn't know the other person's name yet, and called him a cellmate in his heart. He actually smiled when he saw someone rushing towards him. He made a strange sound of do-do-do from his mouth, as if a dog roared when it was emotional, waiting for its executioner to kill. The man hit the cage and grabbed the inmate inside with one hand. How big can the prison in the shelter be? You can reach it with just your hand. The prisoner's face flushed after being caught. Zhu Ning observed that the infected person seemed a little slow, as if he had taken some drugs. Although he was also a superpower, his movements were no longer sensitive. He could still fight back and forth, but now he was quickly subdued on the ground. The iron railings were twisted, and a knife was shining quickly against the prisoner's neck. When people are pushed to the extreme, they will have the instinct to survive, but he didn't. He actually stopped struggling. Zhu Ning guessed that he also had a smile on his face. All the dead would show a very satisfied expression. The beeping sound became louder, like the accompaniment of this murder short film. The blade cut through the prisoner's protective clothing. If it went down another inch, blood would be seen. But the knife did not fall, as if it was controlled by an invisible force, and the killer's elbow stopped abruptly. Zhu Ning had a gloomy face, and raised the finger on his knee. The man's neck turned reluctantly, making a rattling sound. Zhu Ning used puppet control, and slowly tightened the puppet line. To be honest, she didn't care about the life or death of the controlled object. She just wanted to get the clues she wanted. With a bang, the dagger fell to the ground, and the controlled person's knees left the ground. Like a controlled puppet, he raised his arms, and put them on his neck, and took off his helmet under Zhu Ning's gaze. That was Jin Shan's face. Zhu Ning had been observing the shelter from a god's perspective before, and had seen Jin Shan's body. She was Guo Zilin's companion, and she sat opposite her with a timid face before. She remembered that Jin Shan had been dead for a long time. Now she changed her cowardice, with an almost crazy smile, and her protruding eyes stared at Zhu Ning. It turned out that the dead would return to the crowd, so the number of people increased. It was meaningless for Zhu Ning to kill her. After being rescued, Zhu Ning's cellmate showed no gratitude at all. He was more like a drug addict going crazy, banging his head, as if he couldn't relieve his anxiety at all. Zhu Ning recalled the dead before. Everyone was smiling, like they were relieved, but also like the happiness after taking drugs. The people who were killed were happy, and the killers were also happy. There was a person kneeling and licking a toad. That scene was like a lead-in, and also like a preview, foreshadowing the accident that was about to happen in the shelter. The dead Jin Shan came back. After she took off her helmet, her hand stayed at her neck. Now Jin Shan's fingers tightened, as if she wanted to strangle herself. This was not Jin Shan committing suicide, but Zhu Ning could hardly control the violence in her heart. I really want to kill someone. Countless toads are humming in my head. At the same time, a voice keeps saying, kill her, it's just a pollutant anyway. No one can stop me if I kill her. If you kill her and others, you will be the real boss here and turn the shelter into a living hell. Soon, very comfortable, you will reach real peace. The pollution is getting stronger and stronger. Maybe Lao Lu heard this sound before killing Guo Zilin. Zhu Ning gritted her teeth. She actually had to spend so much energy to control her desire to kill. She knew that once she took this step, she would not be able to get over it. Killing Jin Shan was a small matter, but it was like licking the first mouthful of toad and taking the first. Zhu Ning would look for toads for the rest of her life. She heard the humming sound like a dog hearing a bell, as if she had found the antidote. She would become a drug addict lying in the field and losing her self-esteem. Zhu Ning adjusted her breathing. Her tongue was no longer a tongue. It became a limp toad. She could not make human sounds, and would soon not be able to think independently like humans. She has already reached this level of contamination, and others will be even worse. There are sounds of killing outside, and the smell of blood has penetrated into the cage. The cellmate next door took off his helmet and kept banging his head on the ground. He must be quite strong to be able to walk here outside the wall. Now he has no dignity, and his mind is occupied by one thought. He is incontinent, his face is full of snot and tears, and he shouts to Zhu Ning, "I will kill you," and then shouts, "Kill me." He took off his protective suit and kept scratching his body. Soon green bumps appeared on his skin, and he was about to turn into a toad. Zhu Ning retracted her hand, and Jin Shan's body fell on the edge of the cage. Zhu Ning pressed her forehead with one hand and read the memory for the second time. She wanted to know if the dead still had memories. Maybe she could see the scene of Jin Shan coming back to life. This time the reading speed was very fast. Zhu Ning quickly retracted her hand, and her face changed. Jin Shan's memory was exactly the same as Guazilian's. How could it be the same? Even if people experience the same thing, their focus is different, and their memories should be different. Received the guidance of the mentor on the wall, held a carnival party, went out of the wall together, teammates died one after another, and were chased by cans and hid in the shelter. Guazilian's memory, after entering the shelter, was blurred. Zhu Ning didn't pay attention to this detail when she read it for the first time, because all the retrospective memories are trying to see further to find clues. Zhu Ning read the memory again, but no matter how many times, it was the same. It seems that a director edited the memory, cutting off the beginning and the end, keeping only the essence, and playing it in a tour. From the beginning of the wall to the shelter. Zhu Ning had a preconceived idea. Could it be that the memory of Guazilian that she read was not real at all, but implanted by someone? Zhu Ning suddenly realized a detail. The reason why the pilgrims entered the shelter was different from theirs. Others came in because of the sandstorm, but only the pilgrims were chased by a can and hid in. When Zhu Ning first read this memory, she thought it was very funny. A group of inexperienced pilgrims were frightened by a can all the way. It was a discarded Sprite bottle with a worn surface. It was not the protagonist of the story, but it appeared in the corner of every scene. Wherever it went, there was chaos. It could not be killed by gunshots or blown up by bombs. A can bounced out in the firelight. The pilgrims were at their wits' end and really couldn't find a way out. Finally, they rushed into the shelter. They might be the first 4 people to come in, earlier than the others. When they came in, the 4 pilgrims should have died. They became part of the pollutants and repeated this scene. It was because of Guazilian's death that there was chaos here, and everyone speculated whether there was a pollution chain. Zhu Ning recalled that when she first entered the shelter, the pilgrims were very eye-catching because of their incompatible temperament. Then they were beaten by Lao Lu. Was Lao Lu a living person or a pollutant at that time? Mental induction is very subtle. When Zhu Ning read the memory for the first time, she was completely wrong. She always thought that there was something wrong with the pilgrims' organization at that time, and all her attention was on the mentor, who looked like a nun. She even wanted to enlarge the necklace on the mentor's neck and try to see the totem on the ground to find clues. She didn't notice a can at all. The can kept rolling, and even when there was no wind, it could move forward on its own, making a beeping sound. A toad was lying on the inner wall of the can. This was not a rare scene. After the rain, smaller toads could get into many places. Zhu Ning once stepped on a garbage bag on the road. It felt very soft. When she moved it away, she saw a dead frog. Zhu Ning kept extracting the image of the can in her mind, like an icon, and like some kind of stamp. She couldn't get rid of it at all. The act of reading memory itself was experiencing mental pollution, and her mental pollution worsened. Bang! Zhu Ning heard the toad call again, but this time it was different. It was accompanied by the noise of the can rolling. The 2 noises overlapped. Zhu Ning saw a can in the corner, and it rolled out quietly from the corner. So this was her target. The can did not stop, but rolled out all the way, leaving Zhu Ning's sight. Zhu Ning cursed in her heart. She actually needed to assassinate a can? Is she crazy? Is this really normal logic? Later, when her teammates asked her what order she had, she said that if you see a can, you must kill it? Is she sick? Zhu Ning is willing to believe it, but are others willing to cooperate? She will be regarded as a lunatic and killed immediately. Cans may be just a way of pollution, making Zhu Ning not only unable to lead others, but also become the target of public criticism. Hunting lunatics has always been an old trick. Zhu Ning felt that she was very crazy. Her arms trembled unconsciously, and she pressed her right hand with her left hand. Is she sick, or is the world sick? Zhu Ning put away the puppet line. She could not interfere with this pollution chain. Jin Shan was freed, and went to kill Zhu Ning's cellmate again. The cellmate basically put his neck close to him to kill. One wanted to die, and the other wanted to kill. After Jin Shan strangled him, both of them showed satisfied expressions. Crazy, this world is too crazy. Soon Zhu Ning's cellmate died, and then Jin Shan was shot through the head by a bullet that suddenly appeared before she could stand up. Zhu Ning didn't see who killed him, but it didn't make any sense. The murderer standing at the door also became a corpse. The source of pollution just wanted chaos and didn't care at all. Death was like dominoes, falling down in a row, killing people, producing new murderers, and then killing again, but the overall number of people did not decrease, but increased instead. After Pei Shu killed Lao Lu, he was in a trance. His mind was full of noise, and he wanted to find another person to kill. His rationality lasted only 2 minutes. The atmosphere here had completely changed. The rational emotions were getting thinner and thinner. There was an exaggerated laugh outside the house. Pei Shu saw someone stabbed another person to death with a smile, and then passed by him. Pei Shu was in a bad mood. He injected himself with a mental healing agent. His eyes kept flashing. Sometimes he was in a mental hospital, and sometimes in a shelter. The walls around him became whiter and whiter. He returned to the hospital corridor. The tip of his nose smelled of disinfectant, but this hospital was very strange. There was a toad squatting at the end of the corridor. The disgusting skin on the toad's surface was incompatible with a clean hospital. It was so noisy that Pei Shu couldn't stand it. Where did the toad come from? He raised his arm, but his neck hurt. Someone hit his back with a heavy object. Pei Shu staggered and tried to set fire, but the man was like a vine, opening his arms from behind, hugging Pei Shu's body and twisting it. Pei Shu was twisted to the ground before he could stand up, and a mechanical voice came to his ears, "I am Bai Cheng." Pei Shu put down his raised hand, panting deeply, and let Bai Cheng suppress him from behind. Pei Shu had rich experience in being subdued. Although he was crazy, he knew how to cooperate with others when he was crazy. Bai Cheng should have controlled him with a restraint belt. He had already stretched out his hand, expecting a pair of handcuffs next. Bai Cheng's approach was more direct. She quickly stabbed Pei Shu's shoulder with a knife. The stinging pain would bring a trace of clarity in the chaos. At that moment, Pei Shu's mind was full of, "You are so cruel. Are you awake?" Pei Shu covered his shoulder and nodded. Bai Cheng said coldly, "It's okay. I will stab you when you are not awake." "Pei Shu, are you polluted? If you go crazy, you will stab him. When you leave the polluted area, you will become a hornet's nest." Bai Cheng, "No, my brain is far away." Bai Cheng's main brain is not in a shelter. No matter what type of mental pollution, it must infect a sufficient area of the brain. But to completely infect Bai Cheng, at least thousands of Bai Cheng's brains must be infected to affect the main brain. Pei Shu did not bother Bai Cheng to do it. When he raised his head, he realized how chaotic it was here. In addition to him, other people have also killed pollutants. Guazilin, Jin Shan, Lao Lu. After killing these people, the spread of pollution accelerated. And she looked helpless. The few rational people were still trying to find the real source of pollution. Some people went crazy and wanted to leave this ghost place. As soon as they opened the door, the flying car was swept away and disappeared. But the window was not closed tightly, and the wind and sand poured in, as if the shelter would be submerged by sand sooner or later. Everyone was covered with a layer of yellow sand, and the blood was covered by the yellow sand, mixed with red and yellow, like some kind of art painting. Pei Shu's eyes were doubled again. He used the knife to turn his shoulder hard and regain some consciousness again. "Where is Xiaofeng?" "Bai Cheng, I arranged for her, don't worry." Pei Shu didn't ask for specific details, and took advantage of his sobriety to immediately say, "I found a clue." The dead came back alive. The first victim should be the source of pollution. He was better at finding a way out, but in the case of raging wind and sand, there was no way out. "Pei Shu, those 4 pilgrims may have died a long time ago. We just kept killing the bodies repeatedly." "Bai Cheng, I cooperated with Enqi, who was a rational person. We sorted out the entire clue chain here, which was similar to your guess. And she had contacted all the dead and had the most clues. She asserted that all the problems appeared on those pilgrims. They may have been dead for a long time, and they have been releasing pollution from the beginning. As long as people start killing people, the purpose of the pollution source will be achieved. The more people are killed, the stronger the pollution source is. It feeds on chaos. I know the general logic, but I don't know how to crack it. How did these 4 people get infected in the first place? Zhu Ning can read people's memories. Maybe she can get clues. She shared the memories of pilgrims before. Pei Shu thought more and more complicated. Is there something wrong with the pilgrims? Pei Shu asked. Where is Zhu Ning? Bai Cheng. She still locked herself in a cage. She asked me to kill a can. Kill the can? There is a toad inside. This is what Zhu Ning said. This really sounds like a madman talking nonsense, but because it was said by Zhu Ning, Pei Shu did not completely deny it at once, and asked, Do you believe it? Bai Cheng showed a stiff smile and asked back, Why don't you believe it? Chapter 324. They need to kill a can. It was a very bizarre order. The shelter had become a mental hospital. There were no doctors or nurses, only patients. Under this circumstance, the order to kill the can was not so absurd, but rather logical. I don't know if it was an illusion caused by the infection, or if they really heard it. The can was rolling, which was very abrupt in the toad's call. In the chaotic crowd, the can rolled through pairs of feet. In addition to the strong mental pollution, the biggest trouble here is that the enemies are increasing all the time. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Now there are more than 90 people in the shelter, all of them wearing protective clothing. The original source of the shelter came from a can. The can followed the pilgrims all the way, and after running into the shelter, it may have merged with the pollution here. Where is the can? Zhu Ning has directly given the answer. They just need to find the source of the pollution. The rolling sound was everywhere, as if everyone had a can in their head. This was not a very difficult contaminated area. The reason why they could fool them for so long was because of the characteristics of the can. It was very inconspicuous, and people would not have any impression even if they glanced at it. Now that it has been discovered, it cannot be very powerful, otherwise it would not have been hiding all the time. It may be very scared, and it can't help but breathe heavier, and the aluminum body made a rustling sound. The pollutants are controlled by it, and it is afraid of Zhu Ning, so it will choose to pollute her at the first time. It is also afraid of Bai Cheng, because this is the only person it cannot completely pollute. It can make the devil Zhu Ning start to go crazy, but Bai Cheng is still sane. The smile on Bai Cheng's mouth widened a little. It was a signature ghost smile. Found it, there was a particularly dense spot in the crowd. The pollutants were like layers of protection, tightly surrounding a core point. With so many people together, if it was in the ordinary human world, it would be easy to have a stampede. In fact, she could only see heads close to each other. But she knew that the cans were there. This pollution source was very afraid of death, and its biggest trump card was that others didn't know. Once it was discovered that it was just the cans that were causing trouble, it would be exposed. Bai Cheng was the only completely rational person here. The sniper mission was given to her, and everyone else was responsible for clearing the way for her. And she, who had the ability to become giant, temporarily cooperated with Bai Cheng. They knew each other before, but they had never gotten along. They were considered mortal enemies. This time, Bai Cheng took the initiative to propose a joint effort. Outside the wall, there was a consensus in the bounty hunter circle that as long as Bai Cheng wanted to help you, you could increase your chances of winning by at least 20%. This was why even if Bai Cheng killed her 3 employers, someone was willing to hire her. Plastic people were born to walk outside the wall. Bai Cheng said the source of the pollution was a can. When Enchi first heard this news, he wanted to laugh, as if he was listening to a mental patient talking. Bai Cheng hoped that Enchi would join their team, instead of joining Enchi's side. Enchi wanted to laugh even more when he heard this. Who is Bai Cheng hanging out with now? His personality has changed after not seeing him for a few years. He is much more arrogant than before. Before Enchi could speak, Bai Cheng's next words were like a bombshell. Enchi fell silent, and when he reacted, he had already followed Bai Cheng's actions. Enchi had 8 teammates around her. They were the only psychics she could find who were barely awake. Bai Cheng's teammate is a fireman. His ability is quite useful. The pollutants burned by him will not die immediately, but will flutter around with flames. Because the more enemies are killed, the more they will die. Pei Shu's flames can slow down the speed of the increase of enemies. Pei Shu turned the handle of the knife on his body. His wound did not bleed, but it was oozing flames, which flickered with his breathing. Pei Shu's mind was not very clear. He was in a mental hospital for a while, and in a shelter for a while. The two scenes overlapped and flickered constantly. But his attack did not lose its accuracy. Even Enchi was a little puzzled. How did Pei Shu manage to assist accurately while going crazy? Enchi's right arm was huge. She was affectionately called Main by her teammates. Some people called her a gentle giant. Enchi's arm muscles swelled to the size of a telephone pole. The huge arm swept out, and other pollutants were like bowling balls that were knocked down. Bai Chung actually had a tacit understanding with her. He stepped on her arm to gain leverage, and shuttled through the crowd. Bai Chung hardly had to do anything. Wherever she passed, it was extremely stable. People around her would help her clear obstacles. And Chi's arm retreated, and the flame followed. The flame retreated, and a black arrow appeared out of thin air and pierced into the head of the pollutant. After the black arrow disappeared, it was immediately replaced by a curved bullet. Probably everyone was going crazy. There were only cans in their minds. The cans containing toads were connected to the grooves of the brain, and noise came from the skull. In the madness, they were occupied by even crazier thoughts, killing a can. Bai Cheng's helmet broke when she was in action, just revealing the lower half of her face. Because her body functions had not recovered, she had a signature Bai Chung smile at the corner of her mouth, like a female ghost. The ghost girl Bai Chung passed through layers of obstacles, and blood was everywhere. A human head was cut off by a teammate and flew into the air, splashing blood mist all over her. Finally, Bai Chung stood in front of a person. The noise around her was almost sharp, like countless crazy toads, threatening with their lives. It was getting closer. The closer to the pollution source, the more dangerous it was. Once the pollution source was discovered, it would attack. But its attack power was not strong, and it could only play some tricks, causing Bai Chung to be unable to struggle even when it was right in front of her. Bai Chung raised her hand. When she first met Zhu Ning, she was wearing a black raincoat and holding a hatchet in her hand. Now Bai Chung had just found a handy weapon, which was an axe. The axe hit a person's chest, as if it was hitting the surface of an aluminum can. Bai Cheng's arm sank and pressed down all the way. The pollution worsened, and even Bai Chung began to have hallucinations, or the things that were hit were constantly changing. Its face was Guaziling, Lao Lu, a green can, and a toad. The screen flickered again and again, making people's heartbeats faster, and their minds more confused. It stands to reason that all illusion systems have an outdated trick, which is to transform into the enemy's favorite or most hated person in the end, trying to make her mentally fluctuate. As long as there is mental fluctuation, she is prone to mental breakdown. But Bai Chung has lost most of her memories. How can she, a plastic person, have so many love and hate? Bai Cheng's right hand split the chest of the pollutant, and her left hand reached into its chest. What she passed through did not look like a human body, but a piece of rotten meat. What was beating under this person's chest was not a living heart, but a toad beating its eardrum. Bai Cheng's hand poked into the squirming toad. There was a can in the toad's stomach. It had faded. It had been rolling outside the wall for who knows how many years. It was fragile and vulnerable. It was a product of human industry. Bai Chung could even feel its emotions when she touched it. The can was afraid. The thin aluminum can trembled against her fingers. And she saw the body of the can. The surface of the can that had been pinched was uneven. At this time, combined with the appearance of the toad, the skin of the toad grew on the can. The Sprite bottle itself is green, and the toad is olive green. The combination is surprisingly harmonious. The sound of the toad came from inside the can, and it was gradually weakening. And she couldn't believe that it was such a piece of garbage that made them lose their minds. In just a few hours, they fell into disordered madness. There were 3 superpowers who died in front of her. When those people died, they probably didn't think that they were killed by a weak can. It was not even fierce enough. They couldn't help but be afraid when they were found. Walking outside the wall, people can easily die at the hands of things they despise, such as a flower, a blade of grass, or even a gust of wind, and die inexplicably. If the pollution source is not dealt with, hallucinations will continue to spread, and mental pollution will cause brain damage over time. After the can was pinched, the attack paused briefly, and then became more violent. The pollutant surged like a tide. And she suppressed his urge to kill it. The thing was very small, and Bai Chung could crush the can with just a move of her hands, but she did not move. It was a waste for Bai Chung to kill the pollution source, and Zhu Ning had to kill it. The iron bars of the shelter cage were twisted, as if they were crushed and then kneaded again. Zhu Ning sat cross-legged, with a helmet on her face, like a Buddha statue away from all the chaos. Zhu Ning's cellmate was dead. He died tragically, his body was constantly turning into a toad, and a lot of strange liquids flowed out. Zhu Ning just sat with her head down. Others could not see that she had been tied up by the silk thread of consciousness. The red line drilled out of her body, and the other end was connected to the wall. She only did one thing while waiting for Bai Chung to take action, like a spider weaving a web, completely trapping herself in the cage of consciousness. She could see part of the battlefield from a god's perspective, But Zhu Ning did not follow it all the time. The hallucination spread, and she saw cracks on the ground, and cans walked out hand in hand in a line. She saw her skin sprouting, growing green branches, and dense eyeballs opened on her arms. Even memories that did not belong to her appeared in her mind. Zhu Ning saw a black tower in the wilderness, and a black crow stood on the top of the tower. The crow was extremely quiet, and its eyes were motionless, like a sculpture. Zhu Ning had never seen this place before. It was filled with a chill and eerie atmosphere. It was hard to tell what was so strange about it. Zhu Ning stared at the crow for a long time without moving. They seemed to be in a confrontation. Even if their eyeballs were broken, they could not blink. Zhu Ning played a game with herself, suppressing the surging attack power. Bai Cheng appeared at the door. She held her breath. All the superpowers could not help but tremble. And she even took 2 steps back. Zhu Ning was the most terrifying creature in the shelter. She was frightening just in a stable state. They were like servants, who came to sacrifice to the devil. Bai Cheng adjusted her breathing. She was not afraid of Zhu Ning. The more powerful the employer, the more she liked him. Zhu Ning was the strongest one she had ever followed. Bai Cheng walked to the cage, knelt on one knee, and hit the ground with a bloody axe. Just like a finger snap during hypnosis to wake people up, the sound made by Bai Cheng made Zhu Ning suddenly open her eyes. Her eyes were not filled with blue data streams, but the whites of her eyes were red and about to bleed, and black mucus flowed on the surface of her red eyeballs. Bai Cheng brought a can, and the thing stopped screaming when it saw Zhu Ning. It was as if a hand was stuck in its throat, and all the sounds disappeared. For a moment, everything was silent, which made people uncomfortable. Black mucus crawled out from the back of Zhu Ning's neck and piled on the ground like undried asphalt. The can was really shaking this time, and it made a harsh sound when it hit the ground. The black mucus surged and wrapped the can. With a click, everyone heard a crisp sound, like the chewing sound of a monster eating. And she stood in the shadows. Zhu Ning was still imprisoned by herself. She imprisoned Zhu Ning at that time just to try to cut off the infection. She didn't expect that one day, she would be terrified to approach the cage. And she found, strangely, that the surrounding environment was changing. Pollutants were melting and collapsing like burning wax figures, turning into pieces of rotten meat. The smell of the stinking ditch filled the entire shelter. These people had been dead for a long time, and even exuded a sour smell. The polluted part of the brain was gradually fading, gradually revealing more healthy brain tissue. The world drew out countless black lines. In the world of hallucination, the lines were rolled into a ball without order, like graffiti drawn by a mental patient. Now the lines were pulled apart by an external force, returning to horizontal and vertical lines, outlining the outline of the shelter. The people floating on the ground landed on their feet, the hallucination disappeared, and reality returned. Although her mind was clear, she always felt that she was still in a hallucination. A gust of wind blew around, and blood-red contaminated spores filled the shelter, and then were attracted by a force and immediately gathered towards the cage. Zhu Ning calmly opened his eyes, holding a can in his hand, and the source of pollution inside was dead. It seemed that he had really finished drinking Coke, and was holding the can casually, and it was completely invisible that it was the source of pollution. Zhu Ning looked behind Bai Cheng. There were many people following her, including Pei Shu, and in Qi the survivors were all injured. Some were attacked by pollutants, and some were self-harmed. They all had one thing in common, keeping a distance from Zhu Ning. When Zhu Ning first entered the shelter, there were 47 people here, but in fact there were not so many. There were only 15 living people in total, and the rest were all pollutants. In the end, there were only 11 people left alive, and 4 bounty hunters died. Under the stimulation of mental pollution, those 4 people thought they killed people, but they were actually just pollutants, and then they were killed by the pollutants. Because Qi cooperated with Bai Cheng, the members of their team were rational, and almost all of them survived. When Bai Cheng came to discuss cooperation, Qi felt that Bai Cheng had become more arrogant than before, but Bai Cheng quickly took out his ultimate move. She only said one sentence, "Zhu Ning is here." Bai Cheng's new employer is a demon. After weighing the pros and cons, Qi believed the order that sounded ridiculous and killed a can. This was also the most rational judgment she made, and she was still alive to prove it. This was the first time in Qi's life that he saw the whole process of the experimental subject eating. It looked like a human, but not a human, like a monster but not a monster. Bai Cheng didn't care what other people thought of this scene. She only had Zhu Ning in her eyes. She waited quietly in front of the cage, and saw Zhu Ning's hand on her knees move. She crumpled the can. Bai Cheng knew that Zhu Ning had almost recovered and asked, "Are you awake?" Zhu Ning hummed, as if her soul had just left her body, and had not yet completely come out of the chaotic and disordered world. She whispered, I had a dream. Chapter 325. Zhu Ning had a dream. Under the influence of the absurd pollution area of the can, she couldn't tell the dream from reality. The black tower in the dream was a lighthouse, to be exact. Its skin was white, and the bricks had fallen off. She vaguely remembered that the beam of light was cast into the depths of darkness, and it seemed that there were waves hitting the shore. The crow looked straight at her. After Zhu Ning woke up, she had an illusion that the confrontation with the crow had not stopped, and its eyes were still looking at her. Is this a dream? Or a premonition? Or is it a fragment of memory she had read somewhere? The lighthouse was on the seashore, which reminded her of Prometheus. She got the location of Prometheus on an island in the north. Is there any connection with this tower? Zhu Ning's eyes fell on the can again. After killing the source of pollution, she gained a new ability, the toad in the can. She can now create illusions, and her mental pollution ability is enhanced. After combining with puppet control, she can create puppets. The number of puppets will increase after being killed, which is used to confuse the enemy. The more puppets, the more energy she consumes. In short, the new ability is similar to that of the Toad Man. The black slime was a little satisfied after eating, and it stretched like a big cat, rustling back to Zhu Ning's spine and lay down. The hunger disappeared. She retracted the consciousness cage, and the red silk thread melted in an instant. Zhu Ning stood up. The iron railing was useless in the first place. At this time, it separated the two sides, as if seeing Zhu Ning open it herself, forming the size of a door. Zhu Ning walked out, took off her helmet, and revealed a very famous face. Everyone present really knew her, but she looked much colder than in the photo. Because of her unruly short hair, she looked very wild, like a creature outside the wall. Zhu Ning, you can take off your helmets now. And she then realized that the pollution spores around them had completely disappeared, and the pollution meter inside their helmets showed that the pollution concentration here was 0. Other superpowers confirmed again and again that they were not wrong. Zhu Ning could purify the land just as the legend said. This was a living example. The shelter had become a truly pure land. Even though I knew it long ago, I was still shocked to see it with my own eyes, and I admired it from the bottom of my heart. Bai Cheng took off her helmet very naturally. When Zhu Ning walked past her, she clapped her hands naturally, meaning that she did a good job. Zhu Ning's orders must be carried out by someone. Bai Cheng never doubted her judgment. Even if it sounded like crazy talk, every increase in the trust of the team outside the wall could increase the probability of survival. For Zhu Ning, the biggest gain was not the new ability, but the tacit understanding between teammates. Bai Cheng clapped and didn't say much, as if this action was extremely natural. In contrast, Pei Shu was a little miserable. He had 5 wounds on his body. Because the inside of the wounds was magma, it looked particularly eye-catching. After Pei Shu took off his helmet, even the ends of his hair were on fire. He was probably still mentally unstable. Pei Shu raised his hand before Zhu Ning came over, waiting for Zhu Ning to come over and pat him. And she looked at Zhu Ning cautiously, thinking that she was an unkind devil for a while, and that her behavior was childish. While she was thinking, Zhu Ning had already walked in front of her. Zhu Ning was obviously shorter, and she had a height advantage, but she couldn't help but lower her head in front of Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Zhu Ning. She shook his hand back blankly, and she was still thinking whether to introduce herself, but Zhu Ning didn't want to talk more, as if she just came to say hello and asked Bai Cheng, where's Xiaofeng? I go see her. Bai Cheng picked up the axe, pushed Pei Shu, and took Zhu Ning out. And she stayed where he was, not figuring out what was going on. The 3 had already walked away. Later, he thought that Zhu Ning was a demon, so it was normal for him to act strangely. Only 3 of the 8 people on her side were her teammates, and the remaining 5 were temporary gatherings. Everyone thought this experience was magical. Hey, I actually fell into the hands of a can. It's embarrassing to tell others. Hey, that's really Zhu Ning. Then what is she doing outside the wall? I don't know, purifying the world? The man injected himself with a mental healing agent and asked, why? Are you going to follow her? No, I'm just full and I can see danger at a glance. Dangerous? Why do I feel safe following a demon? It's quite impressive. The superpowered person broke free from the illusion and chatted like a living person. Someone went to collect the body of the deceased. Although they didn't know each other, they were all in the same industry, and they were quite sad. After experiencing the contaminated area, everyone wanted to rest, as there were a lot of trivial things to do, but Enchi had been standing still, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bai Cheng knocked Lin Xiaofeng unconscious. Bai Cheng's reason was also very reasonable. I don't know how well she resists mental pollution. It's safer to faint. At that time, Zhu Ning's mental pollution was serious, and it was impossible to give very detailed instructions, which was handled by Bai Cheng. Lin Xiaofeng wanted to collect intelligence for Bai Cheng and asked me what my mission was. Bai Cheng nodded seriously and said, I settle you first. Lin Xiaofeng trusted Bai Cheng very much, and the next second he felt a pain in his neck and was knocked unconscious. Bai Cheng hid Lin Xiaofeng in the trunk. No one cared about her at that time. Bai Cheng thought that if the contaminated area was finally purified, Lin Xiaofeng would definitely be fine. If something happened to them, Lin Xiaofeng would find a way out for herself. Zhu Ning couldn't refute it. At least Lin Xiaofeng was fine. It was just that Bai Cheng was too cruel. The illusion couldn't wake Lin Xiaofeng up, and they couldn't wake him up either. Bai Cheng used an axe to chop him from behind. Zhu Ning was afraid that something might happen to Lin Xiaofeng. There was still a sandstorm outside the shelter, which made people feel headache. Zhu Ning and his friends couldn't hurry on, and planned to continue resting. This time the purification was done, so they relaxed and rested by the car, as if they were having a picnic. Zhu Ning sat down, and told them the news he had received. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu listened carefully, but didn't express any opinions. Who knows if what Zhu Ning saw was just his imagination? Zhu Ning found the pilgrim's real backpack. The things in the backpack were basically rotten. He should have died here for a long time. He searched inside but didn't find anything valuable. Zhu Ning asked, How much do you know about the pilgrims? Bai Cheng, No, I only met corpses. Bai Cheng recalled carefully that she usually went with bounty hunters outside the wall, and avoided pilgrims when she saw them. Inexperienced people can easily trigger the bad luck attribute. Pei Shu sat in the corner, covering his forehead with one hand. He probably hasn't recovered yet, and hasn't spoken. Zhu Ning guessed that Pei Shu was sick, and didn't bother him too much. She recalled the memory she read in the pilgrim's mind again. This memory is very clever. It only starts from the time of leaving the wall, and the memory inside the wall can't be seen at all. Zhu Ning suspected that this memory might be someone's real experience, but all the pilgrims' memories were processed when they left the wall, so that they could be kept secret. What secrets do they need to keep? Zhu Ning, with so many pilgrims leaving the wall, they must have definite evidence in their hands. Have they met someone? Bai Cheng, do you suspect they have seen people outside the wall? Zhu Ning nodded. It was like a scam. At least they would give some sweetness in the early stage, so that people could really make some money, and then they could be tricked into going out and into the den of thieves, believing in the dream of making a lot of money. Pilgrims are naive at most, but they are not completely brainless. It is very likely that they have really seen people outside the wall, so they believe that there is a utopia outside the wall. I suspect that there has always been some kind of connection between the inside and outside of the wall. Zhu Ning said this hesitantly, thinking of Liu Yu, or do they need each other's characteristics to continue better offspring? People outside the wall seem to be at the forefront of evolution, more perfect, more powerful, and more polluted. It is equivalent to only retaining the appearance of a human, but the core has completely become a pollutant. On the other hand, inside the wall, except for the humans who were created, the people of the country of God almost rigidly achieved one goal, which was to retain the purest and most original human genes. Why? Zhu Ning has always thought that pure-blooded natural people are very fragile. If they really confront the superpowers, they will only be crushed by the superpowers. They will die with just a flick of their fingers. How can natural people maintain the rule of the kingdom of God? Even if they can maintain it for a while, have there been no superpowers rebelling for so many years? The inside and outside of the wall will transport each other. The pilgrims are the fresh blood from the inside of the wall. Are Liu Yu and others sent in from outside? But there is an obvious problem with this speculation. Can both sides get any benefits? Zhu Ning diverged his thoughts. People outside the wall have powerful abilities. Natural people may rely on this, but such a powerful person can only get genes from natural people, right? Their evolution is flawed. Can natural people eliminate it? I can't figure it out. Zhu Ning recorded it in his mind and wrote down. Liu Yu represents the people outside the wall, the pilgrims, the Resuscitation Society, Prometheus, and the Eternal Life Pharmaceutical. What is the relationship between these groups of people? Zhu Ning always felt that there was some information she didn't get. As long as she figured it out, she would know the basic logic of the world. Zhu Ning didn't bother thinking about it. She planned to contact Wensi when she went to the next space station, and let her see the entrance, where Guizilin went out of the wall. Is the totem on the wall still there? Is there any clue left? Zhu Ning felt relieved when she thought of Wenxi. Someone was covering for her. Otherwise, she would be very tired alone. After thinking about all the serious things, Zhu Ning chatted with Bai Cheng and asked, "Do you think there is a utopia?" Bai Cheng was silent for a while, and said stiffly, "I now suspect that I went out of utopia." Bai Cheng always said shocking words in a very cold tone, but this is also a reasonable guess. Bai Cheng is really completely different from the people inside the wall. She will never die, and even mental pollution can hardly affect her. From a certain perspective, she is a perfect evolver. If there are enough people like this, they should be able to form an organization, such as Utopia. But this involves another question. How did Bai Cheng wake up inside the wall? Was she an important role when she had memories? Bai Cheng has no memories, so there is no sadness or joy. Zhu Ning can't think of more questions to ask. Rest. Bai Cheng used to sleep with another person in his arms. Now that the body bag is gone, he feels insecure alone and leans against it in a daze. The place where they rest is near the flying car, with the wall on the right, which is equivalent to occupying a corner. The conversations of other superpowers can be heard from afar, and Zhu Ning can also feel that someone is watching her. Being a celebrity is troublesome, so she doesn't like to show her face. Zhu Ning was not tired after dinner, so she planned to go see Pei Shu. Pei Shu didn't know whether he was angry or crazy. He supported his knees with his elbows, his head hung down, and his hair was emitting sparks, which was consistent with the frequency of his breathing. Under normal circumstances, he should be very interested in things related to Lu Yu, but this time Pei Shu didn't say a word. Zhu Ning got closer and found that his fingers were shaking, as if he was very scared and couldn't help trembling. Zhu Ning cared about his team members, squatted down and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Pei Shu was in a bad mood to begin with, so he was directly stimulated and depraved this time. Pei Shu's whole body stiffened, his neck was tense, and his fingers were tightened. Hearing this, he slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes rolling with magma. His pupils were red, and white smoke was coming out of the wound, as if he couldn't control himself at all. "Zhu Ning." Pei Shu's voice was hoarse, and he asked, "Can you tie me up?" Chapter 326. Pei Shu wants to die. Zhu Ning instantly read the message from his eyes. Zhu Ning held him down, but soon, he was burned and retracted his hand. His hands were full of blisters. Pei Shu's body temperature was too high. He seemed to be suppressed to the extreme. Bai Cheng stabbed him before, and the knife was still on him. Zhu Ning covered his palm with hardened skin and slapped his neck. But Pei Shu was an investigator. After professional combat training, he raised his elbow and attacked backwards. Zhu Ning felt a pain in his abdomen and had to let go. The two had fought for 6 moves. Even Bai Cheng was awakened. She immediately stood up with an axe in her hand, thinking that Pei Shu wanted to kill Zhu Ning. After Pei Shu moved freely, his first reaction was not to attack Zhu Ning, but to cross the knife on his neck and prepare to commit suicide. The speed was very fast. The blade cut through the protective suit. Bai Cheng immediately chopped down with an axe and broke the dagger with force. With a clang, the dagger fell to the ground. Pei Shu clenched his hands and wanted to twist his skull directly. Bai Cheng finally felt that something was wrong. She had never seen anyone who wanted to die so hard. This was too cruel. Bai Cheng wanted to rush forward, but Pei Shu's right hand suddenly froze, as if a toy suddenly ran out of power. Zhu Ning stood behind him grimly, his fingers stretched out, and the thread of consciousness went around his back and strangled Pei Shu's neck. Pei Shu groaned, and his body was suddenly pulled back. Other threads followed closely and entangled his limbs. Zhu Ning stood in front of him, forming a cage of consciousness, suppressing him in it. Pei Shu seemed to feel the storm, and was held down by the beast. For the first time, he couldn't even move a finger. Zhu Ning might be afraid that he would bite his tongue to commit suicide, so he had threads wrapped around his mouth, like a red thread gag. When Pei Shu struggled, his muscles were tense, his body arched, unable to suppress the pain. Zhu Ning's face was gloomy. He didn't expect him to go crazy suddenly. He thought that he would attack others at most. Bai Cheng and Zhu Ning were not so easy to be attacked, so they didn't take it seriously. He didn't expect that Teacher Pei wanted to die. Bai Cheng quickly injected Pei Shu with a mental healing agent, but the needle melted as soon as it was inserted. She turned the axe and hit Pei Shu with her backhand, just like she knocked Lin Xiaofeng unconscious. Pei Shu snorted, his head dropped, and he gasped heavily. Zhu Ning cursed inwardly, still feeling that it was thrilling just now. What was going on? It happened suddenly just now, and he didn't react. If he was slower, Pei Shu might have died. Pei Shu was kneeling, his arms were open to both sides, his neck was hung by a silk thread, and his chest was heaving violently. Xu Ning's palm was hardened, and he grabbed his hair and pulled him up, wanting to ask him for an explanation. Pei Shu's face was pale, carrying Xu Ning's anger. Normal people should be sweating, but he was on fire everywhere. He wanted to retreat subconsciously when he got close to him. Only Xu Ning could get close to him in this situation. The thread of consciousness was connected to Xu Ning. Xu Ning felt that his struggle was not as strong as before. Pei Shu's eyelids trembled. It seemed to be in waves. After that, his spirit would slowly return to normal. Xu Ning saw that he was better, and asked in a low voice, "Are you kidding me?" Bai Cheng rarely saw Xu Ning so angry. His words sounded like threats. Xu Ning's hands were all burned. She didn't know Pei Shu would have such a strong tendency to self-destruct. If he got closer to the north, this tendency would be stronger. Xu Ning was harming him. If Xu Ning didn't know the whole story of this person, she would be a victim. Xu Ning sneered and asked, "Is there a secret?" Pei Shu lowered his head, and the fire in his hair went out, as if he wanted to prove that he was fine, but it was not that easy. "Xu Ning, don't worry, I'm not interested. I knew someone before, but I didn't know about him until he died. If you don't tell me, I won't force you. Go away." Xu Ning didn't want to be ignorant and carry a time bomb. She was not herself, but the captain, and she needed to consider other team members. Pei Shu was a patient, and patients should receive treatment, not run around with him. Pei Shu pretended not to hear the last sentence that Xu Ning wanted to drive him away, and asked, "The second employee?" Pei Shu felt that he had guessed right. "I know him. If you want to know, I can tell you." Xu Ning stood quietly, with red eyes, and looked unkind. Pei Shu thought he had crossed the line, and wanted to change the subject. Xu Ning suddenly said, "No need." Song Jizong said it himself, that secrets are the charm, and Xu Ning didn't want to spoil it. Pei Shu didn't understand, but he knew that Xu Ning didn't want to listen. That's right, if Xu Ning really wanted to know, he could go to the second district, and find a senior information dealer to get complete information. When was Song Jizong born? When was he in danger? What friends did he make? It was written clearly like a biography. Xu Ning sighed, "Pei Shu, go back, don't follow me." Pei Shu asked, "You don't want me anymore?" Xu Ning had a blank expression. "I give you one last chance. If you want to say it, say it. If not, leave." Pei Shu didn't know if she was threatening or serious. Xu Ning would not change her decision once it was made. Pei Shu felt relieved, but she had already let go of his hand, and stepped back 2 steps, and the black mucus covered the palm that was burned by him. Pei Shu paused. The sandstorm outside was crackling against the iron wall of the shelter. It was not a good place, but he felt safe for the first time in a long time, probably because the pollution concentration here was 0. Others were asleep, and they didn't dare to look here even if they were awakened, and tried to hide far away. Bai Cheng squatted opposite Pei Shu with an axe, ready to hit him again at any time. Xu Ning thought he would keep the secret to the end, and had made up his mind to let Pei Shu go directly. "I grew up in the breeding camp." The wind and sand outside were howling like ghosts and wolves, which made Pei Shu's voice very light. Xu Ning frowned, and Pei Shu broke his mouth, so the following words were not so difficult to say. "That place is specialized in training outsiders. We lived there for 2 years, and studied theory together. When we were familiar with each other, we started to participate in the annual qualification assessment, which was similar to the Battle Royale. I was 10 years old when I participated in the assessment for the first time. I was not young. Some special demon hunters also joined the army in their teens." Xu Ning listened carefully. She remembered that the mountain cat started serving very early. Many children did not have a childhood in the federal system that materialized people. Lin Xiaofeng was only 10 years old when he left the wall this year. If Xu Ning understood correctly, the Battle Royale mode was probably to put a group of people into the trial field, with a time limit and the number of survivors at the end. For example, it was set that only 5 people could survive this time. If there were 8 people who reached the end, the 8 of them had to kill each other to get a place to survive. This kind of training mode is particularly common in killer organizations. Pei Shu, that was my first time killing my own kind. Actually, it was okay. Many people had experienced it. The old Zhao you saw before was in the same batch as me. It is said that this is a test of whether you can kill your companions and survive in extreme environments. Outside the wall, sometimes you can't consider conventional moral sense, so that you can survive. This is a necessary assessment for every investigator. Old Zhao passed the assessment and planned to quit. He said he couldn't stand it, and turned to apply for a logistics soldier. During the assessment, Pei Shu's peers became fewer and fewer, and finally only strangers were left. I have forgotten how I felt that day, and I can't even remember the details, let alone any guilt or psychological burden. Later, the psychologist said that it's not that you don't have a burden, but that your brain protects you, so you forget about it. But Pei Shu thought the doctor was talking nonsense, and some people are naturally indifferent. Killing each other is not disgusting in our training. At least this skill really helped me outside the wall. Zhu Ning guessed that he had killed many teammates, killed classmates inside the wall, and made some extreme choices outside the wall to survive. Pei Shu tilted his head and asked with a smile, "Do you know how to train a dog?" "It's the kind that responds to ringing a bell." Pei Shu's expression was particularly miserable in Zhu Ning's eyes. He continued, "The first goal of an investigator is to retain information. The breeding camp will do almost anything to achieve this." The initial means were relatively mild, similar to mental pollution, and repeated information continuously. When doing multiple choice questions and written exams, as long as the 4 words retain information appear, you can choose it. For open questions, write a short essay with true feelings, expressing the importance of retaining information. You can risk your life, but you must have information. Over time, when you see these 4 words, you will associate them with the standard answer. It invades every aspect of your life, and sometimes you can't help but want to choose it. This is like some kind of mental imprint, which is implanted through day-to-day repetition. After reaching this step, the next step is a mock exam, where you are put into the contaminated area, and behind the camera is the eyes of the examiner. You must bring out information to win, and those who can exchange their lives for information are considered excellent students. If you don't bring information, even if you reach the exit, the examiner will not let you out, and you will die inside. Higher-level training is more customized, with countless simulations. What do you choose between teammates and information? Choose information. What do you choose between teachers and information? Choose information. What do you choose between lovers and information? Choose information. Repeat again and again until you are judged to be qualified. Even if you are released, you will go out like a dog to find information and bring it back. The most painful part of this process is that humans are selfish animals, and all instincts should be selfish, but you have to learn to regard information as the highest point of life. Therefore, most investigators find it difficult to have any intimate relationships, close friends, and love between life and death. Don't even think about them. Everyone has psychological trauma. Some people are so extreme that they want to vomit when they see the opposite sex or others touching themselves. So Bao Weiming sent an investigation team out at that time. They would fight to the death to protect a worthless barnacle, even if they knew it was meaningless, but they could no longer resist inertia. The Federation only wants to cultivate tool people. You'd better not have personal thoughts. Free thoughts are harmful, but people are not tools, at least Pei Shu is not. In this process, it is about the extreme pull of self. Every day is like torture, and there is no moment of relaxation. But Pei Shu is already a reserve investigator. People like them seem to be cursed, and can only die outside the wall. Lao Zhao hated the training method of investigators very much, and finally became a logistics soldier, and never left this line of work. Their thinking has been changed, and they can't live like normal people. Pei Shu's experience of being a teacher to Lu Yuan was like a dream. He only dealt with some trivial matters every day, and there was no danger. He lay there at night, and you knew that you were not a person inside the wall, and you had to go out again. He thought of Lu Yu countless times. Lu Yu was the one who left a mark on him, which was more indelible than the 4 words retain information. His life has changed since the day he met Lu Yu, so Pei Shu was even a little excited when he went out of the wall for the first time. Pei Shu, before all of us go out of the wall, we have to meet Prometheus at the end. It can be regarded as a kind of graduation ceremony. Prometheus's big data can predict everyone's fate with an accuracy of 50%, which is already very high, so everyone will meet Prometheus alone before going out of the wall, just like fortune-telling. Without connecting to the human-machine joint device, you enter a white room. A small ball wrapped with mycelium hangs from the ceiling, emitting blue light. The young Pei Shu needs to accept his fate here. Prometheus' voice is very cold. Outside the wall, you will die later than your peers. This sentence has 2 messages. First, you graduates will die outside the wall, including Pei Shu. Second, Pei Shu is the one who lives the longest. Pei Shu, I was surprised to hear this sentence. Although my grades are good, I am not like Qi Xuelio, who is a top student with all A's in every subject. Why am I the one who survived to the end? Pei Shu's voice became softer and softer, but I really lived the longest. The first person to graduate from their batch was Yi Lingyi, a very capable female captain. Pei Shu had been following her on missions. Their team had retrieved quite a lot of information, But it was all fragmented information without key points, which resulted in them not only not knowing more about the world after so many years of being out of the wall, but also becoming more confused. What kind of world is this? Maybe he is a frog in a well. Their last mission was to get as close to the north as possible. The work of investigators can be roughly divided into two categories. One is to explore the way to obtain information, and the other is to conduct in-depth surveys when there is information. Pathfinder work is very much like a big adventure. All information is fresh, and every extra step is further than the previous person. Pei Shu, the farthest place I have been to, because the information I know is too scarce, it has not yet been officially named, and it is still a question mark on the map. Some people call it the far north. The coordinates of Prometheus you provided are further north of the far north. Pei Shu is one of the few investigators who have been there, so Bai Chung suggested taking Pei Shu with him at that time. It was there that we lost our entire team, and my captain Ilingi died. Pei Shu closed his eyes, and the flames on his body extinguished a little. That was the strangest place I have ever been to. There were no puzzles, so there was no need to find the answers. There were no monsters, so there was no need to kill the opponents. There was only a wasteland. The wasteland seemed to have no boundaries, no light, no wind, no time, and no passing. But it was also the most dangerous place I had ever been to. There were some unknown creatures there, and I just stepped into it. Pei Shu said, it deprived me of my existence. It is difficult to explain to people that people can have their hearts, limbs, heads, or memories and thoughts taken away, but how can they be deprived of their existence? How do people determine that they really exist? Probably with the help of other people, when others talk to you and communicate with you. In this process, you feel that the other person is real, and he also feels that you are real. Living alone in the universe, you cannot realize your exact existence. Normal people will not have sudden whims and ask themselves whether they exist. Because every moment of life tells you the answer. Walking on the road, your feet on the ground, you will feel gravity, the sun will fall on your body, and you will feel warm. Arguing with others will make you angry, and falling in love with others will make you feel moved. But after entering the far north, Pei Shu's existence was erased. He could not describe the feeling to others, as if at that moment, the individual did not exist. No matter how hard he tried, he felt that the other person was fake when talking to others, and he could not see his reflection in the pupils of others. Looking in the mirror, he felt illusory. Walking on the road, he could not feel that he was walking, the sun was no longer warm, and stabbing himself did not cause any definite pain. All perceptions were deprived, his self-existence was denied, he went to nothingness, and could not find the purpose of living. The psychologist tried many ways, but could not solve it. Pei Shu's soul and body seemed to be separated, and he completely fell into nothingness. Most of those people committed suicide on the spot. They stepped into the far north, and were dazed for a short time. They did not feel any mental pollution, nor did they see any hallucinations. The next second, a huge void surged up, and their existence was ruthlessly deprived. Teammates picked up their weapons, and the sound of gunfire rang out one after another, and corpses fell to the ground one by one. After such harsh training, they killed themselves in the end. Pei Shu couldn't stop it, and couldn't even feel the reality. Captain Ilingi picked up a gun, and pointed the gun at his temple. Pei Shu realized something, but he couldn't judge. Ilingi said, "Let's go." Pei Shu, let's go, don't stay here. Pei Shu followed Ilingi's team, and had the instinct to obey orders. When he reacted, he had already left. It was strange that he couldn't remember the details of Ilingi's death, but only remembered that she was dead. Later, the psychiatrist said that it was also his body's self-protection mechanism. Pei Shu said, bullshit. Because Pei Shu forgot a lot of things, he didn't remember how he returned to the Federation, and why he survived. The superiors interrogated him in turn, and he explained again and again, but he didn't remember anything. He wanted to commit suicide several times in the mental hospital, and could hardly leave the restraints. After taking countless pills, countless treatments, electric shocks, conversations, sand table simulations, and hypnosis, Pei Shu was cured by the hospital. After being discharged from the hospital, he entered the Liu family as a teacher. Does he exist? Still don't know. Until Zhu Ning appeared, she tried to blow up the kingdom of God, forcing the island in the sky to open the highest level of defense, and invited him to be her guide. Reason told him not to go out of the wall, but instinct wanted to go out. Zhu Ning fell asleep after inviting him for the first time, giving him plenty of time to think. While she was sleeping, Pei Shu leaned against the car and smoked. He looked at the high wall in the smoke, and felt that even the sky outside the wall was different. Finally, Pei Shu opened the car door, and sat in the back seat of Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was just like what she thought, very free, and gave him a choice every time. Every time she passed a polluted area, she asked Pei Shu, "Are you still following?" Pei Shu said again and again, "I will follow." He wanted to go and see again whether his existence was left behind in the far north. At this point, the fire in Pei Shu was completely extinguished, and he smiled. "Zhu Ning, you took the initiative to find me, you can't abandon me." He walked out of the wall again. Don't abandon him. Chapter 327. After Pei Shu finished the last word, he dissected his past bit by bit, but Zhu Ning didn't say a word. The whole shelter was left with only the sound of the wind. Pei Shu seemed to be exiled in the wilderness again, with nothingness all around. Here it comes again, no sense of existence. Suddenly, Pei Shu's eyes darkened, and Zhu Ning stood in front of him against the light. "Look at me." Pei Shu met Zhu Ning's eyes, and the silk thread around Pei Shu's neck was getting tighter and tighter. Zhu Ning might really be angry, and probably wanted to kill him directly. Pei Shu suddenly laughed when he thought of this. Zhu Ning cared about him, so he was angry. Zhu Ning was like himself, with a brain disease, but Pei Shu wanted to commit suicide, and she wanted to kill people. 2 people died around her. Zhu Ning knew that she had to get over the death of her relatives and friends, but she couldn't get over it until Prometheus died. When Zhu Ning cheated on her, Huawinzi said he would arrange a teammate for her. Her first reaction was to refuse, until Huawinzi said that it was an undead person. Bai Cheng will not die, Huawinzi promised it himself. Zhu Ning really took the initiative to recruit Pei Shu, but she didn't know he was going to commit suicide when she chose Pei Shu. If she knew, she would never go to him. In the company's contaminated area, Wang Qinqian wanted to die, and she died easily in the end. Zhu Ning knew that people who wanted to die could not be saved. Moreover, Pei Shu didn't seem to have a mental illness at all, not a specific psychological disorder, so the psychologist's treatment for many years was ineffective. He was more like a physical problem. A certain part was affected by an unknown creature, and the existence was directly stripped away from the bottom. It's not even the meaning of existence, but the existence itself was deprived. Zhu Ning couldn't imagine what kind of pain it was. Zhu Ning is not a real god, how can she give Pei Shu existence? Zhu Ning asked a question that ordinary people find difficult to accept. Can you accept me controlling you? Since it is impossible to give existence, then intensify the contact and let him exist because of himself. This is the only way Zhu Ning can think of, to make Pei Shu his puppet. Pei Shu has never even connected to the human-machine joint device. He has been educated to find information in his life. He is already helpless, and does not know what freedom is like. He should hate being controlled. But the only condition Zhu Ning gave was this. This is not to be a running dog for the chaebol, but to hand over himself. Not only life, but everything he has, even a strand of hair must be given to her. If Zhu Ning wants him to die, he must die, and if she wants him to live, he must live. Become a demon's puppet, and give her control of your body. Are you willing? Zhu Ning did not touch him at all, and even kept a distance of 1 meter from him, but Pei Shu was forced to maintain this embarrassing posture. The thread of consciousness strangled his throat tightly, and Pei Shu was a little suffocated. He had no way to escape, and could only look into her eyes. The air was getting less and less, and the more he thought, the more confused his mind became, as if he was being held underwater and about to drown. Unlike the last time she recruited him, Zhu Ning was very impatient this time, and did not give him any time to think for a long time. She wanted to hear the answer immediately, and she could not wait long, and would regret it the next second. Pei Shu's face became paler and paler, and he uttered 2 words from between his teeth. Okay. Zhu Ning did not need to ask for the other person's opinion if she wanted to control someone, and she could even do it directly just now. Her willingness to ask showed that she respected Pei Shu's wishes, and would not rashly take over her teammates' bodies. Since we need something to resist nothingness, if Zhu Ning's method is useful, Pei Shu is willing to try it. Pei Shu has always felt that he has been cursed by the far north, and has become a slave of nothingness. In this case, he can become Zhu Ning's slave. The next second, Pei Shu's neck loosened, the feeling of suffocation disappeared, a large amount of air rushed in, the bound arms drooped, and Zhu Ning loosened all the restraints. Pei Shu's hands were free, still kneeling, he touched his neck, but he couldn't touch it, or it was his illusion. He always felt that Zhu Ning left something on it, wearing an invisible collar. Zhu Ning was like a professional demon who made a deal with humans. Tell me before you go crazy next time. Bai Cheng will help you too. Bai Cheng had heard the story, and had not disturbed him just now. At this time, he threw something over, and Pei Shu took it. It was a mental healing agent. Zhu Ning continued, I see that you don't go crazy for long each time. Tell us about your condition in detail later, so that the three of us can prepare. Pei Shu was applying healing agent to his neck. He used to go crazy silently, and never reported his condition to anyone. Take medicine when it's time to take medicine, and rest when it's time to rest. Zhu Ning walked to the car door and opened it, her tone not very happy. She was not recruiting a younger brother to gain control of Pei Shu. The two of them had established some extremely strange connection invisibly. The relationship was mutual. Pei Shu became her puppet, so she had to be responsible. Zhu Ning didn't want so many relationships to restrict herself. Zhu Ning opened the car door, and found that Lin Xiaofeng had woken up. He didn't know how long he had been listening, and was leaning on the car window looking over. As soon as Zhu Ning opened the door, Lin Xiaofeng coughed lightly and moved inside. Zhu Ning frowned, thinking that Pei Shu's words were not suitable for minors to hear, and were a bit too cruel. Lin Xiaofeng touched his neck. My neck hurts. Lin Xiaofeng was smart, and quickly changed the subject. He asked with a little confusion in his tone, was I knocked down by the enemy? Zhu Ning was silent for a moment, and his mood suddenly improved. Bai Cheng beat her, go find her. Lin Xiaofeng slowly remembered that she seemed to want to get a task from Bai Cheng at the last second before fainting. She stuck her head out of the car window, and asked, really? Bai Cheng said seriously, really? Bai Cheng's answer was too straightforward, and the person who was originally asking for the crime was embarrassed to ask for the crime. Zhu Ning wanted to add fuel to the fire, but the two of them couldn't quarrel, and there was an inexplicable sense of humor when they met. Zhu Ning laughed, his body relaxed a little, leaned against his back, and suddenly his smile faded. She has a deeper understanding of the world outside the wall. Pei Shu was deprived of his existence when he went to the far north, the place closest to Prometheus. What would Zhu Ning be deprived of when he went there? Zhu Ning touched her temple with her fingers, as if she was holding a gun. Would she shoot herself? Maybe she was not as lucky as Pei Shu. Pei Shu still had a captain to let him go. Captain. Zhu Ning's heart sank when she thought of this. She didn't even have someone to let her go. After a night of rest, the dust storm outside the shelter had not stopped. Pei Shu had returned to normal. Zhu Ning received the case written by Pei Shu, which was written very carefully. The time of Pei Shu's madness was different each time, maybe only 1 or 2 seconds, and in serious cases, he might have to be tied up for a night. He had already developed resistance to the drugs on the market, and the mental healing agent was not very effective, but it was better than nothing. Entering a contaminated area with hallucinogenic effects will increase the probability of going crazy. After all, in hallucinations, even ordinary people will lose their definite sense of existence. Just tie him up, and make him lose his ability to move, and that period will pass. Now Zhu Ning can directly puppeteer him, one step at a time, which is the most effective way to save Pei Shu's life to a certain extent. Zhu Ning showed the information to Bai Cheng. They had better be prepared. Treating mental illness is actually a group of people seeing a doctor, and the family members should know this. Bai Cheng didn't think it was troublesome, and seemed to think it was a small matter of an axe. Pei Shu was discussing with Bai Cheng what to do next. Zhu Ning didn't understand it very well, and didn't participate. She went to repair the car with Lin Xiaofeng. Zhu Ning used metal manipulation to repair the dented part, but it became more bumpy and a little distressed. Lin Xiaofeng was very serious about tinkering with the car. Her small body got under the car, and Zhu Ning used metal manipulation to hand her tools. Zhu Ning handed over a wrench and asked, how much did you hear yesterday? Lin Xiaofeng's voice came from under the car, not much, I didn't understand much. It may be difficult for ordinary children to understand such a question, but that was Lin Xiaofeng. Zhu Ning didn't believe it. Lin Xiaofeng was much more mature than ordinary children. Zhu Ning asked, did you hear the far north? Lin Xiaofeng hummed in a muffled voice, Zhu Ning, it's quite dangerous there. Zhu Ning has been thinking that if it is really that dangerous, Lin Xiaofeng should not go to the far north. With a crash, Lin Xiaofeng slid out from under the car. Zhu Ning saw half of a helmet suddenly appearing from his perspective. Lin Xiaofeng quickly said, you can't leave me. She heard Zhu Ning chase Pei Shu away with a cold tone, no room for negotiation, just like a tyrant. In the end, she even controlled a person. If this is the condition for staying with Zhu Ning, then Zhu Ning should control herself. Lin Xiaofeng is willing to let her control her. Lin Xiaofeng, I am willing to do that too. Do you want to control me? Then you can control me. Zhu Ning smiled. Lin Xiaofeng was nervous, and didn't hear a definite guarantee. She asked, what are you laughing at? Zhu Ning, I think you are funny. Lin Xiaofeng said with a stern face, Zhu Ning, you are becoming more and more abnormal. It's over. Zhu Ning is really about to become a demon, Lin Xiaofeng thought. To be honest, Zhu Ning has never seen Lin Xiaofeng in person, only photos. Lin Xiaofeng always smiles at the camera. She should be smiling for real every time now, but Zhu Ning can't see it. Zhu Ning should pay attention to how to help Lin Xiaofeng solve this matter. He still needs to find something related to Utopia, and find more people like Lin Xiaofeng. Zhu Ning wanted to say something, but he saw someone walking towards him. The target was too obvious to ignore. The giant and she came. Because the storm continued, everyone was trapped in one place, so they had to deal with each other. Zhu Ning had the impression that An-Chi was very gentle, but he didn't know anything else. Zhu Ning asked, "Is there anything wrong?" And she was silent for a while. "Are you looking for Utopia?" Zhu Ning's eyes suddenly became alert. And she explained, "Bai Cheng told me. I just happened to have the information. If you want, I can give it to you as a thank you gift." The source of the pollution was cans. If it weren't for Zhu Ning, it might take them some time to figure out this information. Zhu Ning wanted to know about Utopia. When you are out and about, you are not so isolated from the news. You may have met someone you don't know. After An-Chi and his friends finished dealing with trivial matters, they exchanged information with each other and actually got some clues. Someone had walked with the pilgrims all the way, but the others didn't want to deal with Zhu Ning. And she took the initiative to say that she should go. Zhu Ning became interested. And she said, "I haven't dealt with pilgrims much. Yang Qin has met them. She passed by before and met half of a pilgrim." Zhu Ning asked, "Half?" "Yes. And that person is dying, only half of him is left. Yang Qin is a bounty hunter. She was alone that day. Her teammate died. She rushed back alone with the relics. It was raining and night. There was a forest nearby. It was impossible to travel in this terrain. It was dark, and you didn't know what you would encounter. Yang Qin stopped the car immediately, and planned to rest in the car for a night. She couldn't sleep, so she turned on the stereo to listen to music. She felt uneasy that day. Suddenly Yang Qin heard a bang, as if something hit the car. Yang Qin felt cold all over, and thought she had misheard. It was best not to miss any abnormality outside the wall. She turned off the music, and listened carefully. The bang 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 knocking on the door continued. It seemed to come from the back. Yang Qin quickly turned off all the lights, and flipped from the driver's seat to the back seat with a gun in her hand. The right door was knocked. She leaned against the glass, held her breath, and slowly moved her eyes downward. Then her pupils trembled, and suddenly she saw a pale face, just under the car. Yang Qin, who was well informed, was also shocked. She looked carefully, and found that it was a person, but in this shitty polluted world, people and pollutants can look like people. Moreover, only the upper half of the man looked like a human, the lower half was no longer human, and the intestines and stomach were dragging all over the ground. Generally, this effect would occur if someone cut his body horizontally. The internal organs would definitely sag without anything to support them. But that day, Yang Qin saw a horrifying scene. The internal organs were crawling in the opposite direction, as if the intestines had their own will, and were running away from home. The blood was all over the place, and the intestines were moving on their own. She realized that this man was not bitten by a monster on his lower limbs, but was attacked by some pollutants, and the lower half of his body left him one after another. At first, it was the toes, then the calves, buttocks, intestines. It was like some kind of natural degradation, and Yang Qin happened to encounter this degradation process. Yang Qin backed away instantly, wanting to drive away immediately, but the man suddenly said, "Don't move, the forest is dangerous." Yang Qin had already pressed the start button with one hand, and almost rushed into the forest in a fit of rage. She was a little confused when she heard this. Was this man saving her? But how did she know he wasn't harming her? He might have tricked her into staying where she was so that he could be infected as well. "I'm a pilgrim," he trembled and said. "All 70 people died. I don't want you to die." Yang Qin was half believing and half doubting, but pilgrims were very naive. "I heard that they would really go to save people if they met someone asking for help outside the wall, and they thought bounty hunters were cold-blooded." Yang Qin looked at the forest in front of her, then looked at him, and made a judgment in her heart that this man might really be doing it for her good. If he wanted to attack, he should have already started now. Even if Yang Qin wanted to save him, she didn't have the ability. She wasn't a healer. The man in front of her was already decomposing, and his life was nearing the end. She could only talk to him through a door. She wanted to ask who he was, but then she thought it was meaningless, so she asked, "Do you have any wishes?" It was very normal to die outside the wall. Someone wanted to send something home after they died. She had received this kind of business many times. Anyway, Yang Qin was going back inside the wall, so it was convenient to bring something back. But the man said, "Take it. To Utopia." Chapter 328. I didn't expect Chi to be such a good storyteller. Zhu Ning could almost imagine his toes and internal organs gradually moving away from home. Zhu Ning asked, "What did you send?" And she said, "I don't know." Don't know. And she had asked this when Yang Qin was telling the story, but she really didn't know. The man said again, "Please." Very close. He died after saying this, without any sound. The next day, the rain stopped, and Yang Qin got off the car to see. There was only a pile of moving hair left. The internal organs had run away, and the hair was still in place because it was entangled with branches. Yang Qin sighed. In fact, they were not related, and she didn't know what he was going to send. After the body was decomposed, there was still a backpack. She opened the backpack and looked inside. There was a notebook and a broken test tube bottle. She didn't know what was originally in it. The unknown liquid had been spilled. The other things were very ordinary, just some small pieces of clothing. Yang Qin didn't judge what was sent, or it was not a specific item, but this person was in a trance, and his obsession with going to Utopia drove him crazy. Zhu Ning was a little disappointed when he heard this. This happened a long time ago. Maybe there were clues at that time, but Yang Qin couldn't see them. No wonder he didn't know what to send. And she was also embarrassed and said, "Yang Qin thinks Utopia may be nearby. That person is very close, otherwise he wouldn't say he is nearby." Yang Qin shared the coordinates of the forest. Zhu Ning finally heard the key point. If a pilgrim wants to go to Utopia, he must have a route, and can't set off blindly. The place where Yang Qin met the pilgrim may be close to the destination. In Chi, Yang Qin has never forgotten the dead man in the past 2 years. If you want to go, she is eager for you to go, but I don't know if sharing this location will be useful. It is useful. Zhu Ning didn't expect to find a clue in the shelter. And she shared the coordinates with her, and Zhu Ning asked, "Why didn't Yang Qin give it to me herself?" And she was a little embarrassed and coughed lightly. She was embarrassed. And she didn't say it clearly, but Zhu Ning knew that people inside the wall now have tendencies. Yang Qin is considered a demon faction, especially after seeing Zhu Ning eating pollutants. She doesn't want to deal with Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning didn't feel anything about this answer and asked, "What about you?" And she was stunned. "I'm not afraid." Since the day she knew Zhu Ning, she has tended to be a true god faction. And she believes in the true god story told by Huawinsi. Zhu Ning smiled and said, "Thank you." And she hesitated for a while and asked, "Where are you going?" "Zhu Ning, north, how about you?" This was a very vague answer. And she, "I'm going to find contaminated items." She took a deep breath and asked, "Are you short of people?" Zhu Ning looked at her with a little curiosity. And she wanted to join her? This was the first hunter she met outside the wall who had a clear liking for her. Zhu Ning was silent for a while. If Pei Shu hadn't fallen ill, Zhu Ning would have considered whether to add more people. Now it seems that the size of this team is just within her control. She has just established a certain relationship with Pei Shu and doesn't want to continue. Zhu Ning, not for the time being. And she was a little disappointed, but it was understandable. Zhu Ning's team was not so easy to follow. Zhu Ning said again, "Leave a contact number, I will contact you if I need it." And she was very surprised. She added Zhu Ning to her communication and sent her price list. If Zhu Ning needed anything, she could contact her. The price was very fair. After she left, Zhu Ning took the coordinates to find her 2 guides. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng's maps overlapped, and they studied a specific route. Bai Cheng marked the coordinates on his map, in the north. Pei Shu, "We will pass by." They wanted to find Prometheus, but they might pass by Utopia. Zhu Ning asked, "What is the far north like?" Pei Shu, "It's winter all year round, and the further north you go, the colder it gets." Zhu Ning glanced at him. Pei Shu's attitude was very natural when he talked about the far north. Her eyes fell on Pei Shu's neck. The red silk thread was invisible to others, but it was quite conspicuous in Zhu Ning's eyes. Pei Shu pointed at the forest and asked Bai Cheng, "Have you been here?" Bai Cheng, "I passed by here, but I didn't know there was a Utopia." "Me too." Pei Shu seemed to think this was very strange. "Didn't we find the entrance?" "A very secret location. Does it require some special angles to see?" Bai Cheng suspected that he was a Utopian. Zhu Ning wanted to find something related to Lin Xiaofeng, and Pei Shu wanted to find clues about Lu Yu. Everyone had similar goals. Zhu Ning gave the map to Bai Cheng to save. "Let's set off when the storm stops. Let's go around here and take a look. If there are clues, we go deeper." If there are no clues, we continue to go north. That's what they said, but this dust storm was more terrifying than all of them imagined. The storm didn't stop on the second day, nor on the third day. On the fourth day, the survivors in the shelter gathered together to share supplies. They almost thought they would run out of supplies here, and would need to kill each other to survive. On the fifth day, the storm outside gradually stopped. On the sixth day, the wind could no longer be heard. The sandstorm stopped completely on the 10th day. When Juning walked out of the shelter, he felt as if he had been in another world. Everyone was in the same situation. The depression accumulated over the past 10 days made everyone look haggard, as if they had walked out of prison. They opened the door of the shelter, and everyone was stunned. The sand outside the door poured down like a mountain. They took a few steps back. Then they saw outside. The outside of the factory had become a desert. The cars that did not have time to escape into the shelter were buried in the sand, with only half of the car window exposed. The bodies inside were full of despair, as if they had used up all their supplies, and were suffocated to death. There were many bodies hanging on the roofs in the distance, which should have been blown in from nearby. The distant skyline was still yellow, and all the buildings were covered with dim shadows, and visibility became low. The elimination of nature, the sandstorm killed a group of people, and those who escaped into the shelter were killed by cans. They were like the last few survivors of the apocalypse, and they didn't even feel lucky. It always made people feel that you survived this time, but not the next time. This was the first time that Juning stayed in one place for so long after leaving the wall, which made her feel like a creature outside the wall. The further north she went, the worse everyone's condition would be. Everyone was stunned for a while before they realized that these people were not from the same team and had to go their separate ways. Some people had to continue their mission, and some had to return to the wall. And Chi and Bai Chung chatted alone for a while before they parted. Juning didn't know what they talked about, but she saw them shaking hands. They didn't get along well before, but now Chi and Bai Chung could barely appreciate each other. Lin Xiaofeng had already repaired the car and made special improvements to it, adding a sand-proof function, fearing that sand would get stuck in the gaps of the car. Xu Ning and the others got on the car and looked back at the shelter. As they left, sand gradually blew into the shelter, and would soon be covered with yellow sand. The more Xu Ning looked at the yellow sky, the more he remembered the science fiction movies he had seen before, but unfortunately reality was even darker than in the movies. Along the way, there were more and more corpses and more abandoned flying cars, until they got close to the base station, and Xu Ning got off the car to make a call. Others were somewhat envious. Pei Shu and Bai Chung had no one to contact. Lin Xiaofeng took advantage of the good network here, and actually opened the game in his secondary brain and chatted with his netizens. Xu Ning stood under the base station, his boots stepped on the sand, and behind him was the yellow sky. Xu Ning was like an exiled kite, flying farther and farther, listening to the busy tone, trying to find some of his feelings as a human being. Xu Ning? Huowensi's voice came from the other side. Huowensi should be at a high place, surrounded by whistling wind. After Huowensi answered the call, he didn't hear Xu Ning's answer, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xu Ning paused, "I miss home." "This is so rare," Huowensi almost blurted out which home you are thinking of, but she immediately stopped. Xu Ning has lived in many places, such as the Beehive, the Noble Queen Store, the Fire Club, and the Red House Orphanage, but none of them is her home. After being outside the wall for a long time, her spirit must be affected, and she will slowly lose her anchor. Xu Ning is already very strong now that she has problems, and Huowensi feels that she does not need her comfort. Sure enough, Xu Ning's next sentence is, "I really want to eat beef noodles." She eats pollutants or nutrients every day. She really wants to eat something human. This is a hell of a life. She remembered that after the war in District 103, she went to a convenience store by herself. A very kind lady in front of her invited her to eat a bowl of hot noodles. It was fished out of the iron pot in the convenience store. It was not a delicacy. Now it was really delicious when she thought about it. Huowensi naturally met Xu Ning's request, "I show you which supply station is cooking." Xu Ning didn't expect that there would be a supply station with a chef, but Pei Shu explained that they would gradually deepen the relationship between people and the inside of the wall through such details, so it's not surprising. Soon Xu Ning received a report. If she wanted to eat, she could go. Huowensi was really a practical person. If there was a problem, he would solve it. Xu Ning knew for the first time what it meant to quench thirst by looking at plums. She hadn't eaten it yet, but she felt a little better when she knew there was beef noodles in front. "Xu Ning, I have made some progress. Utopia may be related to Lu Yu. I found a coordinate, and I am going to check it out. I saw the memory of a pilgrim on the road. They may have left some marks at the F03 entrance of the north wall. I have to trouble you to investigate and pay more attention to the pilgrims. Zhu Ning carefully shared all the information about the pilgrims. There was no sound from Huowensi. Zhu Ning thought she was not interested in the news, but Huowensi was very calm about any news. Zhu Ning asked, "What about you? Is there any situation on your side?" Huowensi stood up and lit a cigarette. She stared at the smoke. She wanted to share her own story. The autopsy expert said that Huowensi had the smell of a corpse. But the matter soon came to nothing, and Huowensi didn't want to say it to add trouble to Zhu Ning. Huowensi tapped off the ash from his cigarette and said, "There's some news that might be exciting for you." Zhu Ning had been missing for more than 10 days this time. When she was trapped in the shelter, Huowensi made some progress. He wanted to send her the investigation report directly, but he still wanted to tell her in person. Huowensi said, "I've contacted Lu Yuan. Zhu Ning urgently needs some good news now, because she was just making random guesses and didn't even have a definite evidence to support her theory." She asked, "Then what?" "Huowensi, we can't meet, so we can only make a video call. I used the method of interrogating prisoners to resort out the clues on her side." Zhu Ning thought about it. Huowensi's interrogation was very stressful, and she didn't know if Lu Yuan could hold on. "Huowensi, her mother once tried to take young Lu Yuan away. Which exit do you think it was?" "Wait." Zhu Ning's heartbeat quickened. Thinking of Huowensi's calm tone just now, he asked, "Could it be the F03 exit of the north wall?" Huowensi smiled. "Yes, it is this exit. Just as you said, all pilgrims leave the wall from this exit, including Lu Yu." Huowensi's voice was firm. She was now standing on the north wall. There were garbage and bonfires that had been burning for a long time. The traces on the ground had been wiped off, but it could still be seen that there was once a huge symbol. If you look down from above, it looks like a circle with a flying bird in the middle. There are many figures scattered above the wall. The angle of looking down is like ants busy. They are the abnormal event team brought by Huowensi. Huowensi looked into the distance with her good eye. She was standing at the junction of the inside and outside of the wall. It seemed that she could see Zhu Ning in the distance from here. Zhu Ning will definitely meet a pilgrim when she goes out of the wall. As long as she reads a person's memory, she will find this hole. Zhu Ning is outside the wall, and Huowensi is inside the wall. The physical distance between them is very far, but their goals are intertwined. All your guesses are correct. Lu Yu is very likely from outside the wall. She is a utopian. I didn't think of the reason why she entered the wall before. Now you have added this point. There is probably some kind of exchange going on inside and outside the wall, and the content of the exchange is unknown. The exchange between inside and outside the wall maintains the surface peace. Prometheus is maintaining the relationship between inside and outside the wall, but this exchange is not stable, or it has been overdrawing some cost. Zhu Yao probably wanted to take another path to cut off human dependence on pollutants and purify the world, but this path may have problems. I guess the resurrection will directly want to destroy everything. The outline of the world has emerged, but it lacks details. All the clues we investigated are connected. Huowensi, I have a hunch that we are getting closer to the truth. Zhu Ning's palm covered his chest, feeling that his heart was really beating, very anxious and excited. Huowensi proved that all this was not delusion, nor was it useless. Everything Zhu Ning experienced was meaningful. Huowensi extinguished the cigarette but with a leather glove. Zhu Ning, go to Utopia and find more news and come back. Chapter 329. God's Kingdom, Lu Family Training Room. Lu Yuan held a dagger in his hand, and the sharp blade flashed quickly. The person on the opposite side raised his hand to grab the knife. Lu Yuan loosened his right hand, and quickly caught the knife with his left hand. In just a blink of an eye, he rushed forward. The person in charge of sparring retreated again and again. He failed to dodge in time, and was cut on his left face. A bloody mark appeared. The blood beads formed a string in the air, and the bloody smell exploded instantly. He saw Lu Yuan's eyes behind the blood beads. They were beautiful and delicate, but the eyes were extremely unfamiliar. They were sharp and full of murderous intent. It was not suitable to appear on a noble lady, and people had no doubt that the other party would kill people. He was shocked. These days of sparring had made him know Lu Yuan's strength inside and out, but Lu Yuan's progress was much faster than he expected. He felt a pain under his feet, and Lu Yuan's right leg swept across. Then his collar tightened, and he was thrown to the ground by Lu Yuan with a bang. When he came to his senses, there was a knife against his neck. At the beginning of the training, Lu Yuan insisted on using a real knife. Pei Shu used a real knife to fight Lu Yuan. The weight of a real knife is completely different from that of a replica knife. Only when you get used to using a real knife can you kill people cleanly. This is what Pei Shu said. The sparring partner swallowed his saliva and begged for mercy. The young lady won. The sparring partner was far inferior to Pei Shu. Lu Yuan had never successfully touched Pei Shu's neck. Lu Yuan quickly suppressed the murderous intent in her eyes, blinked, and restored her docile expression. After she stood up, she bowed to the teacher, very polite, as if she was just the young lady of the Lu family from beginning to end. The sparring partner touched his neck, always feeling that the chill was still there, and kept flattering him. You are worthy of being Pei's apprentice. You have a good foundation. The moves Lu Yuan used were taught by Pei Shu. Pei Shu was a very good teacher, but she had no talent and did not study seriously. After so many years of learning, she only knew the moves and could not kill people. Pei Shu said that the eldest lady did not need to kill people. So Lu Yuan did not make any progress for many years. Before, she had to be rescued by Zhu Ning at Hao Zai Lai Hot Pot restaurant. Her current changes were not achieved by simple training, but something in her body was awakening. Her sensitivity increased, her strength increased, her five senses increased, and her killing intent increased. Lu Yuan silently recorded her changes in her heart. Her killing intent was boiling in her heart, like a flame burning in her chest. She could hardly hold it back. She adjusted her breathing and remembered Hua Wenxi's words. Hua Wenxi was contacted by Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning said that team leader Hua was a very good person and could teach you some real things. Lu Yuan had never met Hua Wenxi in person, but she was in awe of him just by the video call. Lu Yuan was probably a combination of pollutants and humans. In a place like the Kingdom of God, she didn't know whether the protective net would attack her. Moreover, the number of bodyguards around her has increased significantly recently. Everyone seems to be aware of Lu Yuan's changes. The Lu family has strengthened the surveillance of Lu Yuan, and she has almost no personal time. In this case, Hua Wenxi made a suggestion: try to be patient. Be patient, collect information silently, and don't act rashly before you are absolutely sure. So Lu Yuan has only done one thing recently: training and collecting intelligence. Training is to improve herself and find out the boundaries of her current superpowers. One day she can protect Zhu Ning in return, and collecting intelligence is to find the truth of the world. Lu Yuan's breathing gradually became steady. She didn't look at her sparring partner. The sparring partner bowed to Lu Yuan and then left. There were so many teachers, but none of them could compare to Pei Shu. Although Pei Shu called her miss, they were more like friends, and even the flattery was joking. Lu Yuan stared at the blood on the dagger. She had just scratched the sparring partner's face, and there were 2 drops of blood on it. Blood is liquid, and it seemed to be boiling slightly under Lu Yuan's gaze. She actually felt that the blood was very fragrant and wanted to lick the dagger. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and she restrained herself when she really made this move. She was really changing, and she might turn into a monster. Lu Yuan put away the dagger and ended today's training. As soon as she went out, she saw Lu Yao. The other party had long legs and long arms, and was very similar to Lu Yuan. At this time, he leaned against the opposite wall and raised his eyebrows at her. It's over. Recently, the Lu family has been quietly changing, and undercurrents are surging. Lu Yuan seems to be close to the secret, but she has to restrain her impulse and keep a distance. Many people were staring at her. Before, Lu Yuan was like a pet, but now she was like a piece of fat meat. She was placed on a delicate plate, and a group of vested interests sat around the table ready to carve up the food. She couldn't see their faces, but she was sure that Lu Yao was one of them, and he would eat her one day. Lu Yuan called, "Brother." Lu Yao's hand came over. As siblings, their intimacy was abnormal. Normal siblings were never like this. If a stranger saw the details of their interactions, they would only guess that they were lovers. Lu Yuan asked, "Is father better?" Her father had been sick all the time, and Lu Yuan rarely saw him. Last time Lu Yuan made such a big mess as Bao Ruiming, the head of the family didn't let her go, but only issued a punishment. "Lu Yao, better now, I help you convey it. He must be happy that you care about him." This would seem even more strange if it were put in a normal family, as if only Lu Yao, the son, could see his father, and Lu Yuan was excluded, and even the so-called care had to be conveyed through an intermediary. Lu Yao was in a good mood recently, and took her out. "Have you been looking for your mother's relics recently?" Lu Yuan hummed. Many people knew that she liked Lu Yu, and she liked to visit Lu Yu's grave even when she had nothing to do, so this was not a very abrupt change. "Lu Yuan, I miss my mother." Lu Yao hugged his sister tighter, and Lu Yuan asked, Do you still remember what your mother looked like? Let me think about it. Lu Yao said. She was very gentle, very beautiful, had a good temper, and never got angry. She drew beautiful pictures. Liar, Lu Yuan cursed in his heart. You are all liars. Where is your mother from? Lu Yuan asked. An orphan. Her parents were family friends of the Lu family, but unfortunately they passed away. Her mother was adopted by the previous head of the family. Lu Yao didn't even need to pause when he lied, as if that was the truth. Lu Yao didn't hear the answer, he looked down at her. Lu Yuan had just finished training, and there was sweat on her forehead. The sun gilded a layer of gold on the side of her face. She didn't wear a gorgeous dress. Because of training, she wore a white shirt with a brown vest on the outside, like a retro cowboy. In less than a year, Lu Yuan's temperament has changed. Even if she deliberately hides it, she can't hide it at all. She is almost grown up. Lu Yao saw that she was not very happy and said, Do you remember our vacation in Nanshan before? Lu Yuan was not interested. Lu Yao, I went there a few days ago, and there were things in the room where my mother used to live that were not put away. If you want to go, you can go and see. New relics? Lu Yuan didn't expect much, thinking that what she could see had already been reviewed by others, and there would be no concrete gains. But thinking that it was something Lu Yu had used, she wanted to take a look even if it was just a pin. Lu Yuan's expression softened a lot, and she said thank you to her brother softly, and Lu Yao touched her head. Lu Yuan tilted her head and asked tentatively, Brother, we are not very similar. She and Lu Yao look similar, but their upbringing and personalities are completely different. Lu Yuan wants to know if her brother is the same as her. Are they of the same kind? Or is it just her? Of course not. You are the baby of the Lu family. So Lu Yao is an ordinary person. Lu Yuan speculated in her heart that only she inherited it. Maybe the atmosphere is good now, or good things are really coming. Lu Yao rarely showed a little sincerity. He carefully tidied up the broken hair by Lu Yuan's ears, stared at her, and whispered, Nian, you may not believe it. I don't want to hurt you. I live for you. If you don't exist, my existence is meaningless. At first, these words sounded disgusting and a bit corny, like a confession, but Lu Yuan keenly felt that Lu Yao had something to say. What does it mean to exist for her? Lu Yuan wanted to continue to dig deeper, but suddenly the secondary brain flashed, and a string of unknown numbers appeared on the screen. Zhu Ning called her on the communication line, and the blue light flashed 3 times. This was a secret code between her and Zhu Ning, letting people know who was calling. Lu Yuan quietly reached her hand behind her back, thinking of finding a place where no one was around to call Zhu Ning back, but her wrist was held tightly. Lu Yao was much taller than her, and when he approached, he was like the shadow of a mountain. He held tightly, as if he had found the trace of prey, and would not let go once he bit it to death. Who? Lu Yao asked in a low voice. Zhu Ning didn't get through to Lu Yuan. She wanted to inform Lu Yuan of the latest news. She should be very happy to hear about Lu Yu. Generally speaking, Zhu Ning would receive a call within half an hour, but this time Zhu Ning felt something was wrong before half an hour. Maybe she had the eye of foresight, and a little superficial intuition. Pei Shu was smoking with a cigarette in his mouth. He noticed that Zhu Ning frowned and asked, What's wrong? Zhu Ning, something may have happened to Nian. She can't get through. She's fine. Pei Shu paused and said, Give me the sub-brain. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Ning had thrown it over. Pei Shu pressed on Zhu Ning's sub-brain for a while, then used 2 fingers to force it. The next moment, the sub-brain had become a piece of scrap metal. The Lu family has advanced technology. Positioning outside the wall, which is difficult for ordinary technology companies, should be very simple for Lu Yao. If Lu Yuan is really a hybrid of human and pollutant, her personal value is very high. With her ability, it is not a problem for her to survive in the Lu family, but her freedom may be reduced. Zhu Ning, can you locate it? Pei Shu, not necessarily, we should leave. Let's contact the next base station. Zhu Ning had previously told He Wenxi that if Lu Yuan got into trouble, he would definitely contact team leader He first. After all, Zhu Ning couldn't get there outside the wall. He Wenxi gave Zhu Ning new instructions, as if he pointed Zhu Ning in a specific direction outside the overly free wall. Zhu Ning got in the car. Let's go, to find Utopia. The flying car sped away, leaving only a damaged sub-brain at the base station. There was a flying car of the same model as Zhu Ning. Because they were all arranged by the supply station, Qi Xuelio's car stopped at the C08 exit of the north wall. If she crossed this high wall, she would return to the wall and face the federal wanted list. For Qi Xuelio, the stable life had long disappeared. There was already a stable signal here. Chi Shuelyo sat in the driver's seat, holding a bottle of strong liquor in her hand. There were only 2 sips left in the bottle. Chi Shuelyo looked into the distance. The sandstorm continued to move southward. From this side, the sky was yellow. She drank the last sip of wine, her mouth was full of spiciness, and she smashed the bottle off the car as if to be brave, breaking it into pieces. At this time, Chi Shuelyo opened her sub-brain. She left Ju Ning, and had no way to go. Did she really want to be a bounty hunter? She had always been a good child, thinking that as long as she completed the tasks assigned by the superiors, she would be free one day and find that life was long, and she didn't know what the future held. Chi Shuelyo didn't tell Ju Ning all about Suhi. She used to stand guard for Suhi. She got straight A's in all her grades and performed very well. She always thought Suhi wouldn't care about her. He passed by her every time. Chi Shuelyo had seen Suhi's back countless times. Until one day, Suhi stopped in front of Chi Shuelyo. Chi Shuelyo looked up and saw Suhi's face. The officer was wearing a military cap, which made his eyebrows and eyes particularly sharp. Chi Shuelyo knew that as long as Suhi snapped his fingers, she would be wiped out. "Your name is Chi Shuelyo?" Suhi asked. Chi Shuelyo's heart was beating like a drum. She paid attention to every move of Suhi and didn't miss any details, like a peeping Tom looking up at a goddess, but she had never talked to Suhi alone. "Suhi, you are very good." Chi Shuelyo's face was a little red. Was he praising her? Chi Shuelyo had been praised by many people, but not by her idol. It was so sudden that she was caught off guard. She didn't know whether she should be nervous or seize the time to perform, or should she introduce herself. Suhi said, "This is my private phone number. Come to me when you have nowhere to go. I will always welcome you." Chi Shuelyo had always remembered that string of numbers, and she could recite it backwards. She had already pressed the last number at this time. As long as she pressed the dial button, she could get through. But she was inexplicably nervous at this time, as if she had become a soldier standing guard overnight, and her heartbeat was too fast. She rejected Ju Ning's recruitment because she had someone in her heart. Finally, Chi Shuelyo pressed the call button. If she couldn't get through, she planned to find a bounty hunter organization. In the busy tone, Chi Shuelyo thought a lot. Maybe Suhi had changed his phone number, maybe Suhi had completely forgotten her, maybe she still remembered, but would coldly refuse. "Hello?" The call was suddenly connected, and a hoarse voice came from the other end. "This is Suhi." Chapter 330. Suhi's body was still half entrapped in the stone wall, and only her upper body could move freely. After the so-called Doomsday Battle in Area 103, the Resurrection Society brought back the bodies of Suhi and Song Shizhong. Absolute defense is difficult to remove, and they found a corrosion-type mutant to peel off this little bit. There was a huge glass jar behind Suhi, and the nutrient solution was soaked with stones peeled from Suhi's body. The outline of Song Shizhong's facial features could still be vaguely seen. Is he alive? Yes, after all, if he was really dead, the wall built in front of the wall of Area 103, along with the defense on the surface of Suhi's body, would collapse. But is he dead? Suhi felt that this kind of life was worse than death. He was not living as a person, but as a stone. What would Ju Ning think if he met Song Shizhong like this? Maybe he would find a way to send him off, so that he would not linger in this form. Scars with stone wall patterns formed on Suhi's skin. Song Shizhong was somehow combined with Suhi. She could never completely remove them in her lifetime. There would always be traces left. During Suhi's recovery, the progress of the Resuscitation Society was very slow. It was said that Li Xiaogong boarded the homecoming train. Just like last time, he clearly reported that he had returned with the urn, but then the communication disappeared. They speculated internally that Li Xiaogong had betrayed, and that anyone who touched the urn would be contaminated. Li Xiaogong was probably dead now, or had become a slave to the contaminants. But where was the body? Where was the contaminant? Their line was at a bottleneck again. Recently, Huawinsi had been investigating the Resuscitation Society. The actions of the Resuscitation Society were extremely cautious, and it was considered a dormant period. When Suhi received Chi Shuelyo's call, her lower body was trapped in the stone wall, and a man was following her, peeling off the small pieces of stone on her right arm. "I am Chi Shuelyo." The girl opposite her seemed a little nervous. Suhi quickly remembered who Chi Shuelyo was. Before she betrayed the Federation, this girl stood guard for her. When Suhi was in the Federation, she was taciturn and didn't have a good relationship with her colleagues. She only gave this communication number to one person, Chi Shuelyo. But Chi Shuelyo never contacted her, and she thought the other party had forgotten. In Suhi's impression, Qi Xuelyo was a very good seedling. The time in the Federation was like a thing of the past life, which reminded Su He of his youth. Su He asked, "Is there something wrong?" Qi Xuelyo briefly described her situation. She was even a little stuttering because of nervousness. Su He listened absent-mindedly and asked the key point, "You walked all the way with Zhu Ning?" Qi Xuelyo was excited to hear Su He's voice, as if she received the last confirmation call from HR when applying for a job. Whether she could join the company depended on this time. But Su He's words suddenly calmed her down, and she whispered yes. Her voice became lighter and poured into Su He's ears along with the sound of the wind. Su He asked, "Do you have any information to share about Zhu Ning?" Qi Xuelyo stared into the distance, looking at the orange-yellow skyline. No. She promised Zhu Ning that she would not tell anyone about Chen Qiheng. She believed that joining Su He had nothing to do with this matter. But this was Qi Xuelyo's unilateral consideration. When she said this, she felt that this matter was hopeless. She could not bring any value to Su He. It was indeed very abrupt. Su He could not find any type of psychic around him. So what was she? Qi Xuelyo was just looking for an excuse to hang herself. Su He suddenly asked, "What kind of person is Zhu Ning?" Su He was very curious about Zhu Ning. She didn't know much about this true god, but she had always accepted her fate. Last time in District 103, Zhu Ning beat her. Qi Xuelyo didn't expect to be asked this question. It was like an interviewer suddenly asked a question. Her mind was full of Zhu Ning jumping on the homecoming train. She carefully chose the words: adventurous, calm, a little smart and a little naive. Qi Xuelyo was not very familiar with Zhu Ning. They only worked together once. After thinking for a while, she added, "It's very comfortable to work with her." Similar to the description of others, Su He became more and more interested in Zhu Ning. She didn't know which side Zhu Ning would choose after knowing the truth of the world. She looked at the peeled body of Song Zhizhong. Maybe Zhu Ning would become an ally with her, which would be interesting. The corrosion-type mutant beside her peeled off another piece of stone, along with the skin and flesh of her right hand, revealing the white bones. Su He felt no pain at all and asked, "You didn't follow her?" According to Qi Xuelyo, Zhu Ning was a good captain. Although the federal people called her a devil, as long as Zhu Ning wanted, there were many people willing to follow her. And Zhu Ning sounded easy to get along with. Why didn't Qi Xuelyo pursue the true god, and come to find a federal traitor like her? She remembered that Qi Xuelyo was an excellent student in the Federation. Qi Xuelyo suddenly choked up. If she had a different leader, she could have said some high-sounding nonsense, such as wanting to learn from you, wanting to be loyal to you, etc. But because Qi Xuelyo was sincere, once she said it, it would seem frivolous, so she would rather keep silent. Su He waited for 5 seconds and didn't hear a reply. He didn't persist. "I remember you are a mind controller?" Qi Xuelyo said blankly, "Yes." "Su He, I give you the address." Su He hung up after saying this. Qi Xuelyo was stunned for a long time. She seemed to have received the offer she wanted. She was stunned at first, and then excited. She suddenly understood Zhu Ning, and really wanted to find someone to high-five. But there was no one around her, so she hit the steering wheel hard and accidentally pressed the car horn. The horn sounded particularly loud in the wilderness. Su He hung up the call, and said to the assistant, "Find someone to receive her." The assistant asked, "Really let her come?" It sounds like Qi Xuelyo doesn't understand the logic of the world at all. She is just an ignorant little kid who follows Su He's ass. When Su He is the superior, she wants to stand guard. When Su He rebels, she also wants to join the recovery society. If Su He goes to hell, Qi Xuelyo may follow him. As for what the recovery society is, and what the Federation is, Qi Xuelyo doesn't care at all. Su He finally found something relaxing in this heavy world. Acting for great ambitions will make people tired after a long time, and she is no exception. She peeled a fruit candy. Promises to others must be kept. Zhu Ning and his friends took a different path. According to Pei Shu, they were most likely located. If Liu Yao told Prometheus the coordinates, Prometheus would be able to calculate their approximate location, and the second round of pursuit would immediately follow. Zhu Ning was a swaggering person with many enemies. The Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Recovery Association also wanted to find her. She would rather take a small path to hit pollutants than meet the killer on the main road. When exploring outside the wall, most of the time, they followed the main road. The highway and the railway were good road signs. Now, in order to avoid being hunted down, they were like prisoners fleeing, going wherever was remote. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu both have a gambling mentality. They only know the starting point and the end point. What they pass by along the way depends on fate. However, perhaps because of Zhu Ning, the captain, The 4 gamblers have good psychological qualities and have a sense of letting things go. They walked safely for 3 days. During this time, they dug out another Bai Chung in a remote mountain. This time, Zhu Ning followed Bai Chung himself and did not encounter any danger. Zhu Ning thought that she did not need to recruit teammates. She could just dig out a few Bai Changs if she was short of a few. There was no need to run in, because everyone knew each other well. It was just that the new Bai Chung was more rigid. She sat in the back seat like a twin female ghost. Bai Chung combed the hair and dressed the new Bai Chung when she had nothing to do, dressing her up like a doll. Zhu Ning thought this scene was a bit scary when she knew Bai Chung. Bai Chung was grinning while combing her hair, and Pei Shu knitting a sweater next to her quietly moved away. Pei Shu used the extra pink wool to weave a peace blessing and hung it on the front of the car as a decoration. This car was inexplicably much cuter. The car was playing music, a very old jazz. This was a tape they picked up on the roadside. The main theme was a blind box. The previous one was an old love song by Shamat, and this one was more normal. Chilla, the car stereo suddenly jammed. Zhu Ning pressed the pause button and pulled up the tape, but the music didn't stop and was still playing intermittently. Pei Shu, maybe we have entered the polluted area. Zhu Ning looked out the window. This was a village with a few single-family houses scattered around. It was not a particularly large village. The small village was built by the water, and the water surface was covered with green duckweed. Several families opened farmhouses, and there was a sign hanging at the door saying, "Farmhouse Experience, freshly killed and eaten." It was completely dark, but because it had been sandy recently, the quiet village was covered with a layer of yellow. The visibility was very low, and it seemed to be able to swallow people from a distance. Lin Xiaofeng tried to drive out, but it seemed like a headless fly circling. He circled above the village twice, and couldn't find a way out. Then he was sure that he had really crashed into the contaminated area. Pei Shu and Bai Chung didn't know much about this place, but they had relied on the guide to spend 2 days in peace. Walking outside the wall, it was normal to enter the contaminated area, and it would be abnormal not to enter. Zhu Ning, get off and take a look. Lin Xiaofeng parked the car on the cement road. The cement road had long been cracked, and weeds grew from the cracks. There was also a tractor parked next to it. Zhu Ning had been to the deserted village before. The deserted village was considered a new era village. This village was more primitive, and most people made a living by aquaculture. There were also some people who made a living by mountains and rivers, and they were more business-minded. They opened farmhouses to attract city people to come for a 2-day weekend tour. Every household has a dog. As soon as they landed, they heard dogs barking, as if the 4 of them were ghosts. Even if there were villagers here, they were probably some pollutants. Zhu Ning said, "Search." Zhu Ning simply divided the search area among the 4 people. Lin Xiaofeng could now search for clues on his own. Bai Chung put another self into a body bag and carried it on his back very skillfully. Zhu Ning always felt that since Bai Chung found another self, he felt much better and walked more briskly. Zhu Ning and the other 4 wore protective clothing. After getting off the car, they turned on the stealth mode of the flying car. After searching for clues separately, Zhu Ning looked into the distance. Every household had Spring Festival couplets pasted on the door and red lanterns, as if they had just celebrated the new year or held some happy event. This village has a rich water system. It is close to water and has dug many artificial ponds. Zhu Ning pushed open an iron gate. As soon as she entered the door, the black dog barked wildly. The iron chain was tightened. It was no different from an ordinary dog, just a pastoral dog with bare teeth. There were chicken coops in the yard, each filled with chickens. Every chicken was very quiet, and their black eyes looked over, making people feel uncomfortable for some reason. The soil on the ground was very sticky, and there was a mud pit when you stepped on it. It was probably not long after the rain. Zhu Ning asked tentatively, "Is anyone there?" No one answered her, only a wooden door with the word "Fu" pasted upside down. Zhu Ning pushed open the main house. Most of the furniture inside was made of wood and was extremely old. The dim electric lights were swaying by a rope. The TVs were all big and bulky, with 2 antennas sticking out of them. Zhu Ning walked around the house. Apart from feeling that the house was old, there was no clue. She walked through the main house. There was a pond behind the house, and a small boat was parked next to it. There was a figure moving in the distance. Bai Chung also entered a house with a body bag on his back. At least the space was not isolated, so she could see the movements of her teammates. Suddenly, Zhu Ning heard a sound of water. Zhu Ning immediately became alert. The beam of light hit her, and she only saw ripples on the water. She didn't know what creatures had disappeared before, and only a group of tadpoles were left wriggling in the water. Zhu Ning squatted down, and her shadow was reflected on the water. She observed from a god's perspective, and she really couldn't see anything underwater. It was a chaos, as if it was bottomless. What creature just swam past? Zhu Ning subconsciously touched the back of her neck, and always felt that her neck was heavy, wet, and a little itchy. She stood up while touching her neck, as if she had suffered from spinal disease for many years. She wanted to go back and meet Bai Cheng, who was closest to her, to exchange information. But she stopped touching her neck suddenly, and a gust of wind blew. She didn't see any water ghosts, but was stunned by her own changes. Zhu Ning's internal camera was turned on, which was like a mirror, allowing people outside the wall to detect her abnormality at any time. Now Zhu Ning tilted her head towards the camera, and the internal camera magnified her face. There was a black spot from the left chin to the edge of the neck, which was easily overlooked and looked like a mole. When did she grow a mole? Under Zhu Ning's gaze, the mole seemed to move slightly. Chapter 331. This is definitely not something that Zhu Ning originally had, but a mole that grew after she entered the farmhouse. Human moles can grow anywhere on the body, such as eyelids, oral mucosa, and even reproductive organs. Zhu Ning mobilized the black mucus, which was not very willing. It slowly crawled out from the spine, and climbed up Zhu Ning's neck like asphalt. Under Zhu Ning's guidance, it was like a siege. The black mucus should be able to swallow pollutants, but it didn't eat anything after covering it. It seemed to have just walked on ordinary skin, and finally crawled back to the spine without interest. The mole became bigger than before. When Zhu Ning observed it, the black mole was only the size of a needle tip, as if it was pricked by something. Now the black mole has expanded to the size of a soybean, with a raised edge. Under Zhu Ning's gaze, a small wet tail has grown. Tadpole. The tadpole mole plunged into Zhu Ning's neck, and by the time she reacted, even the tail had drilled in. This thing entered her body? Where? On her chest or back? Or, if she took off her protective suit, she would be covered in tadpole moles? They shook their tails, and drilled around Zhu Ning's body unimpeded. How should she deal with a mole on her body? If she stabbed it with a knife, she might not find the original body of the tadpole mole, but instead stabbed herself with scars all over her body. The black mucus cannot be swallowed, and other superpowers cannot be accurately identified. After all, it grows on her body, and she must self-mutilate if she wants to peel it off. The problem now is that Zhu Ning doesn't know how many moles she has on her body. What will happen if she doesn't have a single piece of good skin on her body? Turn into a frog? But not all tadpoles can turn into frogs. Once they lack iodine and cannot fully develop, they will only turn into a huge and disgusting tadpole. Zhu Ning used an internal camera to observe. After watching for a long time, it would seem that tadpoles are everywhere, as Zhu Ning's black pupils are also tadpoles. The eyeball is the head of the tadpole, and the nerves behind the eyeball that connect to the brain are the tadpole tails, which are beating in Zhu Ning's eyes. There are more and more tadpoles in the pond, as if there is a pot of boiling water burning below, rolling. Something at the bottom of the pond is calling her. Perhaps it is due to the influence of mental pollution. She feels thirsty for no reason, and wants to jump in, and be with her own kind. Or it arouses the most primitive curiosity of human beings. What is under the pond? She saw her own shadow in the reflection of the pond. The person wearing a black helmet lowered his head, and would soon lie on the water. Zhu Ning's neck froze, and he stared at the pond quietly, with his helmet only a finger's width away from the water surface. Zhu Ning's hands were tightly grasping the shore. She raised her neck stiffly, her pupils trembling unconsciously, and she caught a glimpse of a dark shadow from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't see clearly on the shaking water surface, but she could vaguely see a human hand pressing on the back of Zhu Ning's neck. The man was very tall, at least 2 meters tall, and he pressed his wrist down a little bit, trying to push Zhu Ning to the bottom of the water. She rolled her eyes. If someone was standing behind her, she would definitely see it, but she didn't see anything from the corner of her eyes. From the perspective of God, there was only Zhu Ning lying on the edge of the pond from beginning to end, and there was no one behind her. Click, Zhu Ning buckled on the edge of the pond, and a piece of the wooden board was forcibly buckled off. This strange sound seemed to wake her up. She drew her knife with her backhand, but the blade didn't cut anything, as if it was just cutting the air. Empty, there was really no one behind her. The tadpoles in the pond were startled by Zhu Ning, and they scattered like a nest. There was no reflection in the pond, as if it was just her illusion just now. Zhu Ning subconsciously looked at the camera inside the helmet. Her face was covered with cold sweat in the lens, and she had turned pale unconsciously. But against the backdrop of pale skin, some abnormalities became more obvious. A tadpole tail grew on Zhu Ning's eyelid. It was not an illusion. The tadpole mole grew into the eyelid. Bang! Zhu Ning heard a burst of gunfire, which seemed too abrupt in the countryside. It came from Bai Cheng's direction. Bai Cheng's weapon now should be an axe. Why would he suddenly shoot? Isn't it still in the stage of finding clues? In fact, the fastest route should be to take a boat by the pond and go by water, but Zhu Ning didn't dare to step into the pond at all. She hurried out of the farmhouse and looked back when she walked out of the door. The chickens in the chicken coop didn't call, and their black eyes followed Zhu Ning's movement. The barking of the dog got louder. Zhu Ning had no doubt that if she untied the chain, the black dog would eat her in one bite. Bang, 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 the gunshots rang out again. Zhu Ning had already seen Bai Cheng. She was carrying a body bag and chasing something. Zhu Ning could not see the object of her pursuit, but could only see Bai Cheng's shadow shuttle back and forth. Is there anyone else here? Bai Cheng couldn't be chasing a ghost, could she? No matter what she was chasing, as long as she caught it, she would know the truth. The water system here was too complicated, and the back mountain was full of bamboo forests, so it was not easy to see her teammates. Bai Cheng disturbed the quiet mountain village. The dogs in the whole village were barking excitedly, as if they were watching some kind of competition. The four of them were the performing guests, and the animals in the village were the audience. Zhu Ning ran twice, but she didn't feel her blood getting hot. Instead, she felt colder and colder like a cold-blooded animal. She felt that the tadpole moles on her body were increasing. At this time, she didn't care about so much. She wanted to know what Bai Cheng was chasing. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng were also alarmed. Zhu Ning saw two other shadows converging here. Zhu Ning was relieved a little. Things seemed to be moving in a controllable direction. At least several teammates were still able to move. Bai Cheng saw Zhu Ning and shouted, "Left." Zhu Ning adhered to her trust in Bai Cheng and acted without seeing the enemy. She surrounded him from the left, and Pei Shu ran up the mountain, probably trying to stop him from above. Zhu Ning was running in the bamboo forest and bumped into someone with a clang. Zhu Ning thought it was the person Bai Cheng was chasing and wanted to knock him down, but she felt something was wrong as soon as she touched him. That was Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng came over when he heard the sound and bumped into Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning let go of her and asked, "Where are the people?" Lin Xiaofeng was at a loss. "I came this way." She didn't see clearly, and she ran after Bai Cheng's order, not even knowing what he was chasing. Pei Shu slid down the hill above and asked the same question, "No one?" Pei Shu, like Lin Xiaofeng, also came here by hearing the sound, thinking he had caught the key clue. Zhu Ning looked at the people in front of her. Maybe because of the strange environment, Pei Shu's helmet reflected her and Lin Xiaofeng's shadows, and everyone was distorted. Zhu Ning closed her eyes. Something was wrong. Bai Cheng was the last one to arrive, carrying an axe. After arriving, she didn't ask, but said, "It's lost." Zhu Ning asked, "What are you chasing?" Bai Cheng, "People." Zhu Ning asked, "Is there a living person here? Is it Bai Cheng's hallucination? Or is it a ghost like the one by the pond?" Bai Cheng explained, "I entered a house. That family should raise ducks. I found protective clothing in the back kitchen, but there was only protective clothing and no one." Protective clothing? This is a contaminated area. Other people may have come in. But why was it found in the back kitchen? What about the person in the protective clothing? Did he lose his mind after being contaminated and take off the protective clothing himself? Bai Cheng, I just saw the protective clothing, and a figure flashed by the back door, so I chased it out. Bai Cheng's judgment was correct. If there was really someone in this place, it must be a key clue. Bai Cheng, I can't see where the other party is exactly. I can only feel the general direction. I want to locate him by shooting. If I hit him, he can lose his mobility. Then it's now, but there is no so-called enemy, only a few teammates, as if they were chasing ghosts. Zhu Ning felt a little cold on his back, and wanted to get closer to Lin Xiaofeng. She thought she had become timid, and the other three seemed to have the same idea, quietly approaching each other. Zhu Ning asked, "Don't worry about him, do you feel anything strange?" She wanted to know what was wrong with the other people, and exchange clues by the way. Was what happened to Zhu Ning an illusion? Lin Xiaofeng raised her hand. "I have black spots on my body." She seemed to have a hard time explaining what it was. Lin Xiaofeng was a transparent person. She was searching for clues in a chicken coop of a family. This chicken coop was very strange. As an outsider, Lin Xiaofeng went in, and none of the chickens cried or moved, but just stared at her. Lin Xiaofeng was numbed by the chicken's gaze, and was about to retreat when she saw a mole on her face from the reflection. Her body was like water, and the mole was like a black spot floating on the water, shaking. But before she could study it, she heard Bai Cheng's voice, and then she came to chase people. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng were not invisible people, so it would not be easy to notice new moles on their bodies. Zhu Ning said, "Everyone check your body." She suspected that everyone's situation was similar. They were contaminated after entering the village. Zhu Ning also wanted to see if there were more behind the protective suit. The 4 people walked back and found an open space to set up a tent. It was a little distance from each household, so it was considered an open space. After creating a closed space and taking off the protective suit, Zhu Ning saw that she had a mole on her back and one on her left calf. When Zhu Ning was a child, she watched the Science and Education channel. Moles must be removed after they mutated into tumors. The scene was very disgusting, which made her very clear about where the moles on her body should grow. Including the tadpole mole that had pierced her body before, and the one under her eyelid, she had a total of 4 more moles, all with a small tail, like a tadpole. Zhu Ning instinctively refused to look closely, and quickly put on her protective suit. Lin Xiaofeng was already waiting outside, and she could see the abnormality more easily as a transparent person. Lin Xiaofeng said 10. Zhu Ning was stunned. This number was too much. After a while, Bai Cheng and Pei Shu also finished the examination. Pei Shu had 7, Bai Cheng had 6, and Xi and Bai Cheng had 3. They were parasitized by tadpole moles, and this thing was moving. If it was stimulated, it would drill into the skin. The mole that Zhu Ning had tested with black mucus before had not yet emerged. Zhu Ning was wondering if the tadpole mole had grown into her blood vessels or internal organs. Zhu Ning, share the information. Zhu Ning told his own story. Pei Shu, I'm in the back mountain. There is a river behind this village. I was walking along the river when I heard the gunshots coming. Generally, rivers have a head. Pei Shu originally wanted to follow the direction of the river to find the source. Maybe he could find a way out. It was very dark over there, without any light. Pei Shu was a little distracted while walking. It didn't seem like he had lost his mind or entered a hallucination. The accurate description was that he was distracted and his mind was empty. When he heard Bai Cheng's gunshot, he stepped into the stream and walked forward into the turbulent water area and then ran back. Zhu Ning asked, "Except Bai Cheng, have you seen anyone?" Only Bai Cheng said that he saw people. The place where Zhu Ning searched only had animals. Lin Xiaofeng and Pei Shu gave a positive answer. There were dogs, chickens, ducks and tadpoles in this place, but no one. There was only a protective suit to prove that someone had entered before, and now he might be dead. Who is that person? Does he really exist? Anyone who can outrun the 4 of them is definitely not an ordinary human. Wait a minute. Pei Shu said, my ability seems to have been weakened. Pei Shu is a fire type. His ability is very intuitive. He knows how big a flame he can produce. When he found his legs wet, because he had seen water ghosts on the homecoming, Pei Shu's subconscious reaction was to light a fire to dry them. He often does this. He used to bake clothes for his teammates, but his flame became smaller. Bai Cheng, there is no corpse here. This is also very strange. Even if the whole village disappeared because of pollution, places like villages usually have their ancestors buried here. How could there not be even an ancient corpse? Or I can't feel the existence of the corpse. Bai Cheng said. Lin Xiaofeng's transparency is innate. Her ability is considered to be great strength. At this time, she found a stone to try it, and it was still easily crushed. She may have been weakened, but she didn't know it very well, because Lin Xiaofeng usually kept it to herself. Zhu Ning had the same feeling. Her water system was useless. She couldn't see the shadow behind her from a god's perspective. Not only Zhu Ning, but everyone else couldn't be as calm as before. Their spirits were a little fluctuating, and their physical strength was also reduced, as if they had been deprived of something by the village. The growing tadpole mole, the gradually weakened ability, the unknown figure. Look! Pei Shu suddenly spoke, and Zhu Ning looked up. There was water everywhere in the village, ponds, rivers, or puddles. They couldn't avoid it at all. The tent had been put away, and there was a puddle 3 meters away, which looked like it was left after the rain. There must have been nothing unusual just now, otherwise the 4 of them would have noticed it. But at this time, the dense tadpoles in the puddle were surging, as if they were about to overflow. Chapter 332. The surface of the tadpoles is slippery, and just looking at them makes people feel like they are crawling on their bodies. The others are similar, and they are all wearing black protective clothing. It feels like everyone's head is like a large tadpole. Pei Shu is walking in the direction of the river, and that road should not be accessible. The only thing in common between Zhu Ning and Lin Xiaofeng is the chicken, which is very strange and stares at people motionlessly. The animals in this village make people very uncomfortable. Pei Shu, Bai Cheng may have touched something. After looking around, only Bai Cheng's line is easier to break through. What did she see? They don't plan to rest, but to go directly to find it. The main business of the household that Bai Cheng has explored is duck farming. There is a sign outside, Lao Li's breeding base. The name is called breeding base. At best it is a duck house. The duck house leads to the pond behind. Open the gate and let the ducks go out to find food. When they went in, the ducks were also very quietly crowded in the duck house, motionless, as if it were fake. In front is the main house, which also has a farmhouse, which should be considered a sideline business, and the signboard is also freshly killed and eaten. In addition to eating duck, this restaurant also has experience projects, farm fishing experience, and colorful fishing nets for children to catch small fish or tadpoles. There is a dining table in the front hall to entertain guests, and in the back is the small courtyard where the family lives. The clothes hanging are all autumn and winter styles, and there are 2 red scarves. There are also couplets and red lanterns at the door. Could it be a disaster during the Chinese New Year? Zhu Ning entered and searched around, but did not find any key clues. After all, not everyone likes to write a diary or record their lives with recordings. And if you enter an ordinary family casually, unless you find the family's ID card, you may not know the family's name. They entered the back kitchen, which was much larger than ordinary kitchens because it was designed to serve customers. There was even a large glass window so that customers could watch the entire slaughtering process. Zhu Ning could imagine that there was once a boss wearing a black apron, chopping meat on a chopping board while saying, "It's fresh. I won't cheat you with frozen goods. Don't worry." But now the boss is gone, and only a protective suit is left, which is intact against the stove. Zhu Ning asked, "Have you moved it?" "No, I just squatted down and saw a figure." Bai Cheng seemed to understand what Zhu Ning noticed and said, "I noticed what you saw. This protective suit is not open, it's closed. If you take off the protective suit yourself, you will definitely open the secret button." They are walking in the contaminated area. Even if they have lost their memory, they are familiar with the structure of the protective suit, but this protective suit is very complete. Zhu Ning shook it, and there was a sound of water coming from inside the protective suit. Her face changed. She opened the helmet. The protective suit is similar to a space suit. Even if there is no one inside, it is a 3-dimensional structure, like a can. Zhu Ning laid the protective suit down, and the water inside flowed out. Zhu Ning took 2 steps back to avoid dirtying the upper of his shoes. The water rushed out with the tadpoles, shaking their tails and fluttering. It seems that the people who had come in before have become tadpoles. If they don't get out early, they will probably end up like this. Zhu Ning glanced around, and the data mode of his brain was turned on. I don't know if there are any left in the protective suit's finger gloves. There are probably more than 290 tadpoles. This person should have a few good skins before he dies. His body is probably invaded by tadpoles like a shower head. They don't have much time left. When there are 100 tadpole moles, it is a watershed. When there are 200, it should be close to death. This time, they formed a team to explore other places, but still did not meet anyone. However, they found protective suits, and there were tadpoles inside the protective suits, a total of 6. 6 people died here before, and it seems that they were not a group of people, and they may have entered by mistake. The recording function and the secondary brain inside the protective suits were all ineffective, and they could not get more information from their predecessors. If they could not find a way out, and the source of pollution, they could only watch the tadpole moles on their bodies increase. Zhu Ning could accept that he was dead, but he could not accept that he became a tadpole. The 4 people did not find any effective clues, and they were in a dead end. They could only return to Lao Li's breeding base. Bai Cheng was thoughtful in the back kitchen, standing where he had seen people before. Who was that person? If he was alive, was he a good person or a bad person, to remind him? Or did he want to kill Bai Cheng, but was discovered so he ran away first? Or did he want to attract them into the bamboo forest? But the bamboo forest had been checked, and there was nothing unusual. There must be a reason, and why did Bai Cheng see it first? What special things did she do? Bai Cheng carried a corpse, and walked around in the kitchen, as if he wanted to simulate the man's intention. Zhu Ning's neck was getting heavier and heavier, so he stayed away from the water source, feeling that this place was not very clean. Pei Shu stared at the dark river surface, which did not seem to be flowing normally, as if it was muddied by tadpoles. His intuition told him that there must be something under the water, maybe there were key clues. But in this damn place, Going into the water would probably be suicide. Lin Xiaofeng was observing the mole on his face. The tadpole mole shuttled through the transparent body. Lin Xiaofeng initially thought it was just crawling on the surface, but it actually went deep inside. She is a transparent person, and can see clearly that the tadpole mole has entered from the ear, and has reached the brain. Lin Xiaofeng can hide the tadpole mole, and make it completely integrated with the transparent person's body, but it is useless. In the end, even Bai Cheng gave up. She really couldn't figure it out. When she turned back, the other three were waiting in the yard. There was a big round table. It seemed that several people came to the farmhouse to drink duck soup. They also wanted to try to trigger new clues, but they found nothing. Pei Shu, open the notebook. Bai Cheng has not experienced Chen Qihong's notebook, but after listening to Zhu Ning's description, she is a little curious. Anyway, she can live after death. Everyone agreed. Zhu Ning took out Chen Qihong's notebook. This thing is getting colder and colder. It is estimated that it has entered the village. The bandages and the paper of the notebook are a little damp. The notebook was written by countless Chen Qihangs. As soon as it was opened, the handwriting appeared, which means that someone had been to this village. January 3, 2022. My name is Chen Qihong, an abnormal event investigator, whose main responsibility is to investigate abnormal phenomena. This is a true story that happened to me. I didn't pay attention to it at first, but my wife found it. When we were having dinner, my wife asked me inadvertently, "Why do you have a mole on the back of your neck?" When I noticed it, the mole was already the size of a soybean, with 2 hairs growing on it, and the edges were irregular. My wife suggested that I should go to the hospital for a checkup, as the mole that suddenly appeared might worsen, but I was very busy at work at that time, so I thought about it in a few days. After all, it was not an emergency. I took a shower a week later, and wanted to touch the mole that my wife cared about, but I didn't touch anything. I looked in the mirror, and saw the back of my neck. There was no mole there. Did I remember it wrong? But she was the first to see it. If I remembered it wrong, my wife would not forget it, right? The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I checked my whole body, and finally found the mole on the sole of my left foot. It was bigger than before, and embedded in the sole of my foot like a candy date. Something was wrong with the naked eye. If this mole was new, it would be too big. If it was the one on the back of my neck, could the mole move by itself? I immediately put down what I was doing and took a taxi to the hospital. But after seeing the dermatologist, I showed the doctor the sole of my left foot, but there was nothing there. The mole as big as a candy date disappeared. Could it be that the mole moved again? The doctor looked at me in confusion, probably because I was acting too strange. He checked my whole body. I only had 3 moles on my body. They were very small, and there was no disease. He asked me to go back and observe carefully. The doctor tactfully suggested that I take a good rest, and not stay up late. Staying up late is very harmful to the body, and can easily cause mental weakness. I walked out of the hospital in a daze, feeling confused. Should I see a psychiatrist? I ran home immediately, and the first thing I did when I got home was to take off my clothes. My wife was shocked by me, and helped me close the door, saying that I was embarrassing myself. But I didn't care about that anymore, and took off all my clothes in front of the dressing mirror. My wife was blaming me, but couldn't say anything because it was too scary. My back was full of black moles, each the size of a soybean. And there was a small tail behind the round black moles, like tadpoles. My wife was so scared that she stepped back again and again, asking me if I had seen a doctor. I scratched my back like crazy, scratching my body until it bled, but those things were still there, and even moved from my back to my thighs. My wife stopped me from self-harming. When I realized what was happening, there was blood and flesh between my nails. She said we should go see a doctor, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. Every time I went to see a doctor, I couldn't see anything. The doctor said it was a strange disease after hearing my description. I locked myself in my room and didn't want to see anyone. I also lost my job. I lived with the curtains drawn tightly every day, but the moles became more and more numerous and hard to ignore. They covered every corner of my body, my entire face, and even my tongue, which was covered with tadpole moles. If I walked into the living room, I would wrap myself up with bandages, leaving only one eye exposed, but over time, the white of my eye also grew. I was almost driven crazy. I could only post online for help. The life group said I was making up stories. I could only hang out in the supernatural forums. The stories in them were all under the banner of real people and real events. Other people's stories were all made up, but I knew mine were real. I wrote a popular post. The mole on my body is moving in it. After it was published, It received a good response, but I didn't receive any effective suggestions. Netizens kept telling me to see a psychiatrist, or to believe in religion, or to drink Chinese medicine. I knew these methods couldn't save me. My health was getting worse and worse. I was panting after walking a few steps. My eyesight was not as good as before. My body was often sticky. I guessed that I would turn into a big tadpole. If my family didn't hear me and open the door to see a big black tadpole lying on the bed, how terrifying it would be. I even wrote a suicide note, thinking that I would find a place to end my life while I was still able to move, so as not to cause trouble to my family. When I was at my wit's end, I suddenly received a private message from a stranger. Have you been to Fengyu village? I was stunned, because I had really been there. It was a remote fishing village that could be reached in 4 hours by car on a weekend. It was a niche tourist destination I saw on the internet. There was a river in the village, as well as ponds of various sizes. My whole family went there for 2 days. The food in every household was delicious and particularly original. The duck soup was very fresh, and you could also experience fishing. Is there something wrong with that place? Could it be related to the abnormality in me? Is there anything wrong with my family? I asked him immediately, and he said that several people who had been to the village had the same symptoms as me. It's hard to describe my mood at that time. It was as if I had been locked up in a dark room for a long time and finally saw a little light. There was hope, and there were people in the world who had the same experience as me. But he said that I had to write an investigation note in the name of Qin Shi Huang before he would tell me more information, and it might not be useful. Why did he have to call Qin Shi Huang? But I didn't care so much. He sent me a box of things and told me to follow the ceremony above, and then act according to his instructions. When people are desperate, they can believe anything. The ID of the netizen was a string of garbled numbers, and the location was blank. The things he sent me were just a box of junk. A broken bowl with a rooster painted on it, 6 red candles, a bottle of black unknown liquid, a wriggling worm in a transparent bottle, and some tools that I couldn't understand what they were supposed to be used for. After I received the package, I checked it, and there was no delivery information. It seemed that someone had left it at my door. My family was very worried about me. My father saw me coming back in a panic with the express delivery and asked me what was wrong. I hid in the room, like a ghost, and sent a message to the strange netizen, asking, "What do you mean?" He said, "Eat the worm." Chapter 333. I don't know if I was possessed by a ghost or desperate, but I really ate the bug. The thing slid down my throat and seemed to take root inside my body. The man asked me to hold a simple ceremony. I carried the box of junk into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and poured the black liquid into it. I was dazed at the time. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was just very enthusiastic. Finally, he asked me to lie down in the bathtub and let the black water soak my body. He said that if I didn't have time, I could also apply the black water all over my body, but it was best to soak it. I was stunned at this step. I always felt that the thing was no different from the tadpole mole on my body. They were both terrifying and unknown things. The family members at the door asked me what was wrong. I perfunctorily said that it was nothing. If they walked into the bathtub now, they would be scared. 3 red candles were lit, a bathtub of black water. I filled the rooster bowl with raw rice and inserted 3 incense sticks. There was a bottle of fresh chicken blood. The man said it would be best to use a live chicken, but I was in a hurry. Everyone's situation is different, so I used chicken blood instead. I sprinkled the chicken blood in an arc as he said, and I felt like a village shaman. Finally, I stared at the bathtub. Since I did all this, the voices of my family members outside the door suddenly disappeared, and the bathroom was also changing. It seemed that the rest of the world had disappeared, leaving only this bathroom, and there was an invisible strange gas surging in the room. It was time to get into the bathtub. This was the only step left, and I had to do it. I took off my clothes and the bandages on my body. The tadpole mole almost covered me completely. The clean skin on my body was less than 1%, and my scalp and the whites of my eyes were already covered. What's there to be picky about? I stepped into the bathtub. The process was very quick, and I didn't even feel anything special. It was like I just took a bath. But when I came out of the bathtub, I felt like I was a different person. I couldn't tell what it was. It was like I had a very strange impulse in my heart. I didn't even care about the tadpole mole on my body. I couldn't wait to go to Fengyu village to find out the truth. My name is Qin Shi Huang. I muttered to myself in front of the mirror, my name is Qin Shi Huang. The knocks on the door were louder. My family was very anxious. They probably wanted to break in because I didn't respond to their calls. I felt like I had returned to the real world for a short time. I quickly cleaned up the bathroom. When my family came in, they only saw the last stream of water in the bathtub being drained. There was a smell of burning candles in the house. My family was originally concerned about me, but when I came in, I didn't have time to put on my clothes, so I was just showing them. They moved forward stiffly, and even took a step back. They were shocked by the tadpole-covered appearance of me. I watched their eyes change from worry to fear. They already loved me, but they couldn't resist these strange forces. I was grateful for this. I said I was going on a long trip, and then I left home. I definitely changed, my personality was more cautious, and I didn't even ask the villagers rashly, but settled down in the village. I felt like a detective, you know? I no longer needed the instructions of that stranger online, I knew exactly what I was doing. I pretended to be a tourist who came to the village to play, wrapped myself up, and walked around the village wearing a hat and sunglasses. The villagers pointed at me when they saw me, but I was used to it. I made a list in my mind, and went to all the places I had been to last time. My family was fine, but I was the only one in trouble. I must have done something special. But this place is no different from the first time I came here. The food is delicious, and it is delicious that people in the city can't eat. It's just that the animals here have become so weird. I always feel that the chicken is staring at me. And it's not just one chicken, but all the chickens are staring at me. That kind of quiet, as if looking at a ghost. All the dogs are barking. That night I was walking by the pond, and I felt someone behind me pressing my head, trying to push me into the water, and I woke up immediately. This village wants me to die, but I am not afraid of death at all. I can do whatever I want. On the third day in the village, I went to Lao Li's breeding base to buy ducks. I wanted to find a live duck to study privately to see if it was staring at me. As soon as I entered the door, Lao Li greeted me and said, "You are here again. We had dinner here before." I remember that day I had a great time and drank a lot of wine. I thought he was talking to me. I didn't like talking to people after I got a tadpole mole, so I lowered my head to avoid him. But Lao Li didn't let me go. He said, "You are so brave." I didn't answer and he said, "Is it delicious?" I felt something was wrong when I heard this. I wrapped myself up like this. How did Lao Li recognize me? And he asked me what I wanted to eat. If it was duck, why did he say I was brave? What kind of bravery? In order to ask more questions, I not only bought a live duck, but also planned to have a meal at his house. When I went there, it was not the peak tourist season. It was just after the Chinese New Year, so there were no guests at his house anyway. Of course, Lao Li was happy. He picked a fat duck from the duck house for me and showed it to me, saying that it was definitely not short of weight. "Look carefully." I nodded blankly. The duck in Lao Li's hand was looking at me. It was about to die, stretching its neck to look at me. Why? Later it became duck soup, with the duck head floating in the water, one eye still staring at me. Lao Li asked, "Are you eating again today?" "What to eat?" Lao Li rubbed the oil on his apron and suddenly approached me, tadpoles. With a bang, I overturned the bowl in my hand, and the duck soup spilled all over my pants. I asked him as if I had seen a ghost, "What tadpoles?" I have eaten tadpoles." Lao Li laughed, his mouth full of black teeth. "You said you wanted to eat. Have you forgotten?" I vaguely remembered something. It was here that day. I was drunk and made trouble. One moment, I said he was short of weight and hid my ducks, and the next moment I shouted for the boss to come out. My wife kept pulling me to stop being drunk. Lao Li came out and said aggrievedly that I gave him a complete duck. I told him to put the duck bones together on the spot and give it to me. It was definitely not complete. I shouted, "I'm not short of money, I just want justice." Lao Li stood in the corner like a wrong child. He was over 40 years old and nervously pulled his apron. He said he could give me another bowl of duck soup for free to compensate me. My family advised me to stop making trouble, but I refused to give in. The more I looked at Lao Li, the more I felt that he was hiding something and was making trouble even more unreasonably. "Are you guilty? Otherwise, why did you give me duck soup? You must be hiding something." "I don't want duck soup." Lao Li asked what you wanted. I said if you are really sincere, I want something special, something you can't get anywhere else, real food. Lao Li said, "We have special products in our village, but I'm afraid you don't dare to eat them." I shouted, "What can I not eat? If you dare to serve it to me, I will eat it." Lao Li turned back to the kitchen. I seemed to have succeeded. My wife said with a stern face that I only know how to make things difficult for others. This is not the first time. I made things difficult for a flight attendant last time. I explained that this was not a difficult thing, but they had problems. I smiled and drank another glass of wine. I was eating with a smile, thinking that the bill should be waived. As a result, Lowly came out of the kitchen and brought me a bowl of soup. I was sobered up when I saw the wine. The black tadpoles were swimming in the white porcelain bowl, which was very flexible. I stuttered and asked, "What are you doing?" I recovered and slammed the table and asked, "You are so ashamed to feed me with the rags that are used to feed chickens and ducks? Don't think I don't know that tadpoles are used to feed chickens in the countryside." Oldly explained, "This is a good thing, our real specialty. When children are sick, the elderly will give it to them. It won't cause scabies, and it can clear away heat and detoxify." Oldly laughed at this. "You don't dare?" I asked him to find the specialty, and Oldly really found it. I was actually scared at the time, but I saw my wife holding her forehead with anger on her face, as if she thought I was only making things difficult for the service staff. My family also looked at me, especially Oldly. His eyes were problematic, and he was simply provocative. It has come to this point. If I admit my weakness, I will not be able to raise my head in front of my family. Isn't it just tadpoles? If children can drink it, why can't I drink it? I picked up the bowl, and my scalp numbed when I looked at the live tadpoles. My wife didn't stop me this time, probably because she wanted me to learn a lesson. I scooped a spoonful with a white soup spoon and put it in my mouth. I could feel the tadpoles jumping on my tongue. I closed my eyes and swallowed it, feeling it sliding down my throat. I ate it. I really ate it. At that moment, I was not even afraid, but excited. Who said I was timid? I was very brave. I raised my head and drank the whole bowl directly, as if I had blown a bottle of wine on the table. After I finished drinking, I threw the bowl happily. I can't remember the last thing. I was probably taken back by my family after I was drunk. I only remember Lao Li's eyes, so kind, as if he was looking at some animal. Now Lao Li's face overlapped, just 1 centimeter in front of me, looking at me with the same eyes. My face was pale, and I was completely awakened by fear. But why did I have no memory of that day? If it was just me who was drunk, why didn't my family remember it? The tadpole mole on my body easily reminded people of drinking tadpoles. It seemed that the memories of our group were erased, and everyone forgot until I returned to this place again and experienced it again. I understood why those chickens and ducks were so strange. In their eyes, I was just a tadpole. There really is a ghost in this village. I dare not act like a big shot anymore and beg for mercy like a grandson. I said I was wrong and I was punished. Can you remove the tadpoles from my body? Please. I knelt down to Lowly, but he still looked at me lovingly and said there was nothing he could do. Lowly smiled and asked, "Don't you think someone wants you to go into the water?" I felt a pain in my neck and remembered that day when I was walking by the pond and someone pressed my neck to drown me. There is a ghost in this village. Lowly did it on purpose. He brought me tadpoles to kill me. He is deliberately harming people. I want to expose him so that your farmhouse business can't continue and your village will be closed down. I was about to threaten him, but then I became crestfallen, probably because I was now Chin-Chi-Hung, calmer than before. I didn't lose my temper, paid the money, and even returned the live duck I just bought. I wanted to go home and tell my own funeral. Maybe I acted too strangely, but Lowly softened his heart. If you really want to live, I give you a way to live. Just take the initiative to go into the water. I wanted to ask again, but Lowly ignored me and closed the door. I was stunned at the door, and the dogs in the village were still barking at me. Every time I passed by an animal, they looked at me blankly. Lowly said that the only way to survive was to take the initiative to go into the water. Did he lie to me? Did he want to punish me? Or was it true? I wanted to go to the pond to take a look, but I didn't dare to get close, so I could only be very timid and keep a little distance. I couldn't see clearly, but I always felt that the tadpoles under the pond were surging, like a monster opening its mouth to absorb everything. What is under the water? Is there a giant tadpole lying there? Should I really go into the water? What if that is a dead end? The children in the village ran around me, making giggling sounds. I always felt that they were laughing at me for not daring to go into the water. My hands moved, as if something was directing me. I stiffly picked up a newly bought notebook and wrote the first sentence. My name is Chin-Chi-Hung, an investigator of abnormal events. No matter what, I have to record it. The reading of Chin-Chi-Hung's investigation notes is complete. This is how he became Chin-Chi-Hung. Zhu Ning felt that the notebook had its own thinking. It would adjust the information released according to Zhu Ning's guesses. It might be too lazy to pretend. The rooster bowl and chicken blood mentioned in the notebook reminded her of the rooster at the door of Hingshan Company, which was similar to a sacrifice at that time. Is there actually a Chin-Chi-Hung near Hingshan Company? Not sure, after all, the original site of the company was flattened by Zhu Ning, so she couldn't investigate even if she wanted to. It seems that becoming Qin Shi Huang requires some props, otherwise Zhu Ning can also supplement the content of the investigation notes. The protagonist of the notes embarked on the path of an investigator and thought he was Qin Shi Huang in the end. Is Qin Shi Huang choosing his offspring? Zhu Ning only thought of using offspring to describe it. The endless Qin Kahangs are like children who have been reproduced. Pick those who are infected or related to strange events to become the new Qin Shi Huang. Let's talk about Qin Shi Huang later. The key is this contaminated area. Zhu Ning looked at the screen inside the helmet. Her body was covered with tadpole moles. There was no need to count them carefully this time. It was almost 80% of the area covered. The other three were the same, and everyone's superpowers were greatly weakened. Pei Shu could only produce weak sparks. Zhu Ning was completely blind from the god's perspective. Even the metal manipulation that she was most used to using was useless. Black mucus was still useful. They are becoming like ordinary people, and the only weapons they can use are the weapons they carry with them. Opening the notebook really has a price, and they really don't have time to waste now. Through the notebook, Zhu Ning roughly understood the cause and effect. It turned out that the back of the neck was heavy, and the shadow that wanted to press himself into the water was an underwater monster. No wonder the animals here are so strange. This village has had problems for a long time. Lao Li took advantage of the rules of the village, and let the rules take revenge on Qin Shi Huang. But where did the villagers go? They all turned into tadpoles? The rule for being infected before was that if you eat tadpoles raw, your body will be covered with tadpole moles. Here, the rules had changed. As long as you enter Fengyu village, you will be infected. The notebook has a lag, but the general rules should not have changed. Is the Qin Shi Huang who wrote the notebook still alive? Did he find a way to survive after going into the water? Is the person Bai Cheng saw him? Zhu Ning looked at the pond in the distance. They also have to go down? Zhu Ning relayed the contents of the notebook, and the new Bai Cheng lying on Bai Cheng's back said, I can go into the water. Chapter 334. Bai Cheng is considered a consumable. When they encounter something, they will automatically sort out who to sacrifice to save who, and there is no dispute between them. When Xian Bai Cheng said she wanted to go into the water, Bai Cheng helped her untie the body bag. She carefully combed Xian Bai Cheng's hair along the way and braided 2 narrow braids close to the scalp, making her look like a schoolgirl. Bai Cheng can't die, but all Bai Cheng individuals know that they will die from birth. Bai Cheng's memory is shared. Zhu Ning guessed that this is why she can't remember things from a long time ago. Because everyone's memory storage space is limited, so many Bai Chengs use one brain, so in order not to take up space, they simply delete the ancient memories directly. Except for Pei Shu, the other three can't be considered simple people. Zhu Ning's devouring and Lin Xiaofeng's transparency can still be used. Pei Shu is mixed in a bunch of Krypton Gold players. He has a very peaceful mentality, and is very natural to be a younger brother. He prepared props for Xian Baicheng to go into the water, and tied a camera to his right arm. These devices would also be used for exploration outside the wall, but there was a high probability that they would not be used. Any pictures that were taken with a small probability would probably be mental pollution. The pond was full of dense tadpoles. Xian Baicheng did not seem to have any weaknesses. He simply said hello to everyone and jumped in with a flutter. The tadpoles first scattered everywhere, and then chased Xian Baicheng, as if Baicheng was fish food. Zhu Ning's scalp tingled as he looked at it, and he immediately picked up his gun and stood by the water to provide support at any time. Lin Xiaofeng followed Zhu Ning's actions. Now the abilities of several of them were greatly reduced, and the only support they could provide was weapons. But Xian Baicheng was soon submerged in the water, and his figure completely disappeared. Pei Shu controlled the instrument and said no picture. Zhu Ning took a look and found that the palm-sized screen was not completely black. He could clearly feel the water ripples, but it was extremely chaotic, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Maybe it was like this underwater. They were also in the dark when they entered the water. After Xian Baicheng entered the water, Baicheng stood coldly by the pond, staring at the pond motionlessly. Zhu Ning did not disturb her for fear of interfering with the signal of the two Baichengs. After a while, the water surface became stable again, as if no one had entered the pond from beginning to end, and the tadpoles were spinning like before. Baicheng suddenly said in a mechanical voice, I can't see clearly, it's very dark. After Xian Baicheng entered the water, he immediately felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, and the fear was transmitted to Baicheng on the shore. In an environment where people know nothing, even Baicheng cannot restrain his instinctive fear. There is water all around, but there is nothing but black water, as if this is a water tomb. There is light, Baicheng said. She frowned, and her experience was exactly the same as Xian Baicheng's. Zhu Ning's feeling before was right. There was really something under the water, which was very uncomfortable, and made people want to escape instinctively. Baicheng, a plastic man, rarely had such a weird feeling. She floated in the water, her feet were empty, her heartbeat accelerated, and she continued to dive against her instinct. The waters where ordinary villages are rooted are generally not too deep. Small ponds are at most 2 meters. Humans like to be near water, but they are instinctively afraid of deep water. At this time, Xian Baicheng went down at least 7 or 8 meters, and had not yet reached the bottom. It seemed that there was a channel below that could lead directly to the center of the earth. The water was very viscous, and Xian Baicheng stopped diving, but she actually found that she was automatically going down. She couldn't stop her inertia of falling, and when she wanted to swim upwards, she only felt something pulling her down. Xian Baicheng was trapped inside the protective suit, and her body tilted uncontrollably. She heard a muffled sound, and she actually hit the bottom of the pond. Her left foot had sunk in. Her first reaction was of course to pull her legs out, but she soon found that as she struggled, she sank deeper and deeper. There were a lot of mud and water plants underwater. If a person stepped into the mud, he would feel a huge force pulling him down. Xian Baicheng was motionless, and her breathing was slowed down as much as possible, trying to keep up with the underwater creatures. Something was touching her, slipping away from her side. It was not water plants, and she couldn't see the details, but the disgusting and sticky feeling was very real. She turned on the light after entering the water, but the visibility was limited. She could still vaguely see something, but now the water was mixed with mud and water, and people seemed to be deep in the mud, unable to see in front or behind. Xian Baicheng's biggest goal was to explore the mystery, and it was best to leave more clues for her teammates. She groped backwards stiffly, pressing something with a soft surface under her palm. As soon as she reached out her hand, she immediately retracted it. Even if she touched it, she could feel it. It was a human face, right behind her, buried in the mud. Xian Baicheng took a deep breath, and the inside of her helmet was filled with the mist from her breath. This time, she turned her head back to see the place she had explored. The light of the lamp post was weakened underwater. She waited quietly. At this moment, she was not a hunter, but a prey. She had to see the face of the enemy murderer before she died. The water gradually became clearer, and the floating mud returned to the bottom of the pool. Xian Baicheng finally saw the bottom of the water. There were caves of various sizes under the water, and human faces were buried upwards, with their mouths wide open as if they were breathing, or waiting for food. The face that Xian Baicheng touched had its mouth open beyond the human limit, and it could breathe independently in the water. He turned his eyes, and looked at Baicheng. Who is this? A villager? Did the villagers assimilate with the polluted area after being polluted? Only invaders would become tadpoles. Before Xian Baicheng could figure it out, this person suddenly pulled himself out of the mud and rushed towards her. Baicheng subconsciously fought back, but because one of her legs was stuck, all her resistance was discounted. She also saw the complete appearance of the thing in an emergency. The neck should be below the human head, and then connected to the body, but this thing did not have those conventional structures, but grew a tadpole-like tail behind the head. Most people have observed tadpoles when they were young, or textbooks have demonstrated how tadpoles turn into frogs, first growing hind legs, then front legs, and finally the tail disappears. This is a very classic metamorphosis process. Now the tadpole man below should remain in an underdeveloped state, with a dark face, a tail, but limbs. They gathered at the bottom of the pond, stirring up the water when they swung their tails, and found the villagers. Just as Xian Baicheng thought this, her arm hurt, and blood mist sprayed over a large area. One of her arms was bitten off. After Xian Baicheng went into the water, no one spoke on the shore, only the barking of dogs in the distance. Pei Shu observed the screen, while Zhu Ning stared at the water. She had been a little resistant to the water in the village before, but now she had to look carefully to support Baicheng. There were more and more tadpoles, and the water gradually boiled. The tadpole mole on Zhu Ning's body seemed to echo her companions, swimming faster, as if she was going to jump into the pond with her tail swung. Suddenly, Zhu Ning felt a chill on her back. It happened again. This was the second time she had experienced this. She had even realized that someone was standing behind her when the other party attacked. The dark water surface was like a mirror. A figure appeared behind Zhu Ning. He was very tall, and stood close to her. There was also someone behind Lin Xiaofeng. Because she was shorter, the figure behind her looked tall like a slender giant. An overly long arm pressed on the back of Lin Xiaofeng's neck, gradually exerting pressure, as if to press her in. Lin Xiaofeng swallowed her saliva and tightened her finger on the trigger. Pei Shu didn't look at the water surface, but stared at the screen. Xian Baiqing's thoughts were very clear. He should continue to dive to explore the bottom. He didn't expect much from the camera at first, but now he was extremely immersed and completely attracted by the picture. With a slight sound, Pei Shu saw a flash in front of the screen and vaguely saw a shadow. Some huge creature quietly slid around. That thing was definitely much bigger than a human. Pei Shu held his breath unconsciously, as if he was the one who went into the water. What had passed by? Was that the pollution source they were looking for? Pei Shu zoomed in on the screen. The camera was tied to Xian Baiqing's arm. The lens suddenly shook violently, which was completely inconsistent with Baiqing's usual cautious style. She didn't know whether she had encountered a monster or was dragged away by a strange force. Suddenly, a blood mist spread across the screen, the lens turned red, and the camera sank like a fallen leaf. The screen regained order. It wasn't that Baiqing continued to dive, but that his arm was broken and lost the control of the owner, and the camera tied to it was out of control. Something happened. Pei Shu immediately stood up and wanted to notify Xian Baiqing to get ashore immediately, but his words were stuck in his throat. The next scene in the picture was even more terrifying, with a face close to the camera. Pei Shu only saw a smile at first glance, which was very stiff. That was Baiqing's signature expression. She didn't do it to scare people, but because her face was not well developed, the smile could not be released immediately. Why did her helmet fall off? With a snap, Xian Baiqing's face disappeared completely. The camera captured the sound of a huge impact, the lens cracked, and fell into a real darkness. At this time, someone should be found to fish Xian Baiqing out. The fact that there is a way to survive underwater is probably a trap. The words stuck in Pei Shu's throat were suppressed again. He was watching the screen too seriously just now, and realized that something happened on the shore. The black lens reflected a shadow, and there was a tall figure sticking to Pei Shu's back. The pond is a larger mirror, and it can reflect a larger area. There is not just one person. Countless people gathered behind them quietly, reflecting each other, with a bamboo forest in the distance. This creature has a long neck and a very tall body, which makes Pei Shu's heart skip a beat. This is an alien species. The fear released by the three of them attracted the alien species to come for food. Pei Shu had encountered it before in the ant nest, and was still wondering why there were alien species in the wall. Later, Wincy rushed to the ant nest to deal with the follow-up. So far, that area can only be sealed and dealt with. No better way can be thought of. Aliens and contaminated areas coexist, waiting for the moment when humans release fear, and then feed on fear. The black mucus on Zhu Ning's body seems to be a kind of alien species. The alien species here is more weird, and it cannot be seen by the naked eye. It can only be located by reflection. If the alien species in the ant nest is like a ghost, the one here is more like a water ghost. But the basic characteristics have not changed, and it is taller than ordinary people, because the alien species needs more fear, not enough, and it must be squeezed to extreme fear, so they are constantly frightened after they come in. When Zhu Ning was lying by the pond, something wanted to press her in. Baiqing saw the shadow that suddenly appeared and disappeared. Maybe what Baiqing saw was not a human figure at all, but the shadow of the alien in the reflection, because Pei Shu and the others had never seen the entity of that thing during the chase, as if they were chasing the air from beginning to end. What Chen Qihong saw in his notebook was that someone wanted to push him into the water. This time, the alien was intelligent and knew how to cooperate with the pollution source. It was unlucky that he entered an unknown pollution area and couldn't even find the door. There were aliens surrounding him. Even if the pollution source was found and purified, other pollutants would disappear with the pollution source, but the alien would not. When encountering aliens, it is best to crush and cover them with force. The most direct way is to kill them with superpowers, which is more efficient than traditional weapons. The last time Pei Shu was forgotten in the ant nest by Zhu Ning, he broke through with the fire superpower. If the three of them simply encounter the aliens and retreat unscathed, it should not be a problem. The problem is that their superpowers are greatly weakened under the influence of the pollution area. Pei Shu is not even enough to ignite a flame safety zone. Chapter 335. Zhu Ning felt a piercing cold on her back, with a sense of aggression. Zhu Ning had already determined that this thing was an alien species. Since the ant nest, she had specially learned about the characteristics of this creature. It coexists with the polluted area, and its manifestations vary according to different polluted areas. Aliens usually do not eat human flesh and blood. They will directly absorb fear. Most people are not killed, but scared to death by aliens. After the aliens have absorbed all their fear, the vitality of the person disappears. Now the situation is just short of the last straw that breaks the camel's back. It is on the verge of breaking out, and you can't even open your mouth to remind them. Once you open your mouth, the situation may deteriorate. It is best not to move when encountering alien species, and stay calm. After Xi and Baicheng went into the water, they hardly moved at all, as if they were playing a game of 1, 2, 3 wooden men by the river. Whoever moves first will die first. The black mucus on the back of Zhu Ning's neck was boiling, overflowing from the gap between the bones, and lingering on the back of his head. Zhu Ning's wrist trembled slightly. In fact, her blood had already turned cold, but because she was connected to the black mucus, she felt inexplicably excited, and her most primitive desire was awakened. It was as if a shark smelled blood. Fear suddenly became real in her eyes. Compared with the aliens behind her, she was more interested in Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng, who were close at hand. Pei Shu was standing behind Zhu Ning. From Pei Shu's perspective, he could see a crack in Zhu Ning's helmet, like a river clam opening a hole. The black mucus gradually gathered and actually took on a human shape. The figure swelled taller and taller, at least more than 2 meters and 5, connected to Zhu Ning's neck. The black mucus had no facial features, and there were 2 holes in the area of the eyes. Pei Shu's body stiffened. For the first time, he looked into the eyes of the black slime. The other party was very tall, and his empty eyes looked down at all the humans below. Pei Shu was not sure about Zhu Ning's mental state. Would she want to eat him? Pei Shu's heart was pounding. He was not sure whether he should fight back if Zhu Ning attacked him. But before Zhu Ning made any specific moves, a fishy smell came to his face. Pei Shu glanced at the river surface. Large pieces of blood overflowed from the water, and the blood almost dyed the pond red. With so much blood, Xi and Baicheng died? Pei Shu just thought so, and Baicheng, who had been standing still on the shore, suddenly moved. She was the first person to move here. There is a road under the water. Baicheng's mechanical and emotionless voice sounded. At this time, people could not accurately judge what their teammates said. The first reaction was that a sound was made. Sure enough, as soon as Baicheng's voice fell, the alien on the shore swooped down at a high speed. There was a rustling sound, like a siege. After being touched, the human body would tremble uncontrollably, and fear would be secreted faster. This had nothing to do with personal control, it was just a natural reaction. Pei Shu cursed inwardly, and the flames wrapped around the palm of his right hand. He could only condense such a little fire with all his strength. He stretched back hard, and the burning hand passed through the chest of the alien, and the opponent's movement stopped for a moment. Pei Shu thought about looking at Lin Xiaofeng first. If Zhu Ning was not sober now, he should take care of the team's rear. But his worry was a bit redundant. The little girl pulled with great force, and the alien was torn into a corner. The other hand pressed against its body and fired. After the sound of bangs, the shore was splashed with fire. Lin Xiaofeng trembled when she touched the alien species. It was too cold. She wanted to kneel down immediately, but her knees trembled. No matter how brave she was only 10 years old. She had low requirements for herself. She kept playing auxiliary in her mind. She had to play auxiliary well. Lin Xiaofeng's hand was on the trigger, all mechanical movements. All the dogs in the village were startled, and the barking of dogs and the sound of gunfire were intertwined. The black mucus behind Zhu Ning was expanding rapidly. I don't know if Zhu Ning's feeding has been effective for so long, or if there were more than one living on her body at that time. The black mucus was actually splitting. As if she was dazzled, one became 2. Zhu Ning stood there, and just moved her fingers. She felt very uncomfortable. Her heart was contracting violently, producing blood at a rapid speed, and the load was getting heavier and heavier. Under the influence of the tadpole mole, Zhu Ning's eyes were black. In the chaos, she could no longer see Baicheng's shadow. She only saw the splashing water in the pond, and Baicheng went into the water. Baicheng jumped down as soon as she finished speaking. Baicheng was very calm. She would definitely not seek death. She was willing to go into the water, because the new Baicheng had conveyed some image to her. There's a way under the water, the last 4 words Baicheng said. Zhu Ning shouted, go into the water. Lin Xiaofeng nodded at her and jumped down. She listened to Zhu Ning very much. She was the first executor of all Zhu Ning's orders. Pei Shu wanted to stay and help Zhu Ning. Baicheng went into the water. Zhu Ning faced so many alien species alone. It would take half his life to survive. Zhu Ning lowered his head and squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. Go into the water. There were water monsters below and alien species on the shore. Neither side was a good choice, but Bai Chung said there was a way below, so there must be a way. Pei Shu no longer hesitated, but fastened his helmet and went into the water. As soon as he jumped down, he felt that tadpoles were swarming towards him, as if they wanted to share him. Pei Shu looked back at Zhu Ning. There was more black mucus flowing out of her cervical spine. There were 14 tall figures behind her, and they were still splitting. Her spine made a crackling sound. The spine broke, black mucus flowed out, then healed, and then broke and flowed out again. This action was repeated countless times. Zhu Ning's heart was about to jump out of her throat. There were too many parasites in her body. Excessive use of one would cause her body to lose balance. In the eyes of others, Zhu Ning had no external injuries, but in fact, she had been experiencing the process of constantly breaking herself and constantly recombining. With a splash, Zhu Ning could not bear the burden and knelt on the shore. The increasingly thick mucus was about to crush her. Her teammates all went into the water, leaving only her on the shore. The humanity in her heart was compressing and collapsing into a very small point. The simple and primitive desire to eat seemed to be unshackled. No one saw this scene. The black mucus behind Zhu Ning split faster and faster, from one to dozens or hundreds. The black mucus made a rustling sound. This thing was connected to Zhu Ning's back spine, and they were connected into a dark mass. The wind blew the bamboo forest, and it seemed like there was a ghost in the deserted fishing village. If someone accidentally entered Feng Fishing Village, they would not think it was a paradise, but a ghost land, where different species began to fight and devour each other. Rustling. The water was rippling, and Pei Shu could not see what happened behind Zhu Ning, as his vision was completely blocked. The underwater was much more chaotic than he thought. The visibility was limited in the black water, and now it was stained with blood, and the fishy smell was overwhelming. When he just entered the water, he couldn't even tell the east, south, west, and north. There was too much blood, not the amount of blood that one person could produce. Sure enough, the next moment, half of a smashed head was floating around him. Behind the head was a tadpole tail, which was obviously blown up by hot weapons. The pond was full of tadpole people. It was just that a battle broke out below, and the tadpole people floating upwards were half dead. The few he just saw had little combat power. If there were any, it would be enough to shoot them with one bullet. Pei Shu saw a figure half a meter ahead, and accelerated his dive. It was Lin Xiaofeng. She felt much better after entering the water. There was no alien species to affect her judgment. The tadpole people could be torn apart. No one mentioned it, but Lin Xiaofeng and Zhu Ning were becoming more and more similar in style. Pei Shu put a hand on her shoulder. Lin Xiaofeng shuddered and thought he was a monster. Everyone was wearing a helmet. Pei Shu turned on the call function of the helmet. Where is Bai Chung? Lin Xiaofeng was so angry that he was a little stressed. Bai Chung was the first to go into the water. So many tadpole people's corpses should have been caused by Bai Chung. Where did Bai Chung go? Is the new Bai Chung really dead? Lin Xiaofeng couldn't answer. She looked up to see Zhu Ning, but she saw the corpse of a monster. She couldn't find where Zhu Ning went. Pei Shu diverted her attention. Find a way out first. Lin Xiaofeng paused, slowly calmed down, and dived with Pei Shu. Pei Shu had seen Xi and Baicheng's route into the water. She must have been stuck by something after entering the water, and then her arm was broken. She should have been attacked by the tadpole man. Is Xi and Baicheng really dead? She told Baicheng that there was a way out. So where was the way out? Diving does not require effort. Just like what you see in the video, once you enter the water, you will be attracted by some strange force. Pei Shu turned on the power device of the protective suit and helped Lin Xiaofeng turn it on. The power device is the force of floating, so they will not be caught all at once. There was chaos below, all broken limbs, and the tadpole people attacked more vigorously. Pei Shu threw 2 flares down. Generally, people who explore the way would not use such large-scale flares, for fear of disturbing some unknown creatures. But now they can't care so much. The flares fell to the bottom of the pond. The water surface was still turbid, and they could already see an outline. After seeing it clearly, Pei Shu's breath was choked. It is said that before the end of the world, there was a toy specially for children to play with. Pei Shu had seen that thing when he went out of the wall to explore. It was made of plastic, and it was full of plastic fish with big mouths. When opened, they would sing. You could throw the fish hook down to fish. It was obviously a childish fishing game, but it suddenly reminded him of it. At the bottom of the pond, there were deep pits like huge pores, and faces were buried. They moved the same as the plastic fish. These were tadpole people. The key point is that after the tadpole people come out, there will be new ones to fill in. When a tadpole person in a pit comes out to attack, there will be a replacement in the next second. Watching it for a long time is not only mentally polluting but also disgusting. The closer to the way out, the safer it should be. This place is obviously not safe. Pei Shu saw a broken leg belonging to a human in a deep pit. It must be the leg of the new Bai Chung. She should be stuck here and cut off her own leg in an emergency to escape. No matter which Bai Chung is, he is as cruel and ruthless as ever to me. Where is Bai Chung? Bai Chung has seen the pictures provided by another self, so he will definitely not be like them, running around without a head. He has a specific idea. There are broken limbs all around. Where did Bai Chung go? Lin Xiaofeng shot and killed a tadpole man, over there. She pointed in a certain direction. There was a very faint light in the distance, like a car with double flashes, flashing continuously with a special pattern. The water was too turbid, and it would be easily overlooked. Pei Shu quickly swam towards the flash. The closer he got to the light, the clearer it became. Pei Shu had been fighting all the way, and his physical strength was gradually exhausted. When he approached the flash, he and Lin Xiaofeng were a little exhausted. This polluted area has been devouring their abilities and physical strength, and several people were almost beaten back to their original form. The bullets were almost used up, and they could only use the knife in the end. Lin Xiaofeng's face was a little pale, and she felt that she was not very smooth when swinging the knife. While swinging the knife, she was still looking for the source of pollution or a way out. Xu Ning was still on the shore, and she had to help. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofeng's body stiffened, and she couldn't react to the attack of the tadpole man, who was so close to her. It was Pei Shu who helped her deal with it. She had no time to care about it. Deep in the water, buried in the mud, there was a huge thing wriggling. She was stunned for a long time. What was in front of her was a blood vessel? This thing was too big to see the whole picture, so she couldn't make a judgment. But that thing looked very similar to a blood vessel, and it was like a sewer, hidden at the bottom of the pond, smelly and hot, as if it was supplying blood to something, and the surface was still shrinking. Since arriving at this position, the tadpole people have gradually become fewer. The villagers of Fengyu village knew about the existence of tadpole people a long time ago, like some kind of ancient custom. According to the records in Qin Chihong's notebook, this thing existed before the end of the world. It was very old, similar to that Wumai, and it was estimated that it would become a kind of belief for the villagers. The pollution should have affected aquatic organisms the first time, but it just happened to choose tadpoles, or at that time tadpole people met its needs. This is the source of pollution? Or is it the body of pollution? Lin Xiaofeng doesn't know much about the structure of creatures outside the wall, and can't describe it. What is this thing? It looks like a piece of meat. How big is it? At the end of District 103, Lin Xiaofeng realized that there is no completely clean land in the world. Everything is polluted. Underground pollutants will devour each other. It's not the ordinary IEQ and it's over. After swallowing, you will become a part of me. For example, I was just a piece of rotten meat. After eating a pollutant, I grew a finger. I ate another one and grew another leg. In fact, it is somewhat similar to Zhu Ning's current situation. As the swallowing expands, the body is also expanding. If there is a blood vessel at the bottom of the pond, what does the complete body of this thing look like? It should not be just Fengyu village. They are actually just a glimpse of the leopard. They lifted a small piece of cover and saw a corner. Behind the expanded blood vessel, there is a black thing floating in the water, intertwined with water plants, but a bunch of hair. Lin Xiaofeng was sharp-eyed, and saw a thin and narrow braid that Bai Chung had braided for another one of hers. At that time, she dressed it up carefully like a rag doll. The closer to the blood vessels, the fewer people there were. At this moment, they seemed to disappear. Pei Shu also saw it, and hesitated to speak. Lin Xiaofeng swam forward, not afraid of any unknown danger. She carefully reached out her hand and moved it. The pale face of the new Bai Chung was gently pressed against her palm. Her body was cold, and she was dead. Chapter 336. Although Lin Xiaofeng followed Zhu Ning out of the wall, she has always been well protected. In addition to Zhu Ning, Bai Chung and Pei Shu would subconsciously look after her. They didn't say it explicitly, but they probably thought that a 10-year-old girl should not die outside the wall. This is their instinct as seniors. When she was inside the wall, there was Song Zhizhong, and outside the wall, there were 3 people looking after her. Lin Xiaofeng had never directly come into contact with the death of a close person, including Song Zhizhong's death. She only saw the wall. She was not familiar with Xian Baicheng. At most, she had observed him through the rearview mirror, and said a few awkward words. They had only known each other for 2 days. But she always felt that Xian Baicheng was dead, and each Baicheng was different. There was a light flashing on Xian Baicheng's neck, very regularly. It was this light that attracted Lin Xiaofeng just now. Lin Xiaofeng had been carefully holding Xian Baicheng's head. When checking, she suddenly felt that her head was a little loose. It was very similar to playing with a Barbie doll. The head and limbs of this toy were separated. They could be removed and then installed again, and the head could be rotated 360 degrees. Lin Xiaofeng was not used to the feeling. She turned Xian Baicheng's head 90 degrees. The head was connected to the spine, but the hard spine became soft and turned into a dark brown tail. Xian Baicheng was about to become a tadpole man. Lin Xiaofeng felt cold in her heart. Xian Baicheng suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining. This was definitely not the Baicheng she knew. Xian Baicheng opened his mouth and rushed towards Lin Xiaofeng immediately. It was even more obvious after he came out. Baicheng's torso remained in place, and his head became a creature alone. Lin Xiaofeng was thrown to the ground. When the two fought, the water was turbid. Pei Shu could not see the figure clearly, and was afraid of accidental injury, so he could not help immediately. In the chaos, Lin Xiaofeng blocked Xian Baicheng's mouth with his left arm. His arm hurt, and he heard a cracking sound. His left arm was broken, and blood leaked from his teeth. Xian Baicheng bit Lin Xiaofeng's flesh and blood, wishing to eat her alive. She was no different from other tadpole people. After being knocked down, Lin Xiaofeng immediately counterattacked. She didn't cry out when her left hand was bitten, but raised her gun with her right hand. The sudden incident left her no room for thinking. The muzzle of the gun was against Xian Baicheng's mouth, and the gun was fired with a bang. Pei Shu originally wanted to rescue, but when the gunshot sounded, he knew that Lin Xiaofeng had fired, and the victory or defeat had been decided. At this time, the water surface became clearer, and Pei Shu saw the current situation clearly. Lin Xiaofeng threw away the tadpole man's body, his left hand was injured, and Xian Baicheng's body had fallen into the mud. It is easy to encounter this situation outside the wall. Dead teammates will be assimilated by the contaminated area. Maybe this person is your close teammate, your lover, and your only support. But pollution is pollution, and she was just a pure monster the moment she completed the transformation. He was surprised that Lin Xiaofeng shot so quickly, but he felt a little suffocated. He thought Lin Xiaofeng would remain innocent for a while. It is difficult to go back after killing someone. Pei Shu swam to Lin Xiaofeng. She was surrounded by blood. Killing people underwater, blood was everywhere. If it were a peaceful world, Lin Xiaofeng should go to the child psychology department at her age. But Pei Shu didn't have time to care about his teammates at this time. His pupil shrank. There is a way. Xian Baicheng was not attached to the blood vessel. To be precise, she was buried in the hole of the blood vessel. The mouth of the blood vessel was like a water pump, making a muffled banging sound, and the blood vessel was shrinking. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng's instinctive reaction was to go up. After all, they didn't know what this thing was. Going down would be suicide. It was better to observe it first. But after the blood vessels twitched, a huge suction came from below. It was like a swimming pool suddenly drained. There had been such accidents before. After the swimming pool was drained, tourists were sucked into the sewer. The huge suction crushed people's flesh and blood alive. They felt the same suction. The upward power of the protective suit was not enough. They tried to control their bodies, but they couldn't do it at all. Their heads and feet changed positions, and they were almost spinning in the water. There were holes on the surface of the blood vessels. Several of them sprayed a large number of tadpole eggs because of peristalsis. It was here that the eggs hatched into tadpoles, and finally evolved into tadpole people. This place is considered the origin. They gradually restored Xian Baicheng's route. She fell to the bottom of the pond and was attacked by the tadpole people. She resisted and searched, and finally she found the blood vessels. Xian Baicheng was already seriously injured and had no power to resist alone. She knew she was doomed, so she turned on the next signal light before she died, leaving enough information for other teammates. When blood vessels contract, more and more holes open on the surface, and some of them even grow fine and dense fangs, which can be easily minced like a meat grinder. They couldn't think so much. Lin Xiaofeng grabbed a small hole on the surface of the blood vessel with one hand. This one had no teeth, and the other hand urgently grabbed Pei Shu. She still had great strength. As long as she didn't let go, the suction force would not suck her away. Pei Shu took advantage of Lin Xiaofeng and finally stabilized his body. He didn't dare to challenge the hole with teeth easily. If he went up with his weakened ability, he would die. They searched everywhere and saw the axe shining in the sewage. The axe was the clue left by Bai Chung. It was cut on the surface of the blood vessel. The cut was at least 1 meter long. Bai Chung must have gone in. As if responding to their guess, the blood vessel peristalsis speeded up. They initially thought that the peristalsis of the blood vessel was attacking people, but now they felt that it was struggling because of the severe pain. With a puff, a hand broke through the blood vessel wall, right next to Bai Cheng's axe. The inner wall was thicker than an ordinary wall, which was extremely amazing. Bai Cheng's arm stretched out, and then she spilled a dense mass of eggs. Bai Chung came down first. She knew where the other self was. When she saw the body, she didn't even go up to say hello, and immediately went to continue to check the clues. This pipeline is used for spawning. If you use an analogy, don't think too much, think of the waters of this Fengyu village as a human hand. This hand is quietly hidden underground, and its structure is still intact. This blood vessel is at most a short section on the back of the hand. Usually, an infusion is done by piercing a hole and injecting the liquid medicine. During the infusion, it seems that the blood vessel is temporarily opened. The analogy is not accurate, but this is probably the reason now. Bai Chung has experience, and did not follow the old path of the new Bai Chung to avoid attacks. She is the only expendable person here. She can find a way in time. After entering the blood vessel, she found that it is more complicated than she thought. This blood vessel seems to be similar to a road. If they follow the blood vessel, they can only reach the heart at most, and they will always wander inside. They don't know what the part-time job of this blood vessel is to provide nutrition to what organisms. The further you go, the more dangerous it may be. It is estimated that it will lead to other contaminated areas. Bai Chung thought it through, and was not afraid. Instead, she felt very interesting. She understood more of the truth of the world. All contaminated areas have meaning. Human exploration outside the wall is like a blind man touching an elephant. Entering more contaminated areas will help you understand the world better. This is the consensus of every adventurer. If one Bai Chung dies, she can let more Bai Chung come in to consume her. After all, she will not be consumed, and she can get more information in the process. After Bai Chung entered the blood vessel, the behemoth was temporarily quiet. Bai Chung was just groping for the door when suddenly, there was something strange around. It should be Pei Shu, and the others coming in. Bai Chung returned to meet up with his teammates. There is really a way. The information that the new Bai Chung conveyed with his life is correct. Lin Xiaofeng and Pei Shu immediately went down to help. Lin Xiaofeng almost pulled Pei Shu to go. Under the suction, many holes have teeth, and they can only use the holes without teeth to gain strength. Lin Xiaofeng seemed to be playing rock climbing underwater, walking from one foothold to another. Bai Chung had already used an axe to cut a hole that people could pass through. Lin Xiaofeng directly stuffed Pei Shu into the hole. Bai Chung responded from below, and she jumped in the next moment. Bai Chung was also seriously injured, but she was not missing any arms or legs. The situation was not very optimistic, and eggs wanted to drill into her wounds. The skin of the three people was completely black, and it would not take long for them to completely turn into tadpole people. And they were getting softer and softer. Not only did the skin color change, but even the bones were getting softer. Tadpoles are invertebrates and have no bones at all. Their spines are degenerating, and they dare not lower their heads, as if they lower their heads will fall off, and then the spine will be pulled out of the body, but the spine has degenerated, leaving only a soft tadpole tail. Because he had witnessed the new Bai Chung turning into a tadpole, Lin Xiaofeng could imagine the whole process of becoming a tadpole person. Zhu Ning was carrying the alien species above, and they couldn't always rely on Zhu Ning to devour them. The tadpole eggs invaded their bodies, and the three of them felt unfamiliar when they took steps, like soft-footed shrimps. But this was underwater, and if they really became tadpole people, they would swim faster. It was quite strange. In the gradually deepening pollution, they actually felt a sense of warmth, and even the fishy smell didn't feel bad, as if this was also their birthplace, and the creatures around were all the same. Pei Shu observed carefully, and the tadpole eggs were all discharged in one direction. So what was in front? Chen Qihong. Set it out. Pei Shu made a difficult gesture, which meant that the road was ahead, and several people went upstream and walked very slowly. They came to this step, and became open-minded. Lin Xiaofeng had long felt that he would die outside the wall, and he was very open-minded at a young age. When they reached a position, there was a narrow opening below, like a shallow puddle. Looking carefully, there was a man floating there. His limbs were up, like an underdeveloped frog, his eyes were closed, it seemed that he was completely infected and could not move forward. Pei Shu checked his clothes, the clothes of the old world. He wrapped himself tightly. Even in the water, he was still wrapped in bandages. This is Qin Shi Huang. He listened to Lao Li's words and came down to find a way out. He knew he was wrong. He shouldn't get drunk and make things difficult for the waiter. This is his old problem. It's not a big deal, except for the person who was made difficult. No one made a big deal about it. But he had grown up. This was the first time he encountered an unknown creature making things difficult for him. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. He apologized again and again. He always felt that he still had a way to survive. So he mustered up the courage to go into the water. Maybe it wasn't so dangerous underwater back then. He walked along and found a huge blood vessel at the bottom of the river. He had a very strange question at the time. Does God eat beef offal soup? Is it this kind of thing that falls into the river when a small piece of internal organs or blood vessels is thrown down by the gods in the sky? Should he just kill this thing? He crawled into the blood vessel. At that time, the blood vessel was very narrow, squeezing his face distorted. He thought about whether human birth was also like this. He passed through a corridor and screamed after falling to the ground in pain. He walked to the farthest distance, apologizing as he walked. It was almost an alternative spiritual pollution. His body became softer and softer, and he knew he was going to become a tadpole man. This blood vessel was so long, there was no hope ahead, and he was still a human being after all. He couldn't hold on for long under the water, and he couldn't walk anymore. At this time, he suddenly figured it out. This thing doesn't care. It has nothing to do with you if it wants to kill you. It exists only to pollute. People say that there is a revolving lantern before death. He felt that he was dead for a moment. He could remember that his wife's name was Chinfen and his mother's name was Li Kaiwan, but he couldn't remember his own name at all. His name was Qin Shi Huang. At the moment of his death, he said that he was Qin Shi Huang. He didn't know that people more than 100 years later could still find him, nor did he know that someone would really go into the water based on his information. Pei Shu saw the body of Qin Shi Huang and was sure that there might really be a way ahead. Qin Shi Huang lost his life at this point because of the pollution on his body. It was considered a natural decline. His body did not evolve into a tadpole man, and it was not consumed and assimilated by the polluted area for so many years, proving that this place is very different from other places. Maybe the source of pollution or the way out is ahead. There is another strange possibility. In this special pollution area, the source of pollution and the way out mean the same thing. Lin Xiaofeng's body was a little soft, as if it was not only the limbs that were constantly degenerating, but also the body. She really had no strength to walk here. The camera inside the helmet showed her current body. She was not transparent. It was not that she could finally be seen. Instead, tadpole moles grew all over her body, swimming densely. Her face had turned dark brown, her facial features were blurred, and she was gradually turning into a tadpole. She had never learned to show her true form, and was forced to do so. It turned out that she looked like this when she turned into a tadpole. It was quite ugly, but Zhu Ning would definitely say she was cute when she saw it. Lin Xiaofeng thought of Zhu Ning, and shuddered in her heart. She didn't know how Zhu Ning was doing. She hadn't come down for so long. Bai Cheng was still walking forward, eager to find the way out, and didn't know if there was a way out. Lin Xiaofeng stared at Bai Cheng's back, and thought of the dead Xian Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng didn't care, but she felt distressed. So she took a deep breath, and caught up with Bai Cheng as the oxygen became less and less. If you can't walk, then don't walk. It's also good to swim over, and be a tadpole. Lin Xiaofeng didn't know how long she had walked. In her eyes, there was only the shadow of Bai Cheng. They knew they needed a leader. When Bai Cheng got tired, Pei Shu would take this role, and Lin Xiaofeng would just follow. Suddenly Pei Shu, who was at the front, stopped, and Lin Xiaofeng almost bumped into Bai Cheng's back. She tried to open her eyes, and saw a black mole above the blood vessel. It was very large and the edges were irregular, like the thing that deteriorated on a person's body. Can a mole grow in a blood vessel? Probably not, but everything is reasonable in a polluted world. The black mole rises and falls slightly as the blood vessel contracts, and there are traces of human intervention around it, as if someone has carved a rune here. Lin Xiaofeng didn't understand. Maybe someone was raising this thing a long time ago? Who was raising it? Or did the villagers worship a mole as a god? So they knew there was a way out after going into the water? Wasn't that funny? A deteriorating mole became the patron saint of the fishing village. Lin Xiaofeng's mind became more and more confused, and she couldn't think of an answer, just like she didn't know what this blood vessel was used for. However, this should be the source of pollution, so she just had to kill it. Pei Shu had already taken out another knife in his hand. Because his body became soft, his wrist shook as soon as he swung it out. Bai Cheng caught the knife, but it was not very neat, and her wrist was cut. Several people who were obviously quite powerful were weakened to this extent by the fishing village. They couldn't even hold a knife. They were almost dead. After Bai Chung got the knife, he paused and handed it to Lin Xiaofeng. Bai Chung didn't say anything because he had no energy. Lin Xiaofeng was stunned. Pei Shu understood what Bai Chung wanted to do. She wanted Lin Xiaofeng to come. The only thing they had in common, regardless of whether they were investigators or bounty hunters, was that they valued inheritance. Even the pilgrims had a ritual to go out of the wall. All human rituals were to pass on something, some kind of emotion, some kind of will. Xu Ning was a demon. She didn't need these, but the invisible Lin Xiaofeng had always lacked a ritual. Bai Chung handed the knife to Lin Xiaofeng. Chapter 337. Crack, Xu Ning's neck broke, her skull cracked, she knelt on the shore, experiencing the process of being broken again and again. Pei Shu was the last one to go into the water, and Xu Ning forgot how long they had been there. What is the experience of human nature collapse? You feel that there is no difference between people and objects, and living people are like stones on the roadside. Xu Ning lowered her eyes, and the water reflected her shadow, as well as the densely packed alien species behind her. If this was a painting, she could hardly see the background, and the picture was filled with black. The black mucus devoured the alien species, and it would reappear after biting it off. The situation was deadlocked, and Xu Ning became a consumable material for support. Xu Ning's hands fell to the ground. The pollution area consumed her superpowers. Her spine was gradually melting, and her body was covered with tadpole moles. It would not be long before she would become a pollutant. If that day came, the black mucus would abandon her, and the red tentacles in her chest would disappear with it. She would disintegrate on the spot, and scatter into a pile of mechanical and pollutant garbage. Xu Ning's body was overloaded, just like playing tug-of-war. The opponent was hidden in the dark. At least there was a team of people, but she was alone. Xu Ning was pulled forward, unable to stop several times, and was almost pulled into the abyss by the invisible opponent. Suddenly, her eyelashes trembled, and she felt that the indestructible enemy seemed to have a very narrow crack. It was so narrow that people thought it was their own imagination. Puff, Lin Xiaofeng took the knife twice and fell again. Pei Shu and Bai Chung had been helping her to stabilize her body. Several people were about to give up. Life outside the wall was like this, hovering between life and death. The third time Lin Xiaofeng picked up the knife, her bones softened, causing her to tremble, and the previous training lost its meaning. The pollution source was in front of her. She wanted to kill it. She stabbed it hard. The black mole cracked into a very narrow gap, and only the tip of the knife was sunk in. Lin Xiaofeng's feet slipped. After the inner wall of the blood vessel was punctured, she struggled violently, as if the earth was shaking and the inner wall was shrinking. She knew she had to speed up. Xu Ning couldn't hold on for that long. This was the only chance, and it was all in front of her. Only the last blow was left. Lin Xiaofeng grabbed the handle of the knife with both hands. If she couldn't hold it, she would hold it with her hands. The blade sank into the blood vessel. She had no strength, so she used her shoulder to push against the handle, not wanting to loosen it at all. Her body was soft, and she felt dizzy and couldn't see what was around her. Pei Shu probably said something to her. Bai Chung pushed her shoulders hard, and resisted the gradually shrinking blood vessel wall with one hand. The three of them would be crushed into meat paste. Lin Xiaofeng's body was unstable. She slipped and got up again, maybe swimming. At that time, she was really like a tadpole. Unfortunately, she didn't learn how to be a good tadpole, so she fought back in a mess, like a child who learned to fight for the first time, didn't know the moves, and just wanted to knock the opponent down. The fishy liquid gushed out and sprayed her face. It was not blood, but like the fermented sludge at the bottom of the pond. This stuff was more disgusting than the stuff in the sewer. Lin Xiaofeng didn't know what she was doing. The softer her body was, the more excited she felt. She was even a little excited. So this is the source of pollution. There is no special feeling, just like a piece of rotten meat. The deeper Lin Xiaofeng's dagger sank, the more the blood vessels struggled, and the water surface surged, like a dragon rolling. Lin Xiaofeng was thrown up, and then fell again. She tied her hand to the dagger, and the stab was not accurate, but hurt herself, and her hand was full of blood. Slowly, the struggle of this mass of blood vessels slowed down, and the heavy blood vessels smashed into the mud. Lin Xiaofeng knelt down, her hand still tied to the dagger, and all her strength hung on it. She couldn't see where Pei Shu and the others were. She only saw the source of pollution. She cut a hole in the black mole, and she was stunned, like an unlucky person who thought he had seen it wrong when he won the lottery for the first time. The next second, there was a splash. Thousands of contaminated spores poured out from the incision, coming towards her, creating a vortex in the water, which made Lin Xiaofeng a little stunned. The contaminated spores floated around, like a crowd passing by, converging in one direction. When Lin Xiaofeng reacted, her face was full of tears. It turned out that she was crying. She wanted to wipe her tears, but found that she still had a dagger tied to her hand. The bones that were polluted and alienated were growing again, the tadpole mold lost its vitality, and the influence of the pollution gradually dissipated. Lin Xiaofeng was too tired, her forehead resting against the still softened inner wall of her blood vessels. She was quiet by nature, and she was quiet at this time. She killed the first source of pollution. The polluted spores broke through the pond, and the tadpoles swimming on the surface of the water lost their vitality and fell one after another. Everything in Fengyu village was melting away, the weird chickens in the chicken coop, the dogs tied with iron chains, and the signs of the farmhouses slowly faded. Fengyu village had been abandoned for at least 80 years, and every household was in ruins. Some people had fled for their lives, and they fled in a hurry, without having time to pack up their belongings and go to the nearest federal relief tool. Some people may even have boarded the homecoming train. They escaped the pollution in the village, escaped to the homecoming, and escaped into the Federation. They thought they could take a breath at the human survivor base, but they were waiting for a new round of pollution. Some villagers chose to stay and merged with Fengyu village. The pollution gradually dissipated, and the village continued to fade. The whole village was like a revolving lantern, and the past history passed by and disappeared in the long river of history. The pollution disappeared, and the alien species would not disappear with it. Lin Xiaofeng felt that the lost supernatural power and physical strength returned, and her eyes gradually saw the surroundings clearly. The bottom of the pond was a mess, and the rotten meat piled up like a mountain. Her back lightened, and Pei Shu dragged her arm to swim upstream. If she had not retreated in time, she would probably be pressed under the water by the rotten meat. With a splash, they emerged from the water. Pei Shu dragged her body and put her on the shore, and then he came up. The protective suits of several people were damaged to varying degrees, and water entered the inside, as if they were filled with lead, making their bodies extremely heavy. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't think so much at all, and her mind was full of how Zhu Ning was doing. She remembered that the alien species would not disappear with it, and they were all ready to come up to support. There should be dense alien species as soon as she opened her eyes. Pei Shu said that the supernatural power can kill alien species, and Lin Xiaofeng planned to attack the nearest one as soon as she came out of the water. But Lin Xiaofeng saw nothing. The shore was empty, with only a bamboo forest and no one in sight. She realized that this kind of creature was invisible, and could only be reflected on the water surface. Looking at the water surface again, the polluted area had already revealed its original form, which was a dilapidated fishing village. Only the shadows of the three of them were reflected on the water surface. There was no Zhu Ning. Lin Xiaofeng was completely awake. Where did Zhu Ning go? She was a little anxious and wanted to find Zhu Ning's shadow. The alien species were so powerful, and there were so many of them. Did Zhu Ning fail to hold on until Lin Xiaofeng killed the pollution source? Did she die together with the alien species and sacrifice herself? Lin Xiaofeng's mind was in a mess, and her heart was pounding. If only she had been faster just now, she hadn't tried hard enough. Lin Xiaofeng's face was full of tears. No matter how strong a 10-year-old kid could be, there was a limit. She felt as if the sky had fallen and the world was dark. Hey! A familiar voice came from behind. Lin Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, turned around quickly, and saw Zhu Ning sitting across the river. She had taken off her helmet, and her face was in a mess. She had already shaved her head like a crazy lion, and now it was even more unbearable to look at. There was a mass of squirming black mucus on Zhu Ning's back. It should be that she had finished eating, and the black mucus was going home. The rare contaminated spores were still gathering towards Zhu Ning. She was like a well-fed cat. Lin Xiaofeng reacted. The water system in this village was very wide. They had been groping underwater for so long that they had already found another place. The place where they came ashore was not the place where they went down. Zhu Ning was on the opposite side. And Lin Xiaofeng could find out, as long as he paid a little attention, that she came up from the bamboo forest. Moreover, to find Zhu Ning, one only needs to look at the direction of the contaminated spores. If the contaminated spores move towards a certain place, there must be someone swallowing them. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu are old hands. They understood the trajectory of the contaminated spores at a glance, and did not think about it at all. Lin Xiaofeng's nose was about to burst, and he was a little stiff at this time. He was pushed by Bai Cheng before he moved forward. Zhu Ning was so tired that he didn't even want to move his fingers. It seemed that he had just planted rice seedlings and squatted on the ridge to rest. After the other three recovered their strength, they moved faster and came to meet Zhu Ning. Lin Xiaofeng walked in front of Zhu Ning and felt it was real. Did she catch up? Pei Shu took off his helmet. The protective suit was too heavy, and Bai Cheng had taken it off completely. Zhu Ning asked, "Where is Xi and Bai Cheng?" Bai Cheng quickly answered, "Dead." Her expression was extremely indifferent, as if it was not her who died, but someone else. Pei Shu asked while wringing the water from the clothes, "Where are the aliens?" "There is not a single one around here. It is so clean as if it has never existed." Zhu Ning, "I have finished eating." Pei Shu paused. "You are really not picky about food." The black mucus behind Zhu Ning has not returned yet. This thing is really amazing. Pei Shu saw it split into dozens of pieces with his own eyes. How can such a large mass live in Zhu Ning's body? And how did Zhu Ning split? Pei Shu frowned. The calmer Zhu Ning acted, the more abnormal he felt. Zhu Ning seemed to have experienced something, but did not share it with them. Zhu Ning narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" Pei Shu, "A little." Being able to eat pollution sources and aliens, Zhu Ning, as an experimental subject of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, almost represents the highest level of man-made things. What exactly does Zhu Ning think of himself? Zhu Ning said nonchalantly, "You'd better not be afraid. I might not be able to help but eat you." Pei Shu was silent. Aliens have the instinct to devour fear. He still remembered the scene he saw before going into the water. Zhu Ning gritted his teeth and told him to leave quickly, otherwise he might eat people. This is not a joke. Zhu Ning smiled, as if he succeeded. Bai Cheng raised his eyebrows and felt that something had changed in Zhu Ning, but he couldn't tell for a while. She saw that there was a crack on the back of Zhu Ning's neck that had not healed completely. When the black mucus was wriggling, Bai Cheng could just see the white bones inside. The bone was broken into many pieces. It should be painful to think about it. Zhu Ning didn't even look like she was in pain. Bai Cheng leaned toward Zhu Ning calmly, turned a towel over for her, and covered her up. Zhu Ning didn't say that it was inconvenient to prove it. There may be many reasons. She felt that it was a personal matter, or she felt that she was the captain and could not complain to the team members. Bai Cheng didn't need to ask, just block her. Zhu Ning yawned, wrapped the towel around her, and pretended to wipe the stains on her body. At this time, the black mucus had returned, and all the polluted spores in the air were sucked in. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu were exhausted. Their physical strength returned, but their hearts were tired. They often walked in polluted areas, and their lifespans were several times longer than others. Zhu Ning glanced outside the village. There were shadows over there, covering the shadows of some creatures. She knew that the alien species were nearby. She couldn't devour all of them. Most of them had retreated, and more alien species gathered in the fishing village. After purification, the pollution concentration here was 0. The alien species coexisted with pollutants, and smelled an extremely strange smell. The alien species kept a distance from the fishing village, and was watching her, but Zhu Ning was not afraid at all. The alien species didn't look at her like food, but looked at her like their own kind. It's really weird. The aliens and the pollutants all think she's the same kind. Zhu Ning retracted her gaze and asked, "Is it over?" Pei Shu and Bai Cheng briefly explained what happened underwater, very organized, and Zhu Ning understood it immediately. The source of the pollution turned out to be a mole, as if someone went to cut the mole and threw it from the operating table into the river, and the thing mutated. Pei Shu said that the blood vessels below might be providing nutrition to some creatures. Regarding Pei Shu's statement, they need to go into the water again to see the current status of the blood vessels before they can be completely sure. Wait until you have a good rest before continuing. Pei Shu is very good at this. They are going to collect information outside the wall. Lin Xiaofeng offered to join, and Pei Shu said he would take her along. Zhu Ning looked at her sideways, but he couldn't see her. Lin Xiaofeng used to wear a red hat, so Zhu Ning knew that he could find her by looking for the red hat. Now Lin Xiaofeng was wearing a protective suit, and the helmet panel was open, so Zhu Ning could only see a transparent area when looking through the panel. Lin Xiaofeng sat next to Zhu Ning obediently, not caring about her injuries, and holding a dagger in her hand, like a little kid seeking credit, but she didn't want to be conspicuous and get close to him, because that would be too uncool. She wanted Zhu Ning to find out for herself and praise her. "Come and praise me. I didn't hold you back. Don't lose me. I'm very useful." The little girl couldn't hide her thoughts, and Zhu Ning knew what she was thinking without seeing her expression. Zhu Ning was poked at once. This little girl was so cute. In contrast, the aliens didn't care that much. She remembered that Lin Xiaofeng had just come ashore, and was so anxious that he was circling in circles. He must be looking for her. If Zhu Ning hadn't spoken, Lin Xiaofeng would have worried himself to death. It's great that there is someone who always puts himself first and always looks at her. Zhu Ning rubbed Lin Xiaofeng's head. Wow, amazing. Lin Xiaofeng's mouth curled up, and she felt that if she were a cat, she would definitely be able to lift her tail. Zhu Ning never hesitated to praise her, and stretched out his hand to high-five her. Congratulations. Emotions are contagious. They finally felt the relief of surviving the disaster. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu also came over to pat her. Congratulations. Congratulations on becoming a qualified explorer outside the wall. The ceremony of leaving the wall is completed. Chapter 338. They camped in the fishing village, and set up a big tent as a temporary studio. After the flying car stopped, Lin Xiaofeng repaired and maintained it. It has been running outside the wall all year round, so the damage rate of the flying car is particularly high. Lin Xiaofeng was crawling around under the flying car. Because he was praised, he was happy to repair the car, like a little butterfly flapping its wings. There was a clothing cleaning bag in the car. Just throw it in. It was very smart, and the remaining wet ones were dried by Pei Shu. Pei Shu found instant noodles in the car. Now the pollution concentration is 0, and he actually set up a camping cooker. It has been in the water, and it is not comfortable to dry it. I want to eat something warm. Zhu Ning was sleeping, and he came out when he smelled the smell. It was human food, instant noodles with mushroom chicken flavor. Unfortunately, it was not braised beef, but how could the pollution spores taste as good as instant noodles? It's a pity that there was only one pack of instant noodles. There were not many things to bring out of the wall. Zhu Ning guessed that this was something Lao Zhao stuffed into Pei Shu privately. The four of them got at most 2 mouthfuls. It was better to say that they were drinking soup than eating noodles, but drinking soup was also comfortable. Zhu Ning took a mouthful, and her whole body was warm. She seemed to have no cognitive problems. Being a pollutant or an alien species was not as comfortable as being a human. As expected, the investigator had something. When humans were lost, eating something delicious would easily bring them back. She ate noodles and drank soup a little bit at a time. She was reluctant to finish it all. Zhu Ning asked, "Are there any more delicious foods?" Pei Shu, "No more." Zhu Ning looked at him, and always felt that there were more. Pei Shu's back was numb, because of Zhu Ning's stare. It was probably because after establishing a relationship, Zhu Ning had some kind of blood suppression on him. Being a running dog for someone, squeezing the body and soul was almost enough. Why did Zhu Ning still squeeze snacks? Pei Shu had no choice but to get on the bus and take out a bag of peanuts, which were no bigger than a palm. He gave each person 3 more, looking pitiful. Pei Shu, it's really gone this time. Zhu Ning snorted, thinking that Pei Shu was not lying. After drinking, he was still not satisfied. The 4 of them were so useless that they didn't leave a drop of noodle soup. I really want to go back to the wall. I guess everyone has this idea. After a long journey, you will miss home. Zhu Ning was embarrassed to always eat his teammates' food. He took his treasured Coke from the bus, and poured some into each person's cup. There was only a little left. Zhu Ning originally wanted to drink from the Coke can, but after thinking about it, he felt that when he drank it, a soft toad might fall out of it. Finally, the 4 of them raised their glasses, and clinked them together to celebrate. What exactly were they celebrating? Zhu Ning thought for a moment. We have lived another day. So amazing. Bai Cheng thought Zhu Ning was funny, and stiffly replied, "Yeah." This sound was mechanical, and awkward, but very funny. Zhu Ning laughed, and when she laughed, the others laughed too. No one knew what they were laughing at. They obviously didn't drink, but they acted like they were drunk. Finally, they laughed enough, and the 4 of them were full, and seemed to have really come to the farm for a vacation. However, there was no signal in the fishing village, so they couldn't contact the inside of the wall, and the entertainment facilities were limited. Everyone chose their favorite way to rest. Pei Shu smoked and knitted. His hat had a prototype. Teacher Pei's knitting created a sense of atmosphere, which was extremely peaceful. Zhu Ning was itching to try it. Bai Cheng was dazed with her eyes open. When she stopped, she was like a doll without power, quiet. Lin Xiaofeng was sitting and playing games. He couldn't connect to the internet, and could only choose the standalone mode. He was particularly immersed in the game at this moment, and his fingers were moving very fast. He must be a good gamer. Zhu Ning got up to clean up the dishes. Even if she had an affair, there were still a lot of trivial things to do. Repairing the car, cooking, cleaning, and washing clothes were all assigned by the 3 of them. Zhu Ning didn't do any work, and she felt a little embarrassed. Everyone is equal in this regard, and even the devil has to wash dishes. Zhu Ning secretly looked at Lin Xiaofeng while cleaning up. Zhu Ning had discovered long ago that Lin Xiaofeng seemed to have an online friend. It's normal for a little girl to have a friend. Zhu Ning thought she was too precocious, always hanging out with the three adults, and it would be good to make a friend of the same age. But what if it's a man? What if it's a bald uncle? Zhu Ning felt like she was facing a great enemy in an instant. In her mind, she imagined a wretched bald man, picking his feet and laughing in front of the screen. It shouldn't be possible. Bao Weiming contacted Lin Xiaofeng online at the time. With her experience, she would definitely not easily trust others on the internet. Who was that? Zhu Ning remembered that the only person Lin Xiaofeng contacted outside the firewall was that stranger online. Could it be someone like Qin Qihong? She had just finished reading the story of the investigation notes, and thought that the protagonist was led to this road of no return by a private message from an online friend. Zhu Ning got closer and closer and wanted to ask quietly, but she had never done this job in her life, so no matter how she asked, it was very deliberate. When she was a child, she was very unhappy when her parents asked questions, and found it annoying. Pei Shu had packed up and called out, "Xiaofeng, go to bed early. We will go down to the lake to survey tomorrow morning." Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng discussed going down to the lake tomorrow morning. There should be some traces under the lake. The sooner they go down, the better. Pei Shu planned to start at dawn. After they came out, they went through 5 contaminated areas. It was the first time that they needed to study on the spot after the end, as if they were a scientific expedition team. "Okay, Mr. Pei." Lin Xiaofeng put away the game console, nodded in agreement, and went into the small tent without hesitation. As soon as the lights went out, he fell asleep. Zhu Ning missed the opportunity and watched the tent darken. She could only go to sleep and then had a lot of dreams. She used to dream about big things, such as foreknowledge and seeing crow's eyes. This time, her mind was full of bald heads like poached eggs, lining up in front of her. She had never seen so many bald heads in her life. Zhu Ning slept uneasily and fell asleep at dawn. When she woke up, it was already afternoon. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng had already gone into the water. It was not very clear last night, but now the sky was still yellow. There were no contaminated spores, and most of the bottom of the lake was rotten meat. Lin Xiaofeng didn't mind the smell, so he followed and studied obediently, helping Pei Shu. Zhu Ning leaned against a tree, wrapped in a blanket. Because of the disturbance of the bald head, the whole person was surprisingly quiet. Bai Cheng was next to her. She was a bounty hunter, and had no interest in information collection. Zhu Ning shifted his attention to Bai Cheng, who had a stiff smile on his face. He started smiling yesterday, but his facial expression has not adjusted today. He looked at the mountains in the distance, which was the north. Zhu Ning was silent for a moment. All superpowers had bids. Bai Cheng was not dead, but she could not store her memories. She was like a system that was always updating. She had only one goal, to find her own memories in the north. Zhu Ning suddenly said, "Thank you." "Bai Cheng, are you okay?" Zhu Ning tilted her neck. The back of her neck healed, but there was a strange feeling. The black mucus used to be attached to her spine, but now it seemed that she had no white bones. If Bai Cheng cut Zhu Ning open at this time, he would see that her bones were all black. Zhu Ning could only record the changes by herself every time, and could not judge whether the changes were good or bad. She seemed. Zhu Ning squeezed her hands in the blanket, and it was indeed a little different. She was extremely sensitive to fear, and her swallowing power should be increased. She hadn't studied any other reactions, and she probably could test them in the next pollution area. This time, she only ate a bunch of alien species, didn't swallow the pollution source, and didn't gain more superpowers, but Zhu Ning guessed that it made people grow moles. She didn't want it. With a splash, Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng came ashore. Lin Xiaofeng was holding a large instrument in his hand. Pei Shu took off his helmet after coming ashore, like a fisherman with a good harvest. They spent 5.5 hours sweeping garbage, cleaning the river channel, and could see the real bottom of the pond. They started to detect the second time they went into the water. It took more than 8 hours in total, and Zhu Ning slept for a round. Lin Xiaofeng followed behind, and never complained of being tired. Pei Shu was a teacher, and he immediately felt that Lin Xiaofeng was really suitable for the scientific expedition team outside the wall. What a good seedling! Pei Shu wanted to contact his acquaintances to send Lin Xiaofeng to further study. It would be a waste of talent to follow him. Lin Xiaofeng might become a great scholar outside the wall in the future. Pei Shu thought about finding an opportunity to talk to Zhu Ning about this matter. "Zhu Ning, What did you find? Pei Shu usually didn't have this expression. He was a decadent person, but now he was a little energetic. Pei Shu sorted out his gains. The pollution concentration under the lake is also 0. Most of it is rotten meat. Lin Xiaofeng and I cleared a passage. Pei Shu, the position of the blood vessel below is empty. There was a giant blood vessel buried under the pond, which was similar to the human sewage pipe. After it disappeared, it was equivalent to adding a pit below. Zhu Ning listened quietly. So far, what Pei Shu shared was very ordinary. The polluted areas after purification were similar. Pei Shu had a screen in his hand and swiped it twice. Look. Pei Shu took several photos from all angles. As he said, after cleaning the rotten meat, there was a long empty passage below. The silt was soft and the edges were no longer clear. Pei Shu swiped the photos, as if playing a movie in front of him, and Zhu Ning frowned. Pei Shu and his team swam a long way underwater, and swam to the critical point of Fengyu village. He photographed the edge of another blood vessel. The huge and scarlet blood vessel, the surface looked like a tumor, not smooth, and was contracting regularly. When you get close, you can hear a sound similar to the beating of a heavy heart, dong dong dong. From the photos, the edges are not smooth. Because the pollution source was killed, the blood vessels below Fengyu village were cut off, but they were not completely closed. It is estimated that they will be polluted again in a few days. Pei Shu didn't dare to get close, fearing that he would be swept into the contaminated area. He returned after taking photos, and the rest were just some scattered information. Zhu Ning sorted it out. So we really cut off a small section of their blood vessels? Pei Shu, yes, you can also understand that we dug out a mole from them. Zhu Ning thought, it seems that they are providing mole removal services to the world. Hello, open the door, the Ace Mole Removal Team is at your service? Zhu Ning asked. In theory, we can grope our way through the blood vessels. Assuming that this planet is a whole organism, and the blood vessels are the roads in it, most investigators walk from the ground, but there is actually a shortcut, and we can walk underground? By Chung, it's only theoretically feasible, no one dares to do it. This is really walking in the belly of pollutants. Some people have thought about it over the years, but a mole can make the 4 of them very difficult. If they really encounter any danger, they will die directly underground. Moreover, the ground environment is complex. In the fishing village, it is at the bottom of the pond, and in other places it may be magma or underground rocks. Pei Shu, this discovery will support the theory of unified pollution sources. Everyone has various hypotheses about the end of the world. The most interesting one is that the world has a single pollution source. After having an argument, they will try every means to use various evidence to infer. Humanity's research on pollution outside the wall is very slow. This time, they found that underground pollutants seem to be a collaborative relationship, which is to deliver nutrients to a larger organism. There is an independent pollution source, but it has established an extremely close connection with an unknown existence. The relationship between pollutants is master-servant, and it seems to be a collaborative relationship. There is a certain logic inside. If the world is really one, and all pollution is to serve a certain existence, then what part of the underground evil child in Area 103 that they killed is it? Is it related to the source of the world's pollution? Zhu Ning, in other words, our discovery is very valuable for research. Pei Shu, it is higher than you think. No one has been able to achieve zero pollution for so many years. After Zhu Ning swallowed it, it seemed to form a fault, and the difference between the polluted area and the non-polluted area can be clearly seen. It is simply an excellent control group. Utilitarianally speaking, if the alpha experimental body had been successfully developed earlier, humans would have made significant achievements in their exploration outside the wall. Zhu Ning sorted out the gains this time. First, understanding the formation process of Chen Qihong would help Huowenzi continue to delve into Chen Qihong's line. Maybe they can really find Chen Qihong himself. Second, they got a very valuable piece of information, which is useful for professionals and helps to find the core source of pollution. Pei Shu collected some biological samples and wrote an investigation report. Because he is not a professional, it is best to present the original data. These things should be sent to the inside of the wall, such as to Huowenzi. Zhu Ning looked into the distance. The sky was dim. The impact of the sandstorm had not yet passed, but the world had literally changed. Chapter 339. For the first time in 80 years, the entire Federation was hit by a sandstorm. No matter where you are, you can see it as long as you look up. The yellow sand has not dissipated for 7 days. The sandstorm spread downward from the northern region, and the weather forecast experts, who have always been unreliable, were dumbfounded. Their previous research model showed that it should be the rainy season in the northern region, But it has not rained for a month, and the sandstorm has moved south. The dust storm covered a wider area than expected, reaching the southernmost wall of the Federation, and it is said that it is still moving south. Maybe the whole world has been covered by yellow sand, and the cause of the formation is unknown. Some experts speculate that the landform environment outside the wall has suddenly changed, but there is no evidence. Some people say that global pollution is about to come. Unable to determine whether the yellow sand carries pollution, some areas choose to temporarily close the steel dome. Looking down from above, there is no light in the human survivor base, which is as fragile as a tightly closed snail shell. The kingdom of God suspended in the air is originally a closed structure, and the transparent defense cover above is open all year round. The atmosphere of uneasiness among the first-class citizens is spreading, but they are still living a regular and comfortable life, except that they have more topics to talk about when they are sunbathing in simulated sunlight and attending cocktail parties. The weather has been so bad recently. Yes, I heard that if you are directly exposed to the yellow sand, you will eat a mouthful of sand and your nose and mouth will be full of dirt. They looked up with their coffee cups. The weather forecast data was not intuitive to them. The orange-yellow sky was more like a sky wallpaper, and it was a seasonal limited edition. Some people even thought that such a sky was beautiful, and held a small party, inviting painting enthusiasts to come and create. It is said that before the global pollution came, there was a world-famous painting called The Scream. The background of the creation was because of the volcanic eruption, the volcanic ash spread, and the clouds were dyed blood red. Do you think it looks like today? The man looked up at the sky, holding a bottle of new hallucinogens in his hand. Very similar, so beautiful. Lu Yuan was sitting in the middle of this group of people. At first, she thought that the man sitting in front of her, who was talking, was just joking, but she didn't expect him to be serious and arrogant and think he could create a great work of art. Lu Yuan thought to himself that the man took the so-called safe hallucinogens and damaged his brain. He thought he was an artist. Lu Yuan only attended this party because she was bored. Lu Yao grabbed her wrist last time. Lu Yuan had a premonition that the contact with Zhu Ning was not safe. She made preparations in advance and implanted a self-destruction program. When she was in a stalemate with Lu Yao, she handed in the secondary brain after all the data was deleted. There was nothing in the subbrain, just some ordinary data records. Lu Yuan found a reason to be angry, and Lu Yao apologized to her. They were both acting, and they were acting very seriously. In the end, Lu Yao took the sub-brain away temporarily on the grounds that it was under maintenance. She lost her obvious communication tool, but Lu Yao also relaxed his surveillance accordingly. Things will turn into the opposite extreme, and forcing people too tight will make extreme choices. Lu Yuan looked through the relics left by her mother, and found nothing. Lu Yao was also attracted by other things, and the sandstorm became more and more serious. Lu Yuan heard that it came from the north, and wondered if Zhu Ning was safe. Lu Yuan attended this party because she had nothing to do, and secondly, Lu Yu was a member of the painting association, which seemed to be her mother's hobby. Lu Yuan felt that everything was boring. She hadn't made any progress for so long. Unconsciously, she wrote more and more heavily, and she didn't even know what she was drawing. When she reacted, there was a person standing behind her. The shadow of the person was cast on the drawing board, as if covering her from behind, which was the posture she hated the most. You draw very well. Standing behind her was a woman in a goose-yellow dress, speaking softly. Lu Yuan quickly recalled her memory. This person should be called Liao Xianglin. Lu Yuan remembered that her family was not very powerful, and lived in a corner of the kingdom of God. She was the kind of person that Lu Yao looked down on, and there was no need to waste time socializing. I was just lucky. I caught up with the relaxation of the citizen classification. Otherwise, I would be the same as a pariah. These were Lu Yao's original words. Lu Yuan didn't quite agree with Lu Yao's point of view. It was not enough to divide citizens into different levels. First-class citizens also needed to be divided. Lu Yuan stood up and greeted her politely. Hello, Aunt Liao. Liao Xianglin smiled very gently. She seemed to appreciate Lu Yuan's painting very much and couldn't help commenting, "It looks like your mother's painting." Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. She then looked carefully at what she had painted. The picture looked dark at first glance, which made people feel depressed. The theme was a bird. When she painted it, she didn't think about what she was painting, but because it was black and white, it looked like a crow. Liao Xianglin seemed to like this very much, or felt some emotions in the painting and appreciated it very devotedly. Lu Yuan asked, "Does Aunt Liao know your mother?" Lu Yu played the role of a noble lady very attentively, and often participated in social activities. Unlike Lu Yuan, who always ran to polluted areas, Lu Yu died too early. Lu Yuan didn't know if she had any good friends. Liao Xianglin thought of the past and smiled gently. We were close for a while. She often came to my house to play, but your family was strict, and she couldn't stay overnight. Liao Xianglin's expression was very childish when she said this, as if she was talking about a casual night out with her besties. Is this Aunt Liao her mother's bestie? Lu Yuan recalled carefully that Li Yu's funeral was not open to the public, and no outsiders came to pay their respects. It seemed to have just passed by so lightly. A person who was deliberately hidden. Even her social relationships were hidden when she died. No one knew her close friends, and no one knew what kind of person Lu Yu was. Lu Yuan initially used the search for clues as a motivation to find things related to Lu Yu. Over time, she became addicted to it because any clue would make her happy. Liao Xianglin was afraid that Lu Yuan would misunderstand that he was trying to establish a relationship with her. It's okay. You continue painting. I won't disturb you. Aunt Liao. Liao Xianglin wanted to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan asked, Can I be your friend? Lu Yuan's brown pupils were so beautiful. Against the backdrop of the yellow sand, they looked like a pair of blood pupils. No matter how they were covered, they were still sharp. Liao Xianglin thought again, they looked so similar. It was as if Lu Yu was standing in front of him. Lu Yu was like this back then. She looked at him steadily, and said very childish things, but her tone was very formal. Can I be your friend? Liao Xianglin couldn't help but nod and agreed without thinking. Lu Yuan and Liao Xianglin gradually became familiar with each other. She carried her painting bag to attend parties every day. Lu Yao was of course happy. His sister finally stopped being obsessed with her mother's death, and went into the aristocratic circle. Painting was a completely harmless activity. Lu Yuan and Liao Xianglin were naturally arranged together. After they finished, they would have dessert in a private box, just like a pair of ordinary girlfriends. Lu Yuan took the initiative to get close to her. She was good-looking and spoke well, and Liao Xianglin was often amused. On the 15th day of the spread of sandstorms, Lu Yuan attended the party again. After painting, she chatted with Liao Xianglin in a private box. Liao Xianglin took out a gift box. Auntie gave you a gift. She seemed a little embarrassed. Lu Yuan had everything, and Liao Xianglin's family didn't have anything that could afford it. Moreover, they were separated by generations, and she was afraid that the girl would not like it. Lu Yuan opened the gift box, and inside was a yellowed picture album. She was stunned for a moment, and vaguely realized something. Liao Xianglin, your mother left me this album before. She came to my house to paint and forgot it. I never had time to return it to her. Later I only heard that she died. It seems that she didn't even have time to hold a funeral. Liao Xianglin knew that Lu Yuan missed her mother. She went home and searched for things related to Lu Yu for a long time. She found this album in the attic, and thought that Lu Yuan would be very happy to see it. But this album was a bit weird. Liao Xianglin wanted to open it and take a look, but she always felt it was weird. Even if she put it under the bed, she felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at her from under the bed. Liao Xianglin would feel panic when she saw the album at night. She felt cold on her back for no reason. Her body was cold when she slept. Because it was a relic, it was not good to throw it away randomly, so as not to suffer retribution. She should send it back to the Lu family. She didn't dare to deal with the Lu family. To be honest, the Lu family was too crazy. Liao Xianglin had a strong intuition that if she rashly contacted the head of the Lu family, she would definitely die. Finally, she hid in the attic of her old home. In fact, she didn't know how to deal with it before she met Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seemed to be shocked, and her voice was very dry. Thank you, Aunt Liao. Liao Xianglin, no thanks, this is originally yours. Instead, Liao Xianglin seemed to have thrown away a hot potato. This thing was a bit weird. She was very nervous all the way, as if someone was pinching her neck. Now she was relieved. Lu Yuan couldn't hear what Liao Xianglin was saying. She was a little dazed. She tightened her fingers holding the album. This was Lu Yu's painting. The Lu family deliberately destroyed her relics. All that Lu Yuan could see were selected. And this was a strange relic that had never been selected. Area 103. Because of the sandstorm, the steel dome was closed again, which made people think of the doomsday that has not yet come. Because the cleaning center is too close to the sky, the sound of sand hitting steel can be heard on the top floor. Hua Wensi had received Zhu Ning's message. She verbally described her findings in Fengyu village and sent electronic data. Other biological samples would be sent to the nearest supply station, and then sent to Hua Wensi when they returned to the wall. Zhu Ning still underestimated the value of this information. Several outsiders, who Wensi trusted, had gone crazy and couldn't wait to see the biological samples. They held several meetings overnight. The unified pollution source theory outside the wall really exists. For any researcher outside the wall, as long as this proposition is proved, not only will their academic research career reach its peak, but they will even become the savior of the polluted world. Wensi did not suppress the news, but released it instead. First, she didn't think it was good to keep this problem in her hands. It would be better for everyone with brains to study it. No matter what position people hold, they can all put forward their own opinions. Now the research community outside the wall is boiling. Second, she really wants to know other people's reactions, such as what Prometheus thinks and what reactions will be triggered. Wensi is very patient. She is like an old hunter. She can judge the real situation based on the reactions of other camps. What Wensi needs to investigate is Qin Shi Hong. There is already a specific idea for this matter, which can be handed over directly to Zhuang Lin to deal with. Wensi stared out the window. The lighting system of the steel dome was turned on. The simulated sky wallpaper was blue sky and white clouds, which ensured the normal sunrise and sunset during the special period to avoid psychological anxiety. What exactly caused this dust storm? Is the global pollution collapse really coming? It is 5 o'clock in the morning. Wensi has not slept all night. Today is the 17th day of the dust storm. She received news from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan has not contacted her for a long time. Wensi guessed that under the surveillance of the Lu family, it will be more and more difficult to contact her in the future. Lu Yuan didn't call, but just sent her an email. Wensi checked and found that the account was immediately deleted, so he couldn't even reply. It was really a burn after reading. Lu Yuan's message had no text, but only pictures. To be precise, it was a sketch taken by the deputy brain. There were shadows at some angles. The shooting was very hasty, and some angles were crooked. Because the album had been put away for a while, and was not properly preserved, the paintings looked very blurry. Wensi turned over the pictures one by one. The paintings were a bit weird, with messy lines. Some of the pictures could barely make out what they were. Was it an eagle? The remaining few pictures can't even tell the specific theme. It's just like a mental patient venting. The impact can be conveyed through the screen. The painting skills are average, but the emotions are extremely strong, making people feel uncomfortable. Lu Yuan will not send her inexplicable messages. Wensi is the transit station for Lu Yuan and Zhu Ning to contact. Zhu Ning's mailing address changes frequently. She should want Wensi to give it to Zhu Ning. Is this useful to Zhu Ning? Wensi continued to browse. She has no attainments in art, but has a strong intuition. Her fingers stopped. This painting is very fierce. The sea occupies more space on the picture. The waves are twisted and winding, just like the messy heart of the painter. There is a small lighthouse in the upper right corner of the picture, emitting extremely weak light, as if the whole world is about to be swallowed by darkness, leaving only a corner of the lighthouse. What is this place? There are a total of 19 pictures in the album, and there is only one left. Wensi did not open it immediately, but lit a cigarette and thought quietly in the rising smoke. He calmed down before continuing. The last picture was even more messy. When Wensi saw it, the cigarette butt fell to the ground, splashing faint sparks. The devil's eye trembled, and the tentacles in the eye socket squirmed, causing the brain nerves to ache slightly. Wensi's breath was choked, and her whole body was cold. She actually felt panic. It seemed that the sky was watching her eyes, and saw this scene. She looked at the painting, and the unknown existence was also watching her. There were only complicated lines in the painting. At first glance, there was no clue at all, and it was even impossible to look at the specific lines carefully. Wensi was strangled by a strong fear. This is the work of a madman. After seeing it, he couldn't help wanting to go crazy. A desire ignited in Wensi's heart. There seemed to be some rules between the complicated lines. An unknown road seemed to appear in front of him, extending to a point outside the north wall. Go there, it said. Chapter 340. Go there. Zhu Ning's brain and heart were beating at the same time. She didn't receive Wensi's information until she reached the third base station. At that time, the sandstorm had lasted for a full 40 days. She browsed through Lu Yu's paintings one by one, and was stunned when she read the last one. The unknown road unfolded in front of her eyes. It couldn't be called a map at all. A complete map must have other references besides the target route. But what formed in Zhu Ning's mind seemed very metaphysical, like an intuition that could not be described or shared with others. It seemed that she was attracted by the unknown existence. As long as you go north, you can know the destination. Is this a way of presenting a map? Where is the destination? Suppose Lu Yu is a utopian, and the location he points to is Utopia, Zhu Ning finally understood one thing. The pilgrims didn't have a map in their hands. How could they get to Utopia? Why were they so sure to go out of the wall? This way of implanting maps is like mental pollution, planting a seed in the brain, and it will naturally sprout when the right time comes. The pilgrims should have the same thing implanted in their brains, so even if Zhu Ning reads the memory, she can only see the same paragraph. Their brains have been transformed long ago. Zhu Ning frowned and looked back at the penultimate picture again, the lighthouse on the coast. She had dreamed about it before, and now her dream overlapped with Lu Yu's painting, as if Zhu Ning and Lu Yu were walking on two completely opposite paths. Lu Yu was going to the wall, and Zhu Ning was going to Utopia, and their intersection converged today. Zhu Ning had never met Lu Yu. They were people from two different eras, and it was impossible to guess Lu Yu's specific motives. Zhu Ning closed her eyes. Is the lighthouse the destination? Are these paintings depicting different places, or the same thing? She couldn't verify it. Pei Shu, the album was definitely left by Lu Yu on purpose. Pei Shu seemed to think that this was too arbitrary, and explained, Liao Xianglin is a marginal figure of the first-class citizens. He has no interest in the Lu family. He is neither an enemy nor a friend. He is just the kind of person that the Lu family looks down on. She must have chosen him on purpose. Pei Shu knew first-class citizens very well, and knew the interests of the Lu family even more. He knew how pleasing this choice was. If it were Pei Shu, he couldn't choose a more suitable candidate than Liao Xianglin. Liao Xianglin thought that Lu Yu was sincere in making friends with him, but in fact, it had been arranged since the first meeting. Can I be friends with you? Lu Yu asked sincerely, treating Liao Xianglin as a safe. She knew that the information was safest with her. Sure enough, many years later, the album successfully bypassed the Lu family's screening and arrived in Lu Yuan's hands, as if it had completed some kind of handover ceremony. Liao Xianglin was just a postman delivering picture albums. Lu Yu may know that she will die, either by foreknowledge or by arranging all the affairs after her death. Pei Shu rubbed his temple. He became more and more curious about Lu Yu. Pei Shu suspected that what the world saw, including what Lu Yu's biological daughter saw, was a false image, a role she deliberately played. They could only see the part that Lu Yu wanted to show, and as for those that she didn't want to show, they had no chance to watch. Lu Yu's figure unconsciously emerged in Pei Shu's mind. She had a very classical temperament, and was always so elegant. She came to the nurturing camp and told stories to a group of children who were about to become outsiders, planting seeds in everyone's heart. Lu Yu's influence on Pei Shu has been proven. Even if he went crazy, he still had a desire for the outside world. This mysterious woman seemed to have been sowing the seeds of homecoming to the children in the foster camp, and the seeds of the picture book to Liao Xianglin. There may be many seeds that they have not discovered. Lu Yu is not weak and helpless. In fact, from some perspectives, Lu Yu has some evil temperament. No one knows who she is, but all her seemingly unintentional actions in the past continue to affect the world. And they are just tools following Lu Yu's footsteps. If it's not them, there will be seeds in other people's hearts. Lu Yu just needs to wait quietly. Is Lu Yu really dead? Zhu Ning asked. Pei Shu couldn't answer this question. When Lu Yu died, Pei Shu was not in the Lu family. She became a taboo. Few people would mention her, and she couldn't be explored. If she died, she couldn't be buried safely. Her body would probably become an experimental product in a laboratory. This is such an excellent observation object that the kingdom of God should not give up. Pei Shu didn't answer, but Zhu Ning continued to ask, did Yan Yan really see her mother's body? Lu Yuan once told her that when in the cloud of consciousness, everyone saw the existence that they feared most in their hearts. Lu Yuan saw the moment when her mother died. A large area of blood, the most resolute suicide. For a long time, they all thought that Lu Yu chose to commit suicide because she couldn't bear the pain of being a reproductive machine. But is there any other explanation for this matter, or this scene? What if this was also arranged by Lu Yu? Zhu Ning looked at the blood-red clouds in the distance. This also looks like a seed, doesn't it? Such a powerful woman can plan everything step by step, spend decades, and sacrifice her freedom. Even if Lu Yu really couldn't bear the pain and wanted to commit suicide, or her life had come to an end, she could protect her daughter, and would not leave such a strong psychological shadow on her. But she didn't. Instead, she chose a very visually impactful way to die, as if using her death to complete an excellent performance. Even adults would find it difficult not to collapse when seeing this scene, not to mention that Lu Yuan was a child at the time. Zhu Ning, Lu Yu's death changed Yan Yan's personality and fate. Lu Yuan yearned for the polluted world because she witnessed her mother's death. She had a strong urge to get closer to the outside of the wall. She went to Area 103, met Zhu Ning, and followed Zhu Ning to upload her consciousness to the cloud of consciousness. I'm ready. Lu Yuan lay in the bathtub in the basement, surrounded by piercing ice. She had no one to trust, and her guardian was her mechanical butler. Lu Yuan entered the cloud of consciousness alone. She thought it was the biggest adventure in her life. With Zhu Ning and Su Ming leading her, she even saved Zhu Ning's life. Did Lu Yuan know that it was the path her mother arranged? Did she know that she would awaken the polluting factors in her body, awaken some kind of power, inherit her mother's ability, and become an existence that even Zhu Ning could not judge? In this way, Lu Yu's horror is far beyond their imagination. Zhu Ning, for example, Lu Yu seems to be painting. What did she do to us through the form of the picture? The scene that Pei Shu saw in the breeding camp? The scene that Lu Yuan saw her mother's death, including this series of paintings, symbolizes the unknown. Yes, this is painting. Zhu Ning suddenly figured out a point that has puzzled him for a long time. Lu Yu influences the world through painting. Each work is an image she implanted. Her ability to pollute is similar to mental control. It's just that this kind of control is more subtle and silent, and can't even be discovered. The tent was blown by the strong wind and trembled. Pei Shu opened and closed his mouth several times, and finally said dryly, "There is no evidence." Of course there is no evidence, just speculation, but they know that Zhu Ning's speculation may be true. Zhu Ning continued to ask, "What is the purpose?" This question is a bit general. Zhu Ning changed the question, for destruction or for change. Pei Shu knew that Zhu Ning was just thinking, and didn't need his answer. Lu Yuan was a pollutant, and from the current information, it was an unknown and more powerful pollutant. Lu Yuan was not even fully awake. Putting aside all the complicated discussions, there are only two tendencies in the purpose, good or bad. The birth of pollutants in the kingdom of God destroyed the kingdom of God, and the human survivor base no longer exists. It is a very simple idea of destruction. There is another possibility, that is, the idea of change. Lu Yuan is the future direction of mankind, not the Alpha Series experiment. Lu Yuan is different from Zhu Ning, a hybrid that combines machinery and pollution. Zhu Ning is not stable, relying on spiritual value and technological development, and even has a short lifespan. And Lu Yuan is a combination of organisms and organisms, survival of the fittest. She is the most perfect existence. Zhu Ning understood more and more why Yosheng Pharmaceuticals stopped the development of the Alpha series. There are better alternatives. Zhu Ning is really a defective product. Zhu Ning and Lu Yuan's fate is surprisingly similar. One comes from the kingdom of God, and the other comes from a garbage dump. They both have a powerful mother. They are the continuation of their mother's will, the works created by their mother, and they also carry their mother's fate forward. Zhu Ning is free, but Lu Yuan is not. She may not even know the role she plays. Destruction or change, no one can answer. The probability is inclined to change, otherwise the kingdom of God and Prometheus will not support it. Maybe what they are doing is a feat to lead all mankind forward. The kingdom of God has always given Zhu Ning the impression of the celestial dragons, who need to be defeated. Now this image may also need to be refreshed. After all, it is a country created by the human elite at that time. To some extent, there must be a reason for its existence. Zhu Ning turned off the secondary brain and stopped thinking. This question was too advanced for her. She needed more evidence. Pei Shu asked, "Are you still leaving?" Usually, it was Zhu Ning who asked Pei Shu if he wanted to go, but this time it was Pei Shu who asked Zhu Ning if she had any new plans after reading the information. Bai Cheng was also waiting for Zhu Ning's answer. She also looked at Lu Yu's paintings, but strangely, she didn't feel anything. She once suspected that she came from Utopia. If this was really a map, she should be familiar with it, but in her opinion, Lu Yu's paintings were just simple paintings. Bai Cheng felt nothing except that Lu Yu was not in a good mood when painting. But Pei Shu and Zhu Ning both showed a certain degree of shock. The painting must have implanted something in their minds. Maybe Bai Cheng's brain is far away, so nothing can affect him. Bai Cheng will never die. It is difficult to be polluted, and of course, it is difficult to have a long-term bond with anything. Now they are in a wasteland, and there is only one iron tower as a man-made building nearby, but from here you can already see the shadows of many large creatures. Not far away, a large flying fish is floating in the sky, with a blue-purple appearance and a translucent body, so you can see the inside. Everyone outside the wall knows that this is a boundary in the north, and some people call it the flying fish line. Below this line, you can still see other bounty hunters. After crossing this line, except for the people from the north, few bounty hunters will move forward. After all, hunters make money, not die. The creatures ahead will be more primitive, and the crisis will be more inexplicable. The reduction of man-made objects will lead to all kinds of strange pollution areas. Moreover, Zhu Ning has seen Liu Yu's paintings, and has probably been implanted. It is hard to say where the things Liu Yu left behind will lead them to, maybe hell. So Pei Shu's inquiry is necessary. Do you still want to move forward after knowing this information? After all, this is a watershed. Zhu Ning answered quickly, let's go, why not? Zhu Ning patted Lin Xiaofeng on the shoulder as they passed by, as if they were on a self-driving tour. Let's go, darlings. There's beef noodles at the next stop. Chapter 341. The flying fish line was very spectacular. Passing below was like roaming on the seabed. The flying car became a submarine, and the mortals looked up at the mutant creatures. It was like a grand festival, with hot air balloons in the shape of swimming fish flying in the sky. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng had been here several times. They were already accustomed to the world outside the wall. Lin Xiaofeng slowed down his breathing when driving, fearing to disturb the flying fish in the sky. The flying car shuttled among the flying fish. The nearest one was only 50 meters away from them. The huge fish eyes filled the windows of the flying car. They could only see part of the flying fish when they looked out. It was beautiful, like a dream. They were outsiders who had strayed in, and the huge flying fish were the masters of the sky. Zhu Ning asked softly, is there no danger? Pei Shu said while knitting, no, I have been here more than a dozen times, and I have never heard of them attacking people. No one knows why they exist. They just float, they don't attack, and they don't set traps, just like the clouds in the sky. This place is like a buffer zone facing the dangerous world, very quiet and peaceful, and it is completely different after crossing it. Bai Cheng took over the conversation. Someone tried to attack it, thinking that these flying fish had some value, and I happened to be there. It sounds like what a bounty hunter would do. Maybe killing flying fish would drop treasures. Just like before the end of the world, someone hunted elephants and made a fortune. Zhu Ning asked, then what? Did you succeed? The bullet passed through the flying fish, and then... Bai Cheng's voice was very stiff, and the words he said were also very ruthless. With a bang, the flying fish disappeared. Disappeared? Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help asking. Yes, Bai Cheng's fingers simulated an explosion, like bubbles. They burst with a poke, but they will recover after a while. So the flying fish line has become a landmark line. Bai Cheng added, some people say that this thing is similar to a mirage, a projection of another world, and what we see is just an illusion, but it may also be that they are just bubbles. It cannot be completely removed, and there is no harm, but the pollution concentration is very high. Humans can't do anything about flying fish. They can only let them exist, and can't seize this land. Pei Shu said, there are many gentle creatures outside the wall, such as mutated large guinea pigs. I was injured and hid in a group of guinea pigs. I recovered from my injuries before joining the main force. Zhu Ning couldn't help but imagine that scene, a group of migrating guinea pigs, bringing a human with them. These flying fish really have no interest in flying cars. When they swim above, they cast a very shallow shadow. Zhu Ning watched for a while. The ultimate goal given by the system is to purify the whole world. If that day really comes, will these creatures disappear? The moving guinea pigs, the swimming flying fish, and the running mountains will no longer exist. This seems to be a goal that does not change other creatures in the world except for the benefit of humans. Other creatures have completed their evolution through the baptism of nature. There is a shelter under the flying fish line. It is not a transformation of human buildings in the old world, but a construction built by later people. The flying fish line is an important watershed. They built a transit station. The newly built buildings of the Federation have stronger resistance to various attacks. Buried underground, it is like a huge fortress. Zhu Ning set off with beef noodles as the goal. Huawinsi said that this station can provide hot food. This supply station is stationed all year round, and is not mobile. The supply station, set against the backdrop of the giant flying fish, looked like the residence of an elf in a fairy tale world. Zhu Ning entered the supply station, where there was a lively group of people. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the smell of cooking. This place has been cooking for many years, and even if there is no cooking, there is still a smell. Zhu Ning understood the importance of the supply station outside the wall. This place is like a microcosm of the human hometown. The base is very large, with about 40 people inside. They all knew that Zhu Ning was coming, and greeted her restrainedly and politely. Pei Shu followed behind and wanted to laugh. Zhu Ning seemed to be an idol who was forced to work, and she got into the state immediately. The contact person turned out to be Lao Zhao, who was already an old acquaintance. When they first met, Lao Zhao gave each of Zhu Ning and the others a matcha mochi as a gift. Zhu Ning softened her heart. The logistics team is really capable and knows how to make people relax. Although they are classmates, Lao Zhao and Pei Shu have completely opposite personalities. The more decadent Pei Shu is, the more cheerful Lao Zhao is. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to do logistics. Pei Shu handed the first-hand information of Fengyu village to Lao Zhao, including silt samples and some underwater information collection. The electronic data had been sent. Lao Zhao did not ask much, only knowing that this thing was to be given to Wensi. The front of your car is dented. I will help you fix it. A repairman took over Zhu Ning's flying car and wanted to maintain it. Wait, Lin Xiaofeng blurted out. She was originally very quiet, but suddenly a little anxious, and her face turned red at this time. I will go with you. This flying car is just like Lin Xiaofeng's daughter. She was afraid that others would move around and follow it. The man saw that she was interested, gave her the replacement parts and asked her to operate it. Zhu Ning felt that Lin Xiaofeng really liked cars. If anyone dared to touch her car, she would probably fight to the death. Lao Zhao commented, your team is really full of talents. Lao Zhao is more familiar with Pei Shu. The two of them established contact last time, and they seemed to be as close as they were in the training camp. He hooked Pei Shu's shoulder and took out a bag of new wool. Yours. Thanks. Pei Shu crawled under his shoulder, thinking that he would take care of his weapons later, and said hello to Zhu Ning and left. Bai Cheng was not interested in socializing, so she went to take a shower, leaving Zhu Ning and Lao Zhao staring at each other. Zhu Ning thought about it, used his social skills, and asked, is there really beef noodles? Yes, Lao Zhao asked, are you eating now? Wensi didn't lie to her, and Zhu Ning said reservedly, thank you. Lao Zhao asked the logistics department to do it. Zhu Ning would stay here for a day. They had received the news a long time ago and left a tent behind. Zhu Ning observed that there were fewer wounded here than last time. Lao Zhao explained, after crossing the flying fish line, there is basically no need for rescue. This is too cold, but it is the truth. Generally, if someone dies, you can't even find a body, and there are fewer medical teams. Zhu Ning changed the subject. I remember you went to support, called the Raven team? Lao Zhao didn't expect Zhu Ning to remember his own affairs. Yes, we contacted, and later the headquarters sent 3 more teams over, and temporarily stationed there. Lao Zhao lowered his voice. As if telling a big secret, the Raven team was attacked by mutant birds, and many people died. Some were not rescued, and only 6 people were left alive. Lao Zhao probably thought that bad news was not good to hear, and said, but it's a blessing in disguise. They found an underground site, and it seems that they have found something. It is estimated that they are still there now. They can't leave within 2 weeks. I heard that the headquarters is still sending support. It's a big deal. Zhu Ning didn't ask much. She wasn't very interested in exploring outside the wall, and it might be confidential information, so there was no more news. Lao Zhao thought Zhu Ning was very sensible, and didn't ask questions. But he didn't know what happened next. The logistics team only needed to know the general situation. The core information was sent to the headquarters, and it was kept confidential. It was estimated that there were not many people in the entire Federation who could see it. In their opinion, this was a good thing. Each team had made progress, and whichever side could make progress would win. Later, Lao Zhao was transferred to Feiyu Line by the headquarters. The original person in charge fell ill, and Lao Zhao became the new general person in charge. If nothing unexpected happened, he would stay here for a long time. What a coincidence, he received news that Zhu Ning was coming. Isn't this an old friend? Outside the wall, if you can meet twice, you are considered old friends, and if you can meet 3 times, you are considered a life and death friend. Oh, I almost forgot. Lao Zhao suddenly remembered something. Someone from the Raven team said he knew you. Huh? Zhu Ning bit the mochi and said vaguely. Lao Zhao was a little embarrassed. I told others that we knew each other. You won't be angry, right? Zhu Ning, what's there to be angry about? We already know each other. Just say whatever you want. Lao Zhao laughed. I went to the logistics team over there, and said that I received the devil. The news spread. Later, someone came to see me. The guy was quite handsome and cold. At first, I thought he was looking for trouble. Some investigators are under a lot of pressure. Seeing that the logistics team likes to make things difficult, he asked me if it was really Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning listened to Lao Zhao's story, and found it to be irrelevant. He asked, then what? I said that it can't be fake, so I told him your story. Lao Zhao actually likes to tell people stories. People outside the wall are nervous. Lao Zhao wants them to relax. Zhu Ning enriched his material library. Old Zhao talked a lot, but this guy was different from the others. He was so tall, but he hung his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. He was covered with wounds, and the wounds were frozen. Those who survived were all powerful characters, but Old Zhao saw him pitifully. Old Zhao, he was stunned for a long time. I guess he was not so shocked even when he saw the pollutants. Zhu Ning thought about it. She only knew Pei Shu as an investigator outside the wall, and she didn't know anyone else. She asked, "What's his name?" He said his name is Shan Mao. Zhu Ning was stunned. Ice-type mutant? Old Zhao clapped his hands. How do you know? Do you really know that guy? Zhu Ning didn't expect to hear Shan Mao's name outside the wall. It seemed like someone she knew in her previous life. She used to be very close to the Cheetah team, just like their non-staff member, or a substitute teammate. Zhu Ning once joked with Su Ming, asking when she would be promoted to a regular employee, and let her join the cat team. She even has a code name. Later, Zhu Ning did not contact the Cheetah team. She just felt that there was no reason to meet them again, as long as she knew that the other members were safe. Even if they met again, it would be awkward and not as natural as before. Unexpectedly, Shan Mao became an outside investigator in the end. What an unexpected choice. Did Shan Mao also have to go through Pei Shu's training process? Becoming a tool that only knows how to find information. It should be very painful. In the Cheetah team, Zhu Ning had the best relationship with Su Ming, and the second was Deju. She was not familiar with Shan Mao. She only remembered that he was not talkative, and could peel apples in the shape of little rabbits. Lao Zhao couldn't tell what Zhu Ning meant, and she didn't seem particularly happy. Zhu Ning asked, "Then what?" Lao Zhao, "Oh, he asked me for your contact information, but I didn't think it was a good idea. I couldn't let anyone harass you, so I thought about asking you for your opinion later, but then I got busy and forgot about it. I just remembered it." But Lao Zhao said again, I hadn't rejected him at the time. After he said this, he quickly said no, but added my contact information. I guess he was embarrassed to contact you. It was strange. When Lao Zhao mentioned the mountain cat, Zhu Ning's mind could actually see the mountain cat's demeanor. The mountain cat was shy even when applying medicine. It probably thought that Zhu Ning didn't want to contact the Cheetah team, and disturbing her rashly would make her hate it. Zhu Ning finished the last bite of the mochi and said casually, "Then give it to him." Chapter 342. Raven Team. It was just raining in the sky, then a sandstorm blew, and then the two fought in the sky, and now it's raining mud. The Raven team built a temporary shed and drove back and forth. A bunch of people went in and out, shot a strong light into the ground, and even applied to the headquarters to build a temporary base station. There was no signal tower nearby, and this was specially approved. When the base station was arranged, everyone knew what level of mission this was. Lynx was an eyewitness. They set off north that day, and were still talking about the homecoming train below. That night, they were attacked by mutant birds. If it was a simple physical attack, people would not be beaten so badly. With mental pollution, the clouds suddenly looked like a maze, and their convoy was broken up. The car that Lynx was in was following the car, and the car in front disappeared, and there was no response no matter how he called. The experienced investigator went into alert, and said that they were in a ghost wall in the sky. They were preparing for battle, but the plan was not finalized yet. Suddenly, they heard a snap, and something soft and cold fell on the roof of their car. They only saw a tentacle crawling by the window. Under normal circumstances, they should turn off the lights, observe first, and don't act rashly. They did it step by step before. Just after turning off the lights, someone couldn't help but fired a bullet. Then it was a mess, and Shan Mao didn't even remember that memory. The car spun, and the route was completely off. The car that Shan Mao and his team were in was the luckiest. The car first fell into the dense forest, and then into a deep pit. Shan Mao climbed up from the ruins. The car had fallen apart. He had received investigator training, and should not look for teammates at this time. The first rule was to analyze the environment, and then investigate the information. The weapons were lost during the forced landing. 4 of Shan Mao's ribs were broken, and his whole body was covered with ice before he could move. At this time, he heard someone calling, hesitated for a while, and thought that he should go and see first, maybe it was his teammates. Shan Mao had received education outside the wall and passed the exam, but their temporary training was not as hard as that of a regular investigator. Shan Mao would choose his teammates if he was given 100 choices, because someone had taught him before this investigation training. Cheng Mafei said, "Living people are more important than goals, and teammates are more important." Shan Mao was lucky. He met Su Ming and Cheng Mafei when he was very young. The whole cheetah team did this, always putting family first. Shan Mao followed the sound and walked farther and farther. He forgot how long he had walked. The man's cry for help became lighter and lighter. At that time, people could actually realize that something was wrong. It was definitely a trap. But people can no longer make independent judgments in extreme situations. Shan Mao's legs were still moving forward until his body was numb, and the cry for help suddenly disappeared. It was like someone was directly strangled, an abnormal disappearance. At that moment, Shan Mao even felt relieved, as if a stone hanging in his heart fell down, or a trap. He stood quietly in the forest, surrounded by corpses. Shan Mao took a deep breath and prepared to do his job as an investigator, recording. He turned on the recorder and the camera on his shoulder, ready to record at any time, but at this time someone pulled his trouser leg. Shan Mao was already in a state of stress, and the ice chips all over his body melted into a sharp sword. The ice sword did not fall, and it was separated from the man by a palm-sized distance. That was his teammate Li Feng, an old investigator. He was covered in mud and blood, and there was nothing under his thighs, and the edges were all tooth marks. What happened to him? Shan Mao immediately realized that he was his teammate. He wanted to help Li Feng up, but he was grabbed by the collar and faced him with a bloody face. Li Feng lowered his voice and said, "Call the headquarters." Shan Mao glanced at the cave entrance. Li Feng immediately grabbed Shan Mao's neck to stop him from looking. "Don't look around. Find the signal tower and call the headquarters. Do you hear me? Go and call for support." Li Feng was Shan Mao's superior. Shan Mao was not trained since childhood, and was still in the internship period. Li Feng was there to score him. Shan Mao could not refuse his orders. Shan Mao received a new order, and walked for 2 hours to find the nearest base station. He reported the location and intelligence. When he went back, Li Feng was dead. The body was stuck in the mud. The stomach showed that the internal organs were damaged. It was still a little warm. It should have persisted for an hour after Shan Mao left. Li Feng must have been very lonely when he died. He had been fighting against his desire to survive. He wanted to find someone to send him off, but couldn't find anyone. What was he thinking at the last moment? Waiting for support? The mountain cat sat next to Li Feng's body and listened to Li Feng's words. He turned his back to the cave and did not look back. There must be some strange creature in there. The mountain cat could hear the hissing sound. Before he went out of the wall, he thought that he could explore the outside of the wall with more strength and humans could solve the pollution earlier. But he was naive. Compared with the world outside the wall, he was very small. Later, the flying car came, the awning was set up, and the professional scientific expedition team entered. Li Feng's body was collected and sent to the laboratory. Only 6 people in this team died. Regarding the strange creatures underground, the initial detection did not produce any results. Later, they received news that someone had found evidence of the pollution unification theory outside the north wall. The new captain had a serious expression. After reading the documents, he surveyed again. Shan Mao didn't know the core information. He guessed that the hole was also evidence of the unified source of pollution. They really found a corner of underground pollutants. Some experts were calculating the possibility of walking underground. People walked around outside the tent. Shan Mao was a wounded person, and no one cared about him. The mud slid down the outer wall of the tent, and the deputy brain suddenly flashed. Lao Zhao sent a communication number, Zhu Ning's contact information. Shan Mao's hand trembled, and he felt that the hand was a little difficult to use. It was Zhu Ning. He quickly sent an application, and then turned off the deputy brain, buried his face in his knees, and his heart was pounding. The violent heartbeat made him realize that he was still alive. What Li Feng's death, strange creatures, and extremely bad weather disappeared, and only the heartbeat coexisted with him. Dong, 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 ding, the application has been approved. The heartbeat gradually became lighter, and other sounds came back. Shan Mao realized that his palms were sweaty, which was really embarrassing. Zhu Ning's message only had 2 words. Links? He hesitated in the typing box, deleted and typed again, then deleted again, remembering that when Su Ming asked him to get Zhu Ning's message on the Tomb Forum, he always pondered for a long time, but couldn't get it right. Su Ming wondered why he couldn't handle a newcomer. Zhu Ning was much more natural than him, and sent the second sentence, "How are you and the others?" Things suddenly became simple, just reporting. So he told the cheetah team's recent situation like a soldier reporting to his superiors. Xie Jiazu worked in the funeral industry, and Deju went traveling. He said a lot, and in the process, the ice and snow melted, and his body became much warmer, as if he was suddenly pulled into the real world. Xiaomao felt that it was not intuitive enough and asked, "Do you want to join the group? It might be 1 o'clock in the morning now." Xie Jiazu must not have slept. He guarded the cemetery day and night. There should be people alive in the group. Zhu Ning was holding a bowl of beef noodles. The kitchen stove was broken. It took 2 hours to repair it before Zhu Ning could eat. She just found a place to sit down. The canteen of the supply station was very stylish. The ceiling was transparent. You could see the flying fish line when you looked up. At night, the flying fish glowed blue and purple, and this area was also bright at night. She chatted with Xiaomao and remembered the time when she was in the Tomb Forum. "Xiaomao invites you to join the Loving Cheetah team." Zhu Ning laughed. Who changed the name? She had joined the Cheetah team group before, but she didn't use that account later. She looked through the group members and found that the previous small account was still lying in the list. They didn't delete her. Flipping down, Su Ming's account was not deleted. His avatar was gray, with a small tail next to it. It was probably a nameplate made by Daiju, the best captain in the universe. Zhu Ning was stunned by this sentence, and hadn't thought of an opening line yet. Daiju, oh my god! Caracal! You're back! Xie Jiazu, wow! Mountain Cat, you're actually online. You guys are not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you doing, Daiju? Daiju, I just finished watching a concert. I'm so excited that I can go to play bullfighting. Why do I have to go to play bullfighting? Zhu Ning didn't understand. The group was lively, and there was no embarrassment at all. She changed her nickname to Caracal. Zhu Ning edited the first message after joining the group. Sorry, something happened to me before, and my secondary brain is gone. I may not use this account often. But don't worry, I've remembered the group number. I join it myself next time I change my number. Xie Jiazu, got it, I understand. Xiaomao is always like this. There are so many zombie accounts in our group. Daiju, you are a celebrity. It's normal to be busy. I understand. I still have your picture saved here. Wait a minute. The next second, Daiju sent a photo. It was a screenshot of Zhu Ning's social media. The one where he stood in the 103rd area and wrote Hello World. Zhu Ning suddenly felt embarrassed. It was okay to show it to strangers, but it was indeed a bit of a second-year syndrome to show it to acquaintances. Zhu Ning was not sure what they thought, so he asked, "Are you a demon or a true god?" Daiju, Cat Faction. Cats save the world. Xiaomao, +1, Xie Jiazu, +1, Zhu Ning felt warm in his heart. Every time he contacted Huawinci, it was about work, and every time he communicated with Lu Yuan, it was about sharing news. She didn't have such a pure and relaxed relationship with people. Thanks to the signal tower, the inside and outside of the wall seemed to be temporarily connected. They were scattered all over the place, sharing the same world and gathering on the internet. Then Daiju sent a bunch of photos and videos, and Zhu Ning patiently read them bit by bit. During this period, Daiju went to many districts for tourism, took photos holding a big pancake that looked like a face, bungee jumped on a high tower, and took a short video when skiing. Xie Jiazu also shared that the work of the Vigil Keeper was different from what Zhu Ning thought. There were no supernatural events. Xie Jiazu was busy catching people every day, perverts who stole corpses, anchors who came to the cemetery to live broadcast, and people who were doing team building in the cemetery, shaking red wine glasses, and crawling twistedly. I really don't understand young people. Xie Jiazu shouted, "Why do you come to the cemetery to do that? Is it exciting?" Daiju, everyone is under great pressure and crazy, it's normal, I also want to crawl in the dark in the cemetery. Sister, please forgive me, I still want to live a few more years. Zhu Ning's smile never faded. Daiju, hey Caracal, what are you doing? Zhu Ning, traveling outside the wall. She didn't say she was going to take revenge, she just wanted to do it quietly and surprise everyone. Daiju didn't ask much, probably thinking that Zhu Ning had some mission that was not good to share. Tsk, you are indeed a demon, the places you travel to are different from those of us mortals. Daiju suddenly said, by the way, will the Caracal come back next year during the Qingming festival? Let's visit the captain's grave together. Zhu Ning stared at the words in a trance. She thought everyone was deliberately avoiding it, and didn't want to mention it. Daiju, we found a cemetery, but Xie Jiazu insisted on finding a feng shui treasure land of a rich man, saying that he could plant a tree next year. All 3 of our pensions were emptied. Xie Jiazu, no, do you know how much connections I spent to buy it? Do you think it's easy to buy a grave now? Lynx Cat, it's okay, spend whatever you want. Daiju, Wow, what a domineering CEO said. Zhu Ning asked, what's in the grave? Daiju. A cenotaph. I buried the captain's old guitar in it, and a very cool leather jacket. By the way, I find it for you if you haven't seen what a caracal looks like. Siejiazu is so unreliable. He said he planted a tree next to the tomb. I thought to myself, you can plant it, but what's the point of planting a lemon tree? Zhu Ning received a video. As soon as he opened it, a tombstone was engraved with Su Ming's tomb. These 4 words were a bit dazzling. Zhu Ning subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but the weather was good when he filmed that day, the sun was good, the light was very bright, the whole tone was warm, and the cuckoo was calling in the background. Behind Su Ming's tombstone stood a very short tree, not even as tall as a person, which could not provide shelter from the wind and rain. Green lemons grew on it. It looked so peaceful, and the wind blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound. Next to the tomb stood a pink record, which was Su Ming's favorite band. Daiju, lemon tree, are you being ridiculous, Siejiazu? Siejiazu, I really didn't know when I bought it. I was wrong, it's not good to cut it off, or just leave it like this. Daiju, forget it, on the day of tomb sweeping, we pick some and make lemonade, don't waste it. Zhu Ning, Daiju, we bought 6 adjacent cemeteries at once, 1 for each person, and put up a sign in the future Cheetah's home. This was brought up by Siejiazu, and Daiju suspected that Siejiazu went to work in the cemetery to facilitate backdoors, but they really liked it. If you die, lie in a row neatly, caracal, I've reserved a place for you next to the captain, a good position. Zhu Ning was stunned, and thought Daiju was joking at first, but he really received the photo. On the left of Su Ming was Cheng Mafei's tomb, and on the right was Zhu Ning's, but the others were not dead, so there were no tombstones, just an empty space. Really row upon row, as if everyone was sleeping in a big bunk bed. Zhu Ning was not there, they even bought a cemetery, and they were indifferent to life and death. Zhu Ning had no family, but she had her own cemetery, and she was also Su Ming's neighbor, the captain on the left, and Daiju on the right. Siejiazu, I help you guard it. Daiju, we have planned it out. We found a videotape of the captain playing guitar when she was young. I haven't opened it to watch it. When we visit her grave, we want to watch it together. Then, we open a bottle of wine, and buy a big piece of strawberry cake. We try to make the grave a lively one, with a rock style. The captain doesn't like dull things. Now that the caracal is back, when we finish visiting the grave, each of us will touch the captain's spores. Siejiazu, what are you touching? To keep her safe? Daiju, yes, touch the captain to keep her safe. Zhu Ning's eyes were getting hotter and hotter. The beef noodles were too hot, and hurt her eyes. She looked up at the flying fishing line, and took a deep breath. Zhu Ning, I will definitely go back next year during the Qingming festival. You guys wait for me. I bring you some good news. Chapter 343. Zhu Ning contacted the Cheetah team, and thought of Shinxingqiu. Huwensi said that Shinxingqiu seemed to have gone to the hospital again, and was doing rehabilitation training, but Zhu Ning had been running around in various polluted areas, and didn't care about many things. She is really like a scumbag. Shinxingqiu and Yifei are the first generation of Zhu Ning's friends, but Zhu Ning always feels unfamiliar with them. Zhu Ning thought about it, and had already opened the dialogue box. It was time to edit the text, but he didn't know what to say. He always felt that he would be scolded by Shinxingqiu, or the kind of dog-blooded scolding. Zhu Ning put away the secondary brain, a little procrastinating, thinking that he would talk about it later. He wanted to leave with a bowl of soup, and when he turned around, he saw Bai Cheng. Zhu Ning was startled by her. Bai Cheng seemed to be waiting for her. She asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Cheng said calmly, "Come with me to dig a grave." Zhu Ning, Sister, you are really shocking. She put the tableware in the recycling place and asked, "In the middle of the night?" Bai Cheng asked, "Do you want to do it during the day?" Before Zhu Ning spoke, Bai Cheng said, "I miss her." Zhu Ning was silent for a moment. She thought that Bai Cheng could only sleep peacefully when he was holding another self. He probably hadn't slept well recently. What can her teammates do? Just go along with it. Bai Cheng said that it would be more difficult to find a complete body after crossing the flying fish line. It's better to prepare in advance. Not only Zhu Ning came, Lin Xiufeng and Pei Shu were also pulled up. Pei Shu's hair was messy, and his eyes were hazy. It was obvious that he had just slept. Each of the 4 people was given a small shovel. It looked like a gang of tomb robbers committed a crime in the middle of the night. Where to dig a grave requires such a big battle. Last time, Bai Cheng went alone, and the 3 of them waited for her in the car. Xu Ning asked in a low voice. Is this dangerous? Bai Cheng. No, we have a good relationship. Let's go together. Bai Cheng's voice was mechanical. Xu Ning thought about the logic for a while. It was a bit like a child needs to go to the toilet alone. It doesn't mean that one person can't go alone. It's better for you to go with me, so that we can be good friends. It's commonly known as a toilet partner. Bai Cheng's situation should be called a grave-digging partner. Wow, she was recognized by Bai Cheng. Xu Ning was inexplicably happy, thinking, isn't it just digging graves? She will go into the sea of fire too. Xu Ning greeted Lao Zhao and said that she would go out for a while and come back later. Lao Zhao saw that they were mysterious and didn't ask much. There was really no danger in the flying fishing line, so there was no need to tell them. Pei Shu drove the car, the little girl grew up, and the eldest brother worked hard in the middle of the night and didn't grow tall. Pei Shu's hair was messy like a bird's nest, driving with one hand, and his eyes were dull. Xu Ning asked, do all investigators have to go through the kind of training you have? Pei Shu guessed that Xu Ning must have an acquaintance who was an investigator, otherwise he wouldn't ask this question. Temporary? How long? Xu Ning, half a year? 1 month? To be honest, she didn't know. It had only been more than half a year since the god descended. Counting the training period, it had only been 2 months since the mountain cat really went out of the wall. Pei Shu, in the past, the training of investigators was strict, but later we found that the consumption rate was too fast. When there were large-scale tasks, we would recruit temporary investigators from outside, usually from the Demon Hunter team. It was quite strict. Your friend is quite amazing. 5 months of training cannot do complete ideological indoctrination. After all, everyone's 3 views have been formed, and it is difficult to distort them. Therefore, their authority is relatively low, and they cannot access confidential documents. They must listen to the instructions of their superiors. Just treat them as interns. Xu Ning asked, what role do these people usually play? Pei Shu, cannon fodder. What a ruthless word. Is Shan Mao going to be cannon fodder? Pei Shu is now clear-headed. She looks at Xu Ning in the rearview mirror. She frowns, as if she has something on her mind. She asks, which team is he in? The Raven team. Pei Shu, he's a really good candidate. The Raven team is the vanguard. His mental state must be bad. Xu Ning feels a headache. Shan Mao is following Pei Shu's old path. Pei Shu asked, do you want him to retire? Pei Shu has connections. He knows the internal rules of the investigators very well. If Xu Ning wants someone to retire, it's not difficult to do it. Xu Ning was silent. She always felt responsible for Shan Mao. Shan Mao was raised by Su Ming, who is Xu Ning's good sister. To round it off, Shan Mao is like her nephew, and also like the orphan of a comrade in arms. This is the path Shan Mao chose himself. He is an adult, not a kid. He must know what he is doing. Pei Shu guessed Xu Ning's intention. If you want, why not transfer him to our team? The Raven team is very qualified. We have too few captains. Then let's not do it. If Xu Ning kills her, how will she explain to the cheetah team? She didn't say anything else. This side was all wilderness. Except for the flying fishing line in the sky, the ground looked almost the same. Suddenly, a little outline appeared in front of her. It was a large tomb. Most of them could only poke a piece of wood or a discarded iron plate. The inscriptions on it were also very casual. There might be some customs here. After a person dies, a piece of clothing is tied to the tombstone to protect him from the wind and rain. There are clothes of all colors. From a distance, it looks like a ghost floating in the wind. Xu Ning just knew that he had a cemetery, and now he has a different feeling when looking at the graves. Pei Shu, the flying fishing line is safe. Some people took their comrades to the supply station for treatment, but they were usually unable to be treated. They died when they were brought here. Later, they buried their comrades here, and more were buried, forming a large group of graves. On the tombstone stood a bird that eats carrion. It was probably malnourished, and the bird was only the size of a palm. The tombstones were densely packed. Xu Ning counted quickly in his brain. There were more than 900 graves in total. Some of the tombstones collapsed, revealing the white bones. Lin Xiaofeng was very sleepy at first, and he felt eerie when he arrived at the cemetery. Xu Ning paused and helped him to prop up the tombstone. The inscription on it was also blurred, and it was unclear whose grave it was. Xu Ning erected the tombstone and tied the clothes wrapped around it again, as if he was dressing a strange dead person. Pei Shu, we all feel that it is an honor to be buried in Phyuxian after death. That is a good ending, with a grave and an inscription. Many people still believe in being buried in peace, and want to have a place to rest in peace. Zhu Ning suddenly understood why Xie Jiazu wanted to guard the cemetery. If she retired, she would also like to do this job. Bai Cheng led the way. They walked in the cemetery, and walked further and further away. They walked under a stone, and saw an empty tombstone without a name. Bai Cheng explained, "There are too many people here, it's troublesome. There are not many people going to Guitu Cemetery, so she can set up a tombstone. There are too many people coming and going in Fayuxian, so Bai Cheng is also the person they asked to go to Guitu Cemetery to find someone. If they come to Fayuxian to dig a grave, they will never find it in their lifetime." This time, Bai Cheng was there, and there were no other accidents. It was just that the burial was much deeper than before, a full 8 meters. Only Lin Xiaofeng's giant power did not react, and Zhu Ning felt sore in his hands. Bai Cheng's body was wrapped tightly, and you could see the human shape. The person underneath must be breathing, because the plastic bag was shrinking. Bai Cheng carefully pushed away the soil and unwrapped the plastic bag as if she was opening a gift box, as if it contained her latest action figure. The plastic bag was unwrapped, revealing another pale Bai Cheng. Her eyes were open, sharp short hair, delicate features, and bloodless skin, which reminded Zhu Ning of the Barbie doll she played with when she was a child. Zhu Ning didn't know how to call these Bai Chengs, so she should be number 5. Zhu Ning felt a little numb when she was looked at by her, and stretched out a hand. "Welcome to join?" Number 5 Bai Cheng raised his hand stiffly, and shook hands with Zhu Ning. Sure enough, there was no body temperature at all. They had been digging the grave for too long, and when they came out of the pit, it was about to sunrise. Zhu Ning said, "Stay to watch the sunrise." Zhu Ning did what she said. Anyway, she told Deju that she was out for a trip, and there was still mud on her hands. But she didn't care. She jumped on the flying car, and sat on the top of the flying car like a mountain king. Lin Xiaofeng sat next to him. Bai Cheng held another self in the front of the car. Pei Shu really had no place to sit, so he stood by the flying car. Zhu Ning guessed that at first glance, they must look like wild cats, occupying other people's cars to sleep. There were desolate graves all around, and countless clothes made rustling sounds. Before the sun came out, the world seemed very cold. Not only the temperature was cold, but also the color tone. No one spoke before sunrise. Pei Shu thought Zhu Ning was childish and yawned. Bai Cheng was not interested either. She had been walking outside the wall for so long that she was tired of seeing everything. But Zhu Ning was too contagious. "Look! It's out! Look!" They looked up and squinted subconsciously. The light of the sunrise was very dazzling. It was quite strange. Everything in this world was changing. There was no sun. It was no different from what humans had seen before. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Later, it seemed to explode. In the end, there was only dazzling light in the world. Everything disappeared. Click. When Pei Shu reacted, Zhu Ning released a reconnaissance plane and took a group photo. So childish, so middle school, Pei Shu couldn't stand it, but he didn't turn away from the camera and took pictures for Zhu Ning honestly. Bai Cheng next to him mechanically gestured to the camera, as if he wanted to keep up with Zhu Ning's middle school pace. The sunrise passed through the flying fish line, making the huge flying fish transparent and refracting strange light. Zhu Ning raised his sub-brain to take a picture of the flying fish line. The camera had evolved very well, but it couldn't take half of the spectacular pictures. Zhu Ning took several pictures and chose the best one. She knew what to send to Xinxingqiu. District 103, Rehabilitation Hospital. Xinxingqiu was seriously injured. Her spine was broken, and 60% of her body could only be replaced with mechanical prosthesis. She practiced walking with the help of a rehabilitation therapist. Yi Fei usually accompanied her. Xinxingqiu recovered very quickly. Zhu Ning's accounts were frozen, and they didn't have enough savings. Medical treatment was very expensive. Huowensi paid for the best medical team, but they didn't have the connections to see such doctors. Yi Fei always felt that Zhu Ning had paid something. Did Zhu Ning sell herself to Huowensi? Yi Fei wondered if the money they spent was not clean. He had imagined that he and Xinxingqiu were hostages, and Huowensi used this as a threat, so they could live a good life. This money was spent unreasonably. Xinxingqiu had no psychological burden and cursed, "I want to cure her quickly and tire her to death." Yi Fei swallowed his saliva and thought Xinxingqiu was really scary, but Zhu Ning was not wrong to be scolded. There was no news for half a year. I know she might be afraid of contacting them. It's really not a good friend. Xinxingqiu cursed when she mentioned Zhu Ning. Yi Fei whispered to defend that Zhu Ning came to see you, but you were unconscious at that time. Xinxingqiu didn't care and cursed when she should. Suddenly, Yi Fei's deputy brain made a ding-dong sound. Yi Fei was stunned for a moment, stood up and said, "There is news about Zhu Ning." Xin Xingqiu struggled to move his legs and gritted his teeth. "She is not dead yet?" Yi Fei coughed and thought that it was no wonder that she didn't dare to come to find someone. He was a little unsure of Xin Xingqiu's intention. Xin Xingqiu walked around and was sweating profusely. He didn't hear the voice behind him and asked, "What did she say?" "Yi Fei. She sent me a photo. It's so beautiful." "Wow, really so beautiful." Xin Xingqiu looked at him with a sidelong glance. Yi Fei saw that the deputy brain was serious and suddenly realized something. Xin Xingqiu wanted to see it. He took the deputy brain and moved forward. Xin Xingqiu pretended that he was not interested and reluctantly looked at it. Zhu Ning seemed to be traveling. He sent a postcard with a spectacular landscape. There was another one with the silhouettes of 5 people. It should be Zhu Ning's new team. "I'm fine. I hope you are too." Chapter 344. The flying car stopped at the entrance of the 30th Federal Research Institute. The interior of the flying car was full of blue light, and the automatic system was still on. Prometheus controlled the entire car. Because of the sandstorm on the road, the return trip took longer than expected. People in protective clothing stepped forward to meet them, followed by 10 superpowers, who were considered the sharpest team in the entire research institute. They did not dare to make any mistakes, and carefully transported the coffin-like storage box back, not daring to bump, as if it contained a bomb. The elevator went down floor by floor, passed through level by level, and finally stopped on the 27th floor underground. It was a pure white laboratory, and the culture dishes were soaked with all kinds of distorted pollutants. This is the research institute with the most investment in the kingdom of God, and all cutting-edge technologies were born here, including 0056. The person in charge is Xiezhen, who is wearing a pure white suit and has fair skin. From a distance, the whole person looks bright white, except for a little blue on his temples. Xiezhen is not a cutting-edge scientific researcher. He is actually a spokesperson for Prometheus. He also has a position at the headquarters of the cleaning center. His duties in the institute are similar to those of a product manager. Xiezhen once gave Zhu Ning a pass to the kingdom of God, but unfortunately, Zhu Ning did not accept his invitation. Her purpose in appearing in the kingdom of God was not to join, but to bomb. At this time, Xiezhen completed the meeting with Zhu Ning in another way. The box was opened, and a cold air hit him. Because of the low temperature preservation, a thin layer of frost condensed on the surface of Zhu Ning's broken limbs. Most researchers put down their work. Their institute can access the freshest biological samples, and are accustomed to any bizarre creatures, but the broken limbs of demons are still too novel. Xiezhen put on gloves. Someone carefully observed the cross-section of Zhu Ning's severed limbs, which still had severed internal organs. He muttered to himself, "The structure is actually no different from that of humans." When everyone was in school, they all took anatomy classes at the beginning, and were familiar with the body structure of ordinary people. Zhu Ning's body was so ordinary. "Didn't you find a parasite on her body?" After another person scanned, he asked, "It's the black mucus. Some people say it's a foreign species." They have all seen the video of Zhu Ning fighting the kingdom of God, which left them with a lot of information. It seems that the black mucus concentrated and surged upwards, and gathered at the spine, just before it was cut off. If 0056 had hit the head at the beginning, would the black mucus have gathered at the heart? It should be. What an interesting parasitic relationship. When encountering an opponent that cannot be fought, the first choice is to preserve oneself. Unfortunately, we didn't leave a complete sample. I really want to catch Zhu Ning herself for research. Everyone thought so, but no one said it out loud. After all, 0056 failed last time, and it was their responsibility. Xiezhen stared at Zhu Ning's severed limb. Unlike other researchers, he seemed a little intoxicated. Ahem. The researcher next to him reminded him, "We should proceed to the next step of the inspection. All research should start as early as possible. They don't have time to waste." After all, Prometheus is pressing hard. Xiezhen reluctantly withdrew his gaze and asked, "Can it be cloned?" After all, he was not a professional. The researcher rolled his eyes inwardly, but on the surface, he was still very respectful. It's hard to say. Alpha's difficulty has always been in the mind, not the body. They can clone countless Zhu Ning's bodies, but they cannot clone his soul. The control of 0056 is in the hands of Prometheus. Without complete self-awareness, it is a step behind in the battle. The researcher admires Zhu Yao very much. He sighed, and said that it would be great if there were brain samples. Their laboratory was originally stolen from Yongsheng Pharmaceuticals. The follow-up was based on this experimental data. Even the naming method is basically the same. There is also 0056 in the Alpha series experiment, but their research directions are very different. Yongsheng Pharmaceuticals studies the Savior, and they study the Weapon Man. The Federation hopes that more elite weapons will be developed, and the crisis of the Kingdom of God is imminent. The battle between 0056 and Zhu Ning looks like a functional duel between the products of the two camps in the eyes of the Institute. They lost last time. The clear video of the duel between Zhu Ning and 0056 is played on the screen. Prometheus recorded it, and they can accurately analyze the shortcomings. With the opponent's information, the improvement plan of the latest weapon has been prepared. Flying Fish Line Supply Station. Zhu Ning slept for 3 days, did nothing but sleep. The other team members were infected by her, and the whole team turned on the koala mode, eating and sleeping. Lao Zhao is used to it now, and even appreciates this style. It's so good to be able to eat and sleep. Moreover, Lao Zhao thinks Bai Cheng is very strange. They went out that night, and came back with a body bag on their backs, and another head was placed on Bai Cheng's neck. The two heads were set off, which made people feel creepy. On the morning of the 4th day, Zhu Ning was ready to set off again. Lao Zhao got up to see her off, and generously gave her some instant food, and canned food that would not expire easily. The flying car was repaired, and the function of dealing with extreme temperatures was added. Lin Xiaofeng left contact information with the maintenance personnel at the supply station for future consultation. Zhu Ning guessed that Lin Xiaofeng's biggest dream should be to open a car repair shop. Zhu Ning was a little reluctant when he set off again. If it weren't for the mission, he didn't want to leave the flying fishing line. Before leaving, he hugged Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao's voice was inexplicably choked. "You go quickly." Pei Shu couldn't help laughing out loud, thinking that Lao Zhao would cry in the next second, and also went up to hug him. Lao Zhao whispered, "It's fine." Pei Shu patted Lao Zhao's shoulder, and Bai Cheng took the initiative to stand in line behind Pei Shu, thinking that this might be some ancient custom. After Lao Zhao hugged Pei Shu, he and Bai Cheng looked at each other. Bai Cheng had no expression, raised her arms like a doll, waiting for Lao Zhao to hug her. Lao Zhao understood Bai Cheng's intention, and stepped forward stiffly, not even knowing where to start. He made up his mind and hugged her fiercely, trying not to look at her other head. Unfortunately, the two were too close, and the other head almost touched Lao Zhao's face, only 5 centimeters away. Bai Cheng's head smiled at him, that mechanical, emotionless smile. Lao Zhao had traveled a lot, but he still broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately jumped away after the hug. Bai Cheng was very satisfied, as if she had completed a mysterious ritual. Lin Xiaofeng had already jumped into the driver's seat, unable to hold back the urge to drive, so she added some new functions and optimized some systems. The pink ornaments in the car shook, and the flying car took off. When they took off, other flying cars landed, and the Flying Fish Line was relatively lively outside the north wall. The Flying Fish Line was very long. In addition to the people from the Northern Transfer, large-scale expedition teams would also open their own supply stations here, which were equivalent to the small shops opened at gas stations at highway intersections. After leaving the supply station, Pei Shu did not knit a sweater, but stared outside the car, as if he was on standby at any time. Bai Cheng was almost the same. It seemed that it would be very dangerous next. Below the Flying Fish Line was a wasteland. This section of the road took about an hour. Time seemed to stand still in the wasteland, but the wasteland did not last long. Zhu Ning frowned. She had only seen it in movies before, and this was her first close contact. Below was a black deep pit, even with heat waves. It was not formed naturally, but was bombed by humans. It can be vaguely seen that this place used to be a city. Weapons of mass destruction were thrown from above, forming a huge circular pit with very clear edges and collapsed houses on the periphery. Zhu Ning had memories of the zombie world in her mind. In her impression, when the doomsday began, various countries would try to save themselves, and long-range bombing with weapons was a common choice. Humans at that stage were generally naive, thinking that indiscriminate bombing would save others by sacrificing some humans. But the ruins in the wasteland world are more horrible than what Zhu Ning has seen. Not to mention intact houses, even broken walls are rare. When weapons bombed, some humans were vaporized or turned into scorched earth, with the houses on the spot. No wonder it is another world beyond the Flying Fish Line. In the area south of the Flying Fish Line, where Zhu Ning has been, at least the basic buildings are still preserved. The polluted area is similar to the inside of the wall. Human civilization continues in the polluted world, and the thinking logic is similar. Outside the Flying Fish Line, human cities and civilizations are destroyed. This is completely a post-war land, and the thinking logic may be very different. Pei Shu spoke at the right time. It is said that there was a large pollutant attacking the city here, and mental pollution was also affecting it at the same time. Xu Ning imagined a big monster attacking humans, but unfortunately there was no savior. In order to kill the monster, he could only throw weapons. This should be the remains of the past. Humans were able to evacuate into the Federation because we artificially created a safety line. Concentrate weapons bombing and temporarily leave a safe distance, so that vehicles such as Homecoming can have a basis for operation. What they saw was the ruins of the Wasteland, and it was also evidence that humans had struggled to survive. Xu Ning listened to Pei Shu's explanation and thought that it was actually possible for historical data to be completely destroyed. This was basically physical destruction. Not to mention complete data, humans as information carriers were dead. The flying car had an air purification system that filtered the external air, but everyone faintly smelled a smell of gunpowder. This land has always remained in a destroyed state and has never been rebuilt. The heat wave continued to hit from the ground. Lin Xiaofeng raised the flying car as high as possible, and the water mist was automatically sprayed on the body of the car. The cooling system was turned on, but it evaporated as soon as it was sprayed. Xu Ning was thinking. She couldn't help but lean forward and look down through the glass of the flying car. White smoke was coming out of the surface of the ruins, and the surface temperature exceeded 200 degrees. Most creatures could not survive, and this place maintained a scorched earth state all year round. There were dense black spots on the top of the scorched earth. Xu Ning thought she was dazzled at first, but after zooming in on the picture, she saw that it was a black sphere, which looked like suspended mercury. Xu Ning asked, "What is this?" "We call it a water droplet group. Bai Cheng, you will die if you touch it. Compared with high temperature, a water droplet group is more deadly. It passes through the body like a bullet, and then you will be vaporized, and there will be no corpse." Xu Ning asked, "Alive?" "It seems so." Bai Cheng said, "Someone has observed that there seems to be a group attack intention, and it is not just in this area, but also in other ruins. But this area has the largest concentration, which is recognized by us as the largest group of water drops." At this point, Bai Cheng glanced at Pei Shu, and Pei Shu said, "The investigator is the same, our information is consistent. It seems that no more water drop groups have been found, and Bai Cheng is relieved. For this kind of area, people who have been active outside the wall for a long time are better to synchronize relevant information. Once people fall in, they can't resist, and they can't find where the pollution source is. No one dares to go in except for powerful defensive ability users." Pei Shu asked Lin Xiaofeng to raise the front of the car as much as possible and maintain a sufficient flying height. Without reminding, Lin Xiaofeng felt that the car was simply lifted by the heat wave, and he had to be careful to stabilize the car body. Pei Shu added, "The height of the water droplet group is rising year by year. We suspect that as pollution worsens, the current flight altitude will be submerged sooner or later. By then, the north adjustment will basically have no buzz." Pei Shu wanted to say something else, but the last word was choked. His body stiffened. Xu Ning and Bai Cheng also had goosebumps all over their bodies, and their teeth couldn't help but tremble. Except for Lin Xiaofeng, who had never seen Li Yu's work, everyone who had seen it moved in sync. They were like puppets, their eyes were out of focus, staring blankly at the front, as if they were suddenly taken over by some strange existence. A group of black lines appeared in their minds, and the lines gradually unfolded to form a messy road. "Go to Utopia," the devilish whisper sounded, "Go to Utopia." Chapter 345. Lin Xiaofeng felt that Xu Ning next to him was tense, and the other three were almost in a puppet state. Xu Ning's fingers were even trembling, as if he wanted to control the car and head towards Utopia at all costs. Pei Shu had the urge to try to take control of the flying car, and had already raised one hand. His years of crazy experience were restraining himself. Bai Cheng seemed the most normal. The two Bai Chengs looked extremely cold, revealing a hint of boredom in their eyes, as if they hated mental control. Lin Xiaofeng knew that she had to ensure safety when driving. If she had also seen paintings, she would have been frozen at this time. There were only two possibilities. Either the car would instantly lose control and fall into the water drop group from midair, or she seemed to have some mental illness and was crazy about getting closer to Utopia. If she was a second late, she would die. Lin Xiaofeng silently held the steering wheel tightly and tried to stabilize the car body. She felt that Xu Ning had become very strange, as if she was possessed by something. If these three people were possessed, Lin Xiaofeng swallowed his saliva. This would definitely be the most terrifying existence for the car in midair. Buzz, the tremor disappeared, Zhu Ning's teeth stopped chattering, and he finally took a breath. The first sentence was, "Did you all see it?" Bai Cheng nodded, and Zhu Ning's face changed. Bai Cheng was not seriously infected before because her brain was far away. Why was she infected now? Bai Cheng was not used to this kind of pollution. She opened and closed her eyes mechanically, and said coldly, "We are closer to the source of pollution." The closer to the source of pollution, the deeper the impact will be, and they are not sure whether it is a superpower who affects them, or some unknown existence. After all, it was just a painting, and it was something that was drawn so many years ago, so it can't be considered an ordinary superpower. None of the three of them had seen it. Zhu Ning, maybe she is nearby. Pei Shu blurted out, "Impossible. Below is a group of water drops, and the flying car is in the air. Although the sky is still yellow, the visibility is good today, and there are no other flying cars within 2 kilometers. Assuming that it is Lu Yu herself who affects them, where is she? It can't be in the group of water drops below, right?" Lin Xiaofeng was not infected, just driving. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look down. In the ruins, the group of water drops that can kill people slowly rose. If it weren't for what the 2 professional guides said, it's actually hard to imagine that this thing can kill people. It looks too harmless. The heat on the scorched earth is very high, and it's hard to see if there is anyone below. Can humans really survive in such a place? Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help but imagine that there is someone watching them in the invisible heat below. Lu Yu's movements are elegant, wearing a wide hat, as if she is looking at the sky on a picnic, attracted by the interesting birds in the sky. Their flying car is the bird. Lin Xiaofeng shuddered and stopped talking quickly, feeling that this area was even more weird. Lu Yu would be too scary, Zhu Ning said what others were thinking. They have been constantly improving Lu Yu's image. She not only has powerful mental pollution, but also may have water-related abilities, and now has a super strong defense system. Pei Shu followed the guess. If Lu Yu is really down there, maybe she can directly control the water droplet group. No one knows whether those substances are water droplets or not. But then Lu Yu is a true god, even more so than Zhu Ning. Bai Cheng, I still prefer that we are gradually approaching the source of pollution, or the destination. There are not so many super gods. The price of Bai Cheng's immortality is that he cannot store memories. What price should Lu Yu pay for reaching such a heaven-defying level? If Lu Yu is really that powerful, he will not adopt such a roundabout tactic. Zhu Ning recalled the picture in her mind just now, and found it difficult to describe it to others, because this road is not really on the ground, but seems to be suspended in her mind. She can understand it, but cannot share it with others. Zhu Ning asked, "What direction did you see just now?" Pei Shu, northwest. Bai Cheng, same. Zhu Ning, the map in our minds is the same. Bai Cheng's influence is deepening, which means that Utopia may be nearby. Zhu Ning asked, "Is the road clearer?" She got the same answer. The road was blurry before. This time, it was probably because she walked into the range, and the road became clearer and clearer. She guessed that when she was near the intersection, she could tell you whether to turn left or right. There is another detail, Pei Shu said. This time, the word Utopia appeared in my mind. I almost overlooked it. They also had auditory hallucinations after reading Lu Yu's paintings for the first time. There was an intention in their minds, go there. Now the whispers in their ears have become, go to Utopia. Spiritual pollution has changed from a general term to a specific term. The order of precedence, Bai Cheng, after we guessed that the destination was Utopia, we first had the idea of going to Utopia, and then the pollution method changed silently. It's like some kind of illusion, with attention to detail, updated at any time, to ensure that you can be contaminated by me. Zhu Ning has experienced the company copy and feels that this set of logic is very familiar. This is mental suggestion, not others influencing us. After being suggested, we will pollute ourselves, brainwash ourselves, and find a suitable reason to reach the destination. Lin Xiaofeng interrupted. Like what we said before, planting seeds? Smart. Zhu Ning touched Lin Xiaofeng's head. All this can be understood as sowing. The seeds are planted and will germinate when they encounter a suitable environment. Now the seeds in their brains have sprouted, and the roots have penetrated into the soft brain tissue. They have grown into saplings. If they grow into a complete tree, they should lose their own thinking. Now each of the three of them has a tree in their heads. Pei Shu, the destination Lu Yu points to is not necessarily a utopia. The term utopia was given by pilgrims. These may have been two different things, but they were confused after being influenced. Of course, it could be the same thing. Everyone has a different understanding of things. Except for reaching the destination, they can't be sure of anything. Zhu Ning, Pei Shu, adjust the route. If you want me to go in so much, I want to see what good things there are. Pei Shu didn't say anything nonsense. The main reason was that they couldn't get rid of the mental pollution without reaching the destination. Pei Shu turned on the flying car control panel and adjusted the details of the road he planned to take. He had a map he drew in his secondary brain. Liu Yu's mental pollution made him have a map in his mind. Now the two maps overlapped. Pei Shu found that it was really close. If the time spent in the polluted area was not counted, assuming that this road was unobstructed, it could be reached within 3 days. Xu Ning, Xiaofeng is the only one who hasn't seen the map. I stick to the original plan. This is a kind of mental pollution. Xiaofeng needs to stay rational, but in order to prevent us from getting separated, we all need to have the same destination. I copy a copy to Xiaofeng's deputy brain. If we get separated, you can open it and read it, and be infected actively. We meet in Utopia. Will there be a situation of separation? Lin Xiaofeng solemnly agreed. She got a new task. According to current speculation, the closer to the destination, the worse the mental state of these three people will be. They will do anything to get closer to the destination. Lin Xiaofeng needs to control 3 mentally ill patients, who may go crazy at any time. Xu Ning distributed 3 anesthetics, and stuck them on everyone's necks to facilitate self-treatment and Lin Xiaofeng's transportation of their bodies. Lin Xiaofeng adjusted the route according to the new map. Pei Shu said to drive as high as possible, and a water drop group will be able to appear in an hour. After Xu Ning made the arrangements, he tilted his head and asked Pei Shu, "Are you okay?" Pei Shu's eyes were red. Xu Ning saw that he had just ignited a red flame, and his eyeballs were full of sparks. Xu Ning almost tightened the silk thread around his neck. Xu Ning remembered Pei Shu's case, and mental pollution would induce his illness. Pei Shu touched his neck. "It's okay, the pollution time was very short. I was almost strangled to death by you just now." Before Xu Ning spoke, Bai Cheng next to him said silently, "I'm fine too." Xu Ning smiled. She was like a little kid, who couldn't wait to be cared for, silently saying, "Why don't you ask me if I'm okay?" Xu Ning really felt that every Bai Cheng was different. When he first met Bai Cheng, he thought she was a killer on a rainy night. This Bai Cheng wanted to integrate into the collective atmosphere. Just like when she hugged Lao Zhao at the supply station just now, she wanted to join every social link. Xu Ning asked, "Are you adjusting your personality?" Bai Cheng nodded. "The new me is blank. Apart from my own personality, the people around me have a great influence on me. In my opinion, you are our mother." "Stop!" Xu Ning interrupted directly, with goosebumps all over her body. "I don't want to be your mother. One is fine, but the mother of so many plastic people." Bai Cheng laughed out loud, but because the laughter was unnatural, it was like a goose. Pei Shu and Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help laughing after hearing it, and the atmosphere in the flying car was better. After being mentally polluted, they needed to adjust their state quickly, and this goal was achieved. Xu Ning sighed silently. The captain was basically equivalent to the team's nanny, who had to worry about everything. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu continued to be on guard, and Lin Xiaofeng drove more carefully than before. Xu Ning closed her eyes. She kept the information said by Hua Wenxi in her mind, trying to find out if there were any clues that she had overlooked. She flipped through the works again, but she didn't feel anything about the first few. Maybe these paintings were used to cover up. She could only read the lighthouse at most, and she didn't dare to click on the last painting. Xu Ning looked at the lighthouse, and always felt that there should be a crow there. Why didn't Liu draw it? Closer, closer. Xu Ning enlarged the picture, as if walking in the world of the painting, about to approach something. Suddenly, Xu Ning's shoulder was pushed, and the lighthouse in front of him disappeared in an instant, replaced by the sky. Wandering in the mind is very time-consuming. Hours always pass in the blink of an eye. Pei Shu and Bai Cheng have been discussing for a while. Bai Cheng woke Xu Ning and whispered, entering the contaminated area. "Now?" Xu Ning glanced at her mechanical watch. She had been wandering for at most an hour and a half. There was no change around her. There were still water droplets below, but the clouds were larger than before. According to Pei Shu's speculation, they should have passed through the water droplets by now. "Pei Shu, there is a bad news and a strange news. Which one do you want to hear?" Xu Ning didn't want to hear either bad news. "Pei Shu, I was trapped in a wall. It is easy to be trapped in a wall outside the wall. The most common is in the forest, and the second is in the air. There are many influencing factors, pollution or magnetic field." Xu Ning vaguely remembered that Sha Nao and his team seemed to have encountered a wall at the beginning, but they didn't know the details of that mission. "Pei Shu, this is the second time I passed by that skeleton." Xu Ning had the memory stored in his mind before, so it was easy to make a direct comparison. At the edge of the deep pit bomb below, there was a very strange-looking skeleton. It was probably mutated by radiation, and the bones were twisted. It didn't look like a human body, but more like intertwined tree roots. Because it was so recognizable, they all used this location as a landmark just now. Zhu Ning glanced at the screen inside the flying car, and Lin Xiaofeng explained, "It has not changed. I just drove in this direction." The navigation was broken, and Lin Xiaofeng could not feel that he was spinning, but in fact they had been circling in the same place. Zhu Ning asked, "How long can we stay?" There was a group of water droplets below, which made it impossible to land, and could only float in the air. Lin Xiaofeng, "It can fly at a low speed for 30 hours, and it will take almost 2 days if it keeps hovering. The flying car has been modified, but many new functions have been added, and the burden is also heavy. The temperature in this area has been very high, and the cooling system needs to be turned on for a long time, unless they want to be baked into cookies." They set off in the morning, and now it is almost noon and the sun is very strong. There is scorched earth below, which is equivalent to being in an oven, baking with both upper and lower fires. The temperature outside the flying car is 150 degrees. Zhu Ning asked, "Where's the strange news?" Pei Shu, "Don't worry, Xiaofeng, keep driving at a low speed and head northwest." Zhu Ning sat in the co-pilot seat as if watching their performance. There were only clouds in front of her, nothing else. Suddenly, something appeared in her sight. Zhu Ning thought it was a flying bird at first. As it gradually zoomed in, she saw that it was a door. It was easy to ignore. It had a clear rectangular outline, and the color should be translucent. Now the sky was yellow, and the door was also yellow. There was also a mottled metal handle on the right side. From the appearance and size, it looked like a very ordinary bedroom door. Why is there a door in the air? Chapter 346. The door was very thin, almost like a piece of paper. Lin Xiaofeng and the others studied it when Zhu Ning was in a state of meditation. They took Zhu Ning around the door like a tour guide. Behind the door, there was also a door. This was an ordinary door. The front and back were similar, and there was no room behind the door. This was the first time Zhu Ning had seen such a dreamy contaminated area. It was totally out of common sense. How could this door go up to the sky, and there was not even any extra information? If you wanted to know, it seemed that you had to enter the door. Zhu Ning asked, "Does this happen often?" She wanted to know clearly whether it was because she was unlucky or other people were like this. Pei Shu, "It is dangerous to cross the water drop group. Many convoys disappeared in this area. It depends on luck. It's half and half. I haven't encountered it anyway." It turns out that the missing convoy encountered this kind of thing. Pei Shu actually took out his notebook, as if he had found something remarkable. Pei Shu said while recording, "I am used to being unlucky, but you are really unlucky." Following Zhu Ning, the probability of encountering a contaminated area is much higher than that of ordinary people, and they are all very strange. Zhu Ning, Thank you, you are really good at complimenting people. Zhu Ning asked, "What are you recording?" Pei Shu, "Found the door in the sky, no abnormalities in remote contact, no energy distortion outside the door, pollution concentration is at a normal level, waiting for the second contact." Pei Shu sketched the door, made a simple mark next to it, and even wrote down the names of the members of this team, as if they were an investigation team. Zhu Ning, "Are you so interested in this door?" Pei Shu only sorted out and recorded other contaminated areas afterwards. This is the first time he started so early. Pei Shu, "This door suddenly appeared. There are no clues outside. Below is a group of water droplets. I will leave something valuable for future generations before I die." Zhu Ning, Should we say that Mr. Pei is responsible or open-minded about life and death? This is the first time Zhu Ning has seen a high-altitude contaminated area. Isn't it said that contaminated spores can't fly high? Zhu Ning asked, "If I purify it at this altitude, what will happen to the contaminated spores?" Pei Shu thought carefully and gave the answer, "Maybe they will be crushed and destroyed?" Zhu Ning didn't expect to hear this answer. After the pollutants are killed, they will become contaminated spores. Zhu Ning thought that humans could only do this step. It turns out that they can be destroyed. Zhu Ning analyzed the current situation. There are no clues, just a door. Opening Qin Qihong's notebook may give more information, but in midair, if the danger and difficulty increase, we will see each other in the next life. With a notebook, entering most contaminated areas is like turning on an accelerator, and you can quickly understand the background, but this contaminated area is too dangerous. The water droplets on the ground can quickly kill people. In this case, the consequences of increased danger are unpredictable. Bai Chung, I can go in and take a look. Bai Chung is very clear about her position, and has already untied the body bag. Sister Bai, don't be brave enough to sacrifice yourself. Zhu Ning didn't raise Bai Chung as a scout dog. She can't lose teammates every day. If it's a different world inside, are you sure you can still share memories? What if this door can cut off the connection? Bai Chung paused. Seeing that it worked, Zhu Ning persuaded him. If you go in and can't get out, how can you leave us clues? Now we are stuck here. Your body is very precious. Don't waste it casually. Bai Chung let go of her hand. Seeing that she was convinced by him, Zhu Ning continued, I feel that the contaminated area can be roughly classified. For example, the house where I was chased before was a space-based one, and it was also a door. Zhu Ning, if the space behind this door is infinitely extended and changed, it is actually most suitable for group operations. It is best not to separate and act together. I guess once separated, we will not be able to find anyone. Pei Shu was writing down in his investigation notes, like a stenographer in a meeting, writing down the leader's speech. Zhu Ning was afraid that if he wrote down the leader, he would understand nothing. Zhu Ning glanced at Pei Shu, and saw that what he wrote was normal. He kept nodding. You continue. Zhu Ning, no more, hover for 2 days, specifically. Lin Xiaofeng continued, 47 hours. Zhu Ning, that's less than 2 days, the deadline should be shorter, we should at least save some energy to drive the water drop group. If I get injured I can't control a car to fly so far. Bai Chung, be conservative, solve it within 40 hours. Pei Shu felt a toothache. This car of people was really brave, not only to enter the door, but also to pass the customs for 40 hours. Several people sorted out their protective clothing. All of them were difficult to be infected, but they were a little afraid for the first time, to ensure that they were sealed, and there might be 18 levels of hell behind the door. The temperature outside the car was 150 degrees, and the cooling system needed to be turned on in advance. Lin Xiaofeng carefully brought the flying car close to the air door, like a rocket launch docking, and tried twice. With the help of Zhu Ning, he finally aligned the right door with the door frame. Because he didn't know whether the door opened inward or outward, he kept a 1 meter distance in the middle. Several people sorted out the flying car and their belongings. Zhu Ning made a gesture, meaning that she was going to open the window. Everyone else had already entered the state. The car was cooled down, and after the window was rolled down, a wave of heat hit her face. If it was an ordinary car, she would have melted long ago. Zhu Ning was under the heat wave, as if she was in an air fryer. She was a small French fry that was shivering in the air. If she didn't hold on tightly, she might be overturned. Zhu Ning stretched out her hand from the window, and felt that this door was a toll window on the highway. She was paying the toll. Zhu Ning leaned half of her body out, looked down, and immediately retracted her gaze. This was too high. Her heart was pounding. She was completely suspended in the air, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The deep pit below seemed extremely far away. The fear of heights is engraved in human DNA. Zhu Ning was very brave, and didn't tremble in her legs. There was a slight click. Zhu Ning was stunned, and turned the door handle. Her heartbeat quickened. The door was actually open. Zhu Ning didn't even use the master key. When Zhu Ning paused, Lin Xiaofeng watched nervously, afraid that the door would suddenly open, and a tentacle would directly roll the whole car away. The door must be a bit old. It made a creaking sound. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, and opened the air door. Zhu Ning opened half of the door. Pei Shu and Bai Chung were in the back seat, just blocked by the door. They couldn't see the inside clearly. They only saw Zhu Ning's half-body stiff. Zhu Ning stayed for no more than 3 seconds, and immediately let go of his hand. It seemed that he saw something strange. The door lost its traction, and was blown by the wind, banging against the door frame. What's wrong? Pei Shu asked nervously. His right hand ignited a flame, and Bai Chung was also ready to support. The door in the air might be countless eyeballs behind the door, or something even weirder. Zhu Ning closed her eyes, as if it was hard to describe. She sorted out her thoughts and said, I saw an eye. It was indeed an unknown creature. Pei Shu thought that there might be a monster behind the door. Zhu Ning continued, at first, I saw a big eyeball, which was bulging and had red bloodshot. I was as big as an ant in front of it, but... She just opened the door and looked into an eye. When the huge eyeball moved, it was like the moon moving. Zhu Ning had predicted it before opening the door. Seeing the eye, she even felt familiar, but just the next second, the eye blinked, and the eyelashes opened and closed in front of Zhu Ning like a huge roller shutter. Later, the eye retreated, and Zhu Ning saw the eyebrows and nose, then the human face, and finally a complete face. The man had black hair, yellow skin, and acne on his face. His skin was very bad, like the surface of the moon. Countless acne pits and blackheads unfolded in front of Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning guessed that with her size, she couldn't climb out if she fell into an acne pit. A blackhead hole was an abyss for her, and the oily scalp should be a swamp. It was a young man, maybe around 20 years old, with an oily face. He said something, as if he was saying there was something here. Just as he was about to lower his head to check again, Zhu Ning reacted and immediately closed the door. The world behind the door was so huge for her that she could be easily crushed by a finger. Pei Shu frowned. So there is another world behind the door? There are people like us? No, supergiants. Zhu Ning's words were so weird that Pei Shu suspected she was dreaming, but according to the proportion, a pockmark was considered a huge pit for them, so they were smaller than ants. Super monsters are not scary, but humans with the same face as you are scary, and they are so huge. Zhu Ning was not paying attention. He looked at the deep pit below that was opened by the bombing of weapons, thinking that this might be a pimple. The land was bombed because someone squeezed the pimple with his hands, and the pus that spurted out was like a mushroom cloud. Zhu Ning thought about it, and found it a little funny. He said, "We may be in a model. There is also a door in that world." The man seems to be checking it. There are other people talking behind him. Judging from the shadows that flashed by, there are at least 3. Zhu Ning recalled carefully that this door opened in the sky of their world, but opened in the miniature mold of another world. The flame on Pei Shu's finger went out, and it was difficult to answer Zhu Ning's question. Instead, Bai Cheng asked, "Is this the truth of the world? Our world is actually a model? The end of the world is because the model is destroyed? The source of pollution is the creator who made the model?" Zhu Ning screamed and laughed. "It's very likely. Congratulations on finding the truth?" "Pei Shu, it's not funny at all." Bai Cheng asked, "Any more information? What does the model we are in look like?" "Let me think," Zhu Ning said. "I didn't see it very clearly, but I remember it was very dark, not like a normal environment, at least not a fantasy Barbie castle for children to play. It's quite realistic." "Bai Cheng, maybe the way out is on the other side of the door? Anyway, there is no way to get out. It seems that there is only information on the other side of the door." Zhu Ning is not sure. If he passes through this door, can he really come back? Their plan is very rough, collective action. Zhu Ning takes the lead, Lin Xiaofeng follows closely, and Pei Shu cleans up. Zhu Ning opened the door again. She seemed to be the vanguard. This time she didn't see anyone's eyes or hear any sound. It seemed that those people had gone out. Zhu Ning suspected that with this ratio, she probably couldn't see clearly how many of them there were. After all, they are now about the same size as the dust in the air. Knowing what is behind the door, they are not so scared anymore. Zhu Ning carefully slips in, holding the door with one hand, and the others follow. When it is Lin Xiaofeng's turn, Lin Xiaofeng can't help but look down. After she steps out, the car body shakes, and there is nothing under her feet, as if she is stepping on the whole world in the air. She is spinning in front of her eyes, and before she can react, she has already arrived in another world. Lin Xiaofeng is a little dizzy, as if she has drunk too much wine, or taken some hallucinogens. The whole person seems to be spinning and falling without limit, without a goal or an end. The world is crushed and unfolded, enlarged and shrunk, destroyed and rebuilt. "Xiaofeng?" Zhu Ning's voice came. "Xiaofeng?" With a snap, Lin Xiaofeng felt the pressure on her eardrum. Zhu Ning snapped his fingers in her ear, and suddenly the whole world became clear, and she saw Zhu Ning and the others. Bai Cheng carried another self on his back. Both of them were wearing protective clothing. Pei Shu was panting against the wall, and he should also be adapting. Zhu Ning supported Lin Xiaofeng and checked her condition. Lin Xiaofeng woke up. She looked around. It looked like a house. Everything was big for her. There was a bed, a table, and even a delicate wash basin. The model was very realistic. Unlike ordinary human houses, there was no ceiling and the top was empty. The model was not built well. Some places were not painted. This door was brown and had a small metal handle, but it was not as small as theirs. Lin Xiaofeng thought to herself that they really entered another world, like 5 black dust particles. They were all dwarfs in front of the model. Zhu Ning was about the same size as the door handle. She jumped up and hung on the door handle. She twisted her arms hard and opened the door again, but behind the door was another room. The yellow sky disappeared. Chapter 347. Originally, when the door was opened, the sky behind the door should be the one they came from, and the flying car was hovering behind the door. Now it is a bathroom, roughly judging from the private bathroom of the master bedroom. The bathroom was wet, the toilet was yellow, and yellow urine stains splashed on the diamond-shaped floor. Someone went to the toilet but didn't flush it, and the smell of fermented urine hit me. This model is too realistic. Even the stains are restored 1-to-1. Could this be painted on? If it is for someone to live in, the owner must be a man. There are no extra toiletries on the shelf, just a dried soap, a frizzy toothbrush, and a towel with holes. There is a pair of drying socks, and a fat men's underwear hanging on the towel rack. It is so sloppy that Zhu Ning feels dirty just breathing here. Zhu Ning thought of the man with acne scars on his face, and always felt that this place is completely in line with his living habits. Who is that person? Zhu Ning heard him say something, and then he disappeared. Is he the owner of this place? Zhu Ning hung on the door handle, and the door was pushed forward. She had entered the bathroom, and could see herself in the mirror. They were really small, and looked like black bugs in the model house. Zhu Ning slowed down and asked, "Are your abilities still there?" Pei Shu shot a small flame upon hearing this. He was very unimpeded, but the size of the flame was probably not as big as the one struck by a match. And Bai Cheng did not sense his own body in this world. It probably didn't make much difference whether Lin Xiaofeng was invisible or not. They were too small, and might be difficult to be seen. Zhu Ning's abilities were all there, but the problem was that they were the same size as Zhu Ning, which was greatly reduced. For example, the god's perspective of 30 meters could not even cover this model completely after it was opened. From this point of view, Pei Shu is the most useful, because the flames confine the combustion support and the burning range is still considerable. Zhu Ning touched the bathroom. They came from this direction. At least they can find out where the problem is. Maybe there are some secret doors they haven't found. Bai Cheng freed another self. Searching for clues with one more person, they divided the area and left the dirtiest toilet area to Pei Shu. After all, they are all men. It is estimated that it is easy to find clues. Pei Shu is used to being unlucky, and he doesn't have any complaints. Someone has to do the dirty work. He walked to the toilet, and found that it was even dirtier. The garbage in the wastebasket overflowed, and no one cleaned it up. The paper towels were wet with sewage and stuck to the side of the toilet. It looks too much like it was used by humans. If it was made by the owner of the model, why did he make such a house? The style of this model is the same as Zhu Ning described. Very dark, the walls are yellow, and many places are dirty and old. Pei Shu wanted to see what was next to the toilet, but suddenly he felt the pile of tissues tremble, and the palm of Pei Shu's hand behind him ignited a flame. There was something under the tissue. Judging from its size, it should be quite large. After all, a tissue could bury Pei Shu now. Pei Shu made a gesture, which was a temporary agreement of the team. Hitting any object and making a rapid clicking sound meant that there might be danger. Bai Cheng and Xiao Feng were at the sink when they heard it. Lin Xiaofeng was strong enough to open the giant cabinet door. One Bai Cheng was groping on the mirror surface, and the other had already jumped onto the towel rack. Opening the cabinet door was only suitable for Lin Xiaofeng. It was made of wood, and even Zhu Ning couldn't open it. Lin Xiaofeng supported the cabinet door with one hand and took a deep breath. He finally opened a crack in the door, and immediately supported it with his feet to prevent it from bouncing back. Lin Xiaofeng didn't see it clearly at first. The place was very dark. She was about to turn on the shoulder light when she heard a bang. It looked like something was placed next to the cabinet door. There are many such scenes in life. When opening the cabinet, unstable items roll down. The first thing to do is to pick up the things instead of taking them out. Lin Xiaofeng felt that something fell in front of her. After seeing it clearly, her eyes narrowed, and the hair on the back of her neck exploded. Pei Shu aimed at the paper towel, ready to give a fatal blow to any monster. The paper towel trembled more and more. A yellow-white thing came out from the bottom. Pei Shu's finger was on the trigger. At this time, he was stunned. It was a maggot? The maggot was wriggling. It was difficult to tell the head and tail when looking at it alone. It seemed to be just a yellow-white hole. Only after raising its head could you tell which side was the head. It is said that maggots breathe with their tails, and their heads have degenerated. In the normal world, if maggots do not spread diseases, they are just a little disgusting, not so scary, and can be crushed to death. But at this time, it was a little creepy for them, because they were too small. Now that they found a reference, the maggots looked like giant mutant pythons. The maggots raised their huge heads. It can be imagined that if they were touched, they would be easily swallowed. The paper towels trembled more and more, and the worms were wriggling. There was not only this one, but there might be everywhere in this room. Lin Xiaofeng watched a pile of pupa shells fall out of the cabinet door, and scatter on the sink like huge rice grains. Lin Xiaofeng loosened her hand and wanted to run immediately. At the same time, she heard Pei Shu's secret signal. When she lowered her head, the sink as high as a cliff was full of white maggots. Pei Shu was in the middle, looking extremely small. Pei Shu resisted the nausea, but the finger on the trigger did not move. He did not move until Zhu Ning gave the exact order. Who knows what the consequences would be if he moved now? Bai Cheng, who was on the towel rack, looked down from above and whispered, "Don't move yet." Her voice was very low, but Pei Shu heard it. Bai Cheng was a plastic man, buried underground for many years, and had seen all kinds of disgusting things. Maggots often grow in rotting corpses. They are her old neighbors underground. Maggots like to eat rotten meat, and have no interest in Bai Cheng, who is made of plastic. Although maggots are disgusting, they are widely distributed in corners that urban people cannot see, and they help decompose rotten garbage. This thing can't fly, the crawling creatures are not fast, the head and eyes are degenerate, they have no wisdom, and even poor eyesight. And they are only interested in rotten things. If there is no mutation, according to common sense, as long as the protective clothing is well worn, this thing will be naturally isolated. Pei Shu admired Bai Cheng very much. He was well informed, but he had a heavy taste. Although maggots did not have strong vision, when the number reached a certain level, they could just drown people directly without precise attacks. What kind of perverted hobbies did that acne man have? He made a model at home and used it to raise worms? Pei Shu was a little anxious and wanted to hear the retreat order immediately. Unfortunately, Zhu Ning, as the captain, did not have any new instructions even after seeing this scene. She was attracted by the shower curtain. Zhu Ning heard the secret signal from Pei Shu and saw something coming out from behind the toilet. It was reasonable to evacuate, and it was safest to leave first. But Zhu Ning had already seen a shadow behind the shower curtain, which seemed to be a human figure. It had already reached the clue and did not want to let it go. There was something behind the shower curtain, it should be a living thing. She could feel the sound it made, it was a bit high frequency. Zhu Ning pulled open a corner of the curtain, and saw a huge fly head at first sight. There was a fly head on the neck of a person, eyes as big as fists, like two black light bulbs embedded, two translucent wings buzzing, and dense black whiskers under the corners of the mouth. Fly man, this model house is actually for fly people to live in. The model house is very large for Zhu Ning, but it is just right for fly people. The fly man seemed very dull, not as flexible as Zhu Ning remembered. He sat in the bathtub with his knees hugged. When he noticed Zhu Ning's presence, the wings on his face trembled faster and his compound eyes kept trembling. He was not wearing any clothes, and it could be seen that he was a man, with a fat belly, and his body and the fly were perfectly integrated. Zhu Ning's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and he even forgot about the huge insects crawling behind him for a short time. It was too weird. A door suddenly appeared in midair. When it was opened, a huge human eyeball appeared. When entering the model house, white maggots were found. At the end of the bathroom was a fly man. The fly man seemed to move slowly. For some reason, Zhu Ning did not feel disgusted or scared by him. If he had to give a reason, it might be because he did not show any attack power, but looked at him dully. It seemed that the human soul was still sealed inside the fly man. Could he be the owner of this model house? Is this bathroom his? Because flies like dirt, they cannot keep it clean? Are the maggots in the bathroom his children? Or his kind? Zhu Ning inexplicably felt that he was a human like himself, perhaps an investigator or a bounty hunter, who walked over after opening the air door. The fly man's compound eyes trembled, as if he was extremely sleepy. He had been sleeping here before. His performance reminded Zhu Ning of sleeping sickness, which is also spread by maggots and flies. The infected person first becomes sluggish, neurasthenic, insomniac, and then faints unconsciously. Finally, he dies in his sleep and cannot control himself at all. Zhu Ning even felt a huge despair and sadness, as well as numbness, from the fly man. She sympathized with a fly for no reason. Zhu Ning was not very afraid of fast-flying flies, since she was a child. Instead, she was more afraid of sluggish flies, especially those that gathered in a group. People would not avoid them even if they walked by. They looked furry. But why flies? Because they live in the air? Can this thing open the door in reverse and enter the human world? Pei Shu kept retreating under the gaze of the maggots, and still did not fire until the order came. Lin Xiaofeng reacted after seeing the pile of pupa shells, and immediately jumped off the sink. Bai Cheng frowned when he saw the fly man behind the shower curtain. Several people seemed to be infected with sleeping sickness, or maybe because the scene in front of them was too bizarre, they all slowed down their movements. They slowly left the bathroom, as if they had accidentally disturbed the owner of the room, and they looked very sorry. If the other party could understand, Juning wanted to say, "Sorry, we got lost, we came in accidentally, we are not trespassing, we will leave now." The corners of the flyman's mouth trembled, as if he was talking to Juning, or warning him, but Juning couldn't understand. They were already two different species, and there was no way to communicate effectively. Juning slowly backed away, closed the door, and left the house. After opening the door, he found that there was a quiet and gloomy corridor behind the door, like a public community, which reminded Juning of an ant nest, and the corridor could not see the end. This seemed to be a model house built specifically for fly people to live in. The 5 people were silent, and no one could figure out a smooth logic. Where is this? Why is the Acme Man raising fly people? Their perspective was too limited. When people shrank, their visual range also shrank, making them like blind men touching an elephant. They climbed up the wall, because the model house had no roof, and it was easy to walk on the top of the wall after climbing up. Although there might be bugs on the wall, they didn't care so much. Only in this way could they get information immediately. They walked carefully on the wall. The next room was empty. The model house was made very finely. Every room was very dirty and messy. The rotten food was not put away. The bathroom was dirty, and bugs were crawling around. After walking through 5 rooms, Juning saw another fly person. She was a female fly person, lying upside down. It seemed that she was looking for something to eat in the refrigerator, but she plunged into the refrigerator and never raised her head again. Juning was getting more and more frightened as he walked. He was getting information very slowly. If he kept zooming out and looking down from a god's perspective, he could see that there were many fly people living in the cubicle. Some people fell in the bathtub, some fell in the burning iron pot, some fainted at the door, and some fell in front of the dining table with chopsticks in their hands, as if they couldn't hold on, and suddenly their minds were disconnected. They had different shapes and slow movements, but they were not completely dead. Their fly wings were still buzzing. When they heard the strange noise coming from above, some fly people would look up, and no fly people tried to attack. They might feel better if the fly people attacked, proving that the fly people were enemies and monsters, and they just needed to defeat them. But the fly people were too quiet, giving them an illusion that they were infected unknowingly, and they would also be drowsy, and their heads would become flies when they woke up. Chapter 348. There is a fly man in the room right under my feet. He rubbed his head off and played with it in his hands. Black hairs grew on his human arms. He rubbed his head back and forth like someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, and his movements were also very slow. Juning only knew the term headless fly before, and this was the first time he saw the real scene. It is said that flies can survive without a head. In addition to the brain in their heads, they also have developed nerves as backup brains. Flies that lose their heads usually die of starvation, not decapitation. Now this scene is so weird no matter how you look at it. The fly head is tossing around in the hands of people, as if it has discovered the existence of Juning and others. Its fist-sized eyes look straight at them, and they have never deviated from the beginning to the end. Flies and maggots are everywhere, like a breeding base. Lin Xiufeng silently took 2 steps back, and Juning was the first to speak. Does anyone know what this thing is? She brought 2 professional guides and expected to get an answer. Pei Shu shook his head silently, but Bai Cheng took out an axe. The 2 Bai Chengs prepared their weapons at the same time, and their movements were in unison, which looked a bit scary at first glance. Juning asked, "What are you doing?" Bai Cheng, "I can kill one first." If there is some weird logic that needs to be triggered manually, Bai Cheng is more inclined to strike first. Juning couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up, worthy of your sister Bai. Juning spoke cautiously. "First of all, they can see us." Pei Shu, "Agree. The visual nerves of flies are very developed. They have tried it. No matter which room they pass through, the eyes of the flies inside will move with it. The best case is the one in front of us. The head rubbed by the arm has been looking here no matter how it changes direction, and the eyes seem to have some mental pollution. It will be very uncomfortable to look at it." Pei Shu half knelt down. There was a lot of room for him to move around on the wall. He could observe the current situation of several rooms at the same time. After thinking for a while, he said, "We are much smaller than them. In the eyes of the fly people, we may be flies. In this world, the Acme Man is the largest creature, a super giant, and the fly people are giants in their eyes. The small team outside the wall is basically small flying insects." For a moment, it seemed that the food chain was upside down. Juning, as a human, became a fly at this time, while the flies lived in the model house, with a bed and a refrigerator, and seemed to abide by human civilization. So what should we do next? Juning was also at a loss. Open the notebook? But there is no danger at present. Why open the notebook to create danger? It's really weird. They are trapped in a fly nest, but they are still spinning around like headless flies. Bai Chung held an axe in her hand, as if Zhu Ning could charge as long as she ordered, but Zhu Ning shook her head. She didn't understand the logic. Whoever moved would die. The main thing is that people were floating in the sky, which was too dangerous. Zhu Ning suggested to explore the size of this place first, because you need to find a map to play games. The 5 people looked like tourists, carrying black backpacks and wearing helmets. There should be a tour guide to introduce them. Something like, "Welcome to the fly paradise, our biggest fly man is in front." Unfortunately, there was no such tour guide, so they had to walk and explore, walking on the wall like a worm. Zhu Ning hoped to reach the border, but this place was too big, and they didn't reach the edge after walking for a long time. Bai Chung and Pei Shu were both timing to avoid errors. Now they have been walking for half an hour, and have not gained anything. They have a time limit. When the time is up, the flying car will fall into the water drop group. Even if the polluted area is finally purified, there is no transportation to leave. Zhu Ning's heart was getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, she saw something moving in front of her. Was it at the edge? Zhu Ning didn't feel happy, but more depressed, as if a stone was weighing on her heart. Boom! She suddenly heard a loud noise, and it felt dark above, casting a thick black shadow, blocking the incandescent light. Others also realized it, and they looked up at the same time. What caught her eye was a huge eye. The surface of the eyeball was covered with red bloodshot, the eyeball was bulging and a little excited, and the edge of the eyeball was a little deformed. That was the man Zhu Ning had seen before. His face was full of acne pits and large pores, and his whole face was oily. The acne pit man was holding a magnifying glass at this time. The shape of his eyes was distorted, looking down at the interior of the model house, like a spectator watching a game, or like a pervert peeping, with a huge smile on the corner of his mouth. They were discovered. For Zhu Ning, it was like the whole sky was an ugly human face. That eyeball was very deformed, and anyone could see the malice revealed in the eyes. Pure malice, as if the criminals who abuse cats and dogs were watching small animals. They were just playthings. Zhu Ning remembered that when she opened the door for the first time, she heard the man say that there was something here, and then he left. Zhu Ning felt a little dazed for a moment, not knowing whether she was contaminated or she was scared by encountering such a huge difference in size. The underground evil child in Area 103 was also huge, but it looked like tentacles, and the creature in front of him looked completely human, and was still speaking human language. "Hey, I said there was something, I was not mistaken," the man with the acne said. The strange thing was that Zhu Ning did not think the voice was extremely huge, but it was seamless, and could be understood. Boom boom boom. Zhu Ning's heart was beating wildly. She realized something and shouted, "Run! Run along the wall!" As soon as she finished speaking, the acne man stretched out his hand, and his fat fingers pressed down like a mountain. For the first time, he experienced what it was like to be crushed by a mountain. He was careful not to touch the layout of the model house, and went straight to Zhu Ning. Probably because Zhu Ning was moving quickly. Humans are like this. When looking at a tank of fish, they will first pay attention to the one swimming the most happily. Zhu Ning was that fish and became the first choice. Zhu Ning gritted his teeth and dodged sideways when the huge finger landed. He didn't care about the maggots next to him, and landed along the wall. With a bang, a finger pushed down, and the table of the model house was pushed down and crushed. Zhu Ning barely wiped it. The protective suit was close to her body, otherwise she would definitely be pressed down by the corner of her clothes. The finger was so close that Zhu Ning could still see the stains between the nails. It was a very familiar human finger. Zhu Ning had been a human for so many years, and had seen it countless times. This was the first time he looked up at it. The finger paused in the model house, and then turned around immediately. The finger was like a monster with an independent life. It turned its head, and attacked Zhu Ning again. There was a fly man in this house. He was not wearing clothes, and looked like an old man. It was reasonable that this was his home, and he would definitely react to the changes in the house. But the fly man did not move at all, and remained sluggish, as if he was used to it. Instead, the maggots in the house seemed to be crazy, squirming and began to escape. Zhu Ning could feel that the pockmarked man did not want to hurt the maggots very much, and was carefully avoiding them. This gave Zhu Ning some time to react, and she attracted all the firepower by herself. Zhu Ning saw from the corner of her eye that Lin Xiufeng was very smart. When the pockmarked man appeared, she slid along the wall and ran away immediately. She did not find Bai Chung and Pei Shu. Without caring about so much, Zhu Ning quickly calculated while rolling. with a map of the entire model house in her mind. When she opened a door, her finger chased after her. No wonder she had difficulty hitting flies before. It was really difficult to hit a bug with a huge creature. With a puff, the Acme Man accidentally injured a fly man. The other party was stunned. One of his fingers was crushed and the liquid exploded, staining the Acme Man's fingertips. The Acme Man rubbed against the wall of the model house and looked for the target again and found that Zhu Ning was gone. Zhu Ning was too small for the Acme Man. He relied on a magnifying glass to lock Zhu Ning's position. The magnifying glass was not easy to move and was more suitable for static observation. Zhu Ning ran wildly in the model house and opened doors one by one. After all, the Acme Man's fingers had no eyes. He stopped chasing after a while and felt dizzy. "Hey, stop messing around. We have to clean it up." Another man appeared in front of the model house. He was wearing black framed glasses and propped them up on his nose. The man with the acne scar retracted his fingers and rubbed them on the corner of his clothes, but he didn't look away and lowered his head to get closer. Zhu Ning's back was against the wall, her heart pounding. The thin wooden board of the model house was useless. There was a huge maggot at her feet. The man with the acne scar's breath was so hot that she could smell the bad breath. He looked back and forth like a searchlight, and fiddled with a finger in the model house, picked up the fallen small chair, and muttered to himself, "It's right here, why is it gone?" The man with glasses, "Anyway, they are all bugs, all the same." The man with the acne scar, "Not the same, not." The man with glasses sneered, "Hurry up, it's too late." The man with the eye glanced at his watch, as if he was in a hurry. "What do you mean it's late?" Zhu Ning listened carefully to their conversation, but it was unclear what it meant. The man with the pimple said, "Oh," and Zhu Ning felt a black spot in front of her eyes again, and his fat finger poked down again. Was she discovered? Impossible. Zhu Ning was at the foot of the wall, and should be in the visual blind spot. In the side of the man with the pimple, she was at most a black dot. How sharp could human vision be? But the finger fell accurately, and Zhu Ning subconsciously reached for the gun, but this weapon probably had no lethality to the man with the pimple, just like a barb in the finger. She gave up using the gun and activated the spider silk, which could cut off a piece of her finger. Zhu Ning's heartbeat calmed down, and she could just fight monsters if there were any, but the finger did not come towards Zhu Ning. After landing, it gently pinched a maggot. The fat maggot trembled in the air, twisting its body and struggling, as if it was lifted by a crane. That thing looked like a python to Zhu Ning, but it was really a bug in the hands of the pockmarked man. The pockmarked man hummed softly, picking and choosing in the model house, as if he was picking fresh vegetables in the vegetable garden while preparing dinner. The maggots that were picked away couldn't even make a howl, and were picked up into a small dish. They tried to escape, but were immediately picked up by the pockmarked man. At least they were not doing experiments, and the experiments would not be so crude. Could they really be breeding? But what were they used for? In reality, fly maggots are generally used to feed pigs or other poultry. They are rich in protein, which is considered a kind of industry. Zhu Ning only knew that maggots were excellent proteins. During famines, people were extremely hungry, and not only ate tree bark, but also ate maggots to supplement protein. Are they eating maggots? When the pockmarked man moves, all the fly people don't move, and he can move freely in the fly people's house. The pockmarked man had already left Zhu Ning's location, and before leaving, he muttered to himself, "Here we are, where are we going?" He looked back reluctantly. Zhu Ning heard a click, and then the world fell into darkness. The pockmarked man turned off the incandescent light in the room. Zhu Ning blinked and adapted for a while, then turned on the night vision function of the protective suit, and the world turned green. The pockmarked man didn't close the door when he left, and they could see the glowing crack in the door, like the golden treasure chest in the adventure novels, which looked very attractive and pointed them in the direction. Zhu Ning heard the sound of da-da-da, which was another code they discussed. She kept the god's perspective on it, and soon found the lost teammates. Bai Cheng was in the room next to her. When the accident happened, Bai Cheng asked another self to follow the others, and he followed Zhu Ning. Because Bai Cheng and the others share memories, teammates won't get lost and can quickly reunite. This is a very smart strategy. Zhu Ning walked out of his hiding place and approached Bai Cheng, but suddenly heard a rustling sound. A door opened, and a fly man appeared numbly. Zhu Ning thought he was going to be attacked. But Zhu Ning didn't have to do anything. Bai Cheng appeared, holding an axe and standing near the fly man, ready to hit him with an axe at any time. But the fly man didn't even look at Zhu Ning, but walked to another house. Zhu Ning was stunned, and he and Bai Cheng stuck their heads in to see. The fly man in this room was dead. He should have died in the attack just now. He was crushed by fingers, his body bursting with juice, and there were several maggot corpses. After the flyman came in, his long hair hands were placed on the corpse of his companion, the black hair in his mouth twitched, and he looked intoxicated, sucking the rotten corpse. The breath of death attracted more fly people, and the sound of doors opening rang out one after another. Densely packed fly people rushed over here, as if to attend some kind of banquet. Zhu Ning didn't want to watch any more. This place was too uncomfortable. She and Bai Cheng rushed to the direction of other teammates, wanting to change their strategy immediately. Either open the notebook or walk out of that door and take a look. Chapter 349. It was quiet outside the crack of the door. The pockmarked man should have gone far away, but there was a faint aroma coming from him, as if he was cooking something. Zhu Ning had previously guessed that the pockmarked man was eating maggots, and her mind was full of lingering images. She quickly interrupted her imagination and prepared to leave immediately after forming a team. The fly man was intoxicated with eating and seemed to not see them. The nearest fly man was squatting in the corner to lay eggs. Zhu Ning didn't want to watch, so she walked to the corridor. This place was really depressing. It was almost like hell since the lights were turned off. Zhu Ning asked, "Where are they? There has been no news for so long. Could they be in danger?" Bai Cheng tilted his head, as if he was communicating with another self. After a while, he said, "There is a discovery over there." Zhu Ning was a little surprised. Just now, she attracted all the firepower by herself to cover Lin Xiaofeng and the others' escape. She thought they had run away. So they found it so quickly. Bai Cheng led the way, and Zhu Ning followed behind. The two of them walked on the top of the wall. How should I put it? After staying in this place for so long, Zhu Ning almost thought she was a fly. The pockmarked man came too suddenly just now. Lin Xiaofeng ran in the opposite direction of Zhu Ning. She was invisible and did not attract any attention. She wanted to find a place to hide quietly and wait for the danger to pass before coming out. Later, she saw a corner. The model was not made of reinforced concrete, but was made of thin wood and cardboard. The pockmarked man poked a finger in, destroying a lot of the wall and revealing a piece of paper. When Zhu Ning arrived, Lin Xiaofeng and Pei Shu had been studying for a while. The house was empty, and there was no flyman living there, but there were 2 fat maggots lying in the kitchen and bathroom. The damaged wall was the TV wall in the living room, and a word was revealed inside, in black print, very blurry. A corner was covered, and it was not clear what it was. Bai Cheng and Pei Shu were carefully peeling off the wall. There were words, finally information. Zhu Ning hurried up to help. The structure of this model house was a layer of wood pasted with a piece of paper, and the outside was continued to be decorated. In order not to damage the words, the peeling was very careful, and after a long time, a broken word was finally seen. Lin Xiaofeng released the reconnaissance plane, and the sesame-sized reconnaissance plane took off, zooming out to see the overall situation. 2. Lin Xiaofeng controlled the reconnaissance plane and carefully said the word. It turned out to be a number? The number is probably the date. In the contaminated area, time, place, and people are the most critical information. Zhu Ning accelerated the peeling speed, but the wall was peeled off, revealing only another word. Protect? Lin Xiaofeng was not sure. The word was seriously incomplete. She could only infer. Pei Shu climbed over the wall to the next room. It was also empty. There was no danger, but it was just disgusting. After a while, Pei Shu climbed over the wall and came back. No. Number 5. Bai Cheng found information about another wall and shook his head. No. As expected, assuming Zhu Ning was making a model, she might have been short of materials and tore a piece of paper somewhere to put it on. These words were scattered and probably had no connection. The wall of the model house was peeled off, with only 2 words, namely, Bao and 2. Bai Cheng, 2 is probably the date, maybe 20XX? The date of the old world, Bao what? Protect? Zhu Ning, shelf life? It really looks like this. Bai Cheng looked at the wall carefully. It might be a corner of a cookie box from the old world. Pei Shu carefully checked the wall and tore off a small piece of paper. He looked at it and observed it, saying, "This is paper from the old world. The Federation no longer uses this material. When investigating outside the wall, you must learn to distinguish the basic age of objects." Zhu Ning didn't ask him how he deduced it. Old world? What do you mean? A group of humans in the old world were polluted in the sky. The location of the polluted area, this time, is very strange. It is in the air, and higher than the clouds. In the old world, you can only reach this height by plane, right? Lin Xiaofeng carefully raised the question. Did a plane have an accident? It is a reasonable guess that the plane crash caused an accident, but why didn't the plane's body be preserved? The outer shell of the homecoming train is still in the form of a train. What happened to the plane? I suddenly thought of something. Bai Chung said, have you heard of the escape plan of the old world? They were talking in the model house, with rustling sounds all around, and huge maggots kept swarming here. When Bai Chung was talking, a maggot's head drooped down from the background wall and cricket's pupa on the wall. This scene was a bit scary, making it difficult for Zhu Ning not to be attracted. Pei Shu asked, what do you mean specifically? Bai Chung, it may not be called this name. Before the full-scale pollution came, a small number of people were loyal doomsday believers, firmly believing that the doomsday would come sooner or later, and made long-term preparations for this, and even looked forward to the arrival of the doomsday. It seems that there is also a professional disease name to describe this kind of people, who have been preparing doomsday supplies at home for a long time, piled with compressed biscuits and medical equipment, and spent time and energy studying the doomsday that they don't know whether it will come, abandoning the present and living only in the future. Bai Chung, I also heard that there was a group of people who were not from an official organization, but were mostly research and development funded by a certain capital, trying to fly away from the planet and find a new habitat. Pei Shu hadn't heard much about it, and his exploration direction was all on the ground, but Bai Chung had lived a long time, and it was estimated that some older memories had awakened, so he asked, are you saying that they failed to fly away? Bai Chung, I guess. So there was a group of people who tried to escape the pollution at that time, but ended up being trapped in the sky and became fly people? This is too miserable. They were clearly trying to save themselves, but ended up becoming maggots. Then what roles did the acne man and the glasses man just now play? I can't figure it out. Zhu Ning, I opened my notebook. The news was too scattered, and they didn't have time. Zhu Ning took out Qin Shi Hong's notebook. The notebook didn't change much, and it still exuded a cold atmosphere. Zhu Ning paused for a long time after opening the notebook. Zhu Ning had always been the only one who could see the contents of the notebook. Bai Chung thought that this note should be very long, but Zhu Ning didn't turn the page for a long time. After a while, Zhu Ning turned the pages, making a rustling sound, not like turning pages while reading, but just flipping them casually. What a strange movement. What's wrong? Bai Chung asked. Zhu Ning shook the notebook, a little unbelievable, empty. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. There was no text in Qin Shi Hong's notebook, which meant that they were the few humans who came in, and this might be a very new contaminated area. There was also a more terrifying guess, that Qin Shi Hong was not qualified to record this place, and all the text would be erased. Zhu Ning had relied on this notebook for a long time, so she always wanted to open the notebook to quickly understand the contaminated area. Now the golden finger. Ineffective. Bai Chung was not disappointed. Having no clue is the norm for exploring outside the wall. Lin Xiaofeng asked, will it bring danger? Zhu Ning once roughly summarized the rules of the notebook. The price of opening the notebook is the increase in danger. The notebook did not provide effective information. Does this deal still count? Zhu Ning also wanted to ask. She closed the notebook and waited quietly for a while. There was no obvious change. Maybe the danger had already happened, but they didn't know. Bai Chung, won't it be so pit? Zhu Ning smiled bitterly. Don't underestimate our bad luck. Qin Shi Hong has thousands of people. Even a pollutant like him has never entered the air gate, but Zhu Ning opened it. Pei Shu and Bai Chung are professional in exploring outside the wall. Zhu Ning can only devour. She doesn't want to eat maggots. Even cockroaches dislike black mucus. If they eat maggots, they may strangle Zhu Ning to death on the spot. Bai Chung thought for a while. After summarizing, I found that the air door is a closed space, and there is no way back. The current attack power is the pockmarked man just now, and we are not abnormal. Unlike the tadpole mole, they quickly showed a mutated form and began to grow moles that time, but nothing happened this time. Let's go out and take a look. We need to know what the maggots are used for. Zhu Ning made a final decision. There is no clue here. She is more and more interested in the air door. This place may be the other side of the world. There is a smell of roasted protein in the air. Although it is a bit disgusting, eating maggots should be the truth. The fly man in the model house is still stupid, and he doesn't react to the smell of meat. Now the door is still open a gap. The pockmarked man turned off the light before leaving, but didn't close the door completely. It is likely a trap. Everyone showed their weapons. Because they didn't understand the logic of pollution, they were more afraid. Zhu Ning led the team, and the others followed. The yellow light outside the door guided the direction, and they were no longer confused. Zhu Ning climbed over the wall of the model house and asked, "How long?" Bai Cheng glanced at the mechanical watch. "It's been 3 hours since I came in. They expected to finish in 40 hours, and now there are 37 left." Zhu Ning nodded and looked out through the crack of the door. There was a curved corridor outside the door with yellow chandeliers hanging. It was very old and had no sense of technology. Zhu Ning stepped carefully on the wooden floor. It was very hard, and there was no sense of suspension. If this was an airplane floating in the air, it would be too stable. Because he didn't know the way, Zhu Ning decided to go in the direction of the meat smell. There were other rooms outside. Zhu Ning lay under the crack of the door. Being smaller also had advantages, such as she could get in through the crack of the door. Because there was a proof of the previous model house, it was quickly identified that this was also a maggot breeding base, and the flyman was also slow. There is a poster on the wall of this room. It is a cartoon character from the old world. Zhu Ning came out and said, "Same." Others looked solemn. "How many maggots are there in this place? Why do they raise so many? They found a lot along the way. It is definitely the old world." Maybe Bai Cheng is right. This is really the product of the old world to avoid pollution. This place is surprisingly large and winding, like a mountain road. Maybe because they are too small now, everyone wants to drive a flying car to explore. If it is the interior of the spacecraft, why is it so complicated? This is not a road for people to walk. They passed many forks, and were all relying on the aroma of meat to identify the direction. They turned more than a dozen corners, took 7 forks, and passed countless maggot breeding bases for 5 hours. There was no danger, and no extra clues. It was like they were lost in the desert. There were only maggots here, and it made people's brains itch, as if maggots were growing. Zhu Ning stopped to repair the team, and let others replenish their physical strength, and recover their mental state. If there was a change in them, it should be fatigue. Under normal circumstances, a superpower would not be so tired after walking for 5 hours, but the 5 people were pale. Lin Xiaofeng couldn't help yawning, and Bai Cheng felt a little numb in his muscles. It is easy to associate it with sleeping sickness, and chronic infection may have begun. There are only 32 hours left, and it is getting more and more urgent. Zhu Ning hopes not to enter a coma, which will affect the combat effectiveness too much. Bai Cheng, it seems to be here. There is a different room in front, and the sound of human conversation can be heard, as if watching a movie. Zhu Ning thought carefully. The map she explored was large enough, and she drew a picture in her mind. The brain is a mechanical product, which is good. The drawing is very accurate. Zhu Ning, wait for me. Zhu Ning's mind draws automatically. Usually, Zhu Ning doesn't care much about this function. At this moment, she was suddenly stunned. The route they walked was connected in her mind, and each model house was a connection point. Zhu Ning didn't know what it meant at first, but she felt a little familiar, and finally got some clues. It was a picture of half a brain, like a walnut kernel, and the route it walked was the brain circuit. The winding lines were like maggots wriggling, and now it was printed in Zhu Ning's brain like a steel stamp. This is a brain made of maggots. A brain with maggots? Chapter 350. Zhu Ning is in a diseased brain? How big is the whole picture of this brain? Is it the sky of the whole world? Humans have loved looking up at the sky since ancient times, which is an exploration of unknown areas. Some places even worship the sky as a god, and there is a custom of praying to the sky in various civilizations. What they see when they look up is actually just a brain full of maggots. The world has long been eaten clean by maggots. That's why the whole world is so weird. When Zhu Ning was still sweeping garbage at the cleaning center, he thought about why human technology is advanced but not exploring the universe. Now it seems that the passage to the universe is closed, and they can't break through the sky at all. No matter how high they go, they will only enter the brain of the pollutant, and become a maggot to eat numbly. Zhu Ning simply entered by mistake. The attack power of this polluted area is not strong, and it doesn't even show any clear pollution logic. The pollutants kill people either to kill the threat or to assimilate humans to strengthen themselves because they lack the same kind. They are too small to this polluted area, not threatening, not something to be disinfected in a hurry, and there is no need to assimilate. The reason for not killing you is that you are too weak, so you are looked down upon? The road constructed in Zhu Ning's mind is connected to half of a walnut kernel, constantly flashing, like a reminder, and like pollution invading in the opposite direction. Imagine that there is another brain in your brain, enlarging and enlarging again, and repeating this cycle. The flashing speed is getting faster and faster, more terrifying than all the mental pollution encountered. The mark has been made, and Zhu Ning cannot avoid it. Suddenly, the hair explodes, and the black mucus flows faster. She resonated with the brain of the whole world and had a strange intuition. She was seen. Zhu Ning explored this world like a visitor, walking in the fog. At most, she was infected with sleeping sickness, and she would become more and more tired, and then she would become a maggot unknowingly. Now Zhu Ning had just found a little clue, trying to understand the whole world, and formed a brain map in her mind. This action was an offense, and they were being targeted. Before Zhu Ning finished speaking, she looked to the right, across the wall, and the place with the strongest fragrance, which should be where the pockmarked man was. Bai Cheng had a kind of sixth sense, and she suddenly smelled the breath of death. A wall across. As Zhu Ning thought, the pockmarked man was indeed eating insects. There were empty cans piled up at his feet. There was no food for a long time, and maggots were their new food. The pockmarked man and the glasses man set up a small stove, laid out wire mesh, and carefully roasted each insect, as if they were camping for a barbecue. They had to eat. After entering this world, this was the only way to survive. It was so many years ago that I couldn't remember clearly. They actually forgot what each other was called, and what they were called. They either didn't call each other, or used feed instead every time. In that era, the man with acne and the man with glasses were considered science and engineering geeks. A nicer name was folk scientists, and some people called them doomsday fanatics. They were crazy, thinking that the world was coming to an end every day. The neighbor uncle once cursed them like this. The man with glasses was so poor that he only had money left, and the man with acne had a brain. They came up with a crazy plan to go to heaven. Escape from this world forever. It's quite romantic. They tinkered all day and built a small spaceship. This plan has been in the works for 20 years. They thought about it very carefully and considered all kinds of situations. They brought their favorite movie tapes to avoid boredom. They brought thousands of canned food and compressed biscuits to avoid food. There were no concentrated nutrients in that era, and the preservation requirements of ordinary nutrients were too high. When the pollution broke out, they knew the opportunity had come. The engine roared, and under the surprised gaze of others, they really went to the sky. They didn't bring anyone else, just the two of them. To be honest, this move was quite ungrateful. They only cared about escaping for their own lives, and didn't bring any family or friends. But they felt that others didn't deserve it, including their parents and friends. No one deserved to enjoy it. They spent 20 years preparing. How could others enjoy the fruits of their labor? Only strong people could survive, like them. There was a cheer when they first went up to the sky. This broken spaceship could actually fly. There was nothing more exciting than this. They all thought that they would die at this moment. Bang, the spaceship hit the wall. They all thought there was something wrong with the spaceship. After all, it was not a serious scientific research result, but they clearly felt that the spaceship hit a net. In the past, when they were in school, they believed whatever the teacher taught them, that the world was round, and that there was rotation and revolution, and all kinds of cosmic concepts. After all, they could not verify it in person in the sky. Now that they have gone to the sky, they know that the sky is different from what they teach in textbooks. It is a wallpaper made of blue sky and white clouds, which was hit, and had a little dent, and the blue sky and white clouds were deformed. The head of the spaceship was embedded in the sky, and they opened their mouths wide, watching themselves sink deeper and deeper, as if they had passed through a hole in a fishing net, and then came to this world. It is difficult to describe the whole picture in detail. After all, the two of them were just wandering around here. There is no concept of the sky, like an abandoned farmhouse, winding roads, countless houses on both sides, and a few pieces of aircraft wreckage scattered around. In addition, there are only scattered maggots and fly people, as if they are the only creatures that can survive. What a strange world. Everything seems illogical. The good news is that their spaceship is almost intact, and the supplies are still there. To some extent, they should be lucky and have not died yet. There is no way to explain why they survived, such as entering a time and space gap. For example, they happened to open the door? Or the protagonist in the hot-blooded second-year novel, who was blessed by God. The only consolation is that the world must be coming to an end below, and classmates and neighbors have died long ago, including the old man who laughed at the end of the world. They are the survivors of this world. Sure enough, only the strong, planned and strategic strong can survive. They have always been right. The houses in the sky world are habitable, with electricity inside, and water that is not sure if it is clean or not, but you will not die if you drink it anyway, and there are warehouses and tools. They settled down here. At the beginning, their mentality was like going on an outing, finding a utopia, eating canned food when hungry, watching movies when bored, and finally getting rid of their stupid peers and becoming truly superior people. What is this called? Going to heaven or ascending to paradise? There is no day or night in the sky world. Turning on the lights is day, and turning off the lights is night. They watched a movie over and over again for thousands of times, and no matter how much they liked it, they were already tired of it, but they wanted to continue watching it when they were tired of it. Only in this way could they recall the world before. In a trance, I felt that I was still a human being, not some messed up existence. Time was flowing forward, and the supplies brought were limited. After all, they had not really cultivated into gods, and could not practice fasting. The food crisis finally came. There were only a few cans left, and the compressed biscuits were empty. They were so hungry that they wanted to eat each other. I was reluctant to kill him. After all, he was the only one of his kind. After death, he might encounter bigger problems. How to relieve loneliness in this weird world. So I was afraid in the middle of the night and hungry. I put a knife under my pillow when I slept at night, for fear that I didn't do it, but the other party did it. I can't die in the hands of that kid, they both thought so. After a period of time, normal people would go crazy. It's really unbearable to be mentally weak. The two sat down to talk, like brothers who had quarreled. After shaking hands and hugging, they analyzed the current situation. In the current situation, there is no shortage of land, entertainment, or energy. The only thing missing is food. They turned their attention to the flyman, and found a steady supply of food. This is the only specialty in the world. What's the big deal? Many people of the older generation have eaten it before. It is high in protein. The flies in the sky world are very strange. They move slowly, and don't avoid people. They will flutter stiffly when they are pinched in the hand. The two arms are drooping and lifeless. The flyman has arms and legs. If you put it carefully on the chest and listen attentively, it seems that there is a small heart beating inside. The fly actually looks like a human. What do you think is the reason? The Acme Man put the flyman in his hand and looked at it from left to right, and then put it down silently. It looks too much like a human. He asked himself again, this is a human. Probably because they have watched too many movies. They both felt a little embarrassed at this time, and suddenly their personalities became noble. They couldn't eat it, and if they ate it, they would not be human. Then what to eat? Eat maggots. Maggots don't look like humans, and there is no psychological burden. Anyway, fly people can lay eggs. Maggots are so good, high in protein, and this thing was used to feed pigs in the past. Just close your eyes and think of yourself as a pig. Not to mention, the taste is not bad. They prefer to eat it roasted. The surface is crispy, very similar to eating shrimp strips. Because they are afraid of being hungry and really afraid that they will have nothing to eat later, they decided to take it slow this time and raise it themselves. At the beginning, the fly people were raised in a wastebasket and let them fend for themselves. But soon they found that this was not working. The yield was too low, and they were sick, and the mortality rate was particularly high. They had to feed scientifically. They thought of drinking milk in the past. Milk manufacturers advertised that they would play piano music for cows and eat organic grass, so that they would be happy physically and mentally and have excellent milk quality. I used to think it was crazy, but now I think maybe it really makes sense. After all, the fly people look half human, and they have to meet some basic needs, such as dignity. They built houses and gave each fly person a room, in an orderly manner. They also made furniture, such as what color sofa to match in this house, and what kind of refrigerator to make in that house. This is almost the only fun in the aerial world. Later, they didn't even consider whether to breed or not. Making handicrafts made them feel better. The furniture in the model house is not for display, but can really be used. Water can flow when the faucet is turned on. The Acme Man is particularly immersed in it, and sometimes he will touch up the paint and repair the broken parts. Fly people actually preserve human civilization. They use things and have normal work and rest. Some fly people can even paint. Their paintings are no different from those of humans. They are very artistic. There is a strange disease that spreads. Every fly person is very tired and falls asleep unconsciously, and then dies. It's a pity. Are there any side effects of eating this thing? It should cause memory problems. The Acme Man sometimes tries to remember his name and the name of the glasses man, but unfortunately he can't remember them. It seems that some parts of them have been lost forever. Who cares? Just live, just like they abandoned their relatives and friends at that time, and abandoned the old world below to go to heaven, just to live. The fun of living has become eating. The two will go together to select high-quality ingredients. They don't want too thin ones, but only the fattest and whitest ones, so that they will be fragrant when roasted. Now they eat and watch a movie. It is an inspirational movie. The poor male protagonist decides to take the pilot exam and fly in the sky. He spends half of his time flying a plane. After watching a plane for a long time, he feels that it looks like a fly. Buzz, 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 the man with glasses had a bug in his mouth, and his brain suddenly shook. How to describe his current situation? It was like a mobile phone that suddenly received a message. There was almost no traditional structure in the man with glasses' brain. Countless bugs mixed together built a new brain, which sped up its peristalsis when thinking, making a buzzing sound. Are there thieves? The man with glasses asked. The man with acne felt the same as him. Their brains had changed a long time ago. They didn't know how long they had lived, but they could already breathe with this ghost place. This is what living and dying together means. Unknowingly, they have become the guardians of the sky world. The man with acne snorted. I told you there was something just now, but you didn't believe it. The man with glasses said oh, and didn't think he did anything wrong just now. He picked and chose in the basket next to him, and found a bottle of insecticide and a shotgun. However, the invader was very small, so these things might not be useful. He had to find something more useful. The man with the acne murmured, there are more and more holes. This place is leaky, and the sky is a fishing net. At first glance, it looks complete, but if you look closely, it is full of holes. Once in a while, this happens, and a passage somewhere is opened, and then some strange things will happen in their world. It is actually hard to tell what is coming. It looks like a human or a bug, and it is particularly small, smaller than a fly, and it will break into pieces if you crush it with your fingers. Its lethality is not great, and usually it will die after a while without notification. Notification means they need to be strangled. Invaders may harm this world. The man with glasses picked up a backpack of weapons and asked in confusion as he walked, where do you think these thieves come from? I don't know, it's so annoying, I haven't finished my meal yet. The man with the acne looked at the grill reluctantly, on which were maggots roasted to golden and crispy.